Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 7 of What If I Was Reborn in Naruto as a civilian orphan trained and became the Wind Calamity. As always, the playlist is above, and with that being said, let the tale begin. Chapter 282, Fujin continued. A couple of days later, 12 ninjas from Kurage no Sensen came to the Wind capital to investigate their missing ninjas. I took the opportunity to leave the city along with them. However, the Kazekage noticed us and probably got suspicious. He sent some Anbu to chase us. I led them deep into the desert and assassinated all 12 mercenaries and 12 Anbu. Shikaku and Hiruzen's eyes widened. Hiruzen thought, 12 Anbu. Not bad at all. Even if I ignore all his other achievements, this alone should be more than enough to promote him. Meanwhile, Shikaku began sweating as he wondered, who the heck kills 12 enemy Anbu during a promotion mission for the Anbu captain post? It'd be an accomplishment even if they managed to kill 2. Fujin tossed a scroll at Shikaku and said, "This scroll has the dead bodies of those 24 ninjas. I am not sure if any memories are still there, but you can try to check them nonetheless." Shikaku caught it and nodded. He reluctantly said, "Good work. Continue." Fujin continued reporting, "I didn't leave any evidence behind. So I don't think Suna knows what happened to these 12 missing Anbu. At best, they could guess that they were killed by the mercenaries. Anyways, after killing them, I traveled to the western side of the Land of Wind. I first traveled to Sabaquetsu. As per the instructions, I burnt one of the 2 provision depots entirely. I don't think any food was left behind. And I ended up killing at least 2 ninjas there. I am not sure if any more died after I left. I followed it up by killing 2 more nobles in the west who were listed and traveled to Shankudo City to kill the 3rd. However, the leading ninja there was quite smart. He set up a decoy and hid the noble. I killed the decoy and tried getting intel from the leading Chunin, but that guy was quite determined. He blew himself up. In order to find the real noble, I did a scheme. I disguised myself and my clones as Suna ninjas and announced that the assassin was dead. Then I spread rumors across the city that the noble was a coward who hid behind decoys and doesn't deserve to be a noble. In anger, the noble returned to the mansion. So I held a public execution for him and announced that he had cooperated with the assassin. In addition, I also announced that the Kazekage was upset with the city and decided to remove the protection provided by the Suna ninjas. And I immediately withdrew from the city. Shikaku and Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock as they immediately understood the impact of such an action. Shikaku almost cursed out, but Fujin continued speaking and said, "The next day, around 80% of the people living in that city left and began migrating towards nearby villages and towns. They should be beginning to reach by now. So the news will soon spread and the Kazekage and the Wind Daimyo will soon begin receiving messages. At the same time, the resentment against Suna and Kazekage will spread among the cities in the west. So feel free to take advantage." Shikaku finally couldn't endure anymore and cut him off. He asked loudly, "You did what?" His face had a look of disbelief. Hiruzen's expression was serious as well. He was finding the situation quite amusing until then. However, Fujin's actions were outrageous. Fujin tilted his head and asked, "Is that an issue? I thought you wanted to create chaos in the Land of Wind and ruin Sunagakure's reputation in the eyes of the daimyo, nobles, and citizens." Shikaku replied, "Yes, I wanted you to do that. But from your actions, do you want to split the Land of Wind into 2 countries?" Shikaku's words made Fujin fall into thought. However, he soon shook his head and said, "That's not feasible. That place is crawling with Suna ninjas right now. If you want to do it, I'd recommend waiting for a few months or perhaps even a couple of years for the resentment to properly spread and for the Suna ninjas to withdraw. Then you can take action. But I am not interested in going there anymore. Considering the complexity, I'll recommend you go there yourself and oversee the entire operation." Shikaku's expression became dark. He cursed internally, "This brat." I was asking him sarcastically. Does he not get sarcasm or is he messing with my head? He created such a huge mess and still wants me to create more? Who knows how those crazy bastards will react after suffering such a huge loss in peacetime? I'll have to plan the defense properly and actively monitor the situation for weeks or perhaps even months now. Of course, Fujin was messing with him. Though his expressions didn't change, he thought, I managed to break Hiruzen's poker face numerous times. This is a first for Shikaku to lose his calm and stop acting lazy in front of me. Looks like I overdid my mission. Oh well, I guess he will take some effort to describe mission parameters from now on instead of just being a lazy ass. Shikaku couldn't see beyond Fujin's poker face. However, if he could hear Fujin's thoughts, he would have lost control on the spot. The mission parameters were left vague to make the Umbu ninjas push themselves to achieve their best. It wasn't so that someone could start a war. Hiruzen was also looking at Shikaku's expression. He thought, if the situation wasn't so serious, I would have found his expressions hilarious. He looked at Fujin and asked, "Did you return after this?" Fujin shook his head and said, "No." Despite the difficulty, that city didn't receive any reinforcements. I was confused as to why Suna hadn't sent reinforcements. So I decided to test out the next city as well. Unfortunately, that was a trap. I was attacked by 12 Jounins and the puppeteer elite Jounin, Odaka. The city itself had over 100 ninjas waiting for me. Shikaku and Hiruzen were shocked once again. Fujin continued, I killed 1 Jounin, 2 Chunins and 4 Umbu ninjas before running away from the city. Unfortunately, many of them also knew wind instantaneous body jutsu and the desert offered no cover. So they began chasing me. Though I was faster, there was an ambush squad waiting for me. The ambush squad was led by the elite Jounin Sabaku Susumu. His Jinjutsu prevented me from using my jutsus. In addition, his squad also had a Jinchuriki. They stalled me, allowing a few Suna ninjas to catch up with me. Just when Hiruzen and Shikaku thought that they couldn't be surprised anymore, they were. Shikaku dumbfoundedly muttered, "The Jinchuriki?" Hiruzen asked, "The Kazekage's son?" Fujin nodded. Shikaku had a very bad feeling. He thought, I can feel it. Whatever he will say next will be very troublesome. Why didn't I give him proper mission parameters? Unfortunately, there was no way for Shikaku to correct his error. Fujin continued, fortunately, the Jinchuriki lost control over his emotions and did a stupid wide-range attack. I used the opportunity to injure him. That made him lose control over his tailed beast and began transforming. I used the distraction to kill Susumu and retreated from there. This time, neither Shikaku nor Hiruzen had any words to say. Both were left speechless by Fujin's achievements during the mission. Fujin enjoyed the expressions on their faces. It was a treat to watch. He tossed Shikaku another scroll and said, "This scroll has Susumu's body. I have preserved it properly. He could use Jinjutsu by emitting chakra into the wind. I want that jutsu." Shikaku looked at the scroll and looked back at Fujin as he thought, not only did he kill an elite Jounin, he also brought his body back. Does he want to be the Umbu captain or the Hokage? Still, this is good. Susumu's Jinjutsu methods were quite unique. If a few ninjas can learn it, Konoha's strength will increase once again. Hiruzen said, "You can't use those techniques in the open for the time being." Fujin nodded and said, "Yes. I'll ensure that there are no witnesses." Hiruzen nodded and asked, "Anything else?" His question alerted Shikaku once again. Fortunately, Fujin shook his head and answered, "No. I wanted to create more mess and kill a few more Jounins in the desert. But the number of ninjas was too high and I wasn't sure how much destruction the Jinchuriki could cause. So I withdrew." Shikaku finally let out a sigh of relief. He thought, thankfully he withdrew. I thought he killed dozens of more ninjas using the Jinchuriki as a distraction. Hiruzen also looked relieved. He stared at Fujin as he reevaluated his strength and began thinking of a matter, is he also a suitable candidate? Both Hiruzen and Shikaku were lost in thoughts. After a minute, Fujin looked at them with a deadpan expression and wondered, did they forget about me? He asked, will I be promoted? Both Shikaku and Hiruzen looked at him immediately. Shikaku cursed in his mind, do you think we would dare not promote you? If we give you another promotion mission, won't you directly start a war between the two countries? Chapter 283, Hiruzen had the same thought as Shikaku. He didn't dare to imagine what Fujin might do the next time if they said that his performance was unsatisfactory. He quickly nodded and answered, your performance has been very good. You will be promoted. However, we haven't arranged any Umbu subordinates for you yet. So you will be an Umbu captain only in name. Fujin replied, that's fine. I will be visiting the library. And I also need a break after such a long mission. Preferably at least 1 or 2 months long break to learn new seals and jutsus. Take your time. I'll file the report later. See ya. Fujin immediately disappeared from the room despite none of the doors and windows being open. Shikaku and Hiruzen looked at where Fujin was standing. Shikaku cursed in his heart, this brat. He created such a mess and didn't even stay to discuss how to handle it. And after giving me month-long headaches, he has the gall to ask for a month-long vacation? Meanwhile, Hiruzen thought, seals? Sigh, he will soon begin bugging me for Flying Thunder God. Shikaku looked at Hiruzen and asked while sighing, Lord Hokage, if we don't promote him and send him for such a mission again, do you think he will try to assassinate Raza? Hiruzen didn't reply and began considering it. After all, there was already an instance of a Kazekage disappearing. Unknown to him, the assassin's age back then wasn't much older than Fujin's current age. Hiruzen shook his head and said, unlikely, unless you specifically mention it. Regardless, his performance has been excellent. Shikaku was dumbfounded. He thought, does no one understand sarcasm? He smiled bitterly and said, it's not that his performance is excellent. Rather, it is too excellent. Making a Jinchuriki lose control and killing an elite Jounin was a bit too much. Suna will be forced to retaliate. And they will likely retaliate in an extreme manner. Not to mention, in addition to that, he killed 16 Umbu ninjas, a few Jounins and likely dozens of Chunins and Genins. And I still haven't considered the dead nobles, burned provision depot or the stun he pulled in Shankudo. In the history of Suna, they have only once taken a bigger loss than this during peacetime. And they started the Third Great Ninja War. We have to be careful in case Raza decides to start another war. However, Hiruzen shook his head immediately and said, no, the situation is completely different. When the third Kazekage died, Suna was very vulnerable and Raza's position as the fourth Kazekage wasn't very stable. In addition, they were surrounded by 3 major villages that were preparing for war. The current matter is an internal one and doesn't directly threaten their strength. And of the 3 major villages that surround them, one is in a formal alliance and another is embroiled in a civil war. So they won't choose war right now. Shikaku analyzed Hiruzen's words and nodded, that makes sense. I guess Suna will be a mess for a few months. They will either focus entirely on stabilizing the situation, or they might do it alongside sending Umbu units into our country. Regardless, once their mess is resolved, they will retaliate somehow. We have to be prepared. Hiruzen nodded and said, we do. But we have time. Due to the mess that Fujin created, Raza will be forced to deploy at least 1,000 Suna ninjas in the west to calm them down. In addition, he has also deployed a few hundred ninjas in the Wind Capital. The other cities might also ask for additional security as a precaution. And they will also have to scour the desert to look for the culprit. This will ensure that he can't make a big move for the time being. So you just need to prepare for the moves they make in the dark. No need to create any more trouble in the Land of Wind for now. Hopefully, their anger will fade away by the time these issues are sorted. However, the schemes they come up with have to be crushed. It's best if all Suna ninjas who infiltrate the Land of Fire are killed. Fujin's actions, though provocative, are a good deterrent. If we stop their schemes, then they will be even more afraid of breaking the alliance. Shikaku sighed. He will have to work a lot and won't be able to laze around for the next few months. He said, "All right." He began walking out. Hiruzen instructed, "Have a Yamanaka Jounin read Susumu's memories. And create a scroll describing his Jinjutsu jutsus and hand it to me. We won't be placing it in the library. Also, create a list of Jounins who will benefit from learning these jutsus and can keep them a secret." Shikaku nodded and replied, "I'll get to it, Lord Hokage." He left the room. As he sat alone, his previous thoughts surfaced in Hiruzen's mind as he wondered, could Fujin be a candidate for 5th Hokage? Hiruzen let out a sigh. The matter of selecting the 5th Hokage had been troubling him for years and he still didn't have any solution. He thought it'd have been great if Jiraiya or Tsunade accepted this position. Unfortunately, neither have the will to do so. As for others, there is no one qualified. If I retire now, the next Hokage will be Danzo. That wouldn't be good for the village. Though he is loyal to the village and his ambitions would benefit Konoha, he doesn't have the strength needed to fulfill his ambitions despite those Sharingans and Lord First cells. I was hoping Kakashi would rise to the challenge and reach my level. Seeing his potential, I and Danzo worked in the background to increase his reputation and give him sufficient fame. Unfortunately, despite being looked at as the leader by the younger generation, he is still too weak. A frown formed on Hiruzen's face as he thought about Kakashi. In terms of talent, Kakashi doesn't lose out to even Minato. His growth trajectory was very fast, even exceeding my student's strength at his age. Unfortunately, ever since the Third Great Ninja War ended, his growth has stagnated. He hasn't trained enough and spends most of his time in front of the Memorial Stone or doing missions. Not to mention, according to the intel Itachi sent, I doubt Kakashi could win against any of the Akatsuki members. At the current rate, I guess Kakashi will need around 5 to 7 years to reach my level. Unless something makes him feel like his strength isn't enough and he pushes himself once again. As for Fujin, I never considered him until now. Though his mission record is impeccable, he didn't fight anyone truly strong other than Kaminari. But with such a performance, he is far more capable than I expected. Even if I consider that he used hit-and-run tactics and only used a sneak attack to kill Susumu, that is still quite good. Especially if he can pull off something like this during a war. It could force Sunagakure to withdraw half their troops from the front lines. His crystal ball lit up and showed the scene inside Section A of the library. Hiruzen thought, as I expected. He has already started looking at the seals. Once he masters the seals in this section, he will come asking for Flying Thunder God. If he can master it, his threat on the battlefield will be no less than Minato. Though it is a big if. Regardless, he has one advantage over Kakashi. He has a hunger to grow strong. Though he isn't as relentless as Guy, he still trains a lot and even asks for vacations to train. Unfortunately, he is quite young as well. He should be 14 soon. He will need 5 to 7 years to completely mature as well. Sigh, I'll have to hold my old bones together for the next 7 years. The only plus point is that we might have more than one option for the Hokage seat. A situation similar to when I and Minato were selected. With another sigh, Hiruzen stopped thinking about this matter. He got up and left the office. As soon as he left, Fujin flickered to Konoha's library. Though he had traveled non-stop for a day, he couldn't stop himself from visiting the library and checking out what all jutsus were available. He reached Section A while recalling Renjiro's words as he thought, though Renjiro emphasized the importance of mastering rank C jutsus, I have long reached a bottleneck. I won't be able to improve those jutsus any further without investing significant time. It's time to learn the rank A jutsus. I hope the library doesn't disappoint me. With eyes full of expectations, Fujin stepped into Section A of the library. Chapter 284, Fujin entered Section A of the library and looked around. The size of this section was much larger than other sections. However, the number of scrolls in this section was the least. Fujin immediately began looking for wind jutsus. As he searched and collected the scrolls, he analyzed, I wonder if any rank A wind jutsu will be of any aid to me. After all, most of my rank B and C jutsus are as strong as rank A jutsus due to supercharging them and yin-yang control. In a few minutes, he grabbed all the wind scrolls and sat on a table. He analyzed, not bad. I wasn't expecting many wind jutsus considering how few were there in Section B. Fujin had found 6 scrolls. They were Blade of Wind Jutsu, Severing Pressure Jutsu, Wind Explosion Clone Jutsu, Assassin's Rush Jutsu, Geyser Creation Jutsu, Summoning, Giant Windmill Jutsu. Fujin decided to start with the one with which he was the most familiar. He opened the Blade of Wind Jutsu scroll and began reading. In a minute, he thought, this jutsu is almost entirely similar to the Wind Sword Jutsu. Just that the power, sharpness and speed have been increased slightly, and it also provides some defensive uses. Still, it should be very easy to learn. Fujin extended 2 fingers on his right hand. Immediately, the wind began flowing around them. A small 1-inch blade of wind appeared on top of them. Soon, that blade began increasing in size and reached 1 foot in size. Fujin analyzed it and nodded, this jutsu is down. I didn't even need to use the hand seals. I'll begin using this instead of Wind Sword Jutsu. Fujin kept the scroll back and turned his attention to the next jutsu. He analyzed as he read, the Wind Explosion Clone Jutsu. I tried creating this jutsu by myself by referencing the Shadow Clone Explosion Jutsu. I succeeded, but the damage output was very low. It was just barely higher than an explosion tag unless I put in too much chakra. Unfortunately, I didn't get much free time after the Anbu training phase was over to work on this jutsu. Fujin read the entire scroll carefully and realized, oh, I see. I was going about this in the wrong direction. I was first creating a normal wind clone and then using its chakra to explode and generate sharp winds. But according to the scroll, the clone itself is created for the sole purpose of exploding. So it can explode faster and generate more powerful explosions. This is different from Shadow Clone Explosion. I wonder if I could modify Shadow Clones using these methods as well. Fujin kept the scroll and began reading the rest. He read the Severing Pressure scroll and shook his head, this scroll requires a fan to be used. Not suitable for me. Its lethality doesn't exceed my sword slashes and its range doesn't exceed infinite breakthrough. I don't need it. Fujin opened the Assassin's Rush Jutsu scroll and began reading. His eyes immediately sparkled as he thought, nice. This is a great and very practical jutsu. I'll learn this after mastering the Wind Explosion Clone Jutsu. Fujin checked the last 2 jutsu scrolls as well and had mixed feelings. He analyzed, these jutsus are a bit difficult and have limited use. But they are quite strong. Summoning, Giant Windmill is a jutsu similar to Rashomon Summoning. This jutsu was created by the second Kazekage as well. The jutsu summons a giant windmill that is around 3 stories tall from the ground similar to Rashomon Gates. However, instead of defense, this jutsu is for attacking. The blades of the windmill will spin rapidly and will form a strong wind flow that will pull everything towards the blades. If anyone gets caught in it, they will be chopped in pieces, a certain death. Unfortunately, even the user isn't spared from this wind flow. Though it isn't an issue as I can hide underground. But, I can't use this jutsu when I'm with allies. In addition, it is also heavy on chakra. And though the damage potential is high, it won't be effective against veteran ninjas. They will just hide underground or find something for support. So the only use of this jutsu is to clear cannon fodder when I'm fighting solo. Not very useful as I already have too many means of doing that. Other than running away, this is what I excel the most at. As for the Geyser Creation Jutsu, it is a bit complicated as it is based on a Steam release jutsu from the Sakai clan. The jutsu has 2 phases. In the first phase, cracks and holes have to be created in the ground. And then we have to make hot steam erupt from the ground and blast whatever is in the way. However, this jutsu was modified. Instead of hot steam, I will have to make highly pressurized air erupt from the cracks in the ground. Instead of blasting and burning, it will cut the ones in the way. And since this jutsu comes from the underground, the opponent won't be able to hide underground to avoid the attack. I'll learn this jutsu as well. 2 new jutsus along with the wind explosion clone jutsu, not bad. Unfortunately, it looks like Konoha's stock of wind jutsus isn't very high. Or perhaps, the number of rank A wind jutsus itself is quite low. Would make sense if even something as lethal as the wind vacuum technique is only rank B. Fujin kept the wind scrolls back and began collecting the scrolls related to Fuinjutsu. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Even more so than when he checked the wind jutsus. The reason for this was simple. If Fujin could learn and master every seal in this section, he would be a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster. Very few people in Konoha could call themselves this. More importantly, it would allow Fujin to ask Hiruzen for the Flying Thunder God. As he collected the scrolls, he realized, I see. Almost half of the scrolls here are for Fuinjutsu. As for the rest, the majority are rank A fire jutsus followed by water and earth jutsus. I guess this shows the foundation of this village. Fuinjutsu scrolls probably came from Mito, earth and water scrolls from the Senju, while fire scrolls should have come from the remaining clans. In all, Fujin found 58 Fuinjutsu scrolls. He created a few clones and they divided the scrolls among them. They immediately began studying. After around half an hour, a Jounin entered Section A. He had received information that someone went into Section A of the library without authorization. However, as soon as he entered, he was left dumbfounded by the sight. 10 people with similar faces were reading the scrolls and had more scrolls with them. His eyes twitched as he thought, using shadow clones to read in the library? That's a first. He coughed to attract Fujin's attention. But Fujin didn't even look at him, leaving him standing alone awkwardly. He walked towards one of Fujin's clones and asked, "What are you doing?" Fujin's clone looked up and answered, "Reading." The man was left speechless once again. Fujin's clone was looking at him as if he was the biggest idiot in the world. He wondered, do his eyes have an issue? He said, "I am the supervisor of the library. Tell me, why are you in Section A? It is restricted and only Jounins can enter. If you are here without any authorization, you will be arrested and punished by Lord Hokage." Fujin's clone looked back at the scroll and began reading as he said, "I got promoted today and reported to Lord Hokage that I'll be coming here. Feel free to ask him." The supervisor was dumbfounded. He thought, such a young Jounin? I'll have to confirm with Lord Hokage though. It'll be a pain in the ass if he is lying. He asked, "What is your name?" Fujin's clone answered, "Suzuki Fujin." The supervisor nodded and left. He had no intention of talking further with Fujin. He left the section and asked a couple of people to keep an eye on Fujin while he confirmed whether what Fujin said was true. Fujin and his clones ignored this matter. They went through every scroll in detail. It was a few hours past midnight by the time they were done. Fujin dispelled the clones one by one and received their memories. He let out a sigh. I thought that like jutsus, the number of seals in this section would also be lesser. Instead, it's many times higher. No wonder that despite there being so many seal masters, there are so few grandmasters in Fuinjutsu. If I don't use shadow clones, I'll probably need more than a decade to learn all these seals. Even with shadow clones, this will be very time-consuming. I should first learn the rank A Winjutsus. Then I will focus entirely on the seals. A smile formed on Fujin's face as he thought, fortunately, I found the few seals I was looking for. Once I learn them, I can begin working towards that plan. Chapter 285. In the last few hours, Fujin had found numerous seals and formations. Among them, the most important seals were the 4 Symbols Seal, 5 Elements Seal, 5 Elements Unseal, Evil Sealing Method, and Iron Armor Seal. In addition, there were many Juinjutsu seals as well as barriers. Fujin analyzed. the quantity and quality of the seals is good. Especially the 4-symbol seal. I was worried that it would be in the Forbidden Scroll. In addition, there are also the methods with which Suna and Kumo seal their tailed beasts. However, the reverse 4-symbol seal and 8-trigram seal aren't here. I guess I could learn the 8-trigram seal through experimentation. It could provide me with valuable experience in creating new seals based on what I know. Unfortunately, I have no idea about the reverse 4-symbol seal. It could have been a good trump card to use in the organization. That said, fortunately, I also found a lot of Juinjutsu seals. After I learn them, I can take steps towards creating a seal for my organization members. Until I succeed, I won't work towards finding new members. Fujin finally got up and left. He stepped out of the library and saw the night sky. He looked up and thought, I completely lost track of time. It's all right. The gains were quite high. I'll take a good rest today. Training can wait for a day. He began moving towards his home. However, despite it being late at night, Fujin wasn't the only one up. Inside the Hokage building, Shikaku sat in a room with a dozen Jounin and Umbu captains in front of him. He was assigning them missions to prepare for Suna's retaliations. Though Shikaku was reluctant to work, his situation was far better than another person who was far away from him. Sunagekure. One ninja was running fast from the Kazekage building to Raza's house. As soon as he reached it, he slammed the door loudly while shouting repeatedly, "Kazekage-sama! Wake up quickly!" The banging and the shouting woke up Kankuro and Temari along with Raza. With a frown on his face, Raza walked towards the door and opened it. He angrily asked, "Why are you creating a ruckus?" The messenger immediately said, "Kazekage-sama, we just received a report from Elder Manabu from the west." Ga. He stopped speaking as he noticed Temari and Kankuro watching them from behind. Raza noticed it. The messenger handed a scroll to Raza and said, "Kazekage-sama, it's an emergency." Raza opened the scroll and began reading. Anger formed in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. He instructed, "Summon all the elders and the council members right now." The messenger nodded and left. Raza turned around. Temari asked, "Did something happen, father?" Raza replied without looking at her, "Everything's fine. Go back to your rooms and sleep." Temari had a bad feeling. She asked, "Is Gaara all right?" Raza opened the door to his room and said, "He is fine. What can happen to him? I need to get ready. Now go to bed. I will be busy." He entered his room and shut his door. Temari and Kankuro looked at each other helplessly. Raza began changing into his formal attire. Within 15 minutes, every council member and most elders inside the village assembled in the meeting room. No one was happy at being woken up at this hour. Finally, Raza entered the room and took his seat. He looked around and noticed that everyone was there. Goza asked, "What happened now? Did Manabu catch the culprit?" Raza had a grim face. He placed the scroll on the table and said, "No. They set up a trap for the culprit with over 100 troops. However, they still couldn't stop him. He caused Gaara to lose control and killed Susumu before running away. They have lost track once again." The eyes of the council members widened. Seijo exclaimed, "How could Susumu be killed?" Goza asked, "Was Gaara stopped and is he all right?" A few others began reading the scroll. The elders were shocked. Though Susumu wasn't the strongest among them, he was the most annoying to fight due to his unique usage of Jinjutsu. Killing him was very difficult. Raza frowned and answered, "He injured Gaara, which made Gaara lose control and transform partially." Odaka sensed that he had run away. While Odaka, Susumu and Manabu were stopping Gaara, he sneak attacked Susumu and killed him before running away for real. Gaara was stopped once again, but a few ninjas died as they didn't have Susumu's help. His words caused silence to spread in the room. Their expressions became grim. Finally, Goza asked, "Who was the culprit?" To be able to run away unharmed from more than 100 ninjas while confronting a Jinchuriki and multiple elite Jounins, did Konoha send their Sannin? Raza replied, they couldn't identify him. Manabu suspects that he used the transformation jutsu. But, neither of the two Sannins is known to use wind jutsus. Though it isn't difficult to learn new jutsus, covering their fighting style would be difficult. So I doubt that is the case. The council members agreed. If not for the result, no one would suspect the Sannins. However, one of the council members, who was reading the report, asked, but if not for the Sannins, who in Konoha could do something so remarkable? Even if we consider other villages, there is no one who is famous for using wind jutsus. Manabu said that his ability with the wind jutsus exceeded his. The council members began thinking and discussing. Finally Goza said, in the last couple of years, Konoha's copy ninja has been gaining a lot of fame. Could it be done by him? After all, they say that he has copied 1,000 jutsus. In addition, he was taught by that cursed Yellow Flash. They debated among themselves a lot and finally agreed. Joseki said, I thought Konoha was just pushing his reputation to deter other countries. I didn't think that he could actually live up to his reputation. Regardless, we have to retaliate. He was cut off by Seijo, who said, but we first need to secure the West. And set better traps for him. If he is in the West, then he can make more attacks. Even if he doesn't, the journey from there to the border with the Land of Rivers will take 4 days at the very least. We need to intercept him inside our country and kill him. Once he is dead, we can create ambush squads led by elite Jounins to infiltrate the Land of Fire and target their nobles. Everyone agreed with his words. However, Ryusa asked, but who can stop him? He was able to run away from a combined attack by Manabu, Odaka, and Susumu. We don't have anyone to stop him. His words caused another wave of silence to spread in the room. None of them wanted to fight the copy ninja. However, Raza suddenly said, you don't need to be worried about it. I will make a move myself and bury him in the desert permanently. After I leave, you guys decide which nobles to target and create foolproof plans for the same. For the time being, begin arranging ninjas to scour the desert. As soon as he is discovered, I will make a move. Raza's words caused mixed feelings to spread among the council members. On one hand, they were proud and relieved that their Kage was making a move himself. Though Kakashi was strong, none of them believed that he would stand a chance against Raza. However, on the other hand, they were ashamed that there was no one other than Raza who could act in this situation. After all, their opponent wasn't even in the top 3 in terms of strength inside Konoha. They nodded and immediately got to work. By noon, they had prepared more than 500 ninjas to move out. Raza himself was ready to move out. Unfortunately, before he could leave, Raza received another message. Raza opened the scroll. A chill passed through his spine as he read about the events that took place in Shankudo. Cities and towns around Shankudo had finally started receiving the migrants. They sent a message to Sunagakure as soon as they heard about the events the migrants described. The news about the events spread through those cities in no time. A fear about Sunagakure and disgust for Raza spread in those cities as well. Raza held the scroll tightly. He was shaking in rage as he thought, did Konoha deploy this man to split our country into 2? But, how can that happen? Unless Konoha also plans to invade us at the same time. But, has Konoha's military recovered to this extent? Are they not afraid of Kumo and Iwa taking advantage? He looked at the messenger and instructed, call all the council members. Even call those 2 elders. We will be having another meeting. The messenger's eyes widened as he wondered, what message did the scroll contain for his expression to become so grim and for him to contact those 2? He nodded and quickly left. Chapter 286. Within 15 minutes, every council member and elder except 2 were in the meeting room once again. They noticed Raza's grim expression and asked while sighing, what happened now, Kazekage-sama? Their sigh wasn't an act. All of them were sick of the recent events. It was just one thing after another continuously with no respite. Raza didn't say anything and just handed them the scroll. Their eyes widened and arms shivered in rage and horror as they read the report. Joseki shouted, "This is outrageous. We are in an alliance. Do they want to launch a full-fledged war?" All of them were experienced. They reached the same conclusion as Raza. Raza said, "I received these reports from the cities and towns around Shumkuto a few minutes before I called the meeting. Wait for some time. There are still more people to come." Joseki looked around and asked, "Who else is remaining?" As if to answer his question, the door opened and two very old ninjas walked in. The council members and elders were surprised. They were Ebizo and his sister Chiyo. Behind them, the messenger finally sighed in relief. Bringing these two here was a huge headache. He thought, "I know she is just fooling around, but one of these days she might really end up dead." Chiyo and Ebizo immediately noticed the tense expressions in the room. Chiyo asked, "Why are your expressions so grim?" "I haven't even played possum yet." Raza handed them a scroll and said, "This isn't the time to be fooling around. Please read." The siblings began reading. Unlike the time when Gaara was kidnapped, Raza was still alive. Though he was junior to them, they couldn't dismiss him casually like Baki. In addition, their health was much better as compared to what it would be 6 years later. Their eyes widened as they completed reading the report. Chiyo chuckled and said, "That's why I told you to not form any alliances. They will stab you in the back the very first chance they get." However, her brother said, "True, but we were the ones to make a move first. They didn't act against us until we took steps towards breaking the alliance." Ebizo's words reminded the council members and other elders that it was Suna's choice that led to Konoha's retaliation. Goza gritted his teeth and said, "But their actions are outrageous. There were numerous ways to counter our moves. There was no need to do something so drastic. I'm afraid that they intend to launch a war." Raza nodded and said, "I'm of the same opinion. I plan on deploying 2,000 ninjas along the border with the Land of Rivers to deter Konoha. What are your opinions?" The council members were surprised. They realized that Raza already had a plan. He had just called them here to inform them and check if they had any ideas. However, considering how grave the situation was, no one opposed him. Only Chiyo laughed in disdain while Ebizo shook his head. He said, "If you do that, then it will give Konoha an excuse to mobilize as well. And if Konoha indeed wants a war, then they will be prepared. Such a frontal confrontation is what they would want to see. In addition, the culprit who made this mess will also receive more opportunities to keep creating a mess in the West and worsen the situation even further." His words caused everyone to frown. They thought for a bit and realized that it made complete sense. Goza asked, "Then what would you recommend, Elder Ebizo?" Ebizo said, "Instead of deploying an army on the front lines, divide them in small squads and discreetly deploy them in the deserts between here and the Land of Rivers. Have them deploy various traps to harass any incoming army. Even if Konoha marches, we shouldn't defend the front lines. Instead, let them enter the desert. We will fight and stall them here instead of fighting a quick and decisive battle. I doubt Kumo or IWA would miss the opportunity to take advantage if Konoha is stuck in a drawn-out battle here. In addition, we can use this time to find and kill the one making a mess in the West. As long as he is dead, we won't have to worry about our backs." Ebizo's words made sense. Everyone nodded. Only Seijo asked, "But what if our estimates are wrong? What if this is Iwa's scheme and they plan to attack us when our forces are facing Konoha?" Before Ebizo could answer, Goza answered, "Let them attack. It's only a vast desert from the Land of Birds to here. We can use our alliance with Konoha to make them attack IWA through the Land of Grass. And we can move our forces from the west and east to intercept and stall Iwa's army. In case IWA and Konoha have allied, then we will have to stall them both and form an alliance with Kumo and have them attack Konoha. In that case, the war will enter a stalemate." Everyone agreed with his answer. Seeing that there was no other objection, Raza said, "All right, let's do this. Seijo, you will lead 500 ninjas to the west. You will be responsible for scouring the deserts and providing more security to the cities there. If you encounter the copy ninja, don't engage and inform me. I will move towards the escape routes to intercept him if he decides to escape the county." Raza turned his eyes towards the siblings and said, "In my absence, I'll leave the safety of the village to you two. Yuro will be returning with Gaara in a few days. Please inspect his seal as well. Goza, you will be responsible for slowly deploying 2,000 ninjas towards the land of rivers and have them deploy traps and prepare ambushes. The rest will aid you." Any objections? No one objected. Raza got up and left. Within an hour, 500 ninjas departed from Sunagakure towards the western part of the country to hunt for Kakashi, who was neither the culprit nor present there. The real culprit had a nice long sleep and was enjoying his lunch in Ichiraku. He wasn't aware of the movements inside the Land of Wind. But if he was, Fujin would wonder what sort of expressions Raza, the council member, the elders, and the 500 ninjas would make if they learned the truth. Though Fujin didn't care about this matter, others did. The next morning, every major village received reports that 500 ninjas had moved from Sunagakure towards the western part of the Land of Wind. Due to how massive the movement was, every spy in Sunagakure noticed it immediately. Most leaders were puzzled as to why Suna was making such huge movements. Anoki wondered, "What's going on in Suna? They have already deployed more than 600 ninjas. And now 500 more? And even Raza moved? Don't tell me that bastard Raza intends to start another dumb war." He immediately called for a council meeting. After a discussion, they decided to deploy 500 ninjas on the borders with the Land of Bird and another 750 ninjas on the border with the Land of Bear. Just like Anoki, the fourth Raikage, I was also puzzled. After thinking for a bit, he decided to secretly ready his forces to take advantage in case a war broke out. Unlike the rest of the world, two people were very clear about the situation. Shikaku analyzed the news. "I can understand why the 500 ninjas left. But why did Raza leave? Do they not know that Fujin already left?" He opened the report Fujin had made and checked the end. He thought, his report doesn't mention how he returned. Now that I think about it, he returned way too quickly. Does he have a flying summon or know a space-time ninjutsu? He thought for a bit before giving up. "Leave it, I'll just ask the Hokage." According to the movements, Raza likely wants to hunt Fujin. But Fujin is already here. A smirk formed on his face as he thought, "Looks like you will have a nice wild goose chase for quite some time." His smirk faded away as he let out a sigh. Unfortunately, once they give up, there is a high likelihood of them moving those troops towards our border. And thanks to the vast deserts, we won't even know where that army is. The best way to counter this would have been to deploy Konoha's forces. Unfortunately, that's the worst option here. I'll have to deploy many Umbu and spies in the Land of River to warn us if the Suna army enters it. In addition, I will have to have Konoha's forces prepared for war. Sigh, so much work. Fujin's face appeared in his mind as he decided, no more long-term missions for this guy. Fortunately, I sent him to Suna. If this was Kumo, the fourth great ninja war might have already started. Fujin was blissfully unaware of all these developments. He was back in his training ground doing his morning physical workout after a long time. Chapter 287, Fujin stretched his body casually as he wondered, should I increase the intensity of the training seal? Though I didn't train my body for almost 3 months, I did eat healthy and ran a lot. Alright, I'll increase it from 40 to 45%. Fujin had long reached the maximum limit on the training seal that Hiruzen had created for him during his academy days. During his time in the Umbu, he had replaced it with a new training seal that he created. This one could apply 4 times the max pressure and resistance as the previous seal. Forgetting about all the turmoil he created a few days ago, he began training with maximum intensity once again and continued for 4 hours straight before going to Ichiraku for breakfast. As he ate the ramen, a smile could be seen on his face. He thought, now this is a good life. Sleep long, train hard, eat delicious food and don't worry about anything else. If I can't break through the limits to reach the top and events progress just as they did in the original story, then perhaps I'll retire after the Fourth War and recreate all the famous fast food chains from my previous world here. I noticed Fujin's good mood and asked, "What's the good news, Fujin?" Fujin shook his head and replied, "No good news. Just missed the ramen for the past few months." Tucci smiled and said, "It's good to have you back again, Fujin." Fujin nodded. He lifted the bowl and drank the soup and said, "Thank you for the meal. I'll see you tomorrow." I replied, "Take care, Fujin. Don't train too much." Fujin nodded and left. As he walked back to the training ground, he thought, though a retired life enjoying all the delicacies sounds pleasant, it'd be a pity if that's all I managed to do after working so hard. My current strength is pretty much at the elite Jounin level. S rank is still quite far, but I feel that it is just a matter of time before I reach it as long as I keep training hard. I should reach it before Akatsuki starts collecting the tailed beasts. And, if I can learn Senjutsu or Flying Thunder God, I'll be able to rise all the way to the peak of S rank, reaching a similar level as Jiraiya or Minato. Perhaps only Nagato and Obito would be able to keep up with me then. However, once I reach that stage, getting any stronger will be difficult. If I ignore the Otsutsuki, only 4 ninjas are known to surpass that level. They are Hashirama, Madara, Naruto, and Sasuke. But, Madara and Sasuke were able to do it due to Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Naruto did it due to Kurama. As for Hashirama, he is just ridiculous. No point in thinking about him. The only way I could potentially keep up with them is if I capture and seal a tailed beast in me or through the 8 inner gates. But even these have limits and dangers and aren't surefire. Lost in thoughts, Fujin reached the training ground. He let out a sigh as he thought, to climb to the very top might need some drastic actions and insane planning. And, unlike those 4, I won't have any help. The only advantage I have is that I know the major events in the future. I'll need to take advantage of anything I can. Only then I will have any chance. But, I need to reach rank S first. Only then I can begin acting as well. For now, it's time to continue training. Fujin's hands moved rapidly as he weaved hand seals. When Fujin transmigrated to this world, he, like anyone else, wanted to reach the peak of this world. However, unlike the others, Fujin was very aware of how dangerous and hazardous this world was. The threat suppressed every desire other than his will to survive in a world teeming with adversity and danger. As he grew, trained, fought, and overcame obstacles, his spirit grew resilient and his body honed to a razor's edge. The pursuit of survival became a testament to his unwavering determination. However, as he slowly carved his path through the crucible of trials, a subtle transformation took place within him, imperceptible even to his own consciousness. His confidence grew. He no longer had to be worried about missions going awry. He was aware of the ninjas that could threaten his life. And he had multiple means of escaping even from the worst situations. Due to this, a seed of evolution took root in the very depth of his being. Every step he took forward, every victory he experienced, and every improvement in his strength nourished the seed. The path to survival had ignited a desire to reach the very top of this world and leave an indelible mark upon its tapestry. Driven by this newfound desire, Fujin set his eyes on the pinnacle and began his training. Wind Release, Wind Explosion Clone Jutsu. Fujin closed his eyes as he sensed the movement of chakra through his body. Soon, a wind clone was formed in front of him. Fujin looked at the clone as he observed, "I see. The normal wind clone has yin and yang chakra in equal quantities. However, this clone didn't have the same balance. Instead, it was mainly made of yang chakra." The wind clone nodded at Fujin and looked in the opposite direction. He instantly disappeared and appeared on a boulder around 50 meters away. He placed his palm on the boulder and exploded. Fujin observed the explosion and nodded in satisfaction as he observed, good. The explosion is almost 3 times as strong as what my normal wind clones could do. But, with such an imbalance in yang and yin, this clone should have some limitations. I need to test it. Fujin weaved the hand signs once again and created another wind explosion clone. He followed it up by creating a wind clone and flickered away. The two clones looked at each other. There was no need for any words to be exchanged. Both jumped away from each other. 2 spheres of wind appeared in the hands of the wind clone. He launched both wind explosion spheres at the other clone. The wind explosion clone immediately got out of the way. At the same time, 2 spheres of wind began forming in his hands. However, instead of forming proper spheres, the jutsu collapsed. The wind explosion clone was surprised and looked at his hand while thinking, what the hell? I can't use a simple D-rank jutsu? The wind clone immediately took advantage of the opening and built up his chakra. Wind release, infinite breakthrough jutsu. The wind explosion clone immediately noticed the incoming attack and flickered out of range. He tried making wind explosion spheres again but failed. Fujin observed the fight and realized, I see. Since the balance is so off, the wind explosion clone can't use normal jutsus. More likely, it can only use jutsus that require more yang chakra. I guess the only way to use this clone is to flicker and explode. But, despite this, distinguishing between this and a normal wind clone is quite tough. Once I am able to make this clone without any hand signs, I can confuse my opponents with ease. So the effect would be quite similar to if the clone could use jutsus. As Fujin analyzed, the wind explosion clone couldn't form any jutsu at all. So he gave up and flickered towards the wind clone to self-destruct and make the fight a draw. However, the wind clone immediately flickered away and the two began a game of tag. Fujin watched with a deadpan expression as he thought, I created you two to test out the differences. Why the hell are you two playing tag? He immediately dispelled both the clones and analyzed, making this clone without seals shouldn't be difficult. But I'll leave it for later after I become used to using it. It'll save time. Fujin began weaving hand seals again. Anticipation could be seen in his eyes. Of the jutsus he found, he was the most excited about this jutsu. Wind release, Assassin's Rush Jutsu. Immediately, a high amount of chakra began flowing around Fujin. The chakra was rapidly converted into wind and in an instant, a vast amount of wind was forced behind him. The wind blasted multiple trees behind him and uprooted them. At the same time, Fujin disappeared and traveled in a straight line at a speed far exceeding the speed of wind instantaneous body jutsu. In the blink of an eye, Fujin appeared in front of a boulder. Chakra concentrated in his fist as he punched the boulder. The boulder was instantly blown apart. And a wide grin could be seen on Fujin's face. He analyzed, great speed. Though it uses a lot more chakra than flickering, it will be very domineering in a battle. With practice, I'll be able to sustain the wind longer and even change my direction freely. Combined with my swordplay or Senjutai Jutsu style, it will be extremely lethal. Not to mention, it also prevents any attacks on my back. Alright, I'll master this jutsu right away. Chapter 288, For 1 hour straight, Fujin continuously trained the Assassin's Rush Jutsu. His breathing became heavy as he thought, damn, it's been such a long time since my chakra reserves hit so low. Rank A jutsus are very taxing on chakra. But, it isn't as bad as I thought it'd be. A thoughtful expression appeared on Fujin's face as he thought, I used to think that the more destructive or complicated a jutsu is, the higher ranked it'd be. However, now that doesn't seem to be the case. After all, in terms of pure destructiveness, none of the rank A jutsus I read is anywhere near as destructive as Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu. Instead, it seems like the jutsu is ranked depending on how efficiently it can utilize the yin and yang aspects of the chakra. Though I learnt this jutsu just an hour ago, I have tried it dozens of times. And I don't see any way to optimize it further like I could optimize my rank C and B jutsus. The reason for this is that this jutsu is already optimized to limit. It's the same for Wind Explosion Clone Jutsu. The ratios of the yin and yang chakra were optimized to be what is the most effective. So looking at it from another perspective, when I optimized my jutsus using yin and yang chakra earlier, I was actually increasing their ranks. Or at least bringing them closer to rank A. This is why I directly managed to learn Blade of Wind Jutsu. After all, I had already modified Wind Sword Jutsu enough to replicate the same results as the Blade of Wind Jutsu. I guess the experienced ninjas like Hiruzen and Orochimaru have already completed this process for all or most of their jutsus. It's probably why they don't use a lot of higher ranked jutsus, as their rank B and C jutsus are basically as strong as a rank A jutsu. I guess Renjiro was implying this back then. I thought he was just referring to supercharging jutsus. Fujin concluded, in essence, a rank A jutsu is a pinnacle jutsu that can't be improved any further. As for the S-rank jutsus, they probably can't be explained with this logic. They should be jutsus that either surpasses these limits like Rasen Shuriken or jutsus that are beyond logic like the Dead Demon Consuming Seal. Fujin began walking out of the training ground thinking, anyways, I'm on the right track. No point in thinking about S-rank jutsus for now. Time to meditate until I recover my chakra. A mischievous smile appeared on Fujin's face. His chakra signature transformed as he changed into his Umbu attire with a different mask. He entered Umbu's training in one of the wind training rooms. Within the next 6 hours, he absorbed all energy from the wind crystals in 3 wind training rooms. He left as quietly as he arrived while thinking, looks like maintaining disguise anymore wouldn't be possible. There is no way Hiruzen won't know that it is me. Still, this is fun. I'll keep up the disguise for old time's sake, haha. He left the Umbu headquarters and continued training the Assassin's Rush Jutsu. In the next hour, his chakra ran out once again. However, he had reduced the number of hand seals required to use the jutsu to just 1. Satisfied with his progress, he went out for dinner. Around the same time, an Umbu ninja appeared in Hiruzen's office and reported, Lord Hokage, the energy in wind crystals in 3 wind training rooms suddenly disappeared. As per my estimates, 2 of them should have had around 40% energy while the last one should have had around 75% energy left. Hiruzen's expression immediately went dark. He cursed in his heart, that brat. I knew it. There's no one else as greedy as him. He didn't even wait for 2 days after returning. Hiruzen looked at the Umbu and instructed, it's fine. You don't need to monitor wind training rooms anymore. The Umbu ninja was puzzled. He wondered, why did you make me monitor it for over a year then? And why did the problem suddenly start? And why is your expression so dark? Seeing how dark Hiruzen's face was, the Umbu ninja didn't dare ask any questions and left obediently. Hiruzen angrily thought, how many hundreds of millions of Ryo worth of wind crystals did this brat eat? However, he soon sighed helplessly as he analyzed, but if his speed of absorbing the energy is so high, it means that his talent in wind manipulation has increased even more, which is good for the village. If he can reach S rank, then this is a small cost to pay. I'll turn a blind eye to it. Besides, it's not like I can ask him to stop anyways. Even if I make him admit, I can't do anything to him. And knowing his greedy nature, he'll likely spend months in those rooms until Konoha runs out of wind crystals. For the next couple of days, Fujin repeated the same activities. He made rapid improvements while making Hiruzen's heart ache due to how rapidly he was going through the wind crystals. Finally, on the 4th day, Fujin stood in the training ground. A large amount of chakra appeared on his back. The chakra began converting into wind and blasted backwards with huge force. Fujin was instantly propelled towards the trees. He quickly changed direction without slowing down and navigated through the densely packed trees for a couple of minutes. As he moved, chakra gathered on his right fist. He jumped upwards before changing his direction downwards. The winds propelled him rapidly towards the ground as Fujin punched the ground. Immediately, a loud sound could be heard. A crater with 15 feet radius and 3 feet depth was formed on the ground. At the same time, multiple cracks spread through the ground for dozens of meters. Fujin jumped back on his feet with a grin on his face. He shook his palm as he muttered, "Speed is power." This jutsu amplifies the power of the Senju Taijutsu style even more. However, it hurts like hell. I'll need to mix Iron Skin Jutsu into this as well later on. For now. Fujin rapidly weaved hand seals and slammed his hand on the cracked ground. Wind Release, Geyser Creation Jutsu. Immediately, the air began moving rapidly in the crater and through the cracks in the ground. In a second, sharp winds rushed out of the cracks. At the same time, the sharp winds inside the cracks began widening them. Fujin stopped the jutsu and analyzed. I initially thought that this jutsu would only be useful to kill enemies hiding underground. In the Fourth Great Ninja War, this technique could be used to kill Zetas by thousands if I catch a large number of them underground. But, on second thought, this can be an excellent continuation while using the Senju Taijutsu style. After all, no one would want to take a hit from a chakra-enhanced punch head-on. If I use the chance to punch the ground and release this jutsu, the enemy will be caught completely off guard. It will be a good tactic. But I'll have to learn how to use this jutsu without hand signs as well. Fujin let out a sigh as he thought, I was planning to move on to Fuinjutsu today. Leave it, I'll master this jutsu first. If I'm assigned new Umbu members under me, I'll have to train them. And the initial missions will likely be police duties in the village. I can use that time to learn the seals as well. Fujin continued training. While he trained, Shikaku was busy reading the numerous reports that he kept receiving. He muttered, First IWA moved 500 ninjas to the border with the land of birds and 750 ninjas to the border with the land of bear. In response, Suna deployed 200 ninjas on each of the borders. And in Kumo, many ninjas are moving around. All this confusion over a simple promotion mission. Shikaku was left speechless. He thought, fortunately Suna and IWA haven't moved into those buffer countries. Otherwise, Kumo will move for sure. And this time we won't be able to fool the world and get the Land of Iron to be in the same camp as us. Still, I believe Inoki just got worried due to how many Suna ninjas moved west and took precautionary measures. The matter should cool down after a few weeks as neither intends to start a war. But, if 3 major villages are moving around and we don't move, others will get suspicious. Kumo might think that we are weak or unprepared for war. Meanwhile, Suna will confirm that we were behind those recent events. Shikaku got up and laid a map on his table as he analyzed the actions Konoha should take to come out of this period unharmed. After running a few calculations, he made up his mind and went to Hiruzen's office. Hiruzen looked at Shikaku and immediately realized why he was there. Shikaku said, Lord Hokage, in light of recent events, I have come up with a PLA. Hiruzen cut him off and said, No need to consult me. Just implement what you planned. I have full confidence in your capabilities. Shikaku's expression immediately became dark. Hiruzen knew all about the recent events. However, since Fujin had returned to Konoha, there would be no further hostilities. So the situation would defuse by itself as no one other than Kumo wanted a war. Shikaku obviously realized Hiruzen's thought process. His face was dark because Hiruzen threw all the work on his shoulders. He nodded and left the room. Later that day, 500 ninjas left Konoha and moved towards the border with the Land of Grass. They had strict orders to not enter it. At the same time, smaller squads sneakily left Konoha one by one. In 3 days, around 1,200 ninjas had left Konoha this way. They all met up at the assigned location for Kakashi to take control of this army. They stay hidden while preparing for war. However, Shikaku arranged for Kakashi to drop hints of their movements. In a few days, all the major villages became aware of a large Konoha force wandering around their borders with the Land of Hot Water. Chapter 289. By the time the Konoha ninjas were deployed outside the village, Fujin had managed to perform the geyser creation jutsu without the use of hand signs. Satisfied with his progress, Fujin decided to move his attention to Fuinjutsu. He returned to his basement and created a shadow clone which dispelled itself instantly. The shadow clone that was in the library immediately received the message. He packed the scrolls and placed them back and dispelled himself. Fujin received memories and began analyzing. During the last week, Fujin left one clone in the library to plan out the order in which he should learn the seals. He didn't have clones working actively on the seal as training Ranka Jutsus was very straining on his chakra. He could barely train for an hour straight with all his chakra. A frown formed on Fujin's face as he realized the 4-symbol seal is too complicated. I won't be able to learn it right now. In fact, most of the top seals are very complicated. I will have to start with the easier seals. It's fine though. I still have a lot of time. Fujin planned for a couple of minutes and decided, using too many clones to learn the seals will be redundant. I'll leave some chakra with me and meditate in the wind training room. As long as none of my clones is dispelled, I won't be disturbed and can meditate in peace. Fujin created a shadow clone with 70% of his max chakra. The clone used multi-shadow clone jutsu to equally divide his chakra into 60 clones. They began practicing the seals while Fujin left his house and moved towards the Umbu training facilities. In a remote location in the desert, a camp was set up. A dozen similar camps were set up in the desert. However, this camp was special as it housed one of the 5 Kages in the world. A messenger ran into Raza's tent and reported, Lord Kazekage. 500 ninjas have left Konoha and appeared on the eastern border of the Land of Grass. IWA reciprocated and deployed 500 ninjas on the western border of the Land of Grass. And Iwa's ninjas still haven't entered the Land of Birds or Bear. A frown formed on Raza's face. He thought, what the hell is happening? I first thought that this was done by Konoha. But when IWA moved, I felt that I could have been wrong. But IWA didn't invade us and instead, Konoha assisted us. How do I make sense of this situation? He thought for a bit but couldn't come to any conclusion. Finally, he instructed, have Goza deploy more spies in the Land of Grass. If Konoha and IWA have allied, then this might be a trick to fool us. Is there any news from Seijo? The messenger shook his head and answered, no. He hasn't even seen the shadow of the culprit. It's as if he has disappeared from the desert. Raza snorted and instructed, where will he disappear? Ask him to keep searching. The messenger replied, yes, Lord Kazekage, but there is another news. It's just that we haven't confirmed it yet. Some spies reported that Hatake Kakashi is leading a 1,200-strong ninja army and conducting military drills near their border with the Land of Hot Water. So some council members think that he has already left. Raza frowned and furrowed his eyebrows. Once again, he received information that didn't make any sense. Shikaku couldn't guess that Suna would put the blame on Kakashi's head. If he did, he'd have kept Kakashi hidden to keep Suna occupied in the west. After thinking for a bit, Raza said, it is likely a trick by Konoha to make us drop our guard. Since it isn't confirmed, Konoha probably made someone use transformation jutsu. Let Seijo keep doing his work. The messenger nodded and left. For the next 3 weeks, Suna kept scouring the desert and for obvious reasons, they didn't find Kakashi there. However, in these 3 weeks, they stabilized the situation in the west. Though there was still resentment against them, law and order was maintained and common people were assured of their safety. However, the political situation still got worse as Toshio's family reached Wind Capital and complained about the events in Shankudo. Around the same time, IWA and Kumo received some details about the events in the western regions of the Land of Wind. Anoki relaxed as it meant that no war would happen, while I was upset for the same reason. Regardless, the tensions died down as everyone realized that no war would happen. However, both countries raised their guard against Konoha as they were the only suspects. Neither IWA nor Kumo wanted to deal with such a headache. So they provided additional security to their nobles and increased the number of patrol units. At the same time, Suna began plotting their revenge and started what would be a long game of shogi with Shikaku. In these 3 weeks, Fujin practiced Fuinjutsu for more than 12 hours every day with 60 shadow clones while he spent a similar amount of time meditating in the elemental training rooms. Finally, he received a message asking to visit Hiruzen's office. Fujin thought, it's almost a month since I came back. Did they find suitable subordinates for me? But, why did the messenger ask me to appear in the normal mission outfit instead of Anbu uniform? Fujin stopped his morning workout and went to Hiruzen's office. On entering, he saw a bunch of civilian officials along with Shikaku, Choza, and Hamura in the room. Hiruzen saw Fujin and said, Fujin, you'll be accompanying me on a mission to the land of tea. Wait outside for a while. Fujin furrowed his eyebrows as he wondered, accompanying him on a mission? Is this supposed to be a rank S mission? He nodded and waited outside the room. Shikaku looked at Fujin and wondered, why did Lord Hokage ask Fujin to follow him on this mission? He looked at Hiruzen as a thought appeared in his head, does he intend to groom him like Kakashi for the Hokage position? I can see why considering his performance on the previous mission. But, he's still too young. Hamura also looked at Fujin and thought, so this is the kid that Hiruzen refused to give to Danzo. I wonder what's special about him. Hiruzen hadn't mentioned Fujin's achievements in the land of wind to anyone. So no one apart from him and Shikaku knew. Though Danzo, Hamura and Koharu had questions and doubts after the recent event, Hiruzen feigned ignorance and pushed the blame on IWA. Inside the room, discussions continued for another half an hour. Finally, the civilian officials left. A few minutes later, Hiruzen left as well. He was followed by Choza, Hamura, and his Anbu guards. Hiruzen looked at Fujin and said, come with me. Fujin followed him. The group of 8 left the village and began traveling to the south. Hiruzen informed Fujin, we are going to the land of tea to discuss some trade-related matters as well as some cooperation. You don't have to do anything, just pay proper attention in the meeting. Fujin was confused. He tilted his head and asked, what will I observe in a trade-related meeting? Fujin's first thought was that Hiruzen knew that someone would ambush him. But he immediately dismissed that idea. Despite his age, Hiruzen was one of the strongest ninjas in the world. Why would he need Fujin's protection? He wondered, is he planning on burning some city and needs an assist from my wind jutsu? Hiruzen replied, just pay proper attention. I'll tell you later. Fujin said, all right. The group traveled through the vast forests rapidly. Fujin was a bit surprised that Hamura was able to keep up with ease. He looked at him from the corner of his eye and thought, looks like despite his age, he has retained a good part of his strength. I wonder why he and Koharu never fought in the original story. Be it Orochimaru's attack, Pain's attack, or the Fourth Great Ninja War, they didn't participate in any fight despite being available. I don't recall properly, but I think they didn't fight even when Kurama rampaged inside Konoha. At the same time, Hamura also sized up Fujin. He observed, not bad. Despite traveling with Hiruzen, he hasn't put his guard down and is prepared for any ambush. His chakra isn't bad either. It's at the Jounin level at such a young age. However, I can sense that he is hiding a portion of his chakra. So I can't be sure yet. Still, it shouldn't be much higher. But, why does Hiruzen want to make him a negotiator? Chapter 290, The journey to the land of tea took a couple of days. Hiruzen made a lot of small talk on the way to inspire Fujin and his Anbu guards. Fujin took the opportunity to interact with Choza as he thought, Akimichi clan's body size manipulation is part of Yang release. Though it's unrealistic to get the methods of learning the jutsu from him in just this journey, there is no harm in creating a good relationship with him. After all, he is the only one from the Ino Shikacho trio to live after the Fourth Great Ninja War. And if in the future my reputation becomes as good as Hiruzen's, I could try to ask him for it. The next afternoon, the group from Konoha arrived at Digarashi port in the land of tea without any incident along the way. However, Fujin was surprised when they arrived outside the gates of the village. Every major noble in the city was standing at the entrance of the gate. In fact, even the daimyo of the country was present. Fujin had made multiple trips to this country as an Anbu ninja in the last couple of years. so he easily identified most of the nobles and ministers waiting at the gates. Fujin peeked inside to see the sides of roads packed with spectators. Fujin thought, I didn't think I'd underestimate how much influence this old fox still has. The daimyo of the land of tea stepped forward and cordially greeted, Lord Hokage, it's good to see that you are still hale and hearty. Hiruzen smiled and replied, it's great to see that you are doing well too, Lord Daimyo. While the two exchanged pleasantries, two people walked to the sides of Daimyo. Hiruzen looked at one of them and said with a smile, Jirochi, are you doing well? Wasabi Jirochi bowed slightly and answered with a smile, I have been well, Lord Hokage. All thanks due to how efficiently Konoha carries out the missions. As he spoke, the face of the other man fell. However, he quickly hid it behind a fake smile and greeted Hiruzen politely. Hiruzen looked at him and thought, so he is the one who wants to take over Daigoroshi Port from the Wasabi family? Hiruzen just nodded and began talking with the daimyo. Wagarashi Kuroku controlled his anger and didn't say anything disrespectful. One of the missions that Jirochi referred to cost him more than 90% of his forces and over 50% of his wealth. After that, he lost his ability to create trouble for the Wasabi family. He had still not recovered from the blow that 5 squads sent by Hiruzen had dealt the Wagarashi family when they dared to enter the Land of Fire to eliminate Wasabi Daichi. Having learned his lesson, he had no intention of openly opposing Hiruzen. If it wasn't for ensuring his own benefits, he wouldn't even have shown up there. A/N, the first rank A mission of Team Renjiro. CHP 67-75. As they talked, the Tea Daimyo and Hiruzen walked into the village. Jirochi, Kuroku, the nobles, ministers, and the Konoha ninjas followed them. As they walked, Fujin noticed a lot of curious gazes from the people that crowded both sides of the road. Some cheered, but most just watched casually. He wondered, are they really so curious to see a Kage, or did the daimyo arrange them here to create a favorable image of the citizens on Hiruzen? We are here for trade discussions after all. The 4 Umbu ninjas had all their attention on the crowd in case any assassin was hidden. Hamura, Choza, and Fujin weren't much concerned about this and just casually walked. The crowds thinned as they reached closer to the daimyo's palace. After entering, they were led into the grand hall inside the palace. The hall had several old and expensive artifacts. It had a large circular table at the center which was adorned with elegant tapestries and exquisite tea sets. Hiruzen took his seat while the tea daimyo sat opposite him. Jirochi and Kuroku sat next to the daimyo. The ministers of the daimyo and other nobles occupied seats next to them. Meanwhile, Hamura sat to Hiruzen's right while Choza sat to his left. The Umbu stood behind Hiruzen while Fujin stood awkwardly thinking, should I take a seat or stand along with the Umbu? Hamura was one of 3 village elders while Choza was a clan leader. Meanwhile, Fujin was just an orphan who was in the Umbu. Though he had gained a lot of strength, most of it was known to very few people. In addition, Hiruzen hadn't given him any purpose on this mission. Hiruzen looked at Fujin and said, take a seat as well, Fujin. Fujin nodded and sat next to Chozo while thinking, in the last mission, Shikaka didn't give me any specific instructions. Though I wasn't interested in knowing the aftermath, I'm sure the last month would have been hell for him. I'm surprised that Hiruzen still didn't give me any instructions. At the same time, the eyes of the daimyo and the nobles fell on Fujin. They were surprised that Hiruzen asked someone so young to sit alongside the 3 of them. The daimyo looked at Fujin and thought, to bring someone so young here. Is Hiruzen planning something? Regardless, this young man must be someone worthy of keeping an eye on. Hiruzen looked at his Umbu guards who nodded in response and disappeared. The faces of the few ninjas in the daimyo's camp got serious. Only a few of them managed to see how the Umbu guards hid themselves. Soon, a bunch of servants appeared and served delicious warm food with great fragrance on the table. The daimyo said with a smile, I know you are very busy, Lord Hokage. So I decided to arrange for lunch while we discuss a trade deal. Hiruzen smiled and replied, that is very thoughtful of you, Lord Daimyo. The servants served all the food and left. Soon, the doors to the grand hall were closed. The tea daimyo asked, "So, shall we start the discussion, Lord Hokage?" Hiruzen nodded and said, "Yes. We received multiple requests from you. So you can begin, Lord Daimyo." The tea daimyo said, "All right, Lord Hokage. As you know, there is a civil war happening in the Land of Water. Due to this, many ninjas are fleeing away. Unfortunately, instead of living peacefully, most have resorted to banditry. Though our major cities are safe, they cause great harm to small villages. When we send missions to Konoha to eliminate them, it generally takes around a week for any squads to come here. And in the last month, the delay has been even longer. This causes unnecessary loss of life and property. So my request is for you to establish a small military outpost in the Land of Tea. At least until the chaos caused by the civil war in the Land of Water is settled. Until last month, the tea daimyo was fine with the 1-week delay. However, due to the sudden buildup of tension between the 4 major villages, the villages reduced the number of missions they accepted drastically. Shikaku had deployed 1,700 ninjas within a few days to deter other countries and was showing that the other troops were being prepared as well. So Konoha was quite short on manpower as well. A frown formed on Hamura's face as he said, "Lord Daimyo, that won't be possible. After all, if anyone has any enmity with Konoha, they might attack these ninjas instead of trying to attack in the Land of Fire. So it will be very dangerous for our ninjas." Hiruzen and Choza maintained their silence while Fujin just watched carefully. He was interested in seeing how they would negotiate. The daimyo said, "We can host them in big cities that are well protected. So they won't be in any danger normally. The only time their lives will be at risk is during the missions. But that would be true in any case." Hamura shook his head and said, "That isn't the same. We study every mission properly and then assign squads with the necessary strength to complete the mission safely. If we don't, then the number of deaths will be very high." Hamura's words caused the daimyo to fall silent. After all, he was putting the Konoha ninjas at risk. He couldn't force this matter. Jirochi said, "Lord Hokage, there is something that you can do. What if we consider every mission as rank A?" Kuroku snorted and asked, "Do you know how expensive that would be?" Jirochi immediately replied, "How can money be compared to the lives of our citizens? If needed, I can contribute my family's wealth for this purpose as well." Kuroku was surprised. At the same time, he was elated. He thought, "This is great. If he wastes all his money here, then I can catch up with his family and strength within 2 to 3 years. He immediately became quiet and let Jirochi commit a blunder. Since the opposite party was willing to pay, Hamura became silent and looked at Hiruzen. The entire room paid attention to what his decision would be. Chapter 291, Hiruzen stayed silent for a minute. The silence made the nobles from the Land of Tea nervous. Fujin noticed it and thought, "I remember that in my previous world, some politicians used to have long silences in their speeches. Looks like it is quite an effective tool here as well." Finally, Hiruzen said, "It isn't a matter of money. However, I can't ignore the suffering of the people here. I'll deploy an elite jounin along with 4 dozen ninjas at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Tea on the coast. You can issue your missions to them. That will reduce the journey time from a week to 1 or 2 days, which wouldn't be much longer than deploying ninjas in this or any other city. However, you will have to pay an appropriate cost for this." Jirochi asked, "What is the cost, Lord Hokage?" Kuroku snickered in his mind as he thought, "Great. Take all the fool's money away." Hiruzen maintained another few seconds of silence and said, "I'll need 400 fire crystals and 400 wind crystals every year that we deploy the ninjas here." Hiruzen's request surprised all the people from the Land of Tea. Choza and Hamura already knew that Hiruzen would ask this. It was the main reason why they accompanied him. However, Fujin was surprised. He quickly looked at Hiruzen as his left eye twitched and thought, "Don't tell me. He brought me all the way here to tell me that he knows I'm using the wind crystals and he wants me to decrease the rate of using them because Konoha is running out of them?" Hiruzen noticed Fujin's gaze but didn't look back at him. He thought, though this isn't the main purpose of bringing him here, it is a nice bonus. He should be smart enough to notice the hidden message. It'd be great for the village if he doesn't consume them at such a ferocious speed. Fujin's initial consumption speed was already giving Hiruzen headaches. However, in the last month, Fujin focused a lot on meditating there. Due to this, his rate of consumption increased several times. In the last month alone, he had consumed the energy in around 80 wind crystals by himself. Fujin immediately removed that thought from his head and analyzed, no, how can the great Grand Hokage ask a young and promising ninja to reduce using wind crystals? I feel ashamed of thinking so little of the leader of my village. I'm sure that he brought me here to tell me that no matter how many wind crystals I use, he has my back. Even if Konoha runs out of wind crystals, he will visit smaller neighboring countries and ask them for wind crystals. This way, I can keep absorbing their energy without worrying that the village might run out of them. Sigh, he is such a great guy. Going up to such lengths to reassure the younger generation. I'll work hard and absorb energy from more and more crystals to repay his faith in me. It's a shame that shadow clones can't absorb this energy. Otherwise, I'd have repaid all faith. Fujin looked at Hiruzen again with a smile on his face as he concluded, it doesn't matter what anyone says. The third Hokage is the most magnanimous person in the world. Hiruzen would have noticed Fujin's smile normally and sensed that something was wrong. However, his attention was gained by Kuroku, who spoke loudly, how can we do that, Lord Hokage? Those crystals are meant for training our own ninjas. If we give them away, the strength of our ninjas would drop. Kuroku was enraged. He didn't mind Jirochi wasting his wealth. But the elemental crystals were important to him. He was buying as many as he could by bribing the ministers. Hamura retorted, no amount of elemental crystals can help you train an elite Jounin. The cost is far lesser than what the Kirirogues will inflict upon you. Hamura's words caused silence to spread among the nobles. However, Kuroku was unresigned. He said, that isn't the same. There is no way we see a. He was interrupted by the Daimyo, Kuroku, stay quiet. Kuroku immediately went quiet. Though he was influential, his influence was nothing when compared to the Daimyo's power. The Daimyo looked at Hiruzen and requested, please understand our difficulties. Hiruzen replied, I understand your difficulties, Lord Daimyo. However, Hamura's words are right. Still, I don't want to reduce the strength of your ninjas. So in order to compensate for the loss, I'll allow some of your ninjas to visit the base Konoha will establish at our border and receive training from our experienced ninjas. This would be far more beneficial for your ninjas. Hiruzen's proposal excited all the officials. If they could have ninjas from their families or factions trained under capable ninjas from Konoha, their standings and influence would improve substantially in the land of tea. Many nobles immediately said that it would be a good thing for the country. Kuroku frowned as he thought, if Konoha gives preference to training ninjas from the Wasabi family, then we will be at a disadvantage. But everyone should have the same worry. I'll use it to suppress him later. Kuroku decided against opposing the idea as most of the nobles were in favor of it. The daimyo had the same worry. Though he had good relations with Konoha, it could be dangerous to his position if the Wasabi family's influence rose without any restraints. He asked, how will you decide which ninjas to train? Hiruzen replied, you can choose which ninjas to send. The number of ninjas and the duration of training will be decided by the elite Jounin we send to the new post. The daimyo was relieved. He nodded and said, all right, but I still have one issue. I can pay you 400 fire and wind crystals each for the first year as we have some stock. But I can't sustain it for every year after that. I can only pay 100 fire and wind crystals each. Hiruzen already knew that they wouldn't be able to do that. He said, that's too low. But understanding your difficulties, how about you pay me 200 fire and wind crystals each from the second year? The daimyo thought for a bit and said, that's reasonable. Let's do this deal, Lord Hokage. The tea daimyo's limit was 230 crystals. He willingly agreed. Choza said, in addition, we would also like to discuss additional imports of herbs from your country and some discounts on the tea you sell. Jirochi smiled and said, all right, but our population needs additional meat and some other food items. They immediately began negotiating for discounts on both sides. Fujin watched with interest as both sides negotiated for benefits non-stop shamelessly. The officials from the Land of Tea were unwilling to offer discounts on tea until Hamura pointed out that they have eliminated almost all bandit groups from the Land of Fire and that the new post could slowly bring the same change in the Land of Tea. So their business won't be as risky anymore. Fujin was especially impressed by Hamura's expertise at negotiating without any shame. He thought, looks like all of Hiruzen's friends are as shameless as him. No wonder they never fight. Why bother fighting and risking your life when the younger generation is willing to do that enthusiastically? I wonder if this is why Jiraiya doesn't want to be the Hokage. Still, negotiating seems fun. Never thought I'd enjoy seeing it. It's kind of the way I kept bugging Hiruzen and Renjiro for stronger jutsus. I wonder if Hiruzen brought me along to show that my shamelessness is still not enough and for me to take inspiration from Hamura and these nobles and ministers. That said, I wonder if the legendary Talk no Jutsu would work during negotiation between shameless politicians. After a long discussion, the Land of Tea agreed to export multiple rare herbs to Konoha. They even agreed to a 5% discount on it as Konoha would buy them in bulk. In addition, they agreed to an 18% discount on their tea exports. As for Konoha, they agreed to a 7% discount on the meat and food items exported to the Land of Tea and agreed to increase it to 12% after the bandit groups in the Land of Tea were eliminated. After some more discussion about smaller matters, the meeting finally ended. Hiruzen and Hamura exchanged glances. Both were satisfied with the outcome. As usual, Hamura acted as an aggressive negotiator while Hiruzen acted as a peaceful and empathic negotiator. The officials from the Land of Tea were also satisfied with the results. The meeting concluded with a toast, a symbol of unity and cooperation between the Land of Tea and Konoha. After exchanging pleasantries and bidding farewells, the Konoha group left as quickly as they came. However, the discussions in the Grand Hall weren't over. Instead, they were just about to get very intense. And unlike the discussion so far, it would be extremely unfair to one person. Chapter 292. As soon as the Konoha ninjas left, the nobles and the ministers exchanged glances. Without exchanging any words, a scheme was formed in mere seconds. Kuroku said, Lord Daimyo, we need to decide on the distribution of the ninjas that will be sent for training. And we also need to decide who will bear the cost of the elemental crystals we have to give. Since Jirochi agreed to pay Konoha out of his own pockets, I say we should let him bear the majority of the cost. Kuroku was immediately supported by the ministers that were bribed by him and other nobles. After all, if Jirochi paid, it'd mean that they would have to pay less. Jirochi was immediately put under pressure. He was disgusted by their actions. However, he stood by his morals and said, Lord Daimyo, I'm willing to contribute to the safety of our citizens. The tea daimyo nodded. He was worried about Jirochi using Konoha to increase his own influence. He said, it won't be fair for you to pay the majority cost. However, since you were the one to put forth the proposal and offered to pay, I won't reject it. But making you pay the majority share won't be fair. I'll contribute 25% of the funds needed for this and you do the same. The other nobles will contribute the remaining 50% equally. As for the ninjas, we will wait for Konoha to send the details. I will allow everyone to send an equal number of ninjas. But since the Wasabi family is paying more, they will get the first choice. Does anyone have an objection to it? Kuroku was surprised. He wasn't expecting Jirochi to go along with what he said. And he didn't expect the daimyo to agree to his words. Though Jirochi only had to pay 25%, it would still be many times more than what he would pay. In addition, Jirochi only received the first preference. This implied that he would at most get to send one more ninja than the rest of the nobles. so he received nothing despite paying more. He was elated as he realized, this is a great opportunity. Since I helped the other nobles save a lot of money, they will owe me a favor. I'll use these favors to secure control of Degarashi port in the future. But, I'll have to be careful of Jirochi. He could sway public opinion in his favor by spreading the fact that he contributed the most to public safety. As soon as I leave, I'll begin spreading rumors that Jirochi offered Konoha the money of this country and paid them several times what we got in return. Though not true, I'm sure every other noble will cooperate with me. Though the daimyo can clear his name, Jirochi would gain no benefit from spending so much money here. Kuroku and the rest immediately agreed. The group discussed a bit more and left. As they left, the daimyo looked at Kuroku's back and thought, this guy is good. Having bribed so many of my ministers, he could corner Jirochi despite having much lesser influence overall. The daimyo shook his head and concluded, unfortunately, he is too short-sighted. The Wasabi family is backed by Konoha. They won't allow Degarashi port to switch hands. If he truly threatens the Wasabi family's position, Konoha will eliminate him or make me take action. Oh well, until that time, I can make good use of him. While the officials of the Land of Tea were discussing, the Konoha's group was traveling rapidly across the country. Their next target was the Land of Noodles. Hiruzen looked at Fujin and asked, Fujin, what did you observe during the negotiations? Fujin almost replied involuntarily that everyone sitting in a position of power is extremely shameless. Fortunately, he controlled himself and answered, we have to work very hard to secure benefits for our citizens. Hiruzen nodded and said, yes. But that's not what I'm talking about. Analyze our actions and words during the meeting. Tell me why we did what we did and their consequences. Fujin fell into thought while Hamura and Choza looked at him. Both were surprised at how openly Hiruzen intended to groom Fujin. After thinking for a while, Fujin answered, Konoha is a lot stronger than the Land of Tea and we are the only country that has a land border with them. So we were in a position of power in this meeting. However, since our relations are very good, we couldn't be very forceful. Fujin turned his eyes towards Hamura and said, I guess Elder Hamura came along to act as the bad cop while you played the good cop to get what Konoha wants. Though I'm pretty sure that they could see through this act, just that they didn't dare to say it out loud. Hamura's eyes widened as he looked at Fujin in surprise. He was impressed with Fujin's analysis but felt that it was nothing extraordinary until he heard the last sentence. He thought he could see through their acting? Fujin continued, you used the opportunity provided by the unstable conditions due to the civil war and probably something that happened in the last month due to which we weren't able to accept the missions in time to get the elemental crystals. Since the daimyo agreed so easily, you should have calculated how much stock he had. As for the yearly payments, what you expected should have been under 200 each. I guess that the situation in the country is quite bad due to which the daimyo didn't negotiate a lot. As for the tea and herbs discount, I guess you want to take advantage of safer traveling conditions to save some money. Hiruzen nodded and replied, good analysis. Especially the deterrence part. It's the advantage that we get due to being strong. Other countries will act carefully in order to not provoke us. As for the elemental crystals, my lower limit was 150 of each. If I didn't offer the daimyo to train their ninjas, he would have probably bargained down to this number. However, you are completely right about the tea and the herbs negotiations. Those safer traveling conditions allowed us the ability to propose that. The main reason for doing it was to mask the elemental crystal deal that we did. That is why Choza accompanied me on this journey. Fujin thought for a bit and asked, the other major villages might take action if we openly gain the elemental crystals? Hiruzen nodded and answered, yes. While elemental crystals aren't very useful for someone at my level, it is quite useful for young ninjas at the Chunin level. Though they won't start a war over this, they would do something similar and get the elemental crystals assigned to their neighboring villages forcefully. In addition, it would also expose that we are spending a lot on our military. So other villages will also openly build their armies and we will progress towards the Fourth Great Ninja War. Fujin nodded and replied, that makes sense. He thought, in the last month I noticed that the effect of the wind crystals on me is reducing slowly. If I keep consuming them at this rate, their effect would be negligible after around half a year. Or rather, it'd be more appropriate to say that I need a lot more wind crystals in order to have some improvements. But, if my speed of absorbing the energy doesn't increase, then it'll take months of meditation to make small gains. Definitely not worth the time or cost it'd take. However, Fujin had one confusion. He looked at Hiruzen and wondered, why is he teaching me how negotiations happen? Hiruzen noticed Fujin's look and asked, are you wondering why I am explaining to you how negotiations happen? Fujin nodded. Hiruzen chuckled and said, I want you to be responsible for Konoha's negotiation in the future. Fujin was surprised. He asked, isn't it the Hokage's job to negotiate? Also, I have no experience in this. Hiruzen replied, not really. Any of the elders can negotiate in my absence. So can Shikaku as the Jounin commander. As for the experience, don't worry about it. I'll be taking you along to all the negotiation meetings from now on. We will be heading to the land of noodles next. Just like the land of tea, we have good relations with them as well. So the discussion will probably go similarly. However, since they are a newer and smaller country, the amount of elemental crystals with them will be lesser. Just observe once again and understand how the negotiations go better. A month later, we will go to negotiate with the land of river and the land of grass. Our relationship with them, though good, isn't as good as these two countries. So the negotiations will be tougher. During those negotiations, you are allowed to speak if you feel that it'll benefit the village. Hamura was surprised once again. He looked at Hiruzen and thought, he has permission to speak after just 2 meetings? Sensei took us to several meetings for over 2 years before allowing us to speak. Why is Hiruzen being so impatient? Chapter 293, Before Fujin could nod, Hamura objected, that won't be appropriate, Hiruzen. Wouldn't we suffer a loss if he speaks something that is incorrect? Though I am impressed by his analytical ability, he needs to be a part of a lot more such meetings before allowing him that right. Fujin looked at Hamura. He wasn't offended as he completely agreed with his analysis. Choza silently agreed with him as well. Hamura looked back at Fujin and thought, I was even going to mention that he isn't strong enough to be given such a responsibility. But that might be demotivating for the young kid. Besides, Hiruzen should have enough confidence in his talent if he is giving him such a responsibility. However, Hiruzen dismissed his worries and said, it's fine. After all, we old fellows can handle it if he messes up. You don't need to worry about failure, Fujin. Just do what you think is the best. Fujin nodded and replied, all right. I'll try my best to not disappoint you and get more benefits for our village. However, he couldn't help but feel that something was off. He wondered, why is he in such a rush? I know that he isn't dying. Is Konoha short on capable diplomats? That shouldn't be the case, as Konoha is the best at diplomacy as long as it doesn't involve Kumo. Don't tell me that he just doesn't want to leave me alone in the village when he is touring outside. No, that shouldn't be the case. After all, if I mess up, the potential costs will likely be much higher than the few wind crystals I use up. I guess he really wants me to become a good negotiator. Though it'll take away some of my training time, it's fine. This seems fun and will be a good way to take a few breaks. Just like Fujin, Hamura was confused as well. He wondered, why is Hiruzen pushing him so much? Even though we are old, the younger generation still has Kakashi, who is very smart at such things. And there is still Shikaku and Jiraiya who could help him out. Hiruzen smiled on hearing Fujin's reply and said, good. Hiruzen knew that Hamura would be confused, but he didn't care much. After all, Hamura had rarely interacted with Fujin. He thought, my student's generation was almost wiped out by the 2 great wars. The ones who survived died during Kyuubi's rampage. Though Minato's generation produced a few decent elite Jounins, no one other than Minato and the clan leaders showed any interest in politics and diplomacy. While Kakashi is smart and takes responsibility when necessary, he had a very upright upbringing. First under Tsukumo's care and then under Minato's tutelage. He doesn't have the same selfishness and greediness that Fujin possesses. In the future, even if Kakashi becomes the Hokage, Fujin should be the one responsible for leading Konoha's negotiations. Of course, it'd be great if Shikaku or Jiraiya aided Kakashi. Unfortunately, I don't see either of them willing to travel to foreign countries unless there is no other option. So I'll have to guide Fujin and have him prepared for this task before the next big war starts. As for Fujin's strength, Hiruzen didn't even bother considering it. After all, unlike Hamura, he was quite aware of the reason behind Suna's headaches. The group rested the night at one of Konoha's patrol camps and traveled to the Land of Noodles the next morning. Just like in the Degarashi port, the daimyo and a few nobles were waiting for Hiruzen's arrival. However, the old daimyo had retired and passed the seat to his son. The new daimyo immediately greeted Hiruzen respectfully and enthusiastically. But before he could speak more, his eyes landed on Fujin. His eyes sparkled immediately and he exclaimed, "Fujin, it is good to see you again. Have you considered my offer?" Fujin looked at the new daimyo in surprise as long-forgotten memories slowly resurfaced. He thought, ugh, I almost forgot about him. I had only politely said that I'd consider it. Did he not get the message? Or did he get infected by shamelessness after inheriting the seat? Hiruzen and Hamura were puzzled. Hiruzen asked, "What offer, Lord Daimyo?" Chikara looked back at Hiruzen and said, "A few years ago, Fujin and his squad had helped our country to come out unscathed from a disastrous situation. I was so impressed by his performance that I invited him to join my guardian team." Hiruzen replied, "Oh." He looked at Fujin and recalled, "I recall Tamatsu leading a mission here. But I don't recall him saying this. Did Fujin decide to create external relations for some reason?" He looked back at Chikara and said with a smile on his face, "Unfortunately I can't let Fujin go as of now. But, I have many capable ninjas under me. I'll assign one to serve as your guardian." Chikara was immediately in an awkward position. He wanted Fujin, not any other ninja. And if Hiruzen sent a ninja by his own will, Chikara wouldn't be able to trust that ninja. Especially if he decided to make some moves that were unfavorable for Hiruzen. Unfortunately, he couldn't reject Hiruzen directly. He cursed in his mind, "I messed up. I should have kept my calm. The boy doesn't even want to join my guardian team. I just got excited as he came here just a few weeks after I took over." Hiruzen maintained a kind smile. He obviously wouldn't let Fujin waste time here. However, this was too good of an opportunity. He could openly put a pawn in the daimyo's court. And even if he was rejected, Chikara would be very passive during the negotiations and he will try to compensate him for declining him earlier. Fujin noticed Hiruzen's purpose as well. He sighed in relief as he thought, "For once I'm thankful for how crafty this old fox is. I was afraid that I'd be put in an awkward position. Though I could refuse, it would have put us in a passive position. Now the situation is completely reversed." Chikara smiled and replied, "Thanks for the generous offer, Lord Hokage. I will be grateful to receive your help. However, let's discuss this later. Come, let's enjoy the feast that my chefs have created for us." He quickly guided the Konoha ninjas in his mansion as he thought, "I'll have to consult father on this issue. I can't afford to offend him just after becoming the daimyo." Once again, they had similar discussions along with a lavish lunch that had a large variety of noodle dishes. After a couple of hours of discussion, Konoha agreed to create a similar outpost on the border with the Land of Noodles. However, instead of an elite jounin, the outpost would be overlooked by a veteran jounin. In exchange, the Land of Noodles agreed to supply 125 fire and wind crystals each and 50 of them every year after it until the situation calmed down. In addition, they also agreed to sell noodles at a discount in exchange for discounted meat imports from Konoha. But, the biggest gain for Konoha was something else. Chikara informed the details of Hiruzen's offer to his father. The old daimyo sighed knowing the error his son made. He instructed, "It's fine. You don't have any threat from Hiruzen. But ask for someone who is young, preferably under 20. And say that he shouldn't have been a part of any black ops. In addition, stay on guard when with him. Especially if you plan on doing anything against Konoha's interest." Chikara's father was well aware of Danzo's reputation. He trusted Hiruzen but had no intention of letting his son's life be in Danzo's hands. Though he wouldn't be able to verify whether the ninja was in the Anbu or not, he knew that Hiruzen would receive the message. Chikara nodded. He put the same conditions to Hiruzen, who agreed immediately. With all the matters settled, the Konoha ninjas bid farewell and left. While they were back on their way to Konoha, Hiruzen looked at Fujin and asked in a teasing tone, "I wasn't aware that you had a job offer from a daimyo. Why didn't you tell me, Fujin?" Fujin shrugged and replied, "It was years ago. I completely forgot about it until I saw him again. Besides, I thought that Tomatsu reported it to you." Hiruzen replied, "So Tomatsu knew as well? Weird that he forgot to report to me. Else I'd have remembered." Fujin looked back at him and said, "Well, probably for the best. We did gain a huge advantage today." Hiruzen nodded. However, Hamura thought, "Yeah, because we were lucky. It'd have gone a lot smoother if it was reported." Hiruzen began discussing the negotiations with Fujin and gave him more tips. This continued until late at night when they finally stopped in one of the newly created patrol camps in the Land of Fire. Post the Uchiha massacre, Shikaku had ordered the construction of several patrol camps deep within the Land of Fire. These camps weren't meant to patrol the borders. Instead, they patrolled important routes and at times went on random paths to patrol more thoroughly. The group from Konoha stayed here to have a peaceful sleep. However, the night wouldn't be a peaceful one. Chapter 294. The ninjas in the patrol camp were very respectful towards Hiruzen, Hamura, and Choza. Since Fujin was with them, he received the same treatment. They immediately made the best arrangements for everyone. While eating dinner, Fujin thought, the normal food tastes kinda bland after enjoying 2 exquisite feasts. Oh well, at least it's much better than my cooking. Like Fujin, everyone ate dinner. Hiruzen even praised the cook and told some stories over the dinner to reignite the will of fire in everyone. Finally, the group went to sleep in the small camp. The ninjas in the patrol camp guarded the camp with a lot of enthusiasm. After all, their beloved Hokage was resting in it. At the same time, a dozen kilometers away, 6 ninjas were hiding in the forest. They were surrounded by thick forest cover as they sat around a map that was laid on the floor. One of the ninjas asked authoritatively, "Are you sure that the intel is accurate, Naomasa?" Naomasa replied, "Yes, Hideyoshi-sama. According to our intel, Konoha has established a new patrol camp here." Hideyoshi took another long look at the map. After a couple of minutes, he said, "Good. Let's move closer. We will destroy the camp before continuing our journey." His words shocked the group. One ninja immediately said, "But Hideyoshi-sama, our target isn't this camp. Why don't we just go around the camp and avoid it? It would be troublesome if Konoha begins hunting us." Hideyoshi looked at that ninja and asked, "Kaname, are you the leader, or am I?" Kaname immediately became nervous and said, "It's you. I am just worried that if they have any Hyuga or censor, then we will be sensed and our mission will have to be abandoned." Hideyoshi scoffed and replied, "You don't need to be worried about it. With me here, they won't have any opportunity to report us. Besides, I doubt a random patrol outpost will have a better censor than Naomasa." Kaname sighed secretly as he thought, getting promoted to elite Jounin has inflated his ego even more. Though Konoha is not as strong as it used to be, they still have many existences that can decimate us with ease. Especially since their Sanins randomly roam throughout the country. But he is right, we should be alright. Naomasa is a very capable censor. Hideyoshi instructed, "Naomasa, lead the way. Lead the way and sense them when you are in range." Naomasa nodded. The group of 6 moved quickly through the dense forest until they were around 2.5 kilometers from the patrol camp. Naomasa made a hand seal and activated his chakra field. Immediately, a chakra field with a 3 kilometers radius spread around him. As the chakra field engulfed the patrol camp, 4 sets of eyes opened instantly. Fujin got up and wondered, are any other Konoha ninjas passing through? He didn't activate his own chakra field. Hiruzen, Hamura, and Choza also got up. The Umbu guards were already up. As for the ninjas stationed at the camp, they didn't notice the chakra field. Naomasa sensed everyone and frowned. He said, Hideyoshi-sama, the camp has 9 ninjas. 4 are genins, 3 are chunins and 2 are jounins. I believe there are 2 civilians as well. His fellow ninjas were confused. Kaname asked, why does such an insignificant post have 2 jounin ninjas? Hideyoshi thought for a bit and said, it looks like Konoha is hiding something here. Or perhaps the jounins are escorting 2 important civilians. Regardless, this could be more important than our mission. He looked at Kaname and instructed, Kaname, you will engage 1 jounin while I will kill the other. The rest of you kill the chunins and genins and aid Kaname. Keep the civilians alive. I want to interrogate them. Everyone nodded. Not a single person had any fear on their face. After all, Hideyoshi was an elite jounin. And all the other 5 ninjas were jounins. However, if they knew that the 2 civilians that Naomasa sensed consisted of an elder of Konoha and the Hokage, they would have turned tail and ran until their legs couldn't carry them any further. Fujin and Choza left their rooms and appeared in the open. They had both suppressed their chakra to jounin levels. They were the ones Naomasa detected. As for the Umbu, they had completely hidden their presence. So Naomasa couldn't sense them. Fujin's eyes glowed as he observed the surroundings. Surprisingly, he didn't see anyone. He said, looks like the sensor is a bit capable. I can't see anyone in a radius of 750 meters. Choza replied, we have many sensor ninjas who can sense for over a kilometer. Especially in the Yamanaka clan. Let's wait for them to approach. Fujin nodded. The 4 Umbu guards stayed behind to protect the camp while Hiruzen and Hamura didn't show up outside. In a minute, 6 figures appeared in Fujin's eyes. A look of surprise appeared on Fujin's face. Choza asked, who did you see? Fujin replied, I don't recognize their chakra signature. But one is chakra high enough to be considered as an elite jounin and the remaining 5 have jounin levels of chakra. But, I have remembered the chakra signatures of all elite jounins in Konoha. Did someone get promoted recently in secret? Choza got ready for combat and grabbed his bow and replied loudly, not that I am aware of. I'll take on the elite jounin. You cooperate with the Umbu to take care of the rest. Others, move back inside the camp. The ninjas from the camp were surprised to hear that. They didn't know what was happening but obeyed Choza. Choza's words were loud enough to be heard by the 4 Umbu. They immediately disappeared and hid themselves. Naomasa sensed the movements and said, the chunins and the genins have moved inside the camp. Only the 2 jounins are waiting outside. I guess they noticed my chakra field. But they shouldn't be aware of who we are. Hideyoshi said, it's fine. It doesn't matter if they know or not. They will die very soon. In a flash, they appeared in front of the camp. Fujin and Choza frowned. The ninjas were wearing Konoha headbands, but they didn't recognize any of them. At the same time, the expressions of the 6 ninjas also became grim as they realized it isn't just a jounin. It's a Kimichi Choza. An elite jounin and a rather famous one. Choza said loudly, identify yourselves. Hideyoshi knew that he wouldn't be a match for Choza one-on-one. He instructed softly, change in plans. I'll keep a Kimichi Choza occupied. You 5 kill that kid and then help me. A smile formed on Fujin's face and a sword appeared in his hand as he heard his words. He thought, if there was a ranking based on luck, these 6 would definitely rank the lowest. A similar thought ran through the minds of every Konoha ninja. Of all places, they attacked the camp where their Hokage was resting despite having so few members. Hiruzen observed the situation from his room and wondered, who are these guys? Seeing their numbers, they shouldn't be here to assassinate me. But since when did the Land of Fire have such powerful rogue ninjas who impersonate Konoha ninjas? At the same time, his eyes moved towards Fujin as he thought, though I have read all his battle reports, I have never seen him fight. This would be a good opportunity to see him fight. At the same time, Hamura also watched Fujin. He was curious as to why Hiruzen was so interested in grooming him. The 6 ninjas jumped towards Fujin and Choza at the same time. Choza gripped his bow staff tightly as he took his fighting posture. At the same time, he unleashed his chakra. Their attention was immediately glued to Choza. Hideyoshi gritted his teeth. He cursed, his chakra is almost twice that of mine. But we have the advantage of numbers. Unfortunately, Fujin took advantage of the momentary lapse in concentration. He immediately disappeared. Naomesa's eyes widened. He immediately grabbed his kunai and swung it in front of him and shouted, "Be careful." His shout attracted everyone's attention. They noticed a sword appearing in front of Naomesa. The kunai and the sword clashed. However, instead of hearing the clash, they saw the sword cut through the kunai as if it was hot butter. Naomesa's eyes widened. He didn't have any time to move. He could only see as the sword cut his head off. Except for Hideyoshi, the remaining ninjas immediately attacked Fujin. However, he continued with the momentum and moved a long distance away in the same direction. None of them could hit him. Soon, a thud was heard. Naomesa's body fell on the ground and subsequently dragged along the ground due to his momentum. His head fell some distance away. At the same time, the transformation jutsu was dispelled and his real appearance could be seen. Hiruzen squinted his eyes on seeing the real face. But the ninjas had no time to watch their fallen comrade. They looked at the ninja who they had thought to be an easy target. Disbelief could be seen in their eyes as they thought Naomesa was a veteran jounin. He wasn't a weak jounin like those from smaller villages. And he was one of the best censors we had. How was he killed off so easily? However, they had no time to grieve for him. After landing on a tree, Fujin flickered back towards them. Choza engaged Hideyoshi and ensured that he couldn't move towards Fujin. Seeing Fujin, one of the ninjas opened his mouth and shot out 6 air bullets at Fujin. Fujin's eyes widened and he immediately jumped up in the air as he thought, Sealess Jutsu? These guys are no pushovers. Luckily, I caught the censor off guard. It would have been troublesome if he ran away and hid his chakra signature. The remaining ninjas immediately began weaving hand signs while one threw shurikens at Fujin. However, they suddenly felt danger. 2 ninjas quickly moved away. However, the one who just shot out air bullets and the ninja who threw the shurikens couldn't react quickly. 2 swords pierced through both their bodies. Hideyoshi watched the scene through the corner of his eyes and was horrified. He attacked Choza fiercely while screaming in anger, "Why does this small post have a clan leader and 4 Anbu ninjas?" Chapter 295, The 2 jounins were killed by the 4 Anbu ninjas who were hiding. Their transformation jutsu was also dispelled. Half of the intruders were dead within a minute of beginning the clash. Kaname gritted his teeth as he looked at Hideyoshi with pure hatred. He had led them all to their deaths. However, he had no time to curse him. A dozen air bullets were heading at him. He immediately dodged while looking at Fujin who appeared in front of him and swung his sword at him. He thought he must be using wind nature chakra flow. Otherwise, Naomesa wouldn't have lost so easily. He grabbed a kunai and ducked down to avoid the sword. The sword passed harmlessly from over his head. At the same time, he jabbed the kunai towards Fujin's chest. However, Fujin's cheeks suddenly puffed out. Kaname's eyes widened and he stopped attacking and instead rolled to the side. At the very moment he moved to the left, Fujin shot a vacuum bullet at point-blank range. The bullet passed by Kanami's left ear and ripped it out completely. But he still managed to survive and rolled away. However, such damage caused his transformation jutsu to be dispelled. Fujin watched his real face with some respect in his eyes. He thought, he is good. If instead of ducking, he had moved away, he would have been dead. And if he continued that attack, he'd be dead again. But he survived on both occasions. At the same time, Kaname was in shock as he observed Fujin. He thought, who is this kid? His attacks are relentless and uses wind vacuum jutsus without any hand seal. I don't even have any time to create a jutsu. Fujin was about to attack when he noticed someone moving extremely quickly. Kaname sensed that someone had appeared behind him and immediately swung his kunai backwards. However, his arm was blocked by a palm. At the same time, 2 fingers jabbed into his back and hit just behind where his heart was. Chakra poured from the fingers into Kaname's chakra point and blocked it. At the same time, several other chakra points in his body were blocked. Kaname suddenly felt a wave of weakness. He fell to the ground. Knowing that his life was no longer in his hands, he turned his head to see who the attacker was. His eyes widened in terror as he muttered, "Lo! Lord H. Hawk! Hokage?" Hiruzen didn't reply and jabbed 2 fingers into his neck. Kaname instantly lost consciousness and collapsed on the ground. Fujin was surprised. He thought, the gentle fist of the Hyuga? He can replicate the effects of that as well? Did he memorize the locations of some important chakra points? While Fujin was dealing with Kaname, the other Jounin was also killed by the 4 Anbu ninjas. Only Hideyoshi was still alive. However, he looked at Hiruzen with horror in his eyes. No matter how arrogant he was, he knew that he wouldn't last even a minute against a Kage. He stopped fighting with Choza and asked fearfully, "Why is the Hokage here?" Don't tell me he was the civilian that Naomasa detected. He immediately regretted his decision to attack this camp and thought bitterly, why did I decide to attack this camp? Hiruzen looked at him and said, I am more curious as to what Sunagakure ninjas are doing in the Land of Fire and why you are attacking Konoha's patrol camp. Hiruzen was aware of the strength of the ninjas in the camp. If he had not stopped there, those ninjas would have died tonight. And considering the strength of the attackers, Konoha would have a very difficult time finding them. Hideyoshi's eyes widened. He didn't expect Hiruzen to recognize them. He had no intention of facing Hiruzen or leaving his life and death to the Konoha ninjas. He immediately began running away. However, Choza immediately moved in his path and swung his bow staff at him. Hideyoshi was surprised. He exclaimed, so fast. Hideyoshi didn't expect Choza to be as quick as him. He raised his arms in a defensive position to block the attack. He managed to block it, but Choza's physical strength was much higher. He was hurled backwards. Hideyoshi's expression became grim as he realized, he sent me flying towards the Hokage. Hideyoshi flipped in the air and landed on his 2 feet as he slid backwards while waving hand signs. He turned around and continued his way towards Hiruzen as he screamed, don't underestimate me. Wind release, blade of wind jutsu. He extended his index and middle fingers on both his hands as wind flew rapidly around them. Fujin grabbed his sword and was about to intervene when he noticed Hiruzen's actions. Hiruzen had extended the same 2 fingers on his right hand. Wind began moving around them as well. Hideyoshi's eyes widened. He immediately launched dozens of wind blades at Hiruzen. Hiruzen merely responded by launching an equal number of wind blades. Fujin watched with widened eyes as Hiruzen's wind blades neutralized each and every wind blade launched by Hideyoshi perfectly. He muttered, what the hell? However, the one who was most shocked was Hideyoshi. He thought, how can this be? This is my most skilled jutsu. I have trained it for over 2 decades. How can he be more skilled at it than me? Unfortunately, he wouldn't receive any answers. As soon as his jutsu ran out, Hiruzen disappeared and appeared in front of him and tapped his forehead with the same 2 fingers. A seal appeared on his forehead. Hideyoshi was horrified. He tried using his chakra, but he felt that his body had no chakra. He tried moving, but he couldn't move a muscle. He wanted to speak, but not a word left his mouth. Fujin's eyes twitched as he saw this scene. He thought, what the fuck? Winjutsus is what I excel in. But his control and preciseness far exceed mine. Even I wouldn't have been able to neutralize that attack this way. At the most, I'd have overwhelmed it by pouring more chakra into the jutsu. I can understand his taijutsu being better than mine. But despite all my training, his speed still exceeds mine. And by such a huge degree. I won't be able to keep up with him in a head-on fight. And that Juinjutsu. What a freak! Sigh, the last mission increased my confidence a lot. I thought I'd be able to at least run away from S-rank ninjas. But now! Luckily, I didn't challenge Raza. If I didn't manage to get reverse summoned in time, I'd probably be buried deep within the desert had I challenged him. Looks like there is still a considerable distance between my level and the S rank despite my high chakra. Hiruzen's little display gave Fujin a reality check. Though he relied a lot on his skill with Winjutsus, his biggest reliance was his speed. The ability to keep up and run away from any opponent was what he felt was the most important skill for a ninja. However, Hiruzen's speed shook Fujin's confidence in his speed. While Fujin was comparing himself with what Hiruzen showed, Hideyoshi's life flashed in his eyes multiple times. Hiruzen noticed the range of emotions in his eyes and said, "Don't worry. You won't be able to move." He placed his right hand on his head. Chakra flowed from his palm into Hideyoshi's brain. Hideyoshi felt immense pain as Hiruzen began reading his memories. He wanted to scream in pain, but the seal didn't allow him to make any sound. In the next 7 minutes, Hiruzen read most of Hideyoshi's memories. He let go of his head as he analyzed, "I see. Sunagakure has already started creating plans to target the nobles from our country. This was their first squad. Unfortunately for Suna, they decided to attack this camp to do more damage to Konoha. Furthermore, their plans have a lot of inefficiencies." Hiruzen walked away from him and instructed, "Kill him and get rid of all the bodies." The 4 Umbu guards nodded and got to work. They knew that Hiruzen meant that there should be no proof of these bodies ever being here. Fujin, Hamura, and Choza immediately realized the reason for this. If Hideyoshi was left alive, then Suna would demand him back. And it would be difficult for Konoha to refuse that request. Though Konoha could inform about these matters to the Wind Daimyo, it would deteriorate the relationship between the two countries. Konoha wanted to maintain the alliance with Suna, even if it was just on paper. So keeping Hideyoshi, whether dead or alive, was disadvantageous for Konoha. However, Fujin couldn't help but think, "I killed one elite Jounin and several Jounins from Suna during my promotion mission. And now another one of the elite Jounins has died along with 4 Jounins. Their losses just keep piling up. At this rate, will they even have the necessary forces to launch the Konoha Crush?" Fujin suddenly became worried. He thought, shit, if the Konoha Crush doesn't happen, then a lot of future events will change. I might not have much advantage of knowing the future if that happens. Sigh, I hope Raza doesn't get too intimidated. Hiruzen read Kanami's memories as well to gain any information that he could. He was disposed of the same way as well. Hiruzen analyzed the information and concluded, these two don't have all the information. I'll have to arrange strong patrol squads in the country. In addition, the security of Fire Capital has to be increased. Chapter 296. He quickly made some plans and let out a sigh. This is getting very complicated. I'll leave the planning and operations to Shikaku. He said, we are leaving now. We need to get to Konoha quickly. He looked at the ninjas who were deployed in that patrol camp and instructed, keep up your good work. Clear all traces of the battles here. And don't tell anyone about what happened today. The ninjas immediately nodded and said, yes, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen nodded and instructed, Fujin, create shadow clones and sweep through the area. Check if there are any suspicious squads in a 20-kilometer radius. Fujin replied, all right. He focused on his chakra. His chakra began splitting into two. One had 40% of his maximum chakra while the other had around 59%. The 40% part of his chakra suddenly disappeared and 20 shadow clones appeared around him. They immediately dispersed in separate directions. Hiruzen left the camp along with Fujin, Choza, Hamura and the Umbu guards without waiting for Fujin's clones to finish the search. While moving, Hiruzen's eyes landed on Fujin. He analyzed, I didn't see him much in action. Seeing that they were from Suna, I had to ensure that they don't die so that I could read memories with better accuracy. Still, just those few attacks show why he was so successful in Suna. With good control over wind manipulation and the ability to take advantage of every little opening, he ends up killing his opponent before they have a chance to display their prowess. Unlike Hiruzen, Hamura wasn't aware of Fujin's capabilities. He was shocked at how good he was. He looked at Fujin and analyzed, this boy. He is very good. Though I can't say for sure how strong he is. After all, he killed that censor using a sneak attack by using the distraction that Choza created. But the ability to take advantage of such small opportunities is far more valuable than strength. After all, we are ninjas. The ability to kill is way more important than the strength we possess. If a genin kills a Kage by injuring him with a poison needle or kunai, then that genin is far more valuable than a Kage who sits in his village during a war. Besides, he is still just 14. He can gain strength in the future. I can see why Hiruzen is putting such emphasis on this boy. He could become just as capable as Kakashi. Though I still don't see why he wants to make him a negotiator. Fujin suddenly gained several memories. He said, my clones didn't find anyone else. It looks like those 6 were traveling alone. Hiruzen replied, all right, good work. The group rushed towards Konoha without exchanging many words. By the time the sun rose, they had reached Konoha. Choza and Fujin left while Hamura accompanied Hiruzen into his office. He wanted to know why Suna attacked Konoha. One of the Umbu guards left to call Shikaku. After half an hour, Shikaku walked into the office while grumbling, why are they back so quickly? And why did he disturb my sleep? I have barely managed to sleep half my usual time in the last month. Shikaku noticed Hamura in the room. Hiruzen said, it's good to see you up so early, Shikaku. We have new intel, come sit. Shikaku's eyes twitched on hearing Hiruzen's words. He reluctantly sat down and asked, what intel did you get? Hamura said, on our route back, the patrol camp we stayed at was attacked by Suna ninjas. Hiruzen added, I read their memories. It looks like Suna is planning several more attacks. Though it might be delayed a bit after we eliminated the first squad. Hiruzen informed Shikaku about the details of the attack and the intel he gained by reading memories. Shikaku's expression became serious as he analyzed the situation. After a few minutes, he said, Hideyoshi didn't have enough information. We don't know who will be in the other squads. And we don't know what routes they will take. Though it is doubtful that they would send more elite Jounins, we should operate assuming that they send elite Jounins to avoid getting caught off guard and taking unnecessary losses. Creating more patrol squads will be a waste of manpower. Instead, we should plant some Umbu and a couple of elite Jounins in the Land of Fire. They can make a move after the Suna ninjas expose themselves. This wouldn't raise any suspicions. And once we have driven away a few Suna squads, we will ambush their rendezvous point that Hideyoshi was told about. We could disguise as Hideyoshi's squad to catch them off guard. Hiruzen thought for a bit and nodded, all right, let's do this. However, Hamura frowned and asked, but why is Suna attacking us? We are allies. Shikaku knew that Hiruzen hadn't informed others about Fujin's actions. In fact, his mission report was already destroyed and replaced with a fake one. He said, the recent events in the Land of Wind probably alarmed them. Whoever it was, they did a good job of directing the suspicions at us. Especially by burning the food storage facilities. That provides a lot of advantages to us. So some response is to be expected. Hamura frowned. He was very suspicious and thought, these two are definitely hiding something from me. At least Hiruzen is. The incidents in the Land of Wind are just too favorable for us for it to be done by IWA or Kumo. He said, that isn't acceptable. If it has nothing to do, then we should engage in a dialogue and make them stop their actions. Otherwise, we would suffer as well, just like how Suna did. Hiruzen rejected his idea by replying, I just killed one of their elite jounins. If you want to talk now, we would have to pay a big price. Besides, considering how much they suffered, it seems impossible that they didn't catch anyone. Though Suna is incompetent, they shouldn't be that useless. I'm sure they already know who the culprit is and are just using the opportunity to create trouble for us. Regardless, the situation is very beneficial for us. We just need to kill some of their ninjas. Once they realize how high the risks they have to take for these attacks are, they will stop immediately. Hamura became quiet. He thought, his words make perfect sense. But I know that something isn't right. Sigh, I don't think he will tell us the truth. He looked at Shikaku, but Shikaku looked like he would close his eyes and fall asleep at any second. Having seen Hiruzen's ability to bullshit for so many years, Shikaku didn't feel anything at the lies he made up. Hamura couldn't find anything from Shikaku's expression. He nodded and said, all right. I'll take my leave. Since he wasn't getting any information, Hamura left. Hiruzen instructed, along with this situation, also decide which ninjas to deploy in the new camps that we have to build along the borders of tea and noodle countries. If needed, you can temporarily move them to assault any Suna infiltrators. Shikaku nodded and left. After closing the door, he sighed and muttered, why does my workload keep increasing? And we aren't even at war. Shikaku immediately got to work. Unlike Shikaku, Fujin had no responsibilities. He rested for a day and got back to his training. His clones worked hard to master more seals. They had already learned all the new symbols that the scrolls had. And they had mastered all seals and 18 of the 58 scrolls. As for Fujin, he recalled how magnanimous Hiruzen was and absorbed the energy in the wind crystals faster than ever. After a week, he was finally called to the Umbu headquarters. Fujin walked to the headquarters while thinking, looks like they finally arranged subordinates for me. Still, I haven't led a squad since the Uchiha massacre. I hope I haven't gotten too rusty. Granted, the first missions will be easier ones. I can't wait to make them police the streets, ha ha ha. When Fujin reached the headquarters, he saw Eagle, the commander of all Umbu ninjas, waiting for him. Eagle said, follow me. Fujin nodded and followed him to a room. On entering, he noticed 3 masked Umbu in the room. One wore a cat mask with 3 red stripes. She had long straight purple hair. Another wore a dog mask. He had golden hair. The last one had short black hair. Unlike the other 2, he was much younger and wore a sparrow mask. Eagle said, he will be your team captain. Hawk, I'll leave them in your care. He disappeared from the room, leaving Fujin alone with his new subordinates. Chapter 297, Fujin looked at his new teammates and thought, I didn't think Yugao would be assigned under me. Shouldn't she be a part of Yamato's unit? Looks like my unit isn't made of newly selected ninjas. Makes sense, I guess, considering how many people Hiruzen recruited 2 years ago. He removed his mask and took a seat and said, take seats, make yourself comfortable and introduce yourself. I'm Suzuki Fujin. You can call me Captain or Ha. No, Turtle. Fujin tossed his hawk mask in the open box that contained dozens of masks while thinking, the hawk mask along with my swords is just too well known. Fame is not good for Umbu missions. I need a new disguise. Fujin had seen a turtle mask at the top of the box. Wind suddenly began flowing in the closed room. The turtle mask soon began floating in the air and moved towards Fujin. Fujin grabbed it and said, I specialize in wind release and swordsmanship. I prefer ranged battles and using hit-and-run tactics. Yugao and the blonde Umbu weren't surprised or impressed by Fujin's display. However, the third Umbu was quite impressed. He thought, "That's cool." Yugao removed her mask and said, "I'm Yuzuki Yugao. My codename is Nico. I am currently training in various sword styles. I specialize in wind release as well. In addition, I can also use a few fire and water jutsus. And I can sense up to a distance of 800 meters. As for the battle, I don't have any preference for tactics. I can adjust to any battle style." Fujin raised his eyebrow and thought, apart from water jutsus, her skill set is almost identical to mine. At the same time, Yugao wondered, when Lord Hokage said that I could learn from my new captain, did he mean that I could improve my sword styles and wind jutsus by observing him? The blonde ninja removed his dog mask and said, "I am Yamanaka Fumito. My codename is Inu. I specialize in Yamanaka clan secret techniques. I can sense up to 1,700 meters. My affinity is wind as well. My secondary nature is lightning. I prefer hiding and sneak attacking the enemies." Fujin nodded. Fumito looked to be as old as Yugao. Considering that they would have been ninjas for close to a decade, it wasn't surprising that they decided to learn more than one element. Finally, the last ninja removed his mask. A smile was plastered on his face. Fujin felt that his face looked familiar, but he didn't recognize him at first glance. However, soon, Fujin was surprised. He thought, this guy became an Umbu? Though Fujin didn't show it, he was genuinely surprised. The ninja introduced himself. "I am Handa Bunjiro. My codename is Sparrow. My affinity is water and I am learning wind jutsus as my second nature. I have also learned the basics of being a sensor. But currently, I can only sense up to 80 meters. As for combat style, I don't have any fixed style, but I prefer to drown my enemies from a distance." Fujin nodded and analyzed. Yugao and Fumito have wind as their primary element, whereas Bunjiro has it as his secondary element. In addition, all three are sensors. And Yugao also uses a sword. Looks like my team will specialize in hitting from a distance or assassinations instead of engaging in combat directly. But, considering all the elements, the team does cover all elements. These three just miss the earth element, but Hiruzen and Eagle should know that I can use earth jutsu. The only major issue is Bunjiro. How did he go from academy to Umbu in just 2 years? Though Fujin also managed to do the same, his circumstances were completely different. Fujin had learnt the basic exercises of chakra control during his first year in the academy. He had graduated at the top of his year and could already use 2 elements. After graduating, he was guided seriously by an elite Jounin and even received training from Hiruzen. As for Bunjiro, he hadn't even tried the tree climbing exercise until a few months before the graduation exam. Fujin wondered, was he trained seriously by someone as well? Regardless, though this feat is impressive, his chakra is far lower than Yugao and Fumito. His strength should be weaker as well. It makes the squad unbalanced. Did Hiruzen force him into my squad just because I taught him in the past? Fujin thought for a bit, but couldn't think of any other reason. He asked, "Good. Do all 3 of you know the rules and protocols of Umbu?" All 3 nodded. Yugao and Fumito were already a part of Umbu, whereas Bunjiro was informed by Eagle. Fujin looked at Yugao and asked, "You know where the Umbu training ground 9 is, right?" Yugao nodded. Fujin said, "Good. Take Inu and Sparrow there. I'll come in half an hour. Use that time to discuss how to coordinate properly with each other and form decent teamwork. When I come, you 3 will fight me." Yugao, Fumito, and Bunjiro were surprised. Fumito thought, he will take all of us on at the same time? Sigh, why did I get such a young captain who is so arrogant? If it wasn't for my horrible luck, I'd have been an Umbu captain myself. Bunjiro wondered, does he think that I'm as weak as I was 2 years ago? Only Yugao looked at him meaningfully. She and Fumito walked out while Bunjiro followed them. Fujin saw them leave. As soon as they were out of sight, he flickered and appeared in front of Eagle. Eagle wasn't surprised to see Fujin and asked, "Do you need something?" Fujin nodded and replied, "Yeah. Give me their files. I want to know everything I can about my team." Eagle nodded and handed Fujin 3 files and said, "Feel free to read, but leave them here. The information regarding the Umbu can't be allowed to exist anywhere else." Fujin nodded. He opened Yugao's file and began reading. After he was done, he concluded, "She is good. She was first part of Kakashi's squad and then Yamato's squad. And she has already begun her training under Hayate. But, if all the information here is true, then her power is already equivalent to an Umbu captain. Why wasn't she allowed to take the promotion mission?" Fujin began reading Fumito's file. He was surprised as he discovered, "I see. He has already tried a promotion mission but failed to pass. His power should be at the Jounin level as well. No wonder I saw disdain in his eyes when I said that I will take on all 3 of them myself." Fujin placed his file down and began reading Bunjiro's file. This was the one he was most interested in reading. As he read, Fujin thought, though I guided the 5 of them, I didn't have much expectations from any of them. At most I expected them to reach low Chunin levels. After all, none of them had the talent or determination to get stronger. Guess I was wrong. I wonder what happened to the remaining 4. He read all his information and analyzed, "I see. He and Tatsuya were placed in the same squad under a Jounin who took an interest in guiding them properly. And he is quite hardworking as well. He managed to become a Chunin around 6 months ago. But he was the only one from his squad who got promoted. Not bad. No wonder he managed to join the Umbu. But his strength doesn't compare to the other 2 and is probably average among Chunins. Though he is 6 to 7 years younger than the other 2. Still." Fujin looked up at Eagle. Though he couldn't see his face due to the mask, he could see that Eagle's eyes were glued on him. He thought, "I don't understand my team. One is ready to be promoted to Umbu captain, one has failed the promotion mission, and the third is a newbie. What does he aim to achieve by giving me such an imbalanced team?" Eagle asked, "Is there any issue?" Fujin handed over the files and said, "No. I do have a question though. Since my team is newly formed and has a new member, we will have to police the village for a few months, right?" Eagle was confused by the question. He replied, "No, who told you that? You will be assigned field missions right away." Fujin asked, "Won't that be risky with an inexperienced ninja?" Eagle replied, "The other 2 of your subordinates are quite strong. And Lord Hokage believed in your strength as well. So I believe that his safety wouldn't be an issue." Fujin replied, "All right." He left while thinking, as I expected, Hiruzen was behind such a weird team. Though Eagle's logic makes sense, it is very flawed. Knowing Hiruzen, he should have other motives. Unfortunately, I can't guess them. While Fujin was thinking, his new subordinates had discussed and planned for a few minutes before stopping and waiting for Fujin. Yugao and Fumito were sitting in a meditative position while Bunjiro had a frown on his face. Chapter 298, Bunjiro looked at Yugao and Fumito who were just sitting in the training ground. He asked with a frown on his face, "Shouldn't we discuss more strategies and work on our teamwork?" Yugao and Fumito just talked about their abilities and asked Bunjiro to do the same. After knowing everyone's abilities, Fumito formed a very basic plan and Yugao agreed without any arguments. Bunjiro wondered, "What the hell? This is even worse than when we were put in a Genin squad. Aren't they supposed to be experienced Umbu ninjas?" Fumito shook his head and replied, "We won't be able to improve our teamwork much in 30 minutes. So it's pointless. Just ensure that we don't get in each other's way while fighting and we will be good. After all, our opponent is someone who has just been promoted to Umbu captain." Bunjiro wasn't convinced. He said, "But..." Yugao cut him off and said, "He is right. Captain could have given us more time to prepare to form better teamwork. But we aren't Genins. As an Umbu, we may spontaneously be asked to team up with other Umbu ninjas, or other Umbu teams, or even operate solo. So we have to be prepared to form good coordination with any other ninja. Consider this as a part of your training. Bunjiro thought for a bit and replied, "All right." He sat down as well and joined his new teammates. Yugao's mind wandered as she recalled the meeting she had the previous day. One day ago, Yugao appeared in the Hokage's office. Only Hiruzen and Shikaku were present in the room. She respectfully asked, "Lord Hokage, what are your orders?" Hiruzen waited for a few seconds and said, "Yugao, your Umbu team will be changed. I'm placing you in a different Umbu unit." Yugao was surprised. Her eyes lit up. She asked, "Am I getting promoted to Umbu captain, Lord Hokage?" Hiruzen smiled and said, "No, not yet. We have observed your improvements and you have been performing very well. But it's not yet the time for your promotion." Yugao became silent. She was confused. She thought, Captain Yamato said that I'm ready for the promotion mission. Why did Lord Hokage say the opposite? And why am I being shifted? Hiruzen continued, "This change will be beneficial for you. Your new captain will be Suzuki Fujin. I believe you will learn a lot from him." Shikaku handed her a file that contained some basic information regarding Fujin but didn't mention anything about his abilities or mission record. Yugao glanced through the information. A look of surprise appeared behind her mask as Yugao noticed Fujin's age. Hiruzen explained, "He is quite strong, but is very young. And he tends to go a bit extreme during the missions. While working with him, you will also be responsible to stop him if you feel that he is doing something that will have very adverse implications." Though Hiruzen was impressed by what Fujin did in his promotion mission, neither he nor Shikaku wanted to see him do anything of that scale once again. His actions had almost broken the delicate balance of the ninja world. Hiruzen wanted the current peace to extend for as long as it could. Yugao was surprised by his words. She asked, "By stopping, do you mean?" She didn't complete her question. Hiruzen replied, "No, just talk with him. He is very reasonable. He is still your captain. So you aren't allowed to fight or backstab him." Yugao sighed in relief. She didn't want to attack her comrade. She nodded and said, "All right. I'll do my best." Hiruzen smiled again and said, "If you keep up your good work, I'll allow you to take the promotion mission after a year." Yugao replied with determination in her voice, "Thank you. I won't disappoint you." She left the office. Shikaku watched her leave with a serious face. Hiruzen hadn't informed him of his plans. He analyzed, "That's strange. She is strong and experienced enough to be promoted. Yet, she wasn't." He recalled the names of the Umbu that would be assigned to Fujin and began analyzing all information. Suddenly, it clicked. He looked at Hiruzen with surprise as he realized, "I see. Yugao is confirmed to be an Umbu captain. So is Fumito." As for Bunjiro, Hiruzen said that Fujin had guided him in the academy. With his talent, he should reach the Jounin level as well. He asked, "You are planning to increase Fujin's clout?" Hiruzen wasn't surprised that Shikaku figured it out. It was the main reason why he had called him there. He nodded and replied, "Yes. Though his strength is impressive, his reputation is almost non-existent. He might be more famous in Kumo than in our village. His relationships aren't much either. The only one with significant influence that is close to him is Renjiro. Even in the younger generation, the only ones close to him are Hyuga Hoka and Senjutaro. Though they are talented, they won't be anywhere near enough to support him in the future. Compared with Kakashi, he is highly lacking in both aspects." Shikaku nodded. By giving Fujin 3 talented subordinates, Hiruzen had set up an easy path for him to gain influence. Yugao and Fumito will remember that Fujin was their captain for some time. As for Bunjiro, he was guided by Fujin from the time he was in the academy. So he would become another one to support him. And since Yugao and Fumito would be promoted very soon, Fujin would be given newer subordinates to increase his influence in the Umbu. Shikaku asked, "Are you confident that he can become a Hokage?" Hiruzen shrugged and said, "It's tough to say. But there isn't any harm in helping him. If he lives up to our expectations, then he could compete with Kakashi for my seat in the future. And since neither of them is hungry for political power, it shouldn't create any internal conflict in the village." Shikaku nodded and said, "I agree. But increasing his reputation will be a bit problematic. Both the Kumo incident and this mission can't be revealed to the public. We will have to create more opportunities in the future like we did for Kakashi." Hiruzen replied, "It's fine. He is only 14. Let him stay in the dark and keep accumulating his strength. When the time is right, we can create multiple opportunities for him to gain fame. Even the Anbu commander post can be handed over to him if need be." Shikaku nodded. Raising someone's reputation wasn't very difficult for them, especially if that someone was worthy of that reputation. He discussed the Sunagakure matter with Hiruzen and left the office. Alone in his office, Hiruzen looked at a scroll lying on his desk. There were many scrolls on his desk at all times, so Shikaku didn't pay any attention to that scroll. Hiruzen thought, "I was initially planning to give Fujin a couple more months off. Learning advanced Fuinjutsu is difficult and very time-consuming. But with shadow clones, he should be able to do the symbols and the easier seals in 3 months." But, recalling the contents of the scroll, Hiruzen shivered involuntarily. He thought, I thought I had hinted it to him quite clearly. But, why did he increase his consumption of wind crystals? Did he get the wrong message somehow? Don't tell me he thought that my buying more wind crystals from other countries was a message to keep using as many as he wants. Sigh, this kid is too good at giving me headaches. If I let him be free for another couple of months, Konoha might actually begin running out of wind crystals. And that would invite scrutiny from the council. Though I might be able to handle it, it will bring a lot of unnecessary attention to Fujin and his access to them in the future will be limited heavily. So I can only send him on missions and limit the amount of time he has to spend in the training facilities. Present. Fujin waited for 30 minutes and appeared at the training ground. Yugao, Fumito, and Bunjiro got up and got ready. Fujin looked at them and said, "In order to cooperate properly, we need to know where everyone's strengths lie and what everyone's weaknesses are. There won't be any killing or maiming in this fight. But give it your all. You won't stand a chance against me if you hold back." Though Fumito was a bit skeptical, he planned to give it his all. Yugao and Bunjiro also became serious. He picked up a stone and tossed it in the air and said, "The fight begins once the stone hits the ground." Yugao grabbed her sword, Fumito grabbed a few shurikens and Bunjiro held 3 shurikens in each hand. As soon as the stone hit the ground, Yugao rushed forward with her sword while Bunjiro launched all 6 shurikens at Fujin. Meanwhile, Fumito stayed back and weaved hand signs to take advantage of any openings Fujin provided. The 6 shurikens ripped through the air and hit Fujin's body. Bunjiro's eyes widened. He thought, so easy? However, he saw the shurikens passing through his body and Fujin's image dispersed a bit before dissipating completely. He asked, when did he create a clone? Fumito's expression was serious. He said, that wasn't a clone. It was an afterimage. Fumito didn't see Fujin move at all. He closed his eyes and activated his chakra field. All his previous disdain was tossed out of his mind. Yugao was serious as well. She only saw the general direction of where Fujin had gone. She turned her head to her right and shouted, "Incoming!" Chapter 299. On their right, a gigantic dragon made of wind was flying towards them. Yugao immediately jumped forward and out of its way. Fumito sensed the attack as well. Only Bunjiro was caught off guard. Fumito grabbed his arm and jumped in the opposite direction. Hiding among the trees, Fujin observed their movements and thought, not bad. I was expecting Fumito to dodge by himself. The dragon suddenly turned towards Fumito and Bunjiro and chased after them. Fumito let Bunjiro's arm go and said, use a water jutsu to stop it. He began weaving hand signs himself while moving backwards. Bunjiro also did the same. Just when the wind dragon was about to crash into them, Bunjiro released his jutsu. Water release, water wall jutsu. A wall of water appeared in front of the dragon. Fumito immediately launched his jutsu as well. Lightning release, lightning net jutsu. Lightning began flowing through the water wall and a blue net could be seen sparkling inside it. Bunjiro's eyes widened in shock. He created a perfect combination attack on the first try. At the same time, Yugao traced the wind dragon's path and tracked Fujin's location. She tried approaching him sneakily, but Fujin spotted her immediately. Since stealth was of no use, Yugao approached him openly and jumped in the air. She swung her swords in a circular motion, leaving a trace of afterimages behind. Hazy Moon Night. Yugao moved at a remarkable speed, forming a blur as she closed the distance between her and Fujin in the blink of an eye. In one swift motion, she unleashed a slashing strike aimed directly at Fujin's neck. Though her sword movements were irregular and her speed very high, Fujin had no issues in seeing her actions clearly. A sword appeared in his hand. He raised it just in time, meeting Yugao's blade with a resounding clash. Yugao had expected Fujin to stop her attack. She intended to use the impact to halt her momentum and swiftly transition into her next series of attacks. Yet, to her surprise, she found herself unable to feel the expected resistance from Fujin's forceful strike. Instead of blocking, Fujin parried her blow and sent it veering to his right. The sword harmlessly passed by him. Yugao, carried by the momentum of her own strike, continued her movement and found herself dangerously close to Fujin's flank. In one fluid and precise motion, Fujin continued the natural flow of his sword and slashed her thigh, cutting the straps of the weapon pouch attached to her right leg. Yugao stopped a few meters behind him. Her right leg had a shallow sword cut causing it to bleed. She turned around to look at Fujin. Shock could be seen in her eyes as she thought, he parried my attack? But how? Even Hiate Senpai never managed to do this. He could only dodge or block my attack. A bit away, Fumito and Bunjiro were able to stop the wind dragon with their combination jutsu. However, before they could relax, they heard, "That's impressive." Both immediately jumped forward and turned around and saw Fujin standing with two balls of wind in his palms. Fujin's shadow clone fired two wind explosion spheres at Fumito and Bunjiro. Neither had sufficient time to use a jutsu. So both of them jumped out of the way. Though they dodged, the spheres exploded and sent sharp winds flying in all directions. Both received several minor cuts on their chest, abdomen, and arms. Both had frowns on their faces. Fumito realized he can hide his chakra perfectly. I didn't sense him at all. If this was a mission, we would have died. Bunjiro was dumbfounded. He thought, I got injured by a rank D jutsu? I thought that I had reduced the difference between us. But now, how much is he holding back to fight with just C and D rank jutsus? Despite their emotions, both attacked immediately. Fumito shouted, distract him. I'll get him with mind-body switch jutsu. He extended his arms towards Fujin's clone and waited for an opportunity. Bunjiro ran towards Fujin's clone while weaving hand signs quickly. Water release, water shuriken jutsu. Dozens of water shurikens appeared in front of Bunjiro and flew at Fujin's clone. He dodged them while thinking, since when did Umbu start having ninjas that shout out their tactics? Besides, even though that jutsu is overpowered, it is useless without the aid of a Nara or excessive support. He dodged a few dozen water shurikens, but more kept appearing around Bunjiro and launched at him continuously. The clone's eyes began glowing and landed on Bunjiro. Bunjiro was continuously releasing his chakra. The chakra in his body was moving in the same way it did after he weaved the hand signs. Fujin's clone analyzed, I see. Though he needed hand signs for the first time, he has learned to control his chakra well enough to keep spamming that jutsu without the need for repeating or maintaining any hand seals. My previous analysis of just an average Chunin was wrong. He should be able to perform this jutsu without any hand seals very soon. Fumito observed Fujin's clone moving around at high speeds. He had no chance to use his jutsu. However, he didn't mind and waited for an opportunity. A bit away, Fujin and Yugao were clashing with their swords. Neither used any jutsu. Yugao was breathing heavily. In just a few minutes of clashing, there were dozens of cuts on her body. On the contrary, there wasn't a single cut on Fujin's body. Behind her mask, Yugao had a bitter smile. She muttered to herself, "I understand what Lord Hokage meant. I have used every style, every dance that I know, but he countered all my attacks without using any sword style. No wonder he was promoted to Umbu captain at such a young age. I'm not even worthy enough to make him fight seriously." Knowing that competing with swords will be pointless, Yugao sheathed her sword and made a hand seal. Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 shadow clones appeared next to her. Fujin saw them leaving hand signs and sighed, "I should avoid sparring in the future. My natural instincts have completely been honed to kill. All 3 of them have provided me with so many openings that it has been a challenge to restrain myself. Anyways, I have seen enough. Time to end this." Yugao's clones completed their hand seals. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Fire Release, Fireball Jutsu. Fujin saw a giant fireball that was being deconstructed into flames and spreading along the wind, heading towards him. He immediately moved out of the range of the attack. However, the last clone and Yugao followed him. Wind Release, Air Bullet Jutsu. Water Release, Water Bullet Jutsu. Both shot a dozen bullets each at Fujin. However, Fujin rapidly moved towards them while dodging the bullets with ease and leaving multiple afterimages behind. Yugao tried targeting Fujin's path but was unsuccessful. Fujin appeared behind her as chakra gathered on his palms. Yugao and her clone tried moving away while grabbing their swords. However, Fujin hit their abdomens with his palms. Yugao's shadow clone dispersed due to the damage. Yugao herself was sent flying and slammed into a tree. The damage caused her remaining clones to dispel as well. On the other side, Bunjiro realized that water shurikens won't help him resolve the situation. He weaved a few hand seals quickly. Water Release, Raging Waves Jutsu. Bunjiro supercharged the jutsu by pouring most of his chakra into it. He spewed a large amount of water that rushed towards Fujin's clone like a giant waterfall. Fumito was waiting for such a move. Lightning appeared on his palms and a beam was launched into the water that Bunjiro released, electrifying it. Fujin's clone noticed the combination attack and smiled, "Not bad." He bluffed when he said he wanted to use the mind-body switch jutsu. He was waiting for Bunjiro to try and drown me. Looks like I won't have to worry about them dying easily. Oh well, time to establish my prestige in this team. The electrified water wave appeared in front of him. Fujin's clone refined his chakra instantly and attacked. Wind Release, Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu. Fujin's clone exhaled very strong winds. It clashed with the combination jutsu and overpowered it instantly. The electrified water was sent flying towards where Yugao's clones had lit a fire. The winds created deep scars in the ground. Many trees were cut while a few were uprooted. Bunjiro created a water wall to protect himself. However, it kept crumbling at every second. He desperately put all his chakra into the wall to ensure that it protected it. He gritted his teeth and thought, "Fujin is this strong? This is crazy." Luckily, this attack isn't targeted at me. Otherwise, even if there were 100 of me, we would have died. Fumito escaped into the ground without any hesitation. He was horrified by the attack. He cursed, "What the fuck? How the hell can a 14-year-old use such an insanely strong attack? That too with just half his chakra. Umbu captain my ass. His level should be far beyond it." Chapter 300, Yugao got back on her feet and grabbed her sword. However, Fujin raised his palm and said, "Enough. That's sufficient combat for today." Yugao nodded and sheathed her sword again. Suddenly, she looked behind her. At that instant, a strong wind blew through the area. Numerous branches were broken. Yugao struggled to keep standing. A massive amount of water suddenly landed on the fire that was spreading, dousing it and covering the area with steam. After the winds passed, Yugao asked, "What is that?" Fujin replied, "Looks like my clone decided to end the battle. Let's go and check on them." Just like Fumito, Yugao also sensed the fight happening at the other place. But she was still surprised that Fujin could unleash such destruction with just a clone. Both flickered towards where Fumito and Bunjiro were. The winds had finally calmed down. Fujin and Yugao saw Bunjiro sitting on the ground while breathing heavily. Despite wearing a mask, they could see that he was scared. Sensing them, Fumito climbed out of the ground. He looked at Fujin. This time, there was no disdain in his eyes. Instead, there was admiration and respect. Fujin looked at his clone, who dispelled himself in response and passed all the memories to Fujin. Fujin said, "I have seen enough for now. We will end the fight here." Neither Bunjiro nor Fumito objected. They didn't want to be on the receiving end of such a devastating jutsu again. Fujin looked at Bunjiro and said, "Take a good rest, your chakra levels are very low." Bunjiro nodded and replied, "I will." Fujin looked at Yugao and Fumito and said, "Though the cuts on you are shallow, get them healed as well. We will meet back in our room after 3 days. I'm not sure when we will be assigned missions or which missions we will be assigned." He looked at Bunjiro and explained, "Generally speaking, easier missions are assigned when a new Umbu joins the unit. But, Yugao and Fumito have a lot of experience. So we may be given tougher missions to start off. So be prepared." Bunjiro nodded again and said with confidence, "Don't worry, Captain. I'm prepared." Fujin nodded and said, "Good. Let's meet later." He flickered away, leading his 3 subordinates together. Bunjiro said, "I never thought that the gap between an Umbu and an Umbu captain would be so strong." Fumito shook his head and said, "You are overthinking. He is just too strong. I don't think my old captain would stand a chance against him. I wonder how he trained to be so strong at just 14. And why isn't he famous? I never heard of him until today." Yugao said, "I guess he did missions that were classified. So he never got any credit for them. Still, I didn't think that I'd be so outclassed in swordplay. I'll be returning to my training." Fumito nodded and said, "I will be doing the same. Bunjiro, after you heal and rest for some time, visit the training facilities. Instead of resting at home, meditate in the water training rooms. Considering how strong our captain is, our missions might be very difficult." Bunjiro replied, "All right. Thank you for the tip, Fumito-senpai." The 3 visited Konoha Hospital before going their own ways. Meanwhile, Fujin had created 60 shadow clones to continue learning the seals while he went into the wind training room to meditate. While meditating, he analyzed, "Hiruzen gave me quite a strong squad. Yugao's swordplay is as good as I expected. But her skills with elemental jutsus were a surprise. As for Fumito, despite being a Yamanaka, his skills with lightning jutsus and his ability to form combination jutsus with allies is very impressive. And he didn't show any wind jutsu, which is supposed to be his main element. But I guess that is to be expected. After all, advancing to Jounin rank with just the Yamanaka secret techniques is extremely rare. And it is even more difficult to become an Umbu captain. Bunjiro is the biggest surprise though. Though rank A and S jutsus seem cool, in a battle, the most effective jutsus are the ones that can be spammed or affect a huge area. With Water Shuriken and Raging Waves, he covers both these areas. Though he will have to improve his movement and reaction speed. But, that will improve as he goes on difficult missions. While Fujin was analyzing his team, one person had a very dark face. Sitting in his office, Hiruzen was watching Fujin with his crystal ball. He thought, "I gave you a team. Go hang out with them, train with them, and make friends. Why are you back in the training rooms? All that effort only managed to keep him away for an hour?" Hiruzen immediately began doing his paperwork while thinking, I need to find a suitable mission for his team. A mission that will keep him away from the village for at least 2 weeks. Takao, who was helping Hiruzen with the paperwork, looked at him in surprise. He wondered, why is Lord Hokage going through his paperwork with such enthusiasm? The next day, Hiruzen sat in his chair while looking at 3 files on his desk. All these 3 files had a mission that needed an elite Jounin level ninja to lead. Hiruzen looked at the first file and thought, this mission will be a long-term deployment in the Land of Water. It would have been an excellent mission to test how good Fujin is beyond fighting and killing. Unfortunately, I don't want to risk sending him on another long mission in a major village. I'm afraid he might drag Konoha into that civil war. I'll let Renjiro take care of this. He opened the second file and thought, Suna and IWA are signing some sort of treaty or at least an understanding in the Land of Birds. Considering the current situation, an alliance between them could prove troublesome for us. However, Inoki should see the bigger picture and realize Kumo's threat. Fortunately, Inoki and Raza aren't meeting. Still, it will be best if this meeting goes bad. But Suna should be hunting for Fujin. It's not a good idea to send him there. I'll let Eagle lead 3 Umbu squads with former root ninjas here. Finally, Hiruzen opened the last file and thought, the leaders of the Ide family and Kagawa family from the Land of Grass are going to meet in Ide territory. Though very few in the Land of Grass support IWA, Ide is one of them. In fact, they are the most significant. They control a large territory along their borders with the Land of Earth. Shikaku believes that this meeting is a trap to kill the head of the Kagawa family who supports Konoha. I'll send Fujin's team here to ensure that the head of the Kagawa family returns safely. Since this meeting is supposed to last for over a week, they will be away from the village for at least 2 weeks. Hiruzen decided to assign the mission to the Land of Grass to Fujin's unit. While Hiruzen was picking out a mission, Yugao was training extremely hard along with Hayate. Sounds of swords clashing could be heard for hours in their training ground. Finally, Hayate said, "That's enough for today. You need to rest." Yugao stopped and sheathed her sword. Both went out to grab a meal. Hayate asked, "What's gotten into you today? I haven't even seen you train with such intensity." Yugao sighed and said, "I was assigned to a new team yesterday. The captain arranged a sparring session. He parried my Hazy Moon Knight slash with ease. During the fight, I couldn't land a single hit on him." Hayate was surprised. Even though he was teaching Yugao, her strength wasn't far from his. He asked, "He sounds very powerful. Who is your new captain?" Yugao replied, "Suzuki Fujin." Hayate tried recalling, but he couldn't remember anything. He said, "I don't think I have ever heard of him. Is he a veteran ninja who keeps a low profile by hiding in the Umbu?" Yugao shook her head and replied, "No. He is just 14 years old. I looked up his information as well. But I didn't find much on him other than the fact that Senju Renjiro was his teacher and that he was the champion during his Chunin exams." Hayate was shocked. He asked, "A 14-year-old boy defeated you in swordplay? Which style did he use?" Yugao had a bitter smile as she said, "None. I couldn't make him use any." Hayate was left speechless. He thought, seeing the intensity of her training and her voice, she should have been defeated very thoroughly. He muttered, "A 14-year-old genius who is already an Umbu captain. Looks like our village will have another strong ninja in the future." Yugao nodded. To cheer her up, Hayate changed the subject and talked about the stuff she liked. Just as Hiruzen expected, Fujin's name would slowly be known among the generation that was around 6 to 8 years older than him. These were the batches that had graduated from academy right after the Third Great Ninja War and hence had very high numbers. Due to this, Fujin's reputation would slowly build up in the village. Chapter 301. On the day Fujin was supposed to meet with his team, an Umbu ninja showed up at Fujin's house and passed him a message. Fujin frowned as he thought, "A mission on the very same day we decided to meet? That old fox must be spying with that perverted ball again." Fujin and his team met in their assigned room at the decided time. Fujin looked at his subordinates and asked, "Are any of you still injured?" Everyone shook their heads. Fujin said, "Good. Lord Hokage will assign our first mission today. Follow me." Fujin walked towards the Hokage's building. Yugao, Fumito, and Bunjiro followed him while lost in their own thoughts. Bunjiro was excited. He thought, "Wow! I never expected that Lord Hokage would assign my first Anbu mission himself. I lucked out by joining Fujin's team. Though I hate Daisuke, I am so glad that he led us to meet Fujin." Fumito thought, a mission after such a long time. And this is assigned by Lord Hokage as well. I have to perform properly and show Lord Hokage how capable I am. Only then I will have any chance of becoming an Anbu captain. Yugao's eyes were glued to Fujin's back. She was interested in finding out more about Fujin and his skill with the sword. The group soon entered Hiruzen's office. Hiruzen looked at Fujin's turtle mask and asked, "Why aren't you wearing the hawk mask?" Though Hiruzen had seen that Fujin used the turtle mask during sparring, he thought that Fujin would go back to the hawk mask during normal Anbu missions. Fujin replied, "That mask gets identified quite quickly. So it kinda loses its purpose." Hiruzen nodded, but he was surprised. Though it was a very logical move, most ninjas wouldn't do it unless the mission demanded a high degree of anonymity. After all, who wouldn't want to build their fame and be well known and respected throughout the ninja world? Hiruzen explained the mission details to Fujin's team. Fujin analyzed the details and thought, "Looks like this will be another long and boring mission. Sigh, I wanted to continue training." After understanding the details and importance of the mission, Team Fujin left the office. Fujin said, "This will be a 2 to 3 weeks long mission. Pack up the supplies and meet me at the village gate in 30 minutes. Everyone nodded and dispersed. 20 minutes later, Team Fujin left the village and moved towards the land of grass. A day later, they entered a town under disguise. The street was bustling with a high number of people who were going about their lives in a happy mood. Fumito looked around the town and said, "Looks like the Kagawa family is doing a great job. This town is very peaceful and prosperous and the citizens look happy and content." Yugao nodded and said, "Yeah. Their family has a few jounins. So the city should be safe in times of peace." The group walked to a location from where they could watch the central mansion very clearly. Fujin's eyes glowed as he saw a bunch of people in the courtyard. They were all flocking around a man in his 50s. He muttered, "So he is Kagawa Noriyuki, the leader of the Kagawa family." Fujin instructed, "Lord Hokage should have sent him a message mentioning that we will be protecting him from the shadows. So we won't be coming in any direct contact with him unless trouble really happens. According to our information, he will leave the town after 3 days. Though unlikely, IWA could send an assassin to kill him while in the city. So we will take turns to keep an eye on him. I and Bunjiro will keep an eye during the day. You two will keep an eye during the night." Yugao replied, "All right. We will investigate the city a bit before getting some rest." Fujin nodded. Fumito and Yugao left. Their experience in the Anbu was longer than Fujin's, so he didn't need to give them many instructions. Fujin and Bunjiro hid themselves while keeping an eye on the mansion. Bunjiro was a bit nervous. Even though Fujin had guided him earlier, he had provided guidance to the entire group at the same time. He had never interacted with Fujin one-on-one. After some silence, Bunjiro couldn't hold it anymore and decided to talk. He asked, "Aren't we in peacetime? Why is IWA trying to create trouble right now? Wouldn't that cause a war?" Fujin looked at Bunjiro and wondered, what would he think if he knew what I did in the Land of Wind? Fujin shook his head and said, "The peace you see is only on the surface. In reality, this peacetime is a continuous war between the Anbu of various countries. Every action we take is to increase our advantage in the next war. The village that does this the best while building its military power will likely be the one to win the next war." Bunjiro was shocked by that answer. His understanding of the world shattered. He muttered, doesn't that mean that the next Great War is a certainty and the peace is only temporary? Fujin nodded, pretty much. Bunjiro's mood became a bit depressed. He asked, does that mean we will be fighting IWA ninjas for sure this time? Fujin replied, not really. Fighting between Umbu can become very complicated. This might just be a false alarm. Or perhaps IWA faked information so that we would waste our time protecting him while they attack someone else. Only around 30% of the missions actually involve any combat. Life and death battle is even more rare. But it is better to just assume that we will be in a life and death battle in every mission. Bunjiro nodded and the two became silent once again. After a while, Fujin asked, how are the other 4 doing? Bunjiro wasn't surprised by the question. He replied, Tatsuya was in the same Genin team as me. Though he failed last time, he is participating in the current Chunin exams and has qualified for the last round. He should be able to become a Chunin. Daisuke, Ryoma, and Buncho were put in the same Genin squad under a Chunin sensei. But we had an argument after the graduation exam. So I don't know much about what happened to them later. I heard that they participated in this Chunin exam but were eliminated in the first round. Fujin was surprised. He asked, you 5 used to be so close to each other. Why did you suddenly argue? Bunjiro let out a sigh and answered, after you guided us for the last time, they just practiced the 3 basic ninjutsu and didn't train any further. But me and Tatsuya began learning the elemental jutsus and hence gained a better rank in the exam. So after the exam, they blamed us and said that we trained in secret instead of training at the same speed as them. They stopped speaking to us after it. Fujin shook his head in disappointment and replied, I see. That's a bad attitude. But seeing how strong you have grown, I guess it was good for you. Bunjiro nodded. After the argument, he had become very careful in choosing his friends. He only befriended the ones who worked as hard as him and pushed him to be better. He looked at Fujin and secretly sighed in relief. He thought, Daisuke said that he was friends with Fujin from the time that they were very young. I was afraid that Fujin would get angry at me since I abandoned his friend. Luckily he is moral and just and doesn't blindly side with his friends. Bunjiro felt that his worries were just. After all, Daisuke was the one who brought their group to Fujin and he claimed that he had played with Fujin since they were 2 years old. However, Fujin had long forgotten that. After all, he wasn't sure whether he could even consider those memories as his. He had agreed to guide them just as an experiment. Since they didn't have anything to do, Fujin began talking with Bunjiro about his abilities. Sensing the chance to gain additional guidance, Bunjiro told him everything about himself. Fujin made a few comments on how he could improve further. After learning everything about him, Fujin thought, looks like Renjiro isn't the only one who trains his students very seriously. He lucked out by getting a Jounin sensei who was dedicated to raising the next generation. Fujin said, your progress is very good. Your control over water jutsus is good. But you should focus on improving your speed. Work on your body flicker jutsu. Learn how to do it without making any hand seals and sustain it for longer distances. When you combine that speed with your sustained water shuriken offense, you will see far better results. Bunjiro immediately nodded. He recalled how Fujin had disappeared in front of their eyes and his clone had appeared behind them. If he could replicate the same, then his attacks would become much more deadly. Fujin asked, do you use a training seal? Bunjiro nodded and replied, yes, Sensei bought one for each of us a few days after we became his students. It exerts pressure and resistance up to 125 kilograms. I can currently handle up to 69% of the maximum pressure. Fujin replied, that's good. Focus on maxing it out. When you do, I'll make a new one that can exert pressure up to 500 kilograms. Bunjiro said, I will do it. Thanks, Captain. Chapter 302, As the sun rose, casting its golden rays upon the town, a sense of anticipation filled the air. Many people gathered along the streets, their faces beaming with excitement and curiosity. Vibrant banners fluttered in the gentle breeze, displaying the emblem of the town and symbols of its proud heritage. The atmosphere was charged with a mixture of admiration and reverence. At the center of the commotion stood Kagawa Noriyuki, adorned in regal attire, radiating an aura of authority. Accompanying him were a retinue of influential nobles and skilled ninjas, each exuding a sense of confidence and purpose. Their presence commanded attention and respect. The townsfolk lined the streets, their eager eyes fixed upon the procession as it made its way through the heart of the town. Cheers and applause erupted from the crowd, echoing through the bustling thoroughfares. Among the crowd stood Fujin and his team, who had disguised themselves. It had been over 3 days since they arrived in the town. Fujin observed the procession and thought, not bad. He converted this meeting into some sort of festival. This will increase his prestige and reputation. And all he had to do was put up a display while leading the town instead of just leading silently. Fujin was impressed by Noriyuki's intelligence and methods. Standing next to him, Yugao said, "The ninjas wearing those fancy vests are the 8 jounins protecting this town. Even the leader is supposed to be at jounin level." Fumito commented, "Only 3 of them can barely be considered at the jounin level. The rest, including the leader, are at the chunin level." Fujin nodded and said, "Still, it's impressive considering that it is just a town in the land of grass." Not long ago, Fujin had raided the western cities in the land of wind. Of the 5 cities he attacked, 4 didn't have any jounin protecting them. Yugao observed properly and said, "The man standing next to Noriyuki is Hoshino Raoichi. He is hiding his chakra but is quite strong. He is said to be among the 3 strongest ninjas in Kusagakure. In the 3rd Great Ninja War, he held back a division of Iwagakure to save a city." Fujin nodded. He already knew about him. After recruiting Kasai Shigeki, Fujin began looking for information on talented ninjas outside the 5 major villages. Hoshino Raoichi was among those ninjas. Fujin was wondering how he could recruit him. Unfortunately, Fujin didn't have any means of recruiting or controlling him. He was hoping to get some additional intel on Raoichi during the mission. After passing through the main streets in the town, the entourage left the city and slowly disappeared in the distance. In the mansion, 5 people stood on the balcony and saw the entourage leading with worry in their eyes. They were the family of Noriyuki. Considering the danger during this trip, Noriyuki hadn't taken any close family members with him. Instead, he had made all preparations to ensure that his son would succeed him if something happened to him. The ones who could pose a threat to his son were all made to accompany him to the meeting. Team Fujin followed the entourage from a distance. Bunjiro sighed and said, "They are moving slower than even the trade caravans." Fumito nodded and said, "It's because they have many civilian nobles. Those bunch are the slowest when it comes to moving long distances. But learn to be patient. As an Umbu, you may have to spend weeks or even months doing nothing but keeping a watch." Bunjiro nodded. They followed Kagawa and his group for over a day until they reached the banks of a magnificent river. Across the river was Mizukoshi, the westernmost town in the land of grass and the town where the Ide family held power. The river, teeming with turbulent waters, surged with a forceful current. A normal civilian wouldn't be able to swim in the river. Fortunately, a sturdy bridge spanning the width of the river was built by the Ide family. The Kagawa family entourage crossed the bridge and was immediately welcomed by the people arranged by the Ide family to greet and welcome the Kagawa family. Observing them from a long distance, Yugao said, "That bridge looks like the perfect ambushing spot. Other than ninjas, everyone would die immediately." Fujin nodded and said, "Well, our task is just to ensure that Kagawa Noriyuki stays alive. So if they are ambushed here, focus on killing the ambushers rather than defending." Yugao and Fumito understood Fujin's intentions and nodded. However, Bunjiro was shocked. He looked at Fujin once again and thought, but wouldn't that mean that every civilian will be dead? There are over 30 people in that group who can't use their chakra. Do we have to be so heartless? Despite his doubts, Bunjiro didn't question Fujin. As an Umbu, obeying the instructions of his superior without any question was the basic requirement. Otherwise, the success rate of Umbu missions would drop drastically. If he had any questions, he could ask them after the mission was completed. Team Fujin infiltrated Mizukoshi and stayed there for the next week while keeping an eye on Kagawa Noriyuki. However, not a single incident happened during that week and no one tried to attack Noriyuki. Finally, after completing all meetings and discussions, the Kagawa family entourage left Mizukoshi. Bunjiro saw them leaving and muttered softly, "Looks like Shikaku-sama's analysis was wrong." However, the eyes of Fujin, Yugao and Fumito were glued to the water around the bridge. Yugao muttered, "He is right once again." Fumito asked, "Should we make a move?" Fujin replied, "No. We don't know whether they are enemies or not. We would create trouble if they have any other purpose. But stay ready. We will make a move as soon as they do." Though they could see the chakras, they couldn't see to whom the ninjas belonged as they were hiding underwater. If they weren't IWA ninjas and instead were from the Ide family, then Fujin would have to reassess how to make a move. After all, it would then be an internal conflict rather than a hidden conflict between Konoha and IWA. Though Fujin had killed various forces from the minor villages, all had been done with utmost secrecy. If he openly killed them in front of an entire town, then it would be disadvantageous for Konoha diplomatically. The loss would far exceed the gains made by saving the Kagawa family. Even if he used disguises, it wouldn't take a genius to figure out who the external forces protecting the Kagawa family were. Bunjiro heard their conversation and was confused. He asked softly, "What do you mean?" Fujin replied, 16 ninjas are hiding in the river. Be ready to flicker." Bunjiro immediately became serious and mentally prepared himself for a fight. The group watched as the entourage began crossing the bridge. Despite walking on it, none of the Kagawa family ninjas detected the ones hiding underwater in the strong water current. Without leaking any chakra, everyone in the group underwater grabbed a kunai with an explosive tag attached and threw it at the entourage. At the same time, one ninja made the confrontation hand sign. Immediately, the explosive tags attached to the bridge began glowing. Since no incident had happened, most of the people in the entourage had become lax. However, Hoshino Ryoichi was on guard and noticed the kunais. He threw a couple of shurikens to intercept them and shouted, "Watch out!" Immediately, all ninjas became alert. However, it was too late. Other than the kunai Ryoichi deflected, the remaining explosive tags all went off at the same time. The people from Mizukoshi, who were watching the entourage leave, watched in horror as the bridge that connected them with the rest of the land of grass blew up. Many immediately began screaming in horror. A few ran away as chaos spread in the town. At the same time, a smile crept on the face of Ide Tomoki, the leader of the Ide family. However, he soon hid it and shouted, "We are under attack. Everyone prepare immediately. We will save our fellow countrymen." Ide Tomoki looked at the explosion with ecstasy in his eyes. He thought, "Great! I was getting worried by how rapidly the Kagawa family was spreading their influence in recent years. Even my interests were being compromised. But with them out of the way, we will no longer have any threat. And by showing how quickly I decided to help them, my prestige will increase uncontrollably." Team Fujin didn't move and just observed the smoke. Soon, 15 figures jumped out of the smoke and stood on top of the river. They were Kagawa Noriyuki, Hoshino Ryoichi, 8 Jounins, and 5 Chunins. Fear and horror could be seen on their faces. Apart from them, everyone was dead. Even Ryoichi had a grim expression. Bunjiro thought, 6 Chunins died to such a lame attack? These guys aren't worthy of being called Chunins. Immediately, the ninjas hidden in the water came out and assaulted them. Fujin saw their headbands and said, "Rogue ninjas. Kill them all." Since they weren't wearing the headband belonging to Kusagakure, Fujin could just kill them and claim that the Kagawa family had issued a mission to Konoha to ensure their protection. Since the attackers had disguised themselves as rogue ninjas, no one could question them. All four flickered at the same time. Chapter 303, Hoshino Ryoichi looked at the ninjas approaching them and commanded, "Stay together and guard Noriyuki. I'll cut down their numbers one by one." His words calmed them down. They immediately prepared for the battle, thinking, as long as we have Ryoichi, we can get our revenge. Ryoichi waved a hand sign. Lightning could be seen on his palms. He placed his palms in the river and said with utter confidence, "Face the consequences of your actions." Lightning release, lightning eels jutsu. The lightning on his palms transformed into small lightning eels and moved towards the rogue nins. However, one of the ninjas waved hand signs in response. Wind release, great breakthrough jutsu. He exhaled a strong wind current into the river. The attack hit the lightning eels head-on and dispersed them. Though the river absorbed the wind current, the winds caused a wave of water to form and move at the Kusa ninjas. The rogue ninjas used the cover provided by the wave to quickly close in the distance. Ryoichi was surprised. He thought, he countered me so easily. This isn't a random attack. Someone wants us all dead. He wanted to use another jutsu, but the ninja who used the great breakthrough jutsu suddenly appeared in front of him and attacked with his kunai. Ryoichi raised his kunai and blocked the attack. The rogue ninja smiled and said, "Sorry. I can't let you run amok, Ryoichi." At the same time, the other rogue ninjas attacked the ninjas protecting Kagawa Noriyuki with earth jutsus. Ryoichi realized it and asked, "So the Ide family has allied with the Iwabikure?" The IWA ninjas smiled but didn't say anything and continued attacking. He was evenly matched with Ryoichi. Ryoichi's expression became grim. He didn't have the same confidence as before. He shouted, "We may be weak, but do you think that you can walk over Kusagakure without any consequences?" The IWA Jounin just smirked. However, he suddenly became very serious and dived into the river. Fractions of a second later, an air bullet passed from where he was standing. He quickly looked at where the attack had come from and his eyes widened. Fujin observed the fight for a minute and jumped in at the right opportunity. He flickered next to an IWA ninja and shot a couple of dozen air bullets at the rogue ninjas. 4 IWA ninjas that were closest to him died while a few others were injured. Just like the IWA ninjas, the Kusa ninjas were also surprised. Only Noriyuki was expecting such assistance. He shouted, "They are our allies. Cooperate with them and eliminate these rogue ninjas." The Kusa ninjas were relieved. In just a minute of fighting, they realized that they were completely outmatched. With Ryoichi being held back, their hopes were dying very quickly. The IWA ninjas had solemn expressions. A few seconds ago, they were having a complete advantage. But the situation reversed instantly. Taking advantage of the slight distraction, Yugao and Fumito snuck behind two of the weakest IWA ninjas. Since their attention was on Fujin and the Kusa ninjas, they didn't notice them until it was too late. In one quick stab, both killed their targets. The IWA Jounin fighting against Ryoichi was alarmed by the situation. He shouted, "Fall back to the bank and stay together." At the same time, he began withdrawing to the opposite bank, but Ryoichi immediately attacked him and didn't allow him to leave. Fujin saw the IWA ninjas retreating and activated his chakra field. His eyes widened momentarily as he looked at a location on the opposite bank. He muttered, "This will be a tough fight." As the IWA ninjas were retreating, they approached Bunjiro, who was hiding under the water. He immediately took advantage. Water release, water shuriken jutsu. Dozens of water shurikens formed underwater and launched at the IWA nins. One of Iwa's Jounins immediately noticed it and made a hand seal. Water release, water wall jutsu. A layer of water appeared in front and under the IWA ninjas in the nick of time. Unfortunately, Bunjiro wasn't their only opponent. Fujin flickered next to them and a sword appeared in his hand. One of the IWA ninjas noticed him and immediately attacked him with his kunai. Fujin swung his sword at the kunai. The remaining IWA ninjas focused on Yugao, Fumito, and the Kusa ninjas. But they turned their attention to Fujin once again. They watched in shock as the headless corpse of their comrade fell into the river. One of the IWA ninjas muttered, "How can that be? He killed a Jounin in the blink of an eye?" Fujin continued his attack and swung his sword at the nearest IWA ninja. However, he stopped and moved backwards. An earth spear passed by from the space he was at a moment ago. Fujin turned his head to the left to see hundreds of earth spikes extending from the opposite bank to their location. Fujin thought they couldn't hold back anymore. I guess that is to be expected considering the losses they were taking. The hundreds of earth spears forced the Konoha and Kusa ninjas back. Even Banjiro was attacked underwater and forced to retreat. The IWA ninjas immediately took the opportunity to retreat to the opposite bank. Apart from Fujin, everyone's expressions became solemn. The attack was just too large in scale. The chaotic battle finally stopped as the three sides reassessed the situation. On the bank where Mizukoshi town was, Tomoki stopped his ninjas and instructed, "There is another group there. It looks like the Kagawa family was expecting this attack. We will wait and observe the situation for now." His ninjas immediately agreed. In a short while, they had seen 7 capable ninjas fall. In addition, they could see the fearsome earth spears extending from the opposite bank to the center of the river. None of them wanted to risk their lives needlessly. Meanwhile, Tomoki frowned and thought, as I guessed, Noriyuki came prepared. These should be Konoha Umbu. Fortunately, I contacted Iwagakure. Otherwise, I'd be dead. Fujin observed the situation. On one side of the river were ninjas of the Ide family. On the other side were 21 IWA ninjas. While on the river, there were 15 ninjas from the Kagawa family and Fujin's team. Fujin observed the ninja who launched the earth spears and thought, an elite Jounin. I have been running into way too many of them in recent times. Oh well, now that everyone is out of hiding, I can kill them in one single fight. If Fujin wanted to, he could have killed another 3 to 4 IWA ninjas. But he refrained from doing so as he wanted to use them to draw them out. Due to this, any traps that they might have set up would be useless. The ninja, at whom Fujin was staring, looked at the IWA ninjas who retreated and asked, "Chiharu, are you fine?" Chiharu nodded and said, "Yes, but 7 of our ninjas died. The Kusa ninjas have Ryoichi among their ranks. But Jin, be careful of that Konoha Umbu with the sword. For some reason, he is giving me a very bad feeling." Jin looked at Fujin and said, "It doesn't matter, they will all die today." There wasn't a single shred of doubt in his voice. While Jin was checking on the IWA ninjas, Noriyuki analyzed, even though Tomoki wants us out of the way, he can't attack us openly. So we have 2 options. We can withdraw into Mizukoshi and force them to fight with us. Then these ninjas will withdraw. But this option is very risky. The second option is to fight the IWA ninjas and break through into the interior parts of the country. They won't chase me too deep into the land of the grass. While he was debating internally, Fujin flickered next to Ryoichi and Noriyuki and said, "Ryoichi, your lightning nature will give you an advantage against that guy. Hold him back. I'll eliminate the others." Ryoichi frowned and said, "That is very risky. With his ability, sneak attacking Noriyuki will be very easy. The scale of earth spears that was launched was just too big. Despite being far from the land, they were still threatened by that attack." However, Noriyuki said, "No, that is the only way. Going back to Mizukoshi will be very risky and we all may be wiped out. You hold him back. Konoha ninjas can focus on eliminating the rest. And when the fighting is intense, I'll escape with 4 ninjas protecting me so that I won't hold you back anymore." Ryoichi asked, "What if there are more Iwagakure ninjas hiding?" Noriyuki let out a sigh and said, "It's unlikely that Iwagakure will send so many ninjas here just for me. But if they have, then it is only a matter of time before they kill me. After all, that group is already stronger than us. Just escape and ensure that you stay alive. If possible, please see that no harm befalls my family." Ryoichi didn't want to agree. Unfortunately, he couldn't see any other option. Meanwhile, Fujin was surprised. He looked at Noriyuki and thought, that's a surprise. Most of those in power, even if they are just, won't risk their own lives to help others escape. I guess this is why Hiruzen and Shikaku valued him highly. Fujin said, don't worry. I don't sense anyone else. But be careful regardless. Noriyuki nodded. They stopped talking at the same time as Jin. Jin rapidly weaved hand signs and slammed his palms on the ground. Earth Release, Earth Spike Hell Jutsu. Chapter 304, Earth Release, Earth Spike Hell Jutsu. The Kusa ninjas were surprised by the massive chakra emanating from Jin. On the riverbed, thousands of small sharp spikes began forming. Fujin sensed the change and shouted, leave the river immediately. Fujin flickered right away. So did his team. The Kusa ninjas were slightly slower to react as Fujin wasn't their superior and they didn't feel the change happening under their feet. However, when Noriyuki and Ryoichi began moving, they immediately followed. In a second, the spikes were launched. They tore through the strong river current and propelled skyward. 3 Kusa Chunins were a bit slow to move. The spikes pierced into their feet and drilled through their bodies, shattering their bones and puncturing their internal organs. They emerged from heads and shoulders and soared into the sky, tracing a vivid arc of red blood. The 3 Chunins died without even understanding how they were hit from below the river. The ninjas from the Ide family saw in horror as blood spouted from their bodies as they fell into the river and dyed it red color momentarily. The scene was hellish. They thanked their lucky stars that their leader asked them to stay away. As soon as Fujin stepped on the river bank, he felt the ground under his feet transforming into small spikes. He immediately flickered while thinking, this is annoying. Even my team might not stay safe for long from such a barrage. Fujin flickered continuously while building his chakra up. Jin tried attacking him and the places he might appear in, but Fujin was too fast and unpredictable for him and maintained a sufficient distance from the remaining IWA ninjas. Wind Release, Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu. Jin was surprised. He thought, he is good. A sealless supercharged jutsu. However, he didn't react. Instead, a ninja next to him slammed his palms on the ground. Earth Release, Earth Wall Jutsu. A gigantic earth wall appeared instantly and protected the IWA ninjas. At the same time, Jin changed his target from Fujin to the Kusa ninjas, thinking, the Konoha Umbu are quite strong. It should be an elite unit. I'll whittle down the Kusa numbers first and then use the numerical advantage to crush them. The Kusa ninjas had seen Fujin dodging at a fast pace. They began imitating his movements and didn't stand in the same spot for long. Jin sensed their movements and smirked while thinking, I couldn't hit him due to his speed. Do you think that you can replicate the same speed? Jin predicted where they would dodge and preemptively began creating spikes on those spots. This immediately created more pressure on the Kusa ninjas as the number of times they had to dodge increased by 2 to 3 times. Meanwhile, Fujin looked at the wall and decided, time to cut down their numbers. Wind Release, Vacuum Serial Wave Jutsu. Fujin exhaled blades of wind at several angles. Behind the giant wall, the IWA ninjas were feeling quite safe when the blades cut through the wall like a hot knife through butter, catching them completely off guard. Jin, who had already neutralized another Kusa ninja and injured a couple more and managed to keep the Kusa ninjas and Fujin's team at bay, was shocked. He immediately jumped up to dodge the wind blade heading towards him. Jin's eyes widened as he realized the power behind the wind blades. He wondered, wind vacuum technique? Who is this guy? Wait, if he knows wind vacuum technique, then... Shit! Jin immediately created an earth clone. The experienced IWA ninjas also reacted instinctively. However, 8 IWA ninjas couldn't react in time. They were cut into 2 and died on the spot. Jin watched as his eyes turned red. He had lost 15 ninjas on such a simple mission. The losses had now exceeded the acceptable limit. However, Before he could even think of retaliating, Fujin fired vacuum bullets at the ninjas who had jumped in the air to dodge. 2 bullets were heading at Jin. Jin looked at the incoming attack and thought, as I had expected. The Earth clone he created seconds ago pushed him away as the vacuum bullets pierced it and dispelled it. Jin barely managed to dodge the attack. However, not everyone could do the same. Another 2 IWA ninjas were killed. Fujin observed the situation and analyzed, these ninjas are all elites. I had targeted 6 but only 2 died. They are much stronger than the Suna bunch that tried to hunt me. Looks like Inoki greatly values this mission. Is IWA that desperate to make inroads into grass or waterfall? Tomoki saw Fujin's counterattack and gulped in fear. He was no longer confident in Iwa's victory. He decided, if IWA fails to kill Noriyuki, I will distance myself from them and claim that this attack had nothing to do with me. After all, I doubt IWA would claim these ninjas as their own and hence won't antagonize the only noble in the land of grass that supports them. Fujin's consecutive attacks finally gave his allies time to catch their breath. He also changed the numerical advantage in their favor. Yugao, Fumito, and Bunjiro immediately went on the attack. Ryoichi remembered Fujin's words and immediately rushed towards Jin. He realized, Konoha Umbu Captain is right. If I don't restrict him, it's only a matter of time before the remaining Kusa ninjas are killed. Only I and the Konoha Umbu might be able to escape. The remaining Kusa ninjas split into 2. First stayed next to Noriyuki while the rest followed Ryoichi. Ryoichi weaved hand signs while running and supercharged his jutsu. Lightning Release, False Darkness Jutsu. He extended his arms towards Jin as bolts of lightning crackled on his arms. He discharged all the lightning bolts at Jin. Jin saw the lightning bolts with a frown on his face as he thought, lightning is the biggest weakness of Earth Jutsus. Back in the Third Great Ninja War, he gained fame against us because his unit encountered a division that was exclusively made of Earth Affinity ninjas and didn't have any strong jounin. Despite the frown, Jin wasn't worried about Ryoichi. Instead, his attention was on Fujin. The threat of wind vacuum jutsus far exceeded lightning in his eyes. Chiharu appeared in front of Jin. After knowing that Ryoichi was with the Kagawa family entourage, Jin had specifically requested Chiharu to join this mission to counter his lightning jutsus. Even though Jin could still deal with Ryoichi, it would be very annoying and would allow Fujin to run amok. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Chiharu confronted Ryoichi with a supercharged jutsu as well. Both jutsu clashed. Ryoichi frowned and stopped. Despite the power of the jutsus being the same, he was at a disadvantage. The winds neutralized his lightning bolts one after another. However, Fujin flickered next to Ryoichi. Fire Release, Searing Migraine Jutsu. Taking advantage of the winds, Fujin exhaled a massive fire at Chiharu. Chiharu's eyes widened as he cursed, shit. He also knows fire jutsus. Jin also became serious. He was waiting to find an opportunity against Fujin. Instead, it was Fujin who seized the opportunity. He gathered chakra and slammed his hands on the ground. Another gigantic wall appeared out of the ground. It was tall and wide enough to keep the massive firestorm on the other side temporarily. However, Jin shouted, "Move away from the walls." Every IWA ninja followed his instruction without any hesitation. A second later, blades of wind cut through the gigantic wall with ease. Fortunately, the IWA ninjas were far enough to have the time to dodge them. Jin observed the blades with an annoyed expression. He thought, fortunately my sensei had informed me about Shimura Danzo's skills. Otherwise, the death toll would keep piling. Still, wind vacuum technique and such ruthlessness. Is he Danzo's successor? If so, he can't be allowed to live any longer. Who knows how many of our sufferings had that bastard's hand in the shadows. If another shinobi of darkness appears in Konoha, then we will suffer for a few more decades. Kagawa Noriyuki noticed the destruction and thought, "I-O Lord Hokage won." He instructed, "Let's escape." Chapter 305, taking opportunity of the situation, Noriyuki, along with 4 jounins, began escaping. Jin sensed it and muttered, "Do you think it'd be this easy to escape from me?" He weaved hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground once again. Despite the large distance between them, the ground under the feet of Noriyuki's group turned into a swamp. They immediately jumped backwards. However, several mud balls were launched at them from the swamp. One of the Kusa ninjas weaved hand signs. Water release, water wall jutsu. A water wall appeared in front of them and stopped the mud balls. However, soon the land to the right of them began moving. A second later, a large, bronze dragon head popped out of the ground. It opened its mouth and shot multiple cannonballs made of mud at the group. The Kusa ninjas hurriedly dodged while the dragon head dived underground once again. One of the Kusa ninjas shouted, "Be careful. It will attack us from below and blow itself up." His words alarmed Noriyuki and the rest. They stayed on their toes and tried attacking the dragon underground in order to make it explode deep underground. However, several spikes and needles were launched at them, forcing them to keep evading and cutting off their escape routes. Fujin sensed the attack and thought, such a large range. But, why hasn't he ordered a retreat? Their losses are already too high and this situation is very disadvantageous and dangerous for him. Though he and Ryoichi tried to stop him, they were outnumbered. When Fujin used any vacuum attack, Jin would move away and then place his palms on the ground once again. Finally, the remaining Kusa and Konoha ninjas made their way across the fire and debris and joined the battle. Ryoichi instructed, "Keep their weaker ninjas busy. We will eliminate their leaders." The Kusa ninjas immediately obeyed his command. As for Fujin's team, they had already attacked. With their aid, the number advantage was evened out. Fujin flickered towards Chiharu while Ryoichi confronted Jin. Jin confronted Ryoichi while observing the battlefield. He analyzed, despite the enemy reinforcements, we still had one more ninja. 5 ninjas are equally matched while we have the advantage in 3 fights. But, though it looked like they had the overall advantage, Jin was worried. Chiharu couldn't match up to Fujin at all. He barely hung on. Jin sighed, "I can't afford to take any more pointless losses. If I knew that someone as ferocious as he would be protecting Noriyuki, then I would have redone our entire strategy. I didn't want to resort to this, but we don't have any other option now. I can only use my final card. Though this could put my village in some trouble, it's better than just retreating with nothing but losses." Within half a minute of confrontation, Fujin had gained the absolute advantage. He was about to deal the final blow when he suddenly jumped away. Numerous earth spikes assaulted his previous position. He looked at Jin. Jin gritted his teeth and cursed, "Fine. I'll let Kagawa Noriyuki go. But you all will stay here." He stopped attacking Noriyuki's group and focused entirely on the existing battlefield. Immediately, Fujin and a few other ninjas were assaulted by spikes, needles, spears and other weapon-shaped projectiles from the ground. Apart from Fujin, everyone fell at a disadvantage. Ryoichi tried his best to stop him but had no success. A frown appeared on Fujin's face as he analyzed, "Something is off. Though the move is tactical, he should have done this long ago. And even now he isn't retreating. It's as if he is assured of his victory." Fujin had a bad feeling. Immediately, a massive amount of chakra was released by Fujin. Jin was alarmed as winds began flowing around Fujin. Suddenly, vast amounts of wind were blasted behind Fujin. An IWA ninja, who was confronting Fumito, was hit by this blast wave and lost his balance and fell towards Fumito. Fumito immediately took advantage of the opening and jabbed his tanto into his throat. Meanwhile, Fujin disappeared from his spot and appeared behind the ninja fighting with Yugao. Before the IWA ninja could even react, he was beheaded. Yugao watched with shock in her eyes. She thought, "I couldn't see him at all." However, the one who was the most shocked was Jin. He was maintaining control over the entire battlefield. But 2 more of his subordinates died. He immediately concentrated on Fujin and launched multiple jutsus. However, Fujin once again disappeared and appeared behind the ninja fighting Bunjiro and killed him as well. Before Jin could react, Fujin disappeared once again and appeared behind Chiharu. Chiharu immediately turned around and swung his kunai at Fujin. Though he wasn't very skilled at it, chakra could be seen flowing through his kunai. However, instead of attacking with his sword, Fujin just shot a vacuum bullet at point-blank range. Chiharu had no chance of dodging it. The bullet pierced through his forehead, leaving a huge hole in his head. He dropped dead as well. Jin was enraged at that sight. He shouted, "Bastard! Stop running and fight me!" He launched more spikes at Ryoichi and forced him back while he rushed at Fujin. Winds blasted behind Fujin once again as he appeared in front of Jin in the blink of an eye. Jin saw Fujin swinging his sword at him. He only had one thought, shit. Jin's body turned black as he tried to grab Fujin's sword with his right hand. His right hand was even blacker than the rest of his body. Fujin's sword hit his right hand. Though the iron skin jutsu was strong, it was no match for a sword enhanced by wind nature chakra flow. In addition, Fujin was also assisted by his massive momentum. The sword cut his right palm open. It cut through his right forearm. Jin gritted his teeth and endured the pain and managed to just get his body out of the way of Fujin's sword. However, he had to pay an extremely high price. Jin's right hand was cut off. Half of his right forearm was cut off vertically. What remained just bled and hurt like hell. Jin looked at Fujin with hatred in his eyes. Though Jin and Fujin were quite evenly matched, their strengths lay in different areas. Fujin excelled at close-range fighting and had numerous jutsus to make him lethal at mid-range and long-range. Meanwhile, Jin was better than Fujin at controlling the battlefield and fighting while keeping his enemies at bay. Though his close-range skills were nothing to scoff at, he wasn't comparable to Fujin. Under normal circumstances, he would maintain his distance and keep Fujin away. Such a battle would only result in a draw. That is why both Fujin and Jin tried to target the weaker enemies to gain a numerical advantage while distracting the other. Fujin gained an advantage in that aspect. He didn't care about the losses Kusa suffered, and he had killed far more IWA ninjas than the damage Jin managed to inflict on Kusa ninjas. This caused Jin to make a mistake and end up confronting Fujin head-on. Since Jin had stopped targeting them, Noriyuki and the 4 Jounins with him left the banks and began running towards the interior. Noriyuki said, "We will run full time till we reach back to our town. Once we reach there, Iwabikure won't dare to attack us. We will lodge a complaint with Lord Daimyo and make IWA pay dearly." The Jounins nodded. They ran a couple hundred meters without any obstruction. Since none of the IWA ninjas chased them, one Jounin said, "Looks like your plan has worked. The IWA ninjas can't spare anyone to chase after us." They were relieved. Noriyuki nodded and said, "Yes, but stay on guard. We can't afford any more loss." Noriyuki's words were stuck in his mouth as he felt extremely high heat on his right side. He and the Jounins turned around to see. A look of shock and terror appeared on their faces. A massive rock covered in lava was heading straight at them. They wanted to get out of the way. Unfortunately, it was too late. Before their feet could move, the massive lava-covered rock hit them. It crushed the 5 ninjas under its immense weight while burning them and exploded almost immediately. Chapter 306. Seeing Fujin attacking him again, Jin retreated. Fujin was about to give chase when the loud explosion sound was heard, attracting everyone's attention. Seconds later, dust and smoke covered the entire area. Some debris also fell. The IWA ninjas took the chance to retreat and regroup as the sensors on Fujin's side were shocked. Fujin looked towards the spot of the explosion and thought, the chakra of all 5 of them disappeared. And what's with that massive chakra? Even Hiruzen's chakra wasn't as high as this. Though Fujin's first mission as the Umbu captain had failed, he had no time to think about it. He was more concerned about the chakra that the ambusher was emitting. Jin looked at the destruction and sighed, we had to resort to this. Now everyone will know that it was Iwagakure who did the attack. This will be a diplomatic disaster. He turned his attention towards his bleeding arm. His expression became determined as he thought, but that's fine. Though we will lose our influence in the land of grass, we found out about this fearsome Umbu from Konoha. I don't recall any powerhouse in Konoha having such skills. So he should be someone who they raised after the last Great War ended. Killing him will be far more beneficial. Suddenly, Jin's eyes widened and he looked in front only to see a sword heading straight at him. He instinctively moved backwards but knew that he had no chance of avoiding the attack. Having sensed a formidable foe, Fujin didn't want to leave any other trouble behind him. Fujin's blade was just a few inches away from Jin's neck when he sensed molten rocks headed towards him. Fujin flickered backwards and fired a few vacuum bullets at Jin. Jin barely managed to dodge them. They created a few cuts on his body, causing him to lose even more blood, but none were fatal. However, Fujin had no time to look at him. A figure rushed towards him at rapid speed. Fujin shot a few vacuum bullets, but he dodged them all. His fist began glowing red as he punched Fujin. Chakra began flowing along Fujin's sword as he slashed at the incoming punch. The sword and the fist clashed, creating a slight shockwave. Fujin's expression behind his mask became serious as his sword couldn't cut into the fist. The punch sent him flying backwards. He flipped in the air and landed back on the ground but was still dragged behind for a few minutes. His eyes landed on the ninja who attacked him. He had red hair, mustache, and beard. Unlike the other IWA ninjas, he didn't bother hiding his identity. He wore a large headpiece that proudly displayed the symbol of Iwagakure. On seeing his face, Ryoichi and the other Kusa ninjas were horrified. Even Fujin's team raised their guard to the max. Ryoichi asked in disbelief and horror, "Rashi, why did Iwagakure send someone like you?" Rashi ignored his question and looked at Fujin. He said, "Youngsters these days are getting even more ferocious. You forced me to take action." Fujin cursed in his mind, "Shit. If I knew someone like him was hiding here, I wouldn't have wasted time dealing with the rest. Though if I did that, he might have jumped in sooner. But why the hell is Inoki sending his Jinchuriki on a mission? It's an absolute taboo during peacetime. Even their own citizens don't trust them, let alone citizens of other countries." Fujin roared, "Iwagakure, you dare send your Jinchuriki to the land of grass? Do you intend to start a war?" Fujin used his chakra to amplify his voice. It was so loud that everyone in Mizukoshi heard it clearly. Though most didn't know what a Jinchuriki was, knowing that the ambushers weren't rogue ninjas and instead were from Iwagakure terrified them. As for the ones who knew what a Jinchuriki was, their fear knew no bounds. Panic spread through the city. Some hid in underground safe houses in the city. A few began escaping from the city. Some officials sent messenger birds to Kusagakure without consulting or even informing Itomoki. Rashi realized Fujin's intention and said, "I'm surprised that you are still thinking about diplomacy at this point." Fujin ignored him and instructed, "Slaughter the rest. I'll deal with Rashi." His earlier rampage had killed 4 more IWA ninjas, including Chiharu, who was the second most powerful in that group and could restrict Ryoichi. More importantly, he had gravely injured Jin. Iwagakure only had 6 ninjas along with an injured Jin. So the Umbu and Kusa ninjas shouldn't have any issue in dealing with them. Rashi asked, "You think you can do?" His words were cut short as Fujin flickered next to him and shot air bullets from a close range. Rashi immediately dodged and counterattacked. Lava release, scorching rocks jutsu. Rashi expelled a large amount of lava that solidified into molten rocks. They traveled towards Fujin with tremendous force. Fujin ran straight towards the incoming molten rocks. Displaying blinding speed, he avoided all molten rocks. The molten rocks hit his afterimages and exploded on contacting the ground. Rashi's eyes widened. He muttered, "So fast." He slammed his hand on the ground. Lava release, volcanic swamp jutsu. The ground around him began turning into a swamp that had lava mixed within it. He severely restricted Fujin's movements if he wanted to close the distance. However, instead of approaching him, Fujin jumped a long distance in the sky while building a large amount of chakra and inhaling a large amount of air. Wind Release, Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu. Rashi began preparing a fire jutsu to take advantage of the wind jutsu but stopped midway as his eyes widened in surprise. He thought, what is he doing? Ryoichi had just begun fighting Jin when they both stopped and looked above. Ryoichi's eyes widened. Even Yugao, Fumito, and Bunjiro were surprised and scared. A second later, a strong wind current engulfed the entire battlefield. Enemies and allies both felt the tremendous wind flow. Even the Ide family ninjas on the opposite bank felt the massive wind current. The winds caused the river water to flood the opposite bank. They immediately retreated back into Mizukoshi and activated their protective seals. Layers of lava walls formed around Rashi, protecting him from the winds. Several wind blades hit it every second, causing it to crumble. But it reformed itself at an even faster pace. He thought, though my fire nature should have an advantage, the winds are so strong that everything will be reflected back to me. But, what is he planning? Does he want to kill his own allies as well? Since when did Konoha become so ruthless? At the same time, Jin was horrified. He thought, this bastard is definitely Danzo's successor. He'd kill his allies as well rather than letting any of us escape. A similar fear ran through the minds of the Kusa ninjas. After all, they had no idea who Fujin was and what his intentions were. Even Yugao, Fumito, and Bunjiro had solemn expressions. Even though they were his subordinates, none of them had worked with him earlier or knew what missions he undertook. Suddenly, the IWA ninjas in front of them were attacked by wind blades. Long cuts appeared on their bodies. The IWA ninjas dodged while the Kusa and Konoha ninjas were afraid that they too would suffer the same fate. But they soon noticed something odd. They realized, the wind blades are only attacking the IWA ninjas. Though we are facing the extreme winds as well, they don't pose much threat to us. Rashi noticed it as well. His eyes widened and pupils dilated. He realized, this level of control. His control over Yin-Yang should be excellent. This isn't a blind attack. He can perfectly control his jutsu. He wants to kill all IWA ninjas so that they won't interfere with our fight. Realizing that they were safe, the Kusa and Konoha ninjas began attacking IWA ninjas. The IWA ninjas immediately fell into peril. A red coating of chakra appeared around Rashi as he rapidly weaved hand signs. Chakra and lava gathered on his right fist as he punched the ground with full force. Immediately, the lava and chakra were released into the swamps he created earlier. The ground around him raised 10 meters in height, forming a miniature volcano. The lava began gathering towards its mouth. Lava Release, Flower Fruit Mountain Jutsu. The miniature volcano exploded with a loud sound. It sent a shockwave in the surrounding area, nullifying the winds Fujin had created. Following the shockwave, a large amount of molten rocks was launched into the air. However, since the IWA ninjas were also in the vicinity, Rashi controlled it to fall far away from the battlefield. One of the molten rocks fell on Mizukoshi town. It hit the protective barrier and broke it with ease. Fortunately, it hit the wall and didn't fall in the town. The wall crumbled in an instant. The people who still hadn't hidden underground were horrified by the sight. Chapter 307, Rashi gathered chakra once again and shouted, "Retreat!" Lava Release, Fiery Rock Bullet Jutsu. He spat a single rock made of molten lava at Fujin, who was falling down from the sky. Fujin gathered chakra as well. Wind Release, Vacuum Cannon Jutsu. The vacuum cannon hit the lava rock and broke through it and traveled towards Rashi. Rashi didn't dare test his defenses against the wind vacuum attacks. He immediately dodged. The vacuum cannon hit the miniature volcano Rashi built earlier and crumbled it down. Fujin wasn't sure whether Rashi could use the same jutsu through it. He didn't want to see whether he could or not. He landed on the ground and instructed, chase and kill them off. The IWA ninjas had already begun escaping. Fujin's allies were wondering whether they should aid him or chase the IWA ninjas. Hearing his command, most of them began chasing the IWA ninjas. Seeing what Rashi could do, none of them wanted to face him. Only Ryoichi and Yugao stayed behind. Yugao looked at Fujin and recalled the words Hiruzen had said to her before she joined Fujin's team. She analyzed, if he kills Iwa's Jinchuriki, then it could cause a war between Konoha and IWA. The best solution is to disengage now and let them retreat. But how do I tell him that? And what would be the optimal route if that Jinchuriki decides to keep chasing after us? Ryoichi had similar thoughts. Konoha could afford to offend IWA, but they couldn't. He said, Kagawa Noriyuki is already dead. Let's stop here and leave. Fujin and Rashi were about to begin their battle but halted on hearing that. A frown appeared behind Fujin's mask. He pointed at Rashi and said, tell him that. Rashi thought for a few seconds and replied, sure. Kusa ninjas can leave, but Konoha will have to pay for killing so many of our ninjas. Ryoichi was stunned by his words. He immediately fell into a dilemma. If he escaped, then the remaining Kusa ninjas would live. If he stayed and Fujin lost, then they could all be wiped out. A frown formed on Yugao's face as she stared at Ryoichi. Fujin didn't say anything. He decided that if Ryoichi withdrew, he would run away as well. And after he gets away from Rashi, he would hunt them down and pin the blame on IWA. After all, an entire town had seen them fighting IWA ninjas. Ryoichi let out a sigh and said, then I have no choice but to continue fighting. He immediately left and began chasing the escaping IWA ninjas while thinking, though we can't afford to offend IWA, they are the ones who attacked us in our country. If I escape, then we will offend Konoha while IWA would think that they can bully us whenever they want to. In that scenario, our country will be doomed. Rashi frowned and was about to flicker towards Ryoichi when Fujin suddenly appeared in front of him and swung his sword at him. Rashi dodged and attacked back. Both began fighting. Though Yugao wanted to retreat, seeing Rashi's unyielding attitude, she understood that there was no other option. She shouted, Captain, don't forget our mission, and left to chase the IWA ninjas. Fujin wondered, what mission? The one we are supposed to protect is already dead. Meanwhile, Rashi also wondered, did they come here using Kagawa as a front to do a secret mission? But what mission could have a higher importance than guarding Kagawa Noriyuki? They entered into an intense conflict. However, both had thoughts running through their minds. The longer they fought, the more depressed Rashi became. He thought, though I have stopped paying attention to the internal situation in IWA, I still know that the old man hasn't found any successor for him. For decades, no one who can replace Inoki has appeared in IWA. Only me and Han came close, but we were asked to take control of the tailed beasts. But Konoha. They had White Fan, who dominated the Second Great Ninja War. He was followed by the Sanins, who gained fame in the Second War and dominated the Third War. And while they were still at their peak, Namikaze Minato rose to fame and took command of their forces. Even though they suffered numerous losses after the Third Great Ninja War, their next generation is already stepping up. First Copy Ninja and now this guy. Though he isn't as strong as me, his speed exceeds mine. And his attacks are all very deadly. Even if I get hit by just one, I'll be gravely injured or dead. At the same time, Fujin was seriously introspecting, should I kill him or just stall? He analyzed, if I kill him now, the Four Tails will die as well and will need a few years to resurrect. If I can capture and seal it inside me and become a perfect Jinchuriki, then my prowess will increase many folds. But Fujin flickered to his right to dodge the wave of lava heading at him. Rashi launched another round of molten rocks at Fujin, which he dodged as well while counterattacking. He further analyzed, but by the time the Four Tails is resurrected, Akatsuki would have begun capturing tailed beasts. The place of resurrection will be random. And there is no way I could compete with Akatsuki in intel gathering. unless I can build the organization in time. But that's still incredibly tough. Not to mention, there is no way anyone can compete with Zetsu in terms of gathering information. Besides, even if I have great luck and manage to become a Jinchuriki, I will have very little time to become a perfect one. After all, creating friendship and a deep enough bond will be very difficult after I beat him up and seal him inside me. Fujin let out a sigh and thought, leave it. I'm not ready yet. Killing him now could result in a conflict with IWA. It could change the course of future events. Not to mention, I doubt I could kill him unless he becomes very careless for some reason. If he transforms, then the only way I can confront him is by summoning Ryu. But that will exhaust all my chakra and I doubt Ryu can win against Sandoku. Still, this is a good opportunity to test my skills. Fujin's expression suddenly became very serious. Though his face was hidden by the turtle mask, Rashi felt the change in his attitude. Fujin suddenly disappeared and appeared behind Rashi and swung his sword vertically. Rashi immediately moved to his left. A sword slash passed by, leaving a deep scar on the ground. Suddenly, several cuts appeared on his arm despite dodging the attack. Rashi's eyes widened as he flickered away. He realized, in addition to the main slash, there were hundreds of smaller slashes surrounding it. Fujin followed Rashi and swung his sword 6 times in quick succession. 6 razor-sharp sword slashes streaked towards Rashi with blinding speed. Rashi's eyes widened as he thought, if these also have the additional slashes, then... He moved his body such that he would narrowly dodge all the sword slashes. At the same time, one tail appeared behind him and red chakra appeared on his body. Before the sword slashes reached him, a coating of lava enveloped his entire body. The sword slashes narrowly missed his body while the accompanying winds hit his lava armor. Numerous cuts appeared on his armor but none reached his flesh. Fujin thought, a lava armor? That's interesting. He immediately shot a vacuum bullet at his heart. Rashi immediately dodged. Though the armor could stop weaker attacks, it wouldn't stand any chance against attacks with high penetrating power. Fujin observed, I see. Its defense shouldn't be very high. At least he isn't confident of blocking my vacuum jutsus. Lava release, fiery rock bullet jutsu. Rashi shot 3 lava boulders at Fujin. Fujin dodged them but Rashi used the distraction to reduce the distance between them. He appeared at Fujin's right, jumped above and sent a punch towards his head. Knowing that his sword won't be cut through Rashi's fist from the previous exchange, Fujin moved backwards. Rashi's punch hit the ground causing cracks to appear in the ground. One such crack extended towards Fujin while emitting red light and a lot of heat. Fujin immediately got out of the way. Lava erupted out of that crack. At the same time, Fujin's clothes caught on fire. Fujin was shocked. Rashi used this distraction to once again appear in front of Fujin. Fujin looked at Rashi's grin and wondered, when did he burn my clothes? Rashi sent a punch at Fujin once again. Fujin slashed at his lava-covered fist with his sword again as he realized, I see. The heat from his armor is so intense that my clothes caught on fire despite not being touched by him. Just when the fist and sword were about to clash, Rashi opened his fist and caught the sword. The sword cut a couple of inches into his palm but couldn't cut any more due to the highly concentrated chakra flowing through his arm. Rashi held the sword tightly as he raised his left fist to pummel Fujin to death. However, before he could punch Fujin, a punch landed on his abdomen and sent him flying backwards. A gigantic wind slash was released from his sword. Alongside it, extremely sharp and strong winds were released. The winds under the slash hit the river water. Several cuts appeared in the river. And all the river water for around 100 meters was sent rolling to the other side of the bank. The Kusa ninjas were horrified by the attack. Bunjiro was starstruck while Yugao and Fumito had serious expressions. Though they had realized that Fujin was stronger than them, they never imagined that the difference between them would be so high. Despite their emotions, they, like the Kusa ninjas, doubled their speed and escaped. Of course, the one who was the most serious was Rashi. The lava armor on his body began burning brightly as he jumped up immediately and dodged the main wind slash. At the same time, he spat out molten lava and swiftly shaped it into a half-spherical shield. In an instant, it solidified. Hundreds of small cuts appeared on the shield, but it held on as Rashi kept pouring more chakra and lava into it. A second later, it was hit by the water wave. Rashi wasn't concerned about the water. After all, Fujin couldn't control it. But he was on high alert. Though his shield stood strong, he abandoned it and moved to his left. A moment later, a vacuum bullet streaked through the water and hit the shield, piercing it with ease. The river water traveled a long distance along the banks. Due to the heated ground, which was mixed with lava, a lot of it was turned into steam. In a few seconds, the entire terrain was covered in steam and it became very difficult to see. Rashi's frown deepened. A second later, he gathered a lot of chakra in his right fist and punched towards his left. His fist hit Fujin's sword and stopped it. He noticed that Fujin's body was covered with the iron skin jutsu once again. Instead of attacking again, Fujin took a step back and disappeared from Rashi's eyesight. Chapter 309, Rashi cursed, this is annoying. He has completely hidden his chakra just like in Kiri's assassination technique. Before he could do anything, Fujin appeared in front of him and slashed at his chest. Rashi punched the sword once again and managed to push Fujin away. Fujin disappeared and a second later appeared behind him. Rashi turned around and stopped Fujin once again, forcing Fujin to disappear once again. Rashi was expecting another attack from Fujin, but none came. Regardless, he stayed on guard. Seconds kept passing, but no attack came. After 30 seconds, Rashi had enough. Continuously maintaining full awareness while waiting for an attack was very taxing and increased the stress. He gathered a massive amount of chakra in his right hand once again and punched towards the ground. He intended to use the Flower Fruit Mountain Jutsu to clear up all the steam. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he stopped his punch. A vacuum bullet passed through the space where his fist would have been had he continued his attack. Quickly, he bent below before moving backwards. 2 more vacuum bullets passed through the space he would have been in had he not moved. Rashi gathered chakra and shot a fiery rock bullet from the direction the vacuum bullets were launched. Unfortunately, he didn't sense it hitting anything. Fujin stopped attacking once again. Rashi thought, shit, this is getting annoying. Though I'm confident I can keep dodging successfully, one mistake could cost me my life. But, since when did Konoha get the courage to kill a Jinchuriki in peacetime? Has their strength recovered to such an extent that they don't mind getting attacked by both Kumo and us at the same time? Though Rashi was stronger, Fujin had complete control of the battlefield. Unlike Rashi, whose attacks caused large-scale devastation, Fujin's attacks were always on point. They were all deadly and gave Rashi very little time to react and were quickly followed up by more attacks. For the next minute, Rashi maintained full guard but wasn't attacked by Fujin even once. Finally, Rashi began building his chakra once again. However, he stopped midway and ducked down. A vacuum wave passed above him. He immediately began rolling to his right and dodged 3 vacuum bullets and 1 vacuum wave. Soon after, he got off the ground and continued moving to his right as a vacuum wave landed on the ground. His eyes widened as another vacuum wave grazed past his left leg. He quickly jumped backwards, but a deep cut is left in his left leg, almost exposing his bone. Before he could gather himself, he sensed movement behind him. He ignored the wound and turned around and threw a punch at the incoming sword. The fist and sword clashed once again. Rashi was surprised as Fujin didn't retreat. He was about to punch with his other fist, but his eyes widened and he quickly took a couple of steps behind. He saw 2 vacuum bullets passing a few inches in front of him. His expression became grim as he realized, shadow clones. The Fujin in front of him moved forward and attacked him with his sword. At the same time, another Fujin appeared behind him and attacked his back. In addition, a few more vacuum bullets were fired at Rashi. Realizing the grave risk he was in, Rashi dodged and shouted, "Enough!" Suddenly, a massive amount of red chakra was released from his body. It covered his entire body. At the same time, it released several waves of pure chakra around him. Fujin's clones were very close to him. Their eyes widened, but they didn't have enough time to move. They immediately used the Iron Skin Jutsu to protect themselves. The chakra wave hit them and sent them flying away in opposite directions. The red waves also reached the real Fujin, who was maintaining distance and attacking with vacuum bullets. He immediately flickered away while thinking, what the hell? He can use Son Goku's chakra to this extent without losing control? Or does he not care about losing control? The red chakra waves traveled for about 40 meters around Rashi. The steam covering the area was blown away and even more damage was done to the ground. Without the steam cover, Rashi could see Fujin clearly. He looked at him and thought, that was close. With his shadow clones, the danger was amplified exponentially. If I keep dodging, it would only be a matter of time before I mess up. Anyways, now that he has forced me, it's time to end this. At the same time, Fujin also looked at Rashi. Shock could be seen in his eyes. He saw that the chakra covering Rashi had taken the shape of a red-furred and green-skinned monkey, looking exactly like the Four Tails, Son Goku. What shocked Fujin the most was that Rashi looked to be in complete control of himself. He stood calmly in the head of the chakra construct. Fujin was dumbfounded. He thought, impossible. I thought only B and the fourth Mizukage were perfect Jinchurikis. Why would I have fought him for so long otherwise? The sight scared Fujin. He immediately became very serious. He was about to make a move when he sensed some movements under his feet. He gathered chakra under his feet and jumped high in the sky. The ground transformed into small spikes which were launched at Fujin. Noticing the opportunity, Rashi shot a ball of lava at Fujin. Fujin immediately slashed his sword towards the incoming spikes while looking at the ball of lava and analyzing, such a gigantic ball of lava. My vacuum cannon might not stop it. One seal on his left bracer began glowing. 100 explosive tags appeared in front of Fujin in a flash. Fujin controlled the winds and caused the explosive tags to fly towards the lava ball in 3 layers. Rashi was surprised. Just before the lava ball was about to crash into the first layer of explosive tags, all 100 explosive tags blew up. The shockwaves from the explosions decreased the momentum of the lava ball until it came to a halt and began losing its shape. The lava fell down to the ground. Immediately, Fujin focused his chakra field under the ground. He realized, someone is hiding his chakra underground. Should be that IWA Elite Jounin. Sigh, what a mess. I need to retreat. Fujin dispelled the 2 shadow clones on the ground to gain their chakra. Rashi looked at Fujin, who was around 100 meters in the air, and muttered, to jump airborne against a Jinchuriki who has displayed some control over his tailed beast. What a stupid move. He began gathering chakra to end the fight, but his eyes suddenly widened in shock. Multiple seals on each of Fujin's bracers lit up. Rashi watched in shock as he noticed more than 2,000 explosive tags appearing in the sky. The number was utterly ridiculous. Rashi was speechless. He wondered, was his real mission to destroy a city or something? In an instant, the wind began blowing. All the explosive tags moved towards the ground at a rapid speed. Rashi didn't bother creating any defenses. He was confident that despite their high numbers, the tags won't cause any harm to him. The chakra body of Son Goku opened its massive maw wide open. Concentrated chakra began gathering in a swirling vortex and pulsated with an overwhelming intensity. Behind his mask, Fujin's expression became very grim. He controlled the explosive tags while leading hand signs. As the explosive tags moved down, they spread over the entire battlefield and split into multiple waves. The first wave had 400 explosive tags, the second had 600, and the third had 1,200 tags. The explosive tags in the first wave landed on the ground. At the same time, the explosive tags in the second wave maneuvered in the air and surrounded the chakra body of Son Goku. Meanwhile, the third layer appeared on top of the tailed beast's bomb. At the same time, it also blocked Fujin from Rashi's view. While the explosive tags were moving, Fujin completed his hand signs. Summoning Jutsu. A cloud of smoke appeared under him. A figure appeared in it and arrogantly said, "The great winged saber-toothed Lord Goro is her." However, his words were cut short. All the explosive tags exploded at the same moment. In an instant, the entire area was covered by a loud explosion sound. The intensity of the explosion made Goro look down in horror. At the same time, he sensed Son Goku's chakra and the fluctuations from the tailed beast's bomb. Every single hair on his body stood up. He muttered in shock, "Where the fuck did you summon me, Fujin?" Chapter 310, Fujin landed on Goro's back and shouted, "Goro, there is no time. Return and reverse summon me." For the first time, Fujin saw Goro nod obediently. Fujin used Goro's body to jump even higher in the sky. Immediately after, Goro disappeared into a cloud of smoke. Jin, who was underground, had sensed Son Goku's chakra. Instead of running away, he decided to move deeper into the ground. The massive explosion rocked the land. Despite being over 50 meters underground, he felt the ground around him vibrating. He quickly escaped deeper while thinking, "Don't tell me Rashi used tailed beast's bomb. Shit, we are in another country." At the same time, the people in Mizukoshi town were all hidden in underground bunkers. Though the Ide family wasn't as generous as the Kagawa family, they had spent a lot of effort on building good bunkers as their town was very close to the border. So the people were feeling safe. However, they suddenly heard an extremely loud explosion sound. The people were confused and scared. A few seconds later, they began feeling a vibration under their feet. Soon after, the entire bunker began shaking. The people were horrified by the sound of the explosions and didn't want to move out. However, they were worried that they might be buried in the bunkers. So they quickly began leaving the bunkers. Fortunately, none of the bunkers crumbled, due to which no deaths happened. Unlike Jin and the people in Mizukoshi, Rashi was directly attacked by the tags. The explosions covered him in dust and smoke. However, soon, a massive amount of chakra began surging into the dust cover. As the tailed beast bomb was being formed, winds began moving rapidly. The dust was blown apart and revealed his figure. Fujin's face became solemn as he noticed the explosions didn't harm him even a bit. "I was hoping that the explosion from the first two waves destabilizes him and the explosion from the 1200 tags pushes the incomplete tailed beast bomb onto him. I guess it was too much to expect." In a few seconds, the tailed beast bomb reached its full potential and stopped growing any further. The noise generated due to the formation of the bomb disappeared. Fujin concentrated on the tailed beast bomb completely. The momentum due to jumping from Goro's body was completely lost and his body had begun falling down slowly. Rashi looked at Fujin and muttered, "Rest in peace." He launched the massive tailed beast bomb at Fujin. As soon as the tailed bomb was launched, Fujin's bracer began glowing again. 100 explosive tags appeared and moved towards the bomb. These were the last tags stored in his bracer. At the same time, he twisted his body in the air to face east. A large amount of wind was blasted from his back, making him fly out of the path of the tailed beast bomb. Rashi noticed Fujin's efforts but wasn't bothered by them. He shook his head and thought, "Looks like he is still too young. Against a tailed beast bomb, such efforts are pointless." In a moment, the tailed beast bomb hit the explosive tags. Though the tags all exploded, they couldn't even slow down the bomb. The tailed beast bomb reached the same altitude as Fujin and exploded. Fujin turned his head and looked behind him. Fear coursed through his veins, causing his pupils to constrict in terror as he noticed the massive explosion behind him. He thought, "So fast. Hurry up, Goro, or I'll be dead." The tailed beast bomb didn't even need a second to reach his previous location. He focused all his chakra on his back, causing more intense winds to be blasted behind him. At the same time, his body was covered in the Iron Skin Jutsu. A powerful blast wave rippled through the air. It reached Fujin in the blink of an eye. It broke through the intense winds behind Fujin as if they were non-existent and hit him. Fujin gritted his teeth as he felt an intense pain in his back. Fortunately, he suddenly disappeared from his position. The blast wave continued expanding for kilometers in the air. The sound of the explosion was heard for several miles. The people in Mizukoshi hadn't even reached the doors of the bunkers and were still feeling the effects of the previous explosion when they heard the loud sound. They covered their ears in pain and were horrified. However, they had no other option but to leave the bunkers. No one wanted to be buried alive. A frown formed on Rashi's face. He looked above and thought, "That's weird." His chakra just disappeared in an instant instead of decreasing progressively. Considering his strength and that he wasn't hit directly, he shouldn't die in a moment. Did Konoha gain a successor for the Flying Thunder God technique? But why did he take so much effort to dodge in that case? Due to the explosion tags and the chakra disturbance by the tailed beast's bomb, Rashi hadn't sensed Goro. So he wasn't aware of Fujin's plan to reverse summon himself. Mount Mutiki. Fujin disappeared from the battlefield and appeared on Mount Mutiki. A look of relief appeared on Goro's face as Fujin appeared in front of him. He was about to boast when his eyes widened. Fujin's hardened body slammed into his face with tremendous force. Both of them slammed into the mountain, creating a small cave inside the cave they were in. The sound immediately attracted the attention of other winged saber-tooths. Ryu frowned and began flying towards the cave. Land of Grass. Rashi observed the skies properly to see whether he had missed anything. He maintained his form. While he was paying attention to the sky, a slight movement was happening under the ground. Around 10 seconds later, a head popped out of the ground and observed the situation. He looked above with fear in his eyes and thought, "So scary. I was worried for my main body. But since I am fine, my main body should have retreated safely." He was a shadow clone Fujin created and hidden underground when he was sneak attacking Rashi under the cover of steam. However, the battlefield changed very rapidly, forcing the clone to hide deeper into the ground, leaving him without any means to provide aid to Fujin. He thought, since my main body didn't dispel me, he should have a reason to keep me here. It's either to kill that elite Jounin hiding underground or to test Rashi. If I try to sense the elite Jounin, Rashi will sense me and defeat me. After all, I'm no match for him, and I doubt that elite Jounin will die easily. Not to mention, he is hiding deep underground. Though my vacuum jutsus have good piercing power, they can't pierce through tens of meters of ground. So there is just one option. Against a ninja who could use the wind vacuum technique, hiding underground was very risky. It would severely restrict mobility and the attacks could easily pierce into the ground. But by moving so deep, Jin had unknowingly got into the best defensive position. So Fujin's clone decided to completely ignore him. He focused over 80% of his chakra into his throat. The sudden chakra buildup attracted Rashi's attention. He quickly turned his head and looked at where the clone was. Wind release, vacuum cannon jutsu. In an instant, Fujin's clone shot the vacuum cannon at Rashi. Rashi's eyes widened. He instinctively moved within the chakra construct. The jutsu traveled at a very high speed and hit the head of the chakra shaped like Son Goku. The cannon easily pierced into the chakra and broke through the other side, leaving a massive hole in the head. However, Rashi had moved out of the path of the attack. He controlled the chakra to refill the hole with Son Goku's chakra in a second. Though he wasn't hurt, his expression was dark. Despite being in his strongest state, he was still in danger. Despite not doing any damage, the clone had a smile on his face as he analyzed, though the chakra cloak of a tailed beast provides decent defense, it is much weaker than that of a Susanoo. As long as I have a way to dodge the tailed beast's bombs safely consistently, I can threaten even a Jinchuriki. But winning should be impossible for now. Their bodies are just too big and their attacks are too strong. They can easily maneuver their position and dodge my attacks while counterattacking. Rashi began moving towards the clone and said, "Impressive. To deceive me and make me attack your clone while you stayed hidden safely. No wonder your chakra disappeared so suddenly. But you should have stayed hidden instead of trying to kill me." Rashi was about to attack him again when the clone raised his palm and said, "Let's stop here." Rashi was confused by Fujin's actions. He asked, "What do you mean?" The clone said, "Both our squads have already retreated and neither of us can kill each other. Let's call it a day. We will settle our battle on another battlefield. After all, Iwa and Konoha aren't at war." Rashi's expression became dark at Fujin's shamelessness. He had killed so many Iwa ninjas and yet didn't have an ounce of shame in his voice while claiming that Iwa and Konoha weren't at war. Rashi did not doubt that if Fujin could finish him off, he would never speak such words. Though Rashi could sense it, he never managed to get a hang of Fujin's chakra reserves, as Fujin always masked it to show that it was very low despite being able to fight for a long time. But he was sure that after using so many high-level ninjutsu in intense combat, Fujin's reserves should be very low. He said, "You killed so many of our ninjas and you think that I will just let you go? Besides, how much chakra do you still have left after fighting for so long?" He was about to attack when the clone snorted and replied, "Chakra? I have got more than you and Han combined. If Lord Hokage had permitted me to kill you, then do you think you would still be alive? Heck, I would have gone to a Wadakure and killed your old Sutekage with one hand tied behind my back." Chapter 311, Rashi was left speechless. It was the first time he had heard someone claim something as ridiculous as that. Even him and Han fighting together wouldn't dare to claim that they could kill Inoki. The claim was so absurd that he didn't even get angry and instead laughed. He asked, "Kill the old man with one hand tied behind your back? Are you called Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara?" At the same time, he calmed down and thought, he is trying to rile me up by trying to make me angry. So, he wants me to drop my guard or make a mistake and land a critical hit. But, what means does he have to harm me when I am cloaked by the four-tailed beast's chakra? Does he still have a stronger attack than that cannon and the chakra to perform it? Fujin's clone didn't care how absurd his claim was. He wasn't sure if his main body had used reverse summon or flew away on Kaido. If it was the second case, then he needed to waste some time to ensure that they would be too far away for Rashi to even know where to chase. If it wasn't, then he could just collect more information from Rashi and transmit them back to his main body. The clone cursed angrily, "What? Do you not believe me? Do you think I am bluffing? Lead me to Iwagakure. I'll defeat that old geezer with one hand tied behind my back. I will even spare his life as my leader didn't ask for it." Rashi looked at the clone with a deadpan expression and thought, "Yeah, right. Bring along someone with as lethal jutsus as you. Still, this is amusing. Even that Deidara kid isn't as brazen as him." Rashi replied, "Sure. Let me seal your chakra and then you can travel with me." The clone retorted, "Seal my chakra? What if you go back on your word and attack me when I'm helpless? That won't do. I'll be traveling without any restrictions." A frown formed on Rashi's face as he thought, something is off. He is giving almost no signs of a sneak attack. Is he wasting time to regain his chakra with a soldier pill? Though Rashi had an advantage in chakra, he didn't want to let Fujin recover his chakra and keep bugging him with the wind vacuum jutsus. He opened his mouth and spat a wave of lava towards Fujin's clone. Fujin's clone sighed and began running away. He muttered to himself, "I barely have any chakra left. I think I can flicker just twice at best." Rashi noticed him running and thought, "As I calculated, he is low on chakra." He immediately chased the clone. Due to his larger size, his movement was much faster. He reached the clone and threw a punch at him. However, despite having a complete advantage, he was on guard against any counterattacks. The clone flickered along the river banks and ran in the direction opposite of what his subordinates and the Kusa ninjas had taken. Rashi chased and was led away from the town on the opposite bank. A frown formed on his face as he thought, I have to finish the battle quickly. Though I can control the beast's chakra, I don't have total control over it. I can't maintain this state for long. He opened his mouth and launched a large ball of lava. The clone sighed and used his second body flicker. However, Rashi chased and attacked once again. The clone looked at the incoming ball of lava and thought, this is as far as I can go. It's fine. The main body should be safe. The lava ball hit him and exploded, dispelling him. As he was on the opposite side of the lava ball, Rashi couldn't see him being dispelled into a cloud of smoke. A frown appeared on Rashi's face. He wasn't happy. He thought, something is wrong. This was too easy. Almost as if it was a shadow clone that had run out of chakra. As the lava spread out, Rashi noticed that there was no dead body or even bones left behind. He realized that his guess was right. He fell silent and began thinking rapidly. He calculated, if this was a clone, was the one in the air his real body? If the real body managed to escape, then it would make sense for the clone to exist and waste time. Or could it be that both were clones? After all, fighting me was foolish. So did he send another clone to distract me while he ran away? Or perhaps he is still hiding and wants me to believe that I have killed him so that I leave or put my guard down. A bunch of ideas appeared in his mind, but Rashi couldn't be sure which was right. He stopped using Son Goku's chakra and returned to his normal state. Most of the injuries on his body were already healed. Only a scar was left on his left leg and right hand. He concluded, if the one that was hit by my tailed beast bomb was the real him, then he has managed to escape. I can't track him. So no point in considering that. I'll just assume that he is hiding here and look for him. He is dangerous. It will be best if we kill him before the start of the next Great War. He suddenly turned his head to the right. The ground was moving and a person climbed out. Jin looked around and asked, is he dead? Rashi shook his head and said, unlikely. He has escaped or is hiding underground. Help me look for him. But be careful of any sneak attacks. Jim was surprised. He thought even Rashi couldn't kill him? He nodded and cooperated with Rashi to scan through the area. Mount Mutiki. Goro complained, what the hell? It feels like a block of iron fell from space and hit my head. Fujin got on his feet. His body was still shivering. He coughed blood a few times and muttered while breathing heavily, sorry. Just the blast waves sent me flying. Fujin was still scared. After transmigrating to the ninja world, Fujin had been very careful. Until the root was dissolved, he tried to keep his abilities as hidden as possible to avoid gaining Danzo's attention. During the missions, though he had grown to love a strong fight, he always controlled his impulse and always chose the easiest and the most efficient option. Though Rashi wasn't the strongest opponent he encountered, this was the first time he came so close to death. Against Kakazu and Kaminari, he had managed to escape very quickly. Against Darui, though his position was bad, his life hadn't been put in danger directly. Despite the risks, he always held his life and death in his own hands. This was the first time that he had completely trusted his life and death in the hands of another. Goro noticed Fujin's fear. He stopped complaining and became serious. This was the first time he had seen Fujin in such a state. He asked, are you all right? Fujin nodded. He finally ended his iron skin jutsu and inspected his body. His left hand had several burns up to the elbow. There were several other burns on his body. The worst was his back. He had inscribed several seals into his clothes. Despite them, the back of his jacket and shirt was blown apart. Even his mesh upper body suit was blown. A few of the metal pieces from it were embedded in his back. In addition, the blast wave had damaged his back as well. He could feel that some of his rib bones were cracked. Realizing the damage, Fujin's expression became grim. He thought, fortunately I used the iron skin jutsu. Otherwise, just the mesh itself might have killed me. Goro noticed the injuries and said, you are injured. Fujin nodded and said, "It's fine. None of the injuries are serious." Goro sighed in relief and asked, "In what mess were you? And what was that dangerous chakra?" Fujin sighed and said, "He was a Jinchuriki, a ninja who hosts the four-tailed beast. I thought that he couldn't control it. But my information was wrong. That's why I fell into such a dangerous position." He looked at Goro and said, "Thanks, Goro. Had you been a second late, I'd have been dead." Fujin genuinely was thankful. Goro chuckled and said, "You are worrying too much. Though you aren't as good as this lord, your skin is extremely thick as well." Both suddenly looked towards the entrance of the cave. Ryu's massive body appeared in their eyes. Ryu entered the cave and observed the destruction. He asked, "What happened here?" His eyes landed on Fujin and narrowed. He asked, "Who injured you?" Goro and Fujin gulped as they felt the killing intent emitted by Ryu. Chapter 312. Ryu was indeed angry. He had placed a lot of hopes on Fujin. Though he hadn't taught him anything yet, he was preparing to guide Fujin in the future. Fujin was about to answer when he said, "Leave it. Heal yourself first. Then find me. Goro, look after him in the meantime." Ryu calmed down as he noticed that though there were a lot of injuries on Fujin's body, none were life-threatening. Goro replied, "Don't worry, Dad. You can leave Fujin in this lord's care." Ryu ignored his son's antics and left. Following him, the remaining winged saber-tooths left as well. Goro looked at Fujin and said, "But, this lord doesn't know how to heal humans." Fujin took out a bottle and said, "Yeah, I know." He ate a soldier pill. The battle with Rashi drained his chakra a lot. Just when Fujin was about to retreat, Rashi unleashed his full strength. Summoning Goro had taken up most of his remaining chakra while the rest was poured into Assassin's Rush and Iron Skin Jutsus. Had Goro not reversed summoned him in time, he was prepared to dispel his clone underground to get some more chakra. Fujin withdrew a paper seal from his ninja bag and crushed the seal on it. He looked at Goro and said, "I'll need around half an hour to regenerate some chakra. Carry me to a glacial lake. It will help to soothe the wounds temporarily and aid in the healing process." Goro replied, "Sure. Hop on." Fujin jumped on his back. He flew out and carried Fujin to a glacial lake that was located lower on the mountain. Land of Grass. The Kusa ninjas and Fujin's subordinates were rushing away from Mizukoshi. Ryoichi looked at the Konoha Umbu and said, "We won't be able to accompany you to the Kagawa family's town. We will be heading straight to Kusagakure." One of the Jounins with him said, "But shouldn't we inform his family about the losses first? Our families are there as well. We need to meet." Ryoichi cut him off and said, "No. This matter is huge. If you spread the news, chaos will spread throughout our country. We need to report to Kusagakure and form a proper plan first. This matter needs to be handled by the diplomats." He looked towards Konoha Umbu and said, "I am grateful for your aid, but I hope that you won't spread the news of what happened in Mizukoshi either." Yuga replied, "I'll pass the message to our captain. It will be his decision." Ryoichi nodded. The Kusa ninjas split off from the group and moved in a different direction. The Umbu continued on their path before changing their directions as well. Though Fujin had asked them to meet in the Kagawa family's town, it was just a code word for another small village they had come across while traveling. However, they suddenly heard a loud sound behind them. They stopped and looked back and noticed a smoke cloud in the air. Bunjiro asked in surprise, "What was that?" As they were already over 10 miles away from Mizukoshi, they didn't sense the fearsome chakra fluctuations of the tailed beast bomb. Neither Yugao nor Fumito could provide any explanation. Bunjiro asked, "Should we return to check if Captain is alright?" Fumito shook his head and replied, "No, you are an Umbu. Following the instructions of the captain takes priority." Bunjiro nodded reluctantly. He was a bit worried for Fujin. They continued their journey. A few minutes later, they felt a vibration in their pouches. They quickly stopped and took out a paper tag. It had a seal similar to the one which Fujin crushed. In a moment, all three of the paper tags began burning. Bunjiro's eyes widened. He muttered, "This." Fumito and Yugao also became serious. Bunjiro said, "When Captain handed us this tag, he said that if this seal burns, we have to retreat back to Konoha." "What happened?" Yugao replied, "The fight might have been very difficult. Or for some reason, he might not be able to meet us up at the rendezvous point. Let's leave quickly." Bunjiro and Fumito nodded. They changed their direction once again and moved towards Konoha. Rashi and Jin looked for Fujin for around half an hour but didn't find him for obvious reasons. They gave up and retreated from the land of grass after meeting up with the remaining IWA ninjas who were hiding underground. Since the outside was calm for half an hour, the ninjas in Mizukoshi finally dared to climb on the walls and observe the surroundings. The sight shocked them. On the other side of the river, the land was leveled several times for over a kilometer. Not a single strand of grass could be seen. Instead, it was covered with solidified lava. The river had changed as well. A wall of lava had solidified in its path, forming a temporary dam. It stopped the water flow, forcing excess water to move around the wall and through the banks to continue forward. They gulped in fear at that sight. Tomoki had a very ugly face. He could see the political implications of the day's events. He regretted asking Iwagakure to assassinate Kagawa Noriyuki. Mount Mutiki. While all forces withdrew away from Mizukoshi, Fujin was resting in the glacial lake. He wondered, "So, where did I mess up?" He analyzed for a bit before concluding, "My information wasn't right. I don't recall Rashi having such control over Son Goku in the series. And none of the intel about him in this world mentioned this. But, Rashi has been the Jinchuriki since before the Second Great Ninja War. It's impossible that the village doesn't have this information. So the only possible answer is that for some reason, they have kept this information as top secret." A frown formed on Fujin's face. If he had known this information, then he wouldn't have fallen into such a risky situation. However, his expression became normal as he thought, "Though the village has to be blamed, I am at fault as well. I was overly dependent on the intel I had and didn't even consider Rashi using Tailed Beast Bomb while maintaining his sanity as a possibility. Even if the village had provided all details, what if my opponent gained new skills and abilities in secret? Though depending on intel gives a good advantage, I need to avoid overdependence on it. Especially when it comes to Jinchuriki and S-rank ninjas." As someone who gave the highest importance to his survival, Fujin immediately figured out his flaw and decided on what changes he should make to avoid falling into such desperate situations again. His mind immediately began thinking about the oddity. He thought, "But why isn't Rashi considered a perfect Jinchuriki? Wait, now that I think about it, though he controlled a lot of chakra, he didn't transform into Son Goku like how B could with Kyuki. Could it be that even without a Tailed Beast's approval, Rashi could harness his chakra to such an extent and use Tailed Beast's bomb?" Fujin thought for a bit and concluded, "Yes, that should be it. So though he isn't a perfect Jinchuriki, he isn't far from it. It's kinda like Naruto's first Kurama chakra mode, but instead of having just a little bit of Son Goku's chakra, he has access to at least half of it. Now that I think about it, I recall Yujito transforming into Manatabi against Akatsuki, while Gaara was able to construct Shikaku's body during the Konoha crush. I guess it is easier to harness the chakra from Tailed Beast with lesser tails. I should be careful if I run into Yujito or Han in the future. They might be able to use Tailed Beast bombs as well." On concluding, his mind immediately began analyzing the fight, ignoring the battle after he released that massive chakra. This fight was a bit weird. Rashi was much stronger than me. Be it in chakra, experience, defense, or physical strength. But I had the advantage in speed and lethality, giving me the initiative for the majority of the fight. But, no matter my advantage or initiative, I just couldn't injure him. Even the few injuries I caused began healing almost immediately due to the massive chakra. This sort of exposes a big flaw in my combat system. Or rather, the imbalance in it. Right now I am heavily dependent on my combat speed and the speed and piercing power of vacuum jutsus. These two factors make it impossible for anyone under Elite Jounin to last long against me. But, Elite Jounins are able to dodge my vacuum attacks and stop or dodge my sword safely. It makes it impossible to win those fights if they don't get distracted. Another flaw is that this method of fighting is very exhaustive on chakra. The main reason for this is that my other skills haven't managed to keep up with these two. Only sword skills and taijutsu comes close. The other elements and genjutsu are much weaker and can only be used in certain situations. Even Fuinjutsu can't be used effectively in battle yet. However, I don't see any way of improving those skills in a short time. In fact, even improving vacuum jutsus is becoming very difficult. I can only create more forms that won't increase my combat strength drastically. It's almost as if I have reached some sort of bottleneck. How do I break through? Involuntarily, Fujin's gaze moved towards the peak of Mount Mutiki. Chapter 313, Fujin's gaze landed on the peak of Mount Mutiki. He thought, one easy way to break through this should be learning how to harness nature energy. With Sage Mode, I'll be able to keep up with the best of the current ninjas. The other alternative is learning Flying Thunder God. With it, I'll be able to teleport. It will make dodging my vacuum jutsus almost impossible. And I will be able to retreat at will. Unfortunately, when I learn either of them isn't in my hands. It depends on Ryu and Hiruzen. And I can't be sure whether I'd manage to learn them or not. If I end up failing to learn both, Senjutsu and Flying Thunder God, then my future prospects drop hard. Apart from these two, there are 4 other methods I can think of. The first is creating Scorch or Swift Release. Though in terms of difficulty, it might be even more difficult as I would have neither guidance nor any information and just have a book with unsuccessful attempts towards a different Kekkei Genkai to refer to. The second method is to improve my speed even further. With the aid of Assassin's Rush Jutsu and training my body even further, I could enhance my speed even further. That could allow me to crush Elite Jounins. In addition to this, I need to create a few original jutsus. Though they won't be as strong as the rank A jutsus in the library, I will have to create them such that they complement my high-speed style of combat. The third method is likely the one that has the highest prospects. That is Fuinjutsu and Juinjutsu. Once I become a Grandmaster, I can make a list of seals that I can use on the battlefield. If I can use them as skillfully as Hiruzen did against Suna ninjas, it will be at the same level as my vacuum jutsus. The above 2 methods will need time as well, but they are the ones I am most confident in achieving. However, if I'm not able to learn Senjutsu or Flying Thunder God, then they won't allow me to reach the top of this world. That would leave me with just one option. Learning 8 inner gates from Guy. Fujin let out a sigh and stretched. He immediately winced due to pain. He muttered to himself, "This is so taxing. All these methods will need a lot of time. The time that I just don't have. I will need to quit Umbu soon. If I waste my time on long missions, I won't have enough time to train." Fujin let out another sigh. How to inform Hiruzen and convince him to let him quit Umbu was another headache. He stopped thinking about it and muttered, "My chakra has recovered a bit." Fujin got out of the lake and sat down. A shadow clone appeared next to him and began healing him. The cold water in the lake had soothed the burns on his body. The clone healed all the burn marks with ease and finally turned his attention towards Fujin's back. He poured chakra into his back and said, 3 ribs are cracked. Luckily the spine is not damaged. Though I can heal them, it's better to avoid training or fighting until we visit Konoha Hospital. Fujin nodded. The clone healed his back before dispelling itself. Fujin got up and stretched his back once again. A loud and satisfying cracking sound was heard. Fujin muttered, "Finally, it feels better." He looked up and said, "Goro, it's time to visit your father." Goro was flying above. He immediately landed next to Fujin and asked, "Done healing?" Fujin jumped on his back and said, "Yes." Goro replied, you humans need such a long time and complicated procedures to heal? Fujin shrugged and replied, our physique isn't as strong as a winged saber-tooth. And our bodies aren't infused with nature's energy. Obviously, we can't heal as quickly as you guys. Goro chuckled and replied, sucks to be you. He took flight. In less than a minute, they appeared outside Ryu's cave. Goro said, you can go alone. Summon me sometime to have some fun. But don't summon me if that dangerous beast is around. Fujin chuckled and asked, why, wasn't that fun? He jumped off him. Goro angrily replied, hey! I am only 41 years old. I want to live up to at least 41,000 years. Fujin chuckled and didn't reply. Goro flew away. Ryu opened his eyes and watched Fujin walking towards him. He asked, so, what did you encounter? Fujin informed him about his encounter with Rashi and the tailed beast within him. A frown formed on Ryu's face. He muttered, a Jinchuriki. Humans managed to subdue the tailed beasts? I didn't expect that they would advance so much over the last few decades. Fujin thought with a sigh, as I expected. Due to not having any summoner for so long, they aren't in touch with recent happenings in the ninja world. Though I suppose they don't particularly care. Fujin asked, how would you fare against the four-tailed beast? Ryu replied, it's hard to say. I haven't fought any tailed beast yet. However, my grandfather did fight the one named Saiken. He said that they were quite evenly matched until Saiken used a technique that created a gigantic black ball of compressed chakra. It should be the tailed beast bomb you stated. That forced my grandfather to retreat and run away. As for the four-tailed beast, from what I heard, he could use lava. So I will likely be at an even greater disadvantage. But I will have to see him to say for sure. That said, great-grandmother has instructed that even I would have to retreat if I ever face one in battle. Fujin nodded. It was as he had expected. Though Ryu was strong, against the tailed beasts, he wouldn't stand much of a chance. At max, he would be able to stall them for some time. Seeing Fujin silent, Ryu asked, are you planning to go back? Fujin shook his head and replied, no way. If he is still waiting for me, I'll be dead. Not to mention, his village has an even scarier old man. He looked into Ryu's eyes and said, I was hoping to stay here for a while and learn Senjutsu. Ryu looked back and observed Fujin for a few seconds. He replied, you aren't ready yet. Fujin complained, come on. The world is so scary. I almost died today. With Senjutsu, I will be able to protect myself. Ryu looked down at Fujin and said, stop being childish. Your body isn't strong enough to contain nature energy yet. Nor is your chakra reserve high enough. More importantly, he stared at Fujin for a few seconds before continuing, you are restless. I can feel restlessness and impatience from your mind, body, and will. In such a state, you will never manage to learn how to harness nature energy. His words surprised Fujin. Ryu waited for Fujin to digest them and continued, stop being so impatient. For your age, you are very strong. Your attacks can even threaten me. Instead of worrying and taking needless risks, slow down and focus on all-round development. You still have a lot of time ahead of you. Ryu's words made Fujin think. After a couple of minutes, he let out a sigh and thought, he is right. I have been too restless lately. I am too worried about the fourth great ninja war and increasing my strength. However, my restlessness might become the biggest obstacle. He took a deep breath and said, thank you, Ryu. Ryu nodded. In the last couple of years, he was quite impressed with Fujin's intelligence and maturity. He knew that he didn't need to say more. He said, rest here for as long as you want. You can fly back on Kaido. Fujin nodded. He was about to leave when he recalled something. He said, Ryu, I have created a new seal. I was wondering if I could leave one with you. It works on the principle that if I destroy my seal, it will cause the corresponding seal with you to catch fire. I can use that in times of danger and inform you to reverse summon me immediately. Ryu replied, that sounds handy. Unfortunately, we, winged saber-tooths, sleep for long periods and at times engage in battles with other worthy foes. If it doesn't catch our attention, then you'll be left in danger with false hope. Stick to the traditional method with us as it doesn't take very long. That said, leave the seal with me. If you can't even summon Goro for some reason, then you can use it as a last resort and pray that you are lucky. Fujin agreed and handed him a paper tag similar to the one he had given his squad. He rested for a day on Mount Mitiki. While Fujin rested, the situation in the elemental nations became turbulent once again. Ryoichi reached Kusagakure and reported all the events to Ashikaga Hiroshi, the leader of Kusagakure. Chapter 314, Hiroshi's expression became grim. He muttered, it hasn't been even a month since the IWA and Konoha armies withdrew from our borders. I thought the situation would calm down since Suna no longer made any strange moves. Instead, they clashed inside our country. And IWA even deployed their Jinchuriki while Konoha sent someone who could fight a Jinchuriki. Ryoichi said, Kagawa Noriyuki was probably aware of something. That's why he had issued a secret mission to Konoha. So we can't blame Konoha. Hiroshi shook his head and said, no. The fact that their Umbu captain was the spectral swordsman shows that they had ulterior motives as well. But you are right. We can't blame them. We can't afford to offend both villages. Besides, I have already received multiple messages from Mizukoshi. The area around the town is extremely damaged. Even the town walls have suffered a lot of damage. Fortunately, there weren't many casualties. I have discussed this with Daimyo. He has already started the process of launching a protest against Iwagakure by sending an official letter to the Earth Daimyo. He also sent a message to the Fire Daimyo and Waterfall Daimyo. A diplomatic process will begin soon. It should apply a lot of pressure on IWA and Inoki. Ryoichi nodded. He had anticipated a similar action. The only thing that he didn't expect was that Mizukoshi would send a message before he reached. He asked to see the messages to confirm that there were no falsehoods. To his surprise, all messages stated the truth other than the fact that Itomoki feigned ignorance about any collusion with IWA. Hiroshi said, I have asked our ninjas to begin preparing for an emergency situation. You should join them. Your participation will increase their morale a lot. Help them increase their preparedness. Though I doubt IWA and Konoha would start a war, I want to make them unwilling to start a war on our lands. Ryoichi nodded. Before he left, he said, we need to investigate the Ide family. Noriyuki was confident that they had invited the IWA ninjas. In addition, they didn't help us in the fight. Hiroshi's expression became serious. He said, I know. Don't worry, I have already made my move. They won't be let off easy. Iwagakure. The next morning, a letter from the Earth and Fire Daimyo reached Iwagakure and Kanahagakure respectively. Inoki had just gotten to his office while complaining about his back problems. Suddenly, the door slammed open and a ninja rushed in, Lord Tsuchikage. We have an emergency letter from Lord Daimyo. Inoki looked at him and scolded, why are you creating such a ruckus? I almost pulled my back once again. The ninja was quite used to the scolding and didn't get offended. Kitsuchi took the letter and said, don't mind father. He opened the letter and began reading. His eyes widened. He quickly handed the letter to Inoki and said, this matter is serious. Inoki read the letter. His eyes widened. He muttered, what the hell are those fools doing? Why did they create such a ruckus? Kitsuchi asked, which mission were they sent on, father? And why did you deploy Rashi? I could have gone if needed. Inoki replied, I have to keep giving him and Han missions occasionally to keep them active. As he was talking, he suddenly heard some footsteps. Rashi, Jin, and a few IWA ninjas appeared outside his office. Inoki's eyes widened on seeing Jin's right arm. He became serious and said, Rashi, Jin stay here. Others leave. The ones who are injured visit the hospital. Everyone immediately obeyed. Only Inoki, Kitsuchi, Rashi and Jin were left in the office. Inoki tossed Rashi the letter and said, explain. While Rashi read the letter, Inoki asked Jin, how did you lose your arm? And why did so few ninjas come with you? Where are the rest? Jin was an elite jounin. Though IWA wasn't in a bad situation like Suna, every elite jounin was precious. They were an important pillar of their village. They wouldn't want to lose one pointlessly. Jin sighed and said, I made an error and it cost my arm. Without Rashi's help, I might have died. As for the others, they were all killed. Inoki and Kitsuchi were shocked. Losing 19 capable ninjas in one single mission was a big blow. All of them had Chunin or Jounin ranks. Inoki became very serious and asked, you mean that 19 ninjas died on the mission? Including Chiharu, whose aid you requested. Seeing Jin stand silently, Inoki commanded, tell me everything that happened. Jin nodded and informed Inoki about the events from their ambush on the bridge until he retreated. A grim expression appeared on Inoki's face. Jin's plan was appropriate. But other than the first move, nothing went according to his plan. He wondered, since when did Konoha get the guts to openly kill 19 ninjas of my village in one single operation? Is Hiruzen no longer afraid that we might not help them when Kumo attacks? Why did his Umbu not retreat after seeing such a large-scale attack? Or did he deploy them specifically to target us? He muttered, how did Konoha know that we would ambush the Kagawa family? And why did that old monkey send such a strong Umbu squad? Besides, who other than Danzo learned vacuum jutsus? Was it Hiruzen's younger son? Jin shook his head and said, his fighting style and physique were very different. He is probably much younger. Someone who didn't participate or didn't gain any fame in the Third Great Ninja War. Rashi interrupted the conversation and said, he was the spectral swordsman who gained fame over the last year. As suspected, he was from Konoha. Inoki frowned and said, Konoha always raises new talent. Fortunately, I sent you. Did you bring his body back? Rashi plainly replied, unfortunately, I couldn't kill him. Kitsuchi was surprised. He asked, even you couldn't kill him? Rashi's strength was above his own and on par with Han's. If he couldn't kill him, it meant that only one person in IWA could kill him. His eyes moved towards Inoki, who looked visibly angry. Inoki got up and scolded, don't you feel any shame in admitting that so bluntly? How did he get away from you? Tell me everything that happened. Ugh. He immediately sat back in his chair and said in a pitiful voice, I pulled my back again. Rashi sighed at his old Kage's antics and narrated his fight with Fujin. His words shocked Kitsuchi and Inoki. Both their expressions became grim. They recalled that in the past, Minato had managed to escape from tailed beast bombs as well. After thinking for a bit, Inoki sighed and said, another fearsome talent has appeared in Konoha. And he will be even more troublesome due to his wind nature. Kitsuchi, get to work and find out who this ninja is. Also, make plans to eliminate him. Considering his speed, Hiruzen might be planning on making him the next Yellow Flash. He needs to be eliminated before the start of the next war. And send some spies to check on Konoha's current strength. They are acting too brazenly. I am afraid that their strength might have already recovered sufficiently enough to start the next Great War or at least close to it. Kitsuchi nodded. Rashi waved the letter and asked, what should we do about this? Inoki replied, I will just reply that the information is false. Even if Kusa provides proof, what can they do? Jin became a bit serious and asked, but what if the daimyo gets offended and decreases our budget like what happened to Suna? Inoki scoffed and replied, do you think I'm as weak and stupid as Raza? The Earth daimyo won't dare to do something like that. If he dares to, I'll just reduce him and all the nobles to dust. Kitsuchi and Rashi weren't surprised by the claim. However, Jin's eyes widened. But he didn't say anything. After all, though Inoki often suffered from back pain and looked silly, he was still his Kage. Inoki noticed his expression and said, "You are thinking too much. Even if I kill the daimyo, we won't suffer any consequences. After all, Raza looks like he wants to do the same. If I do it, he will kill the wind daimyo as well. The water daimyo currently holds no power. So only Konoha and Kumo can try to attack us and Suna. But, there is no way they can cooperate properly with each other. It's more likely that Kumo will take the opportunity to attack Konoha. Though we may enter the fourth great ninja war, our strength will not be affected." Jin understood the situation and said, "I didn't think about it so deeply." Kitsuchi added, "But, our relations with the daimyo are quite good. So things won't deteriorate to that extent." Inoki nodded and said, "So you don't need to worry about this. Leave and treat your arm first." Jin nodded. The meeting ended. Inoki wrote a reply to the daimyo denying the accusations. He wrote a letter to Itomoki as well. Chapter 315, Mount Mitiki. Fujin rested the entire day and left Mount Mitiki the next day on Kaido's back. While flying high in the sky, Kaido asked, "Have you ever toured outside the continent you live on?" Fujin replied, "Nope. I haven't even visited my continent entirely." Though his time in the Umbu had him make several trips, they were mostly within the Land of Fire and the weaker countries surrounding it. He hadn't visited the Land of Water, Earth and Lightning much. And there were still some countries beyond them. Kaido replied, "Then you will be in for a hell of a ride. Enjoy the scenery. I'll explain some important locations to you." Fujin replied, "Cool. I always wondered how the world outside the elemental nations is." He thought, "I wonder how it will compare to my previous world. And whether there are other civilizations in this world." Kaido flew the entire day without needing to rest. As someone who is addicted to roaming around the world, Kaido could fly for over 3 days without rest. Fujin rested his body while watching below. Most of what he observed was just a never-ending ocean. But, there were many islands that were full of life. However, Fujin didn't notice a single human living there. He asked, "Kaido, do no humans live outside the continent I live on?" Kaido replied, "I don't recall seeing any. But I have barely seen around 15 to 20% of the world. So there might be some in other places. But the chances are low." Fujin was puzzled. He asked, "Why is the chance low?" Kaido smirked and answered, "You will understand it soon." Fujin sighed. He recalled that Kaido loved showing rather than telling. The two continued their journey. It was his way of making others accompany him rather than losing interest after hearing the answer. Though Fujin was stuck with him regardless, his habit couldn't be changed so easily. Land of Grass, Mizukoshi Town. Itomoki was sitting in his office. It was already late in the evening. He had 2 letters in front of him. One was from Inoki while the other was from Hiroshi. And his expression was very ugly. He thought, "These guys. Hiroshi has left me with no choice. Though he hasn't asked me to admit that I colluded with IWA, the price he is asking me to pay is unreasonable. My family will have no chance of rising any further for decades. Instead, we may have difficulty maintaining power here as well. But, Tsuchiki's proposal is too drastic. He said that IWA won't be able to support me any longer. So he is recommending breaking off from the Land of Grass and becoming a part of the Land of Earth. If I do that, I will be able to maintain all my current territory. In addition, I can also get more lands in the future if Iwagakure is successful in war." He fell into a thought. After a long time, his expression hardened. He muttered, "Kusagakure is leaving me with no future. But Iwagakure has not only promised me a better future, but they aren't even trying to force me to make a decision. Though I don't want to betray my birthplace, the choice I have to make is obvious." He immediately called 3 of the 5 most influential nobles in the city. They were the closest to him and his family. Half an hour later, Tomoki, all his family members and 3 nobles gathered in the meeting room. Tomoki explained to them the contents of the 2 letters and informed them about his decision to join the Land of Earth. His declaration shocked everyone in the room. No one even considered such a drastic step. But after thinking for a bit, his family members agreed with his decision. Just the nobles hadn't said anything. A couple of them were extremely opposed to the idea. Hiroshi's restrictions would restrict the Ide family and not them. However, the 3rd noble got up and walked to Tomoki. He bowed and said, "Tomoki-sama, no matter what you decide, my Sato family will always support your decision." A smile appeared on Tomoki's face. He said, "I am honored to have a loyal friend like you, Sato Seiya." He looked towards the remaining 2 nobles. They immediately cursed in their mind, "This fucking bootlicker." They were heavily outnumbered by the Ide family in that small room. Both knew that they wouldn't leave alive if they didn't agree. Just when they were about to speak, their eyes widened in shock. Ide Tomoki had a look of disbelief on his face as his eyes moved and landed on Sato Seiya. Seiya had stabbed a knife in his chest when he was looking at the other 2 nobles. He asked in disbelief, "Why?" Seiya looked into his eyes and said, "Hiroshi-sama instructed me to pass a message. These are the consequences of betraying the village." Those were the last words Ide Tomoki heard before closing his eyes forever. His family finally snapped out of shock. 2 teenagers shouted in grief with tears running down their cheeks, "Father!" At the same time, more than a dozen ninjas rushed at Seiya with killing intent. However, Seiya was unmoved. 6 ninjas appeared next to him. They were elites from Kusagakure that were sent by Hiroshi. Within minutes, every member of the Ide family, no matter if they were old or young, male or female, guilty or innocent, were all killed. Sato Seiya watched the slaughter without a trace of pity in his eyes. He looked at the 2 nobles and said, "By the command of Kusagakure and Daimyo, the Sato family will be in charge of Mizukoshi from now. Do you have any objections?" Both immediately shook their heads. They were still in shock at how swiftly and brutally the Ide family was eliminated. Seiya said, "Good. Spread the word around the town." The Ide family betrayed Kusagakure by colluding with Iwagakure and killing Kagawa Noriyuki. As a result, they were eliminated. "I will be the new lord of the city." Both nodded and immediately left the slaughterhouse. After leaving, one said, "I never thought that Seiya would betray Tomoki for power." The other shook his head and replied, "From the performance, it might be more appropriate to say that he was a pawn Kusagakure planted next to Tomoki long ago. It's scary to think about. I'm glad that neither of us decided to betray our country. We need to check the backgrounds of our subordinates once again. I don't want to die as miserably as the Ide family." The news of Tomoki's betrayal spread like wildfire in Mizukoshi and then throughout the Land of Grass. His death directly crushed Inoki's plans. The citizens of the Land of Grass also began hating Iwagakure for pulling such a stunt in their country. However, Inoki wasn't bothered much. After all, Iwagakure's reputation in the Land of Grass was already very bad. It didn't have any effect on him if it worsened any further. After all, why would it matter if an ant hated you a little or a lot? Both situations were the same in Inoki's eyes. Around the time Tomoki was killed, Yugo, Fumito and Bunjiro finally reached Konoha. They reported to Hiruzen and informed him about how the mission went. Hiruzen had already received a letter from Daimyo. So he had some ideas, but their report cleared the picture for him. His expression became grim as he analyzed, why did Inoki send Rashi on such a simple mission? Was he aiming for something else? And, where is Fujin? He looked at the trio and asked, "Which seal did Turtle give you?" Yugo replied, "Captain said that it was a simple seal he created himself. If he crushed the seal that was with him, it would cause our tags to vibrate and burn." Hiruzen asked, "What if it was destroyed?" Yugo replied, "In that case, our tags wouldn't activate." Hiruzen eased a bit and thought, this means that he shouldn't have died. I was worried. Rashi is very strong. He can pose a danger to me as well. As for those seals, I recall a couple of simpler seals. I guess he combined two to create this effect. It is very convenient to pass simple instructions. He said, "All right, you can leave. Until Turtle returns, take a break." The group nodded and left. They returned to their umbu room and changed into their usual attire. Banjiro asked, "Is there anything we should do?" He was worried. It was the first time that he returned from a mission with one person short. Fumito shook his head and asked, "What can we do in this situation?" Yugao added, "We can't help Captain. The only thing we can do is train harder so that the next time we can help the Captain instead of just escaping." Fumito nodded. Banjiro decided, "I thought that I already trained hard. I will need to train harder. Otherwise, I might never be able to catch up to him." Determined, all three dispersed. Unknowingly, Fujin added fuel to the fire burning in the hearts of his three subordinates. If Hiruzen knew it, he would be extremely pleased with his decision to assign them under Fujin. Chapter 316. While the Ide family was eliminated and his subordinates returned to the village, Fujin was enjoying flying under the starry sky. This journey expanded his horizons a lot. Kaido had shown him various sights and numerous wild beasts, including some species he had never seen before. He even informed Fujin about locations and information of stronger wild beasts from whom he stayed away. Fujin saw a couple of mountain ranges that were on par with Mount Matiki in height. Finally, around midnight, they reached a location from where they could see nothing but water. There wasn't a single island in sight. Kaido suddenly flew very high in the sky. He said, "This is the sea surrounding the elemental nation continent. For thousands of kilometers, there is nothing but water. I haven't seen a single island in this area. This is one of the reasons why I said that the chances of finding humans elsewhere are low. After all, who would continue sailing for thousands of kilometers despite finding nothing but water?" Fujin fell into thought. He analyzed, though this world doesn't have aircraft, the ships are quite well developed. Though they are poor technologically as compared to my previous world, especially in maps and radars, it should be better than what was in the medieval era in my world. In addition, they are much stronger in terms of defense due to ninjas. Surely there would have been some adventurous folks who made it all the way through. He asked, "What are the other reasons?" Kaido chuckled and replied in an evil tone, "These oceans have terrifying beasts living within them. I have seen at least 13 who are as strong as my father. Some are even stronger. Even if someone as strong as you sailed these oceans, the chances of making it through alive would be very low. And I am not even considering the natural calamities that suddenly happen in the ocean. Numerous times I have seen a giant whirlpool forming out of nowhere. At times, a giant tide arises without any prior signs. Even if a ninja strong enough to defeat the stronger beasts and overcome any calamity sailed, they would have to suffer countless attacks from smaller beings in the ocean. They will definitely damage the ship and leave you stranded in the middle of the ocean. Eventually, all of them will die." Fujin was surprised by the answer. He hadn't expected the calm ocean to be so dangerous. However, instead of being afraid, he let out a chuckle and said, "Perhaps after the wars are over, I should build a good ship, gather a few friends, wear a straw hat and sail these waters." "Ha ha ha." Kaido asked, "Why a straw hat?" Fujin replied, "You won't understand." Kaido was confused. But he replied, "All right. Call me if you do so." "That sounds like an interesting adventure." Fujin replied, "Sure." Kaido said in a mocking tone, "Though I won't join you, I would love to see you struggle from the sky. If you die, I'll be sure to weep for you and inform everyone back home about your heroic demise." Fujin had a deadpan expression. He thought that Kaido was genuinely interested in that adventure. He replied, "Don't worry. If I am in such deep trouble, I will be sure to summon you down. I'm sure those gigantic beasts would prefer eating someone big instead of someone tiny like me." The two continued their banter all night. After all, Fujin couldn't sleep due to the soldier pill and there was nothing interesting to see other than the stars in the sky. The night slowly faded away as the first glimmers of dawn lit up the horizon, painting the vast ocean below in hues of gold and pink. The first rays of sunlight kissed the water, setting it ablaze with 1,000 shimmering lights. A sense of serenity washed over Fujin as the vast expanse filled with awe-inspiring solitude. A smile appeared on Kaido's face. He said, "No matter how many times I see this, it always feels as serene and refreshing as the first time. It's one of the reasons why I fly so much." Fujin nodded. The sight reminded Fujin of the first time he rode on Ryu. Noticing how engrossed Fujin was, Kaido let out a chuckle and said, "Look towards the right." Fujin saw to his right but couldn't see anything. Kaido said, "It's very far. Use your chakra." Fujin's eyes began glowing as he focused chakra into his eyes. As there were no obstacles, he was able to see for extremely long distances. At the same time, Kaido began flying higher into the sky. At first, Fujin enjoyed the sight of sunlight grazing the ocean surface. However, as Kaido kept going higher, he noticed a strange wave. Despite traveling for so long, he hadn't seen any waves in the ocean. It was extremely still. As Kaido kept flying higher, Fujin finally understood what the strange wave was. His eyes widened in surprise. It was a whirlpool. He muttered, "What a fucking gigantic whirlpool." Kaido agreed. He said, "That whirlpool always changes in size. At the smallest, it has a radius of 25 kilometers. And at its highest size, it exceeds 100 kilometers in radius. Underneath it lives a fearsome beast. It is a 9-headed hydra. The entire whirlpool is caused by it." Fujin was stunned. He asked, "That freaking thing is caused by an animal?" Kaido nodded and said, "Around 200 years ago, my grandfather and 3 of his siblings were attacked by it when they were flying over. Father said that all 4 of them were as strong as he is now. And still, they were defeated. They barely managed to make it out alive and were severely injured. From that moment, flying over that whirlpool is forbidden for us." Fujin replied, "I am surprised that flying over this ocean isn't forbidden for you considering that it was that strong 200 years ago. If it is that strong, then it is almost as strong as the tailed beasts. Without the tailed beast's bomb, it might even have an advantage." Kaido said, "I don't know what that attack is. But our sage did say that the tailed beasts are stronger. But I haven't seen either of them in action. So I can't give my opinion." Fujin thought, "It will be interesting to see what would happen if I drop Isabu in this whirlpool. Will it kill the beast or force it to withdraw? Or will it be forced to retreat? And how much damage will it take?" Suddenly, he had an idea. "Now that I think about it, this might be a very easy way to subdue Isabu. Just have to move him here and make these 2 fight. Zetsu shouldn't be able to keep an eye on this place. It is the perfect plan. Or would have been if I had any means of transporting Isabu so far. Even the Flying Thunder God shouldn't allow me to do that unless my chakra is at a ridiculous level." He looked at the whirlpool and wondered, were those whales I saw while using the summoning jutsu from this ocean as well? Now that I think about it, it's fortunate that I appeared there and not next to this monster. That water flow alone is insane. No ship will be able to survive that, let alone face that beast inside. Kaido continued flying forward. En route, he shared the location of another strong beast. This one wasn't as strong as the Hydra but still very strong. By afternoon, they finally saw land. Fujin observed the land but couldn't identify where it was. He asked, "Which country is this?" Kaido replied, "This should be an island in the land of water." Fujin replied, "I see. So Mount Mitiki is to the east of this continent." Kaido nodded and said, "Yes. Though more like it is on the other side of this world. You'll reach it even if you fly west. But the journey is around twice as long." Fujin replied, "All right." At the same time he thought, "Now that I think about it, I haven't ever been to the land of water. A shame that I can't start my organization yet. This would have been the best place to recruit from. I might have even found a few kids with Kekkei Genkai with some luck. That said, I wonder how Shigeki is doing. Unknown to Fujin, his former sensei was doing the very same thing in the Land of Water. Except for the fact that it was a mission from the village rather than some personal ambition. Fujin decided against stopping in the Land of Water. After all, he had already created conflicts in the remaining 3 major villages. Against Kumo, his squad had killed over a dozen ninjas, which was followed by Jiraiya killing more than 250. Against Suna, he had created a giant mess. And not long ago, his team killed 19 IWA ninjas and injured an elite Jounin. He didn't want to create a mess in Kiri as well. By evening, Kaido flew over the vast Land of Water and landed inside the Land of Fire. The two bade farewell. Fujin stretched his body and thought, this is the first time I flew for almost 36 hours straight. Luckily his back is quite comfortable to lay on. He moved towards Konoha. The spot Kaido dropped him at was very close to it. So he reached within an hour and directly went to see Hiruzen. Chapter 317, Hiruzen was surprised to see Fujin return so quickly. He emptied his office and asked, so, how was the fight with the Jinchuriki? Fujin sighed and said, very difficult. I almost died. Why isn't there any information about Rashi being able to use the tailed beast bomb? He caught me off guard. Hiruzen let out a sigh as well. He answered, the abilities of Jinchuriki are too strong. If I put it out in public, then panic will spread among the citizens. Even with the little information everyone has, they are still terrified. Fujin furrowed his eyebrows. He said, I can understand about hiding it from common people. But why are Umbu and Umbu captains not informed about them? Hiruzen replied, because you are not supposed to engage them. Even an elite Jounin has to retreat on sight. Only rank S ninjas have the ability and permission to engage with them. Even a Jinchuriki who has no control over their tailed beast can lose control and unleash its full strength. Fujin thought for a bit and said, that makes sense. But there's still no reason to hide the information. There are so many ways with which we can neutralize them before they can unleash their full power. Hiruzen's expression hardened. He replied, you shouldn't be neutralizing them. That can directly lead to a major war. Jinchurikis are the backbone of those countries. Harm them and other countries will think that we are decreasing their strength in preparations for a war. It will cause them to ally with other countries. A frown appeared on Fujin's face. He asked, but isn't that Umbu's job? Every mission I took in the last couple of years restricted other villages in one way or the other. Hiruzen shook his head and answered, all those acts were subtle. They left no links or proofs pointing towards us. And they were far from the bottom line of other countries. Hiruzen could see that Fujin wasn't being combative with those questions. Otherwise, he might have had to re-evaluate Fujin. Fujin replied, all right. But pass me information on the other Jinchuriki. I don't want to be short on information again. Hiruzen nodded and asked, this matter aside, describe the battle between you and Rashi. Fujin nodded and briefly narrated the battle. Though he didn't show it on his face, Hiruzen was shocked to know that Rashi had to resort to that form to defeat Fujin. Fujin's performance far exceeded what Hiruzen had expected. He said, you did well. Don't be discouraged by the result. Rashi is a veteran of 2 great wars and one of the strongest ninjas in IWA. But avoid fighting Jinchurikis. Even if it was someone weaker, they will give up control to the beast inside them when their life is at risk. When that happens, not only will you be at risk, but so will your teammates and the common citizens around that place. Fujin nodded and said, I need some time off. I'll need to get my back looked at. Hiruzen nodded and said, take the next 5 days off. But meet up with your team once. And meet up with Eagle tomorrow or someday later. He will have a scroll with the necessary information. I have another rank S mission planned for you after 5 days. It won't be an Umbu mission, but a secret mission in another squad that I will assemble. So get back into your best shape. Fujin thought. I was hoping for at least 5 weeks. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like he will let go of me that easily. Sigh, if I didn't need the wind crystals and access to Section A, I would have quit right away. Though I don't think he would stop me from accessing the library, I don't see him allowing me to use the training rooms after quitting the Umbu. He replied, all right. He left the office and went straight to the Konoha hospital. Meanwhile, Hiruzen turned his attention to the report on his table and thought, no wonder Inoki didn't try harder to increase his influence in Mizukoshi. They suffered a thorough defeat despite Rashi winning against Fujin. And, the information regarding Fujin is far more valuable than a pointless town. Having been a part of every great ninja war, Hiruzen knew what the most important factors in the war were. And as someone with a similar level of experience, Inoki also understood it. Once a ninja like Fujin matured, he would be a nightmare on the battlefield. Not only could he cut through the enemy ranks with ease, but he could also stay back and amplify the fire jutsus of thousands of ninjas from Konoha. Both would bring a qualitative change to Konoha's forces. Alternatively, he could also be assigned to assassinate stronger ninjas in enemy ranks. Hiruzen thought, if he continues at this trajectory, Fujin's ability to create an impact on the battlefield will far exceed Kakashi. It will be under only Minato and Tsunade's abilities. Still, he is a bit too radical in his ways. Though it might be my fault considering the missions I have been assigning him. I will need to give some diplomatic missions to tone down his aggressive means. Not to mention, he already has sufficient experience in fighting and elimination missions. Any more won't be much helpful unless he gets to face elite jounins or rank S ninjas. But that would be very risky. Fujin rested the night in the hospital. Hiruzen ensured that the best medical ninjas tended to him. His back was inspected and healed several times until it completely felt normal. To his surprise, the last person who healed him was a familiar face. Isamu looked at Fujin and said, when Lord Hokage asked me to check up on a patient, I didn't expect it to be you, Fujin. Fujin looked at Isamu and said with a smile, Isamu-sensei. It's good to see you after a long while. Isamu said with a grumpy tone, good my ass. You didn't even come to say hi. I and Yoshi-sensei were still hopeful for you becoming a medical ninja. Fujin shrugged and said, I already told you I am not interested as of now. Besides, I don't have any time. Lord Hokage keeps sending me on missions. Isamu replied, obviously. You are still young. Besides, you are lucky to have not faced any war. Otherwise, you have to keep going even when you are injured or exhausted. Fujin nodded. However, unlike others, he knew that the next great war was still quite far away. So he wasn't concerned at that moment. Isamu asked, so, where were you injured? Fujin replied, on my back, around 3 days ago. I had 3 broken ribs, but I healed them. Just came here to ensure everything is fine. But for some reason, you are the 4th medical ninja to show up here. Isamu thought, obviously that reason is Lord Hokage. It looks like he needs Fujin ready for a mission rather quickly. Isamu inspected Fujin back. The bones were already healed properly. However, Isamu was taken aback after inspecting his back with chakra. He wondered, how much does this kid train? Looking at his muscles and their wear and tear, it's as if he has trained continuously for over a decade. Isamu was surprised. Extremely few ninjas would put their bodies through such continuous training for such a long period. Even if someone was enthusiastic, they would lose that enthusiasm in a year or 2. After all, after the initial boost in strength, the effects of training on the body diminish a lot. No visible effects would be seen. Most ninjas would stop training their bodies at that stage and focus on other skills. Isamu didn't say anything and slowly healed the hidden issues and internal trauma that were caused due to constant training and fighting. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration, no wonder Lord Hokage values him so much. If someone learning medical ninjutsu also had such dedication, we might have another ninja of the same caliber as Lady Tsunade. As his back slowly healed, Fujin's back felt very relaxed. In fact, he had never felt that good in either of his lives. Isamu said, "You don't have any major injuries and I treated some old ones. Rest for the next couple of days. You can return back to training or missions." Fujin got up and nodded. He said, "Thank you. I don't recall my back ever feeling this good." Isamu replied, "Every time you train or fight, some trauma accumulates in your body. Over time, it accumulates and can cause hidden injuries. If you train a lot, then visit me every 3 months or so. Your progress will become much faster and threats to your body will decrease if you get checked up once in a while." Fujin nodded and replied, "All right." Isamu turned around to leave. A smile formed on his face. As he walked out of the door, he said, "Normally I charge 500,000 ryo for that treatment. But since I know you so well and want you to become a medical ninja, I will offer you a 50% discount. Take care." In a flash, he disappeared. Fujin watched with a deadpan expression. He cursed, "This damned world. Every freaking one is shameless." /N, Isamu was introduced in Chapter 230. He taught Fujin the basics of medical ninjutsu along with Yoshi. Fortunately, money wasn't an issue for Fujin. Even if he ever ran short on it, he knew numerous corrupt nobles and officials. He wouldn't bother thinking twice before stealing from them. Fujin left the hospital in the morning thinking, Isamu only asked me to rest physically. Should I continue Fuinjutsu training? Fujin pondered for a bit before shaking his head. He decided, I should take a proper rest. After all, even my brain needs some rest. Perhaps a decent break would help me master those seals even faster. Oh well, time to indulge in some delicacies. Suddenly, Fujin's eyes moved and landed on a mask shop to his right. His eyes landed on a small ball that was releasing some smoke and the shopkeeper who was inspecting it. A moment later, the ball exploded with a loud sound, engulfing the shopkeeper and some early morning customers around him in smoke. Chapter 318, Fujin didn't have any time to rescue them. He instinctively moved away and observed from a distance with a frown on his face. He wondered, someone is planting explosions inside Konoha? But who? Don't tell me that IWA or Suna went crazy and decided to retaliate this way. Wait, what's this? To Fujin's surprise, none of the people were harmed by the explosion. Instead, the people engulfed by the smoke began coughing. Soon after, they covered their nose and mouth and ran out while feeling nauseated. Fujin had a weird expression upon seeing that sight. His eyes moved and landed on a corner of the street. He chuckled and muttered, now it makes sense. Still, my missions lately have been so intense that I almost considered this an attack. I really need a long break. In the corner, a blonde goofball was struggling to contain his laughter. He jumped out and laughed loudly, ha ha ha. You fell for it. Without waiting for another second, he immediately began running away. Fujin watched in amusement as the shopkeeper ran behind him but was obviously much slower. Fujin's eyelids twitched as he observed, this kid. He is purposefully moving slowly so that the old man can chase him. I almost forgot how much of an attention seeker he was before becoming a ninja. Fujin suddenly had an idea. A malicious smile appeared on his face as he decided, if Hiruzen doesn't give me access to the Flying Thunder God Jutsu after I become a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster, I will teach Naruto a few simple Winjutsus and give him some ideas to prank Hiruzen. That would be a satisfying sight. A shame that the old fox is just too damn capable. Otherwise, I would have definitely hidden around to click some pictures, haha. But that will have to wait for another year or so. He should be entering the penultimate year in the academy after the vacation. If I help him now and he somehow passes this year, then most of my future knowledge might become useless. That said, I doubt Hiruzen would allow him to graduate early even if he does well. Especially considering that the current situation is quite peaceful despite the occasional movements. Not to mention, he might already have some ideas about putting him and Sasuke on the same team under Kakashi. Fujin ignored the incident and walked to yakiniku for a large meal. He spent the next couple of days visiting his favorite restaurants, spas, and hot springs in Konoha to relax his mind and body. On the third day, 60 Shadow clones began learning new seals while he did his intense morning workout and called his squad for a meeting in their assigned room. While waiting for them, he met up with Eagle and took the scroll that had information related to the Jinchurikis. While reading, his teammates arrived one by one. In a few minutes, all four were sitting in that room. Bunjiro looked at Fujin and sighed in relief secretly. Fortunately, he is fine. I was worried for him. Yugao and Fumito were also glad to see him. Fujin asked, "So, did anything happen after I asked you to retreat?" Yugao answered, "Nothing much of importance. Ryoichi asked us to not spread the news, but now the decision lies with Lord Hokage." Fujin nodded and said, "True. Besides, I doubt such information can even be hidden." Fumito asked, "Why did you burn that seal?" Fujin answered, "I miscalculated his strength. He was too strong for me. So I had to retreat in a different direction." Bunjiro exclaimed in surprise, "He was stronger than even you?" Fujin shrugged and replied, "There are numerous people who are stronger than me. Anyways, it's good to see that all of us are fine. We may not get a mission for a few days. So use this time to train or rest. I have a feeling that we will have very busy months ahead." Bunjiro replied, "All right." The others nodded. Fujin dismissed them. After they left, Fujin looked at his turtle mask and pondered, "I used this mask to prevent being identified. But it was inevitable to be linked to the spectral swordsman after such a long fight. I exposed most of my cards as well. I might not have the element of surprise from now onwards. In fact, I am afraid that my real identity could be compromised as well. After all, how many ninjas use vacuum jutsus? Now, should I still wear this mask or change it again?" Fujin thought for a bit before shaking his head. He decided, "It's pointless. If my new mask is leaked, then the details of my teammates will also be leaked. And Yugao's purple hair is just too easy to recognize. Oh well, it doesn't matter much. At the end of the day, strength is all that matters. Even if they know me, how many can resist or defeat me like Rashi? And if it is needed, we can all use transformation jutsu to prevent others from identifying us." Having made his decision, Fujin put the mask back in his pouch. He was about to leave when Yugao entered the room again. Fujin was puzzled. He asked, "Did you forget something?" Yugao replied, "No. I just can't resist my curiosity. My apologies for being unprofessional, but are you really the spectral swordsman?" Had Fujin not analyzed, he would have denied it. But since it wouldn't have much effect, he nodded and said, "You are too obsessed with your sword." "Yeah, I am. But don't spread it around." Yugao nodded. After catching a glimpse of his fight with Rashi, she had expected it to be the truth. However, she couldn't help but think, "I never would have guessed that the infamous spectral swordsman would be someone so younger than me." She immediately asked, "Can you teach me swordplay?" Fujin immediately shook his head. He barely had any time for himself. How could he waste it training someone else? But he knew that he couldn't deny so bluntly. He immediately thought of a convenient excuse and replied, "My style is completely different than yours. I won't be able to teach you. You should continue learning from the one you currently are." A frown formed on Yugao's face. She quickly said, "I know that I can't change my style now. But I can still learn a few moves from you and incorporate them into my swordplay." Fujin tilted his head and asked, "What do you mean by moves?" Yugao was confused by the question. She answered, "I mean something like my Hazy Moon Night or the Dance of the Crescent Moon." Fujin shook his head and said, "I don't know any sword moves." Yugao was surprised. She asked, "What do you mean?" Yugao had always assumed that Fujin wasn't taking her seriously. She never expected such an answer. Fujin chuckled and replied, "What moves do you need to learn with a sword?" "It's a sword. It has sharp edges. Just grab the handle and hack or stab the ones you want dead. Or block an incoming attack. It is very simple and uncomplicated, isn't it? Yugal was stunned by the answer. She thought about it deeply. At first, it seemed like Fujin was completely bullshitting her. However, the more she thought, the more sense Fujin's answer made. She realized, that's right. Other than slashing and blocking, there isn't anything to swordplay. Even my techniques can be broken down to just slashing. But, is it really everything to his swordplay? This wasn't an answer Fujin had made up. In fact, it was something that he had realized when Renjiro was teaching him. Renjiro's own swordplay was based on this principle. When he had asked Renjiro his opinion on the various dance forms of swordplay, he had a similar answer. After thinking for numerous months, this was the answer Fujin had reached. His swordplay didn't have anything fancy. It was just plain old slashing and stabbing. He just added wind chakra to enhance its lethality to an extreme. While he did have some variations in flying slashes, those were more of a wind jutsu rather than a sword move. Yugal looked at Fujin while recalling the wind slash released from his sword. Fujin noticed her gaze and realized what she was thinking. He said, "That is everything to my swordplay. I just use chakra flow and change it to wind nature to enhance its sharpness and range. There are no other complications in my sword skills." Yugal thought for a long time, but couldn't think of a response. Fujin let out a sigh and said, "That's why I said that you should stick with your current master. My ways will just confuse you. If you want, you can try to learn chakra flow to strengthen your current moves. But apart from that, there is nothing else I can contribute." Yugal calmed herself and replied, "All right. Thank you for the guidance. I'll stick with my current methods for now." Fujin nodded. That was indeed the best. She took her leave. Fujin sighed in relief. Fortunately, she didn't ask me to teach her chakra flow. Now, should I go raid the wind crystals and training rooms, or should I try improving my wind jutsus and perhaps creating new ones? Fujin already had a few ideas for new jutsus, and he had thought of proper training plans to learn them. However, he shook his head and decided, no. I won't be able to sustain training for a long time as my clones have the majority of my chakra. I'll go raid those wind crystals. He moved to the wind training rooms and began meditating. Chapter 319. 3 days later, Fujin was summoned to Hiruzen's office. He quickly went to his office in his regular ninja outfit. After entering, he noticed that there were 4 other ninjas there. Yugal looked at Fujin and gave a small nod in acknowledgement. Fujin gave a small nod back. The other faces were familiar as well. They were Genma, Yamanaka Ken, and the head of the TI department, Ebiki. Ken recognized Fujin instantly. After all, Fujin had left quite an impact on him during the mission where Fujin acted as the bait against the bounty hunters. Ebiki and Genma looked at Fujin for a few seconds before recalling who he was. Ebiki was the first one to recognize him. He said, "Suzuki Fujin. I didn't expect you to be assigned missions with us so soon." Genma nodded. Just like Ebiki, he recalled judging Fujin during the last round of the Chunin exams. He thought, I didn't expect him to become capable enough to be deployed on the same mission as us. Did he train his wind jutsus to such an extent that he can aid Jounins? Or did he develop some other speciality? Fujin nodded and replied, "It's good to see you as well." He looked at Hiruzen and asked, "So, what's the secret mission?" Hiruzen looked at the door and said, "Wait for some time. There is still one ninja yet to arrive." Fujin nodded and waited patiently. After a couple of minutes, everyone looked at the door. Kakashi walked in and said in an unapologetic tone, "Sorry for being late. I was on my way here when I saw a black cat cross my path, so I had to take a different route." Yugal, Ebiki, Ken, and Genma gave Kakashi a deadpan look. Meanwhile, Fujin was confused. He wondered, I know that he tends to be late by a few hours. So why is he apologizing for being late by just a couple of minutes? Hiruzen replied, "It's fine. You are here after all. Close the door. He thought, that is why I asked you to come 3 hours before everyone else. He looked at a corner of the room and said, leave and activate the privacy seals. The 4 Umbu guards, hiding in the room, immediately left the room. All windows were shut close and seals were activated. Realizing the importance, everyone in the room became serious. Hiruzen said, recently, there have been sightings of some Suna ninjas sneaking into the Land of Fire. Their activity is especially high around the fire capital. Fujin immediately realized, is this in regards to those 6 unlucky fellows? Hiruzen noticed Fujin's change of expression and said, that's right, Fujin. Some time ago, when I was returning from a diplomatic visit, the patrol camp I was staying at was attacked by a squad of 6 Suna ninjas. They were neutralized. But more of them have entered the country. We have located the base they gather at. You 6 will be transforming into those 6 ninjas and entering that base. Your mission has 2 parts. Firstly, kill or neutralize every Suna ninja there. And secondly, gather information. You can check their memories or resort to any other means you want to. Apart from Fujin, who knew why the Suna was acting like this, the other ninjas were shocked. After all, Suna was supposed to be their ally. However, they didn't question Hiruzen. After all, every one of them was an active or former Umbu. They knew about the dark undercurrents that flow in the ninja world. Hiruzen provided everyone with more details about the 6 ninjas they were supposed to impersonate, the plans, expected enemies and other minute details. In the end, he said, Kakashi will lead this mission. But since their leader, Hideyoshi, specialized in wind manipulation and because Fujin saw him in action, Fujin will disguise as him. Everyone nodded. Since Fujin was suppressing his chakra, Ibiki and Genma were surprised that he was given such an important role. But both knew the importance of replicating minute behavior patterns during such missions. So they understood why Hiruzen asked him to do it. Since everyone had arrived prepared for the mission, the group left right away. They traveled for 6 hours straight before finally halting. Ken muttered, a base so deep into the Land of Fire. They have guts. Ibiki replied, it is safer to create a base here rather than in the border regions or close to any cities or towns. No one would suspect them normally. If it wasn't for that squad unluckily attacking Lord Hokage, we might not have found this base. Kakashi said, that's enough chit-chat. We will first transform into the faces they were originally disguised as. When we are intercepted by the Suna ninjas, we will dismiss this transformation and transform ourselves into their original appearances at the same time. Is everyone ready? Everyone nodded. Kakashi instructed, good. Fujin, take the lead. Remember to act arrogant. As for others, keep a close eye. Once Fujin attacks, we will follow up. Kill without letting anyone run away. Everyone immediately transformed into the disguises that Hideyoshi and his teammates were using and continued moving towards the base. After traveling for another mile, they sensed a chakra field scanning them. They continued moving. Around half a mile from the base, 12 Suna ninjas appeared in front of them. Of course, all were disguised as Konoha ninjas. One of them spoke, this is a restricted area by the order of Lord Hokage. Turn away or identify yourselves. Fujin snorted and said, it's me. A smoke cloud appeared around him. His appearance transformed into Hideyoshi. At the same time, the other 5 also transformed. Yamanaka Ken transformed into their censor, Naomasa, while Ibiki transformed into Kaname. Seeing their appearances, the Suna ninjas sighed in relief. However, they were still vigilant. One of them transformed into his real appearance and said, it's good to see that you are safe, Hideyoshi-sama. The council was worried about you since we haven't heard from you for over a month. They were even wondering if they should cancel the entire operation. Fujin walked ahead and said, Yosuke, we were ambushed by that damned copy ninja. We were fooled. Somehow, that copy ninja had already escaped through all the perimeters we established. We fought several rounds with his squad and had to go into hiding. Yosuke was surprised. He asked, "You encountered the copy ninja? Doesn't that mean?" Fujin nodded and continued, "Yes, reindeer. We have to ask Lord Kazekage to stop wasting manpower there and focus here." Hearing the word reindeer, the Suna ninjas sighed in relief. In order to prevent anyone from infiltrating their secret base, the Suna ninjas were made to follow a certain protocol. The first was to show their real face. The second was to call the name of the ninja who talked with them accurately. And the third was to call him reindeer. Since the conditions were satisfied, Yosuke said, "Welcome back, Hideyoshi-sama. Please exert your chakra so that I can confirm your identity." While the above means were good enough in most circumstances, they weren't good enough in the Land of Fire. Konoha had the Yamanaka clan that could read memories. That is why Suna had placed a capable censor in charge of the secret base. He remembered the chakra signatures of the important ninjas so that he could cross-identify them. Fujin exerted his chakra. The amount of chakra he exerted was just higher than the amount of chakra Hideyoshi had used against Choza. Yosuke observed him and nodded, "Similar chakra signature, just more than the amount I saw last time, and shows off his affinity to wind. Just like I remember. Looks like there shouldn't be any issue." He also asked Kaname and Naomasa to show their chakra and identified both their chakras as well. As for the other three, he didn't remember. He said, "Come." However, Fujin interrupted him and said, "Enough wasting time, let's go to the base. I have important information to report to Lord Kazekage. If we don't report this, then we will suffer during the next war." Yosuke nodded and quickly welcomed him to the base while thinking, his arrogance is still the same. Suna's plan was almost foolproof. While some ninjas could replicate the chakra signatures as well, such ninjas were very rare. They would either be very capable censors or experienced jounins. More importantly, reading memories from a dead ninja wouldn't allow a Yamanaka to copy their chakra signature. The ninja had to see and observe it properly, only then they could do so. Unfortunately, Hideyoshi's squad ran into Hiruzen of all people. That encounter sealed the fate of all ninjas in the secret base. He was able to memorize the chakra signatures of all 6 ninjas at a glance and could replicate them well enough for all of Kakashi's team to copy it. Even Fujin had forgotten Hideyoshi's chakra signature and only managed to replicate it with Hiruzen's help. The Konoha ninjas walked into the base along with the Suna ninjas. Chapter 320. As they walked into the base, Fujin commanded, "Call everyone. I have important information. Konoha's forces have been moving. The coming period will be very critical. If we make a mistake, the entire operation will become a failure and we may be wiped out." Yosuke realized the gravity of his words and nodded and said, "All right." He immediately asked a subordinate to call everyone. The group entered into an underground base. Within a minute, 28 Suna ninjas arrived in the meeting room. Fujin observed them and thought, Hiruzen's analysis was right. None of them is elite jounins. 11 are jounins while the rest should be special jounins or close to that level. Yosuke said, "This is everyone currently here." Fujin nodded and asked, "How many have gone to the fire capital?" Yosuke answered, 9 have currently infiltrated the fire capital. 4 more have infiltrated other cities. Fujin had a grim expression. He said, "The other cities are fine. But Konoha has sent their Sannin, Jiraiya the Gallant, into the fire capital." The eyes of the Suna ninjas widened in fear. Though none of them had faced Jiraiya, they knew the horror of the Sannins. After all, one of the Sannin was directly responsible for Tsunagekyou's horrible defeat in the Third Great Ninja War against Konoha, forcing Tsunagekyou to sign an alliance agreement with Konoha. Yosuke said, "What?" Suddenly his eyes widened and he immediately ducked down. Among the 28 ninjas, only 12 others managed to react and quickly jumped or ducked. Taking advantage of their distraction after mentioning Jiraiya's name, Fujin used vacuum serial wave jutsu at the Suna ninjas. 15 died without even reacting. As soon as he attacked, the 5 Konoha ninjas flickered. A loud chirping-like sound was heard as Kakashi appeared in front of Yosuke. Yosuke saw the attack coming. Thoughts ran rapidly through his mind: vacuum jutsu and lightning jutsu? They aren't Hideyoshi's squad. We were fooled. But how? Was Hideyoshi's squad killed? Not good. He wanted to fight back. Unfortunately, he was completely outmatched. Kakashi pierced his heart with the Chidori. Yugao flickered behind one of the Chunins that survived and slashed her sword towards the back of his neck. The Chunin quickly tried to move forward while throwing a shuriken behind him. Yugao moved forward while dodging the shuriken and cut his head off. At the same time, Ebiki also killed one Chunin while Genma and Ken began fighting a Jounin each. Fujin himself flickered in front of the Jounin and slashed at him. The Jounin had just dodged the vacuum wave. He grabbed his kunai and tried to block the sword. Unfortunately, Fujin sliced straight through the kunai. The Jounin's eyes widened. He quickly stepped back and stretched his head backwards in order to dodge the sword. He managed to barely dodge the sword by a few millimeters. Unfortunately, his throat was still sliced through. The remaining Sunin ninjas finally collected themselves and realized the great danger they were in. Their survival instincts kicked in and they began retaliating. Two Jounins appeared focused on Kakashi and appeared on his sides. Wind Release, Wind Sword Jutsu. Wind Release, Blade of Wind Jutsu. Seeing the dangerous lightning chakra on his arm which was still lodged in Yosuke's chest, they didn't dare to fight him using taijutsu or kinjutsu. Kakashi withdrew his arm, waved a hand sign and slammed his hands on the ground. The earth quickly raised up and formed a dome around him just in time. The wind blades hit the dome, leaving some scratches on it. At the same time, Ebiki and Yugao were also attacked by one Jounin each. One Jounin noticed the chakra flow on Fujin's sword. He grabbed his own sword and attacked Fujin. Wind chakra flowed through his sword as well. Meanwhile, one opened a scroll and made the confrontation hand seal. A wooden puppet that looked like a cactus appeared. It had needles sticking to its entire body. The Konoha ninjas were instantly alarmed. The last ninja retreated to the back of the room and crushed a seal. A bird was released and it quickly flew out of the underground base. He began waving hand signs. The puppeteer moved his fingers. 3 mouths opened up on the puppet. It fired needles at Fujin, Ebiki, and Yugao. Almost instantly, all three aligned themselves such that they would be covered by the Sunin ninjas who had attacked them, forcing the puppeteer to stop his attack. As soon as he stopped, the sound of Chidori was heard once again. Kakashi's hand pierced through the ground and grabbed the leg of one of the Jounins who attacked him. Taking advantage of the cover of the earth dome, Kakashi had escaped underground and snuck under his opponent. He released a massive amount of lightning into his body. He was electrocuted to death on the spot. Fujin and his opponent fought with their swords. Fujin couldn't cut through his opponent's sword. But he wasn't worried. Using his position, Fujin built his chakra. His cheeks puffed up. His opponent, who had seen Fujin firing those dangerous waves, was alarmed. Wind Release, Vacuum Cannon Jutsu. Fujin fired a vacuum cannon. His opponent was expecting an attack similar to air bullets and moved to his right preemptively. Unfortunately, he underestimated the power and speed behind Fujin's attack. The vacuum cannon hit his left arm and severed it in an instant. In addition, due to their alignment, the vacuum cannon was headed straight at the cactus puppet. The puppeteer couldn't even react as the jutsu annihilated the puppet. The vacuum cannon continued forward through the walls of the underground base for 20 meters before stopping. The attack horrified the puppeteer. He immediately focused his attention on Fujin. Meanwhile, Fujin thought, "TSK. I should have targeted the puppeteer instead." He didn't have any time to think about it or do a follow-up attack. Despite the loss and incredible pain, the Jounin he was fighting didn't flinch. He immediately took advantage of the fact that Fujin was open on his left and attacked with the sword in his right hand. Fujin stepped to his right while raising his left hand. The seal on his bracer lit up and a sword appeared in his left hand as well. Almost instantly, wind chakra began flowing through his sword. His opponent's sword clashed with his and was stopped. His opponent's eyes widened. He screamed, "Impossible!" A smile appeared on Fujin's face. Now his opponent was completely open. His other sword immediately moved towards his opponent, aiming to hack him in two. Wind release, air bullet jutsu. Fujin's smile soon changed into annoyance and he immediately jumped backwards. Realizing their threat, the Suna Jounin, who sent the bird out, targeted Fujin and Kakashi. Half a dozen bullets were fired at each of them. Kakashi immediately withdrew back under the ground to avoid the attack. As for Fujin, he stepped backwards and maneuvered his body to dodge all 6 air bullets in time. Fujin's opponent attacked him again. At the same time, the puppeteer grabbed another scroll while throwing a purple ball into the hole that Kakashi had escaped into. He made the confrontation hand sign once again. Another puppet appeared while the purple ball exploded, releasing poisonous gas into the hole. Kakashi immediately jumped out from another spot and slammed his hands on the ground again. Both the holes in the ground were sealed, trapping the poisonous gas underground. However, that was enough time for the puppeteer to take control of the second puppet. It was shaped like a crocodile. It opened its mouth and shot needles at Kakashi. At the same time, the other Jounin used the blade of wind jutsu to cut off Kakashi's escape route. Kakashi slammed his hands on the ground once again. A wall rose in front of him, blocking all the needles. Since the blades of wind were aimed at his escape routes, he didn't need to avoid them. The puppeteer looked at Kakashi and Fujin and thought with a frown on his face, the battle has entered a deadlock. I need to poison one of them quickly. Otherwise, we may be wiped out here. Unfortunately, for him, the situation didn't last. Genma and Ibiki neutralized their opponents at the same time. Almost instantly, they sneak attacked the ones fighting Yugao and Kin. Realizing the danger, the Suna ninja at the back shot air bullets at Ibiki and Genma to slow them down. The crocodile puppet launched its poisonous scales at them as well, blocking them and saving the lives of the Jounins fighting Yugao and Kin. Unfortunately, this reduced the pressure on Fujin. Without the support from the puppeteer and the wind ninja hidden in the back, Fujin went on the attack immediately. He slashed his right sword vertically at his opponent's head. Realizing the danger, the opponent blocked it with his own sword. However, at the same time, he saw Fujin's other sword heading at his waist. He immediately jumped up and barely managed to dodge it as well. Unfortunately, Fujin shot an air bullet at point-blank range. Due to the close range and his feet being off the ground, he couldn't dodge. It pierced his heart and he dropped dead. At the same time, Kakashi neutralized the Jounin that was engaging him. Both turned their gaze towards Puppeteer and the ninja hiding behind him. Their gaze made their scalps tingle in fear. Chapter 321. After the first round of assaults, Suna had 8 ninjas against Konoha's 6. But when Ibiki and Genma killed their opponents, they equalized the numbers. And after Kakashi and Fujin killed their opponents, it became 4 versus 6. All Suna ninjas realized the inevitable result of that fight. The puppeteer observed the situation. His heart ached at the fact that 24 of his fellow ninjas had been killed in less than a couple of minutes. He looked at Kakashi, who had stopped disguising himself, hatefully and shouted, "Retreat!" The Suna ninja in the rear immediately left the base. The ones fighting Yugao and Kin also tried retreating but were stopped by Ibiki and Genma. At the same time, Fujin and Kakashi moved towards the puppeteer. However, their eyes widened and both stopped. The puppeteer made the confrontation hand seal. His crocodile puppet exploded. Numerous hidden mechanisms were fired in all directions. Even the 2 Suna ninjas in the room were targeted. At the same time, purple gas began spreading out. Fujin and Kakashi were shocked at the brutality of the attack. The first person who was hit was the puppeteer himself. His body was turned into a pincushion. Both Kakashi and Fujin immediately jumped underground. So did the remaining 4 Konoha ninjas and one of the 2 Suna ninjas. But, surrounded by 4 Konoha ninjas, he was killed as well. Kakashi and Fujin ignored that ninja and immediately traveled far away from the base before exiting the ground. Fujin immediately spread his chakra field. A frown formed on his face as he said, "I can't sense him. He must be good at wind instantaneous body jutsu." Kakashi nodded and said, "The puppeteer provided a good opportunity for him to escape. Who'd have thought that he'd be so ruthless?" Fujin nodded. There were numerous people who could act ruthlessly against others who were weaker or helpless. But to be the same with themselves was extremely rare. In half a minute, their allies crawled out of the ground as well. Ibiki looked around and asked, "He managed to run away?" Kakashi nodded. Ibiki sighed, "This means that the mission wasn't entirely successful. With him on the run, we won't be able to use this base as a trap to catch and kill any Suna ninjas that might return here." Kakashi replied, "They had managed to send a message out. It would have been tough to do that even if we killed him. It's fine. I'm just glad that all of us are alright. The fight was much tougher than I had anticipated." Everyone nodded. Despite the overwhelming victory, the fight was very close. One mistake could have caused a few deaths on their side. Ibiki turned his attention towards Fujin. Though there was no expression on his face, he was shocked by Fujin's abilities. He thought, "This kid is very good. I thought that he'd be the weakest in the group. But he is second just to Kakashi." No, in terms of impact, it was higher than even Kakashi. After all, that first attack killed more than half of them and allowed us to kill a few more. Despite using such a deadly jutsu, there was almost no sign of him preparing it. No chakra leak was detected. And he properly diverted their attention just before attacking. Genma had the same thoughts running through his mind. With a chuckle, he thought, "I guess our evaluation was incorrect. Using him as a support would be a big waste of his talents. I guess no one's a better judge than Lord Hokage." He looked at Yugao and analyzed, "I had heard that Yugao was recently assigned to a different Umbu squad. And seeing how familiar they acted with each other on our way here, they should be in the same squad. Or more likely, she should be in his squad." Fujin agreed with Kakashi as well. He thought, "These guys were very good. I was expecting to cut through them with ease as there wasn't any elite jounin among their ranks. I guess fighting underground in a small room played a huge role. It heavily restricted movements and prevented me from taking advantage of my speed. If I had attacked in the open, I wouldn't have been at any risk. Unfortunately, it wasn't possible to do so in these circumstances. Apart from the underground base, they wouldn't have assembled at any other spot." Kakashi looked towards the base and said, "The poison will begin leaking into the surroundings. Send shadow clones to neutralize the poison and recover the dead bodies. Once the poison on them is cleaned, read their memories, Ken." Everyone nodded and sent shadow clones to the base. The poison had begun leaking out from the opening to the underground base. The shadow clones used various methods to neutralize the poisonous gas in order to ensure that the surroundings weren't affected. While the poison was being dealt, Kakashi quickly wrote a report and summoned a dog and asked him to give it to Hiruzen. By then, the poison was finally dealt with. The shadow clones brought the dead bodies out of the bases one by one. Yamanaka Ken's shadow clone placed his hand on one of the dead ninja's head to read his memories. He inserted his chakra into the head. A moment later, his eyes widened. He muttered, "This?" Kakashi's clone asked, "What's the issue?" Ken's clone replied, "I can't read the memories." He quickly began checking the memories of the dead bodies that still had their brains intact. However, he couldn't read any memories. His face was very dark. He said, "The poison that puppeteer used is the one that affects the neural system. Though I have the antidote that Lady Tsunade created, it works on alive humans and not dead ones. So I can't read any memories." The remaining clones were shocked. Fujin's clone paid attention to his words. Unfortunately, Ken didn't say anything about reading memories that he didn't already know. Ibiki's clone said, "No wonder he chose to explode the puppet. It wiped away all information. Now Konoha can't pursue Suna even if we wanted to. They can just disown these ninjas or try to pin the blame on us. In addition, we can't know what their exact plans were. Kakashi's clone nodded and said, "Fortunately, we know that there are 9 Suna ninjas in Fire Capital and 4 at other places." Ibiki's clone responded, "Yeah, but Fire Capital doesn't really have Jiraiya. We can't snuff them out. Finding them will be difficult unless they make a move." Genma's clone chuckled and said, "It's fine. We will let Lord Hokage worry about it." Involuntarily, Kakashi, Genma and Fujin's clones nodded while Ken and Yugao's clones looked at him with a deadpan expression. As no one had any ideas, Kakashi's clone sealed the dead bodies into a seal that Kakashi had handed him. Though the dead bodies didn't have any memories, the bodies themselves could provide a lot of information. All the remaining clones dispelled themselves while Kakashi's clone handed him the scroll before dispelling. After getting the memories, Kakashi sighed and said, "Let's wait here till Lord Hokage sends another squad with the mission to either create a new base or set up a parameter. Until then, let's keep an eye out. If any Suna ninja returns, we will neutralize him and check his memories." Everyone nodded. They dispersed into teams of 2 and kept an eye out for anyone who'd stumble there. A bit after midnight, Hiruzen received the message from Kakashi's summon. Since he was expecting the message, he stayed in his office. He read the report and analyzed. 1 ninja managed to escape. And he also sent a messenger bird. Looks like keeping this a secret from Suna won't be possible. We can't use this base to lure more ninjas from Suna and kill them. A frown formed on Hiruzen's face as the situation caused him a headache. According to Shikaku's plan, Kakashi's squad should have killed all the Suna ninjas. After reading their memories, they would impersonate them and lure more ninjas from Sunagakure and kill them, creating a death trap for Sunagakure. By the time they realized, their losses would have already exceeded the acceptable levels and they would be forced to back off. He analyzed, now Sunagakure has 2 choices. In addition to the squad that we killed earlier and the 2 killed in the Fire Capital, 35 Suna ninjas have met their demise in the Land of Fire. They can either stop, or they will attack using different routes. Either by creating a new base, or more likely, giving individual missions to every ninja as we did. Hiruzen sighed and muttered, "I should have sent stronger ninjas there. Preferably a squad full of elite jounins." Unfortunately, such a squad was rather difficult to assemble. Most of the elite jounins in Konoha were clan leaders or retired from active duty. They wouldn't agree to participate in such a small matter. The few elite jounins he could deploy were already stretched thin due to other important matters. For instance, Renjiro was currently in the Land of Water while Eagle was in the Land of Birds. He shook his head and thought, leave it. Even that wouldn't have been a guaranteed success. They probably were on guard against such a situation. The result we wanted was too idealistic. I'm sure Shikaku has planned for such a situation. Without any hesitation, Hiruzen decided to pass the headache to Shikaku. He deployed 4 Umbu squads to relieve Kakashi's squad and maintain an eye around the base. Chapter 322. Despite it being a couple of hours past midnight, a loud banging sound could be heard. The man in the house grumpily woke up and walked to the door while muttering, "I should have made the door out of gold and created spikes on the surface. At least then no one would bang so loudly." He opened the door to see a messenger. The messenger quickly said, "Lord Kazekage, there is an extremely important matter." Without giving Raza any opportunity to speak or respond, he handed him a scroll. Raza opened the scroll and his eyes widened. However, soon a look of tiredness appeared on his face. He let out a sigh and said, "Ask the council to meet tomorrow morning." The messenger nodded and left. Raza ignored Temari and Kankuro, who were woken up by the loud banging, and walked back while reading the scroll again. He thought, another loss against Konoha. The base was compromised. The status and the number of the ninjas in the base are still not known. We need to revamp our plans in the Land of Fire. Raza had grown sick of the recent incidents with Konoha. Ever since the day Fujin had stepped into the land of wind, he kept receiving one bad news after another. No matter how much he analyzed, calculated and planned, he was completely helpless in every instance. He even took action himself but never found an opponent to crush. Not wanting to ruin his sleep, he kept the matter aside and went back to bed. The next morning, every council member gathered in the council meeting room. Goza asked, "What's this meeting about, Lord Kazekage?" Rosa put forth 2 scrolls on the table and said, "I received these 2 scrolls. The first one is an emergency message sent from the secret base we established in the Land of Fire saying that the base was discovered by Konoha." The expressions of everyone in the room became grim. They all understood what getting exposed so deep within enemy territory would mean. Joseki gritted his teeth and asked, "How did Konoha find out so quickly?" Ryusa added, "Yeah, we took so many measures while building that base. It shouldn't have been exposed so quickly." Raza said, "It's due to Hideyoshi's squad that went missing." Raza pointed at the other scroll and said, "I received this scroll a few hours later. It was sent by Takara Osamu. He said that Konoha ninjas disguised as Hideyoshi's squad and entered the base. They knew all the 3 codes and could imitate the chakra signatures well enough for Yosuke to not be suspicious." His words stunned the room once again. Ryusa asked, "How is that possible?" Goza had a grim expression. He asked, "Could Hideyoshi have betrayed us? There is no way Konoha would be able to pull something like this off without his assistance." Tajiro shook his head and said, "But why would he betray us? Even if he wanted to for some reason, his subordinates wouldn't want to. And they were strong enough to stop him." Gazo replied, "If he didn't betray us, then that would mean that they ran into someone strong enough to not only kill them but also replicate their chakra signatures and prevent them from destroying their neural network." Unfortunately, he realized that Konoha had a few such ninjas. He grumbled, "Did they run into one of the Sanins?" He looked at Raza and asked, "What happened to the base?" Raza replied, "Before Osamu escaped, 24 of our ninjas had died and another self-destructed his puppet. He believes that everyone other than him might have died. As for Konoha, they attacked with just 6 ninjas. That is why he was able to run away. But he gathered 2 important pieces of intel." Raza's face became very ugly as he said, "Hatake Kakashi was one of the attackers and was probably the leader of the group." The eyes of the council members widened. For the past couple of months, they absolutely hated that name. Not only did he kill dozens of their ninjas, but he hid so well that even 1,000 ninjas searching for him had to return empty-handed. And due to the volatile situation in the country, they couldn't even call those ninjas back to the village. This strained their already tight finances. Raza continued, "And the one who impersonated Hideyoshi could use vacuum jutsus. He caught everyone off guard and killed 15 of the 28 ninjas in the base with his first attack." The council members were shocked again. Tajiro asked, "Did that bastard Danzo participate in this matter despite his old age?" Raza shook his head and replied, "Probably not. Baki ended his meeting in the Land of Birds yesterday. Though nothing significant was achieved and the meeting had a lot of outside interference, IWA gave him a piece of intel on the last day." Raza opened a page on the bingo book and placed it on the table. The council members looked at it and had a peculiar look on their faces. Raza noticed their confusion and said, "He is Suzuki Fujin. 2 years ago, just before we began mining in the Land of Hot Water, Kumo placed a bounty on this boy and stated that he could use vacuum jutsus. But he hasn't been seen outside Konoha since then. I guess he joined the Umbu. Right now he should be 14 years old. Iwabikure ninjas encountered him during a mission and they gave his information to Baki. They are sure that his strength is at elite Jounin level and is very lethal. And he is extremely skilled at wind jutsus and wind vacuum technique. Inoki believed that he might have a hand to play in incidents that happened in our country earlier." The council wasn't surprised that Inoki knew about the incidents that had happened. But all were shocked to know that a 14-year-old Konoha ninja not only knew wind vacuum technique but was so good with it that his strength was considered to be at the elite Jounin level. As for Fujin's identity, Kitsuchi looked into all available information on Konoha ninjas. His first suspect was Sarutobi Asuma, but he didn't find any evidence of him using swords or vacuum jutsus. Though that could be hidden, Asuma had been sighted when the spectral swordsman was killing his targets. So Kitsuchi stopped suspecting him. After days of looking into thousands of ninjas, he didn't have any luck. But when he decided to check the bingo book, he was surprised to see a 12-year-old with a 20 million ryo bounty. On seeing that he could use vacuum jutsus, Fujin became the prime suspect in the identity of the spectral swordsman. Kitsuchi became even more suspicious when he found out that Fujin hadn't been on any mission after receiving the bounty. He shared his thoughts with Inoki, who agreed with him despite not being 100% confident. Inoki thought, regardless of whether he is the spectral swordsman or not, he is a young talent. He must have done something big for that brat eye to be so pissed. But, taking action will be difficult for now. I need to find someone else who will do the job for me. Inoki had heard that the issues in the Land of Wind were caused by a wind affinity ninja. So he passed the information to Suna to let them make the first move. After all, it didn't matter to him who killed Konoha's ninja as long as he was dead. In the Sunagakure council room, Ryusa sighed and said, I had seen his bounty earlier. But I thought that Kumo was lying about his skills and he did something to offend them. Tajiro cursed, not only did those bastards steal Lord Second's jutsus, but they are now the only ones to have ninjas that can use the vacuum technique. Gazo thought for a bit and said, in addition, no information about him has leaked in the open apart from that vague information in the bounty. Having such power at merely 14 years means that he is sure to reach S rank when he matures. As expected of Konoha. Not only did they hype up the copy ninja to be the leader of the next generation, but they are also raising another in secret. That said, the culprit of the previous incident should still be the copy ninja. After all, from the reports, he was in a clutch. If it was this kid, then he would have used vacuum jutsus to deter or eliminate our ninjas. At the very least, he could have tried to eliminate our Jinchuriki. But he didn't. Raza nodded and said, I have the same opinion. But we need to keep an eye on him. In a war, an elite Jounin that is an expert in wind release will be far more lethal when considering the vast number of fire affinity ninjas in Konoha. We were already concerned about Hokage's younger son, but even before he could reach his peak, Konoha already has someone else who is younger and probably stronger. Chapter 323, the council members agreed with Raza's analysis. There were two main reasons for this. The first was that Fujin never used any vacuum jutsu during his time in the Land of Wind. And secondly, on a subconscious level, they would rather want the damage done to them by someone who had gained fame, was the son of the White Fang and was taught by the fourth Hokage, rather than someone who had no fame and was merely 13 years old. Raza asked, leaving his matter aside, what are your thoughts on the operation in the Land of Fire? 2 of our ninjas were killed outside the Land of Fire. Now 27 are presumed dead here. And if Hideyoshi's squad is assumed dead, then our total losses reach 35 ninjas. 1 elite Jounin, 16 Jounins and 18 Chunins. The entire room went silent. Such losses would make their hearts ache even if it was wartime. After some time, Gazo broke the silence by saying, adding the previous losses, we have now lost 2 elite Jounins and over 100 ninjas in total. Ryusa sighed and muttered, at this rate, we might have been better off not acting against Konoha. Tajiro immediately rebuked him and shouted, are you crazy? Even if we didn't, we would have suffered the same losses in the future. Don't forget the stuff that Danzo keeps pulling in the dark. Ryusa looked back at him and said, stop yelling and tell us a good plan if you think this was such a good idea. Tajiro snorted and said, of course, we have to continue attacking. This time, we should send more elite Jounins. If the base had 3 to 4 elite Jounins, then Konoha's plot would have backfired. And instead, Hatake Kakashi and Sasuke Fujin would have died. We need to make Konoha feel the pain for daring to scheme against us. Ryusa replied, we still don't know how Hideyoshi's squad was dealt with. And the base we created this time was destroyed after being attacked by just the copy ninja. What if the Saiyans attack next time? All 4 elite Jounins will die if they do. Can you accept the responsibility for such a loss? Obviously, Tajiro won't claim responsibility for such a matter. He thought, why is this bastard pushing the matter on me? Besides, even if Konoha killed 4 more elite Jounins and a few dozen Jounins, so what? It's not like they will dare to invade our country. The only thing that will happen is that Raza's position will become very shaky. And with numerous elite Jounins out of the way, I will have a good chance to become the 5th Kazekage. He replied, then do you want to cower and tell Konoha that Suna is weak and they can walk over us any time without any consequences? As for the responsibility, did you forget that we still have Lord Kazekage to protect us? Ryusa was about to argue back when Goza said, that's enough, you two. Don't make a mockery of the council. Hearing his words, the two stopped arguing. Goza said, Tajiro is right. We have to retaliate. Otherwise, we will look weak and will invite stronger attacks in the future. But, deploying elite Jounins is too risky. So is creating another base in the Land of Fire. We should deploy ninjas individually with specific missions without letting them know about other ninjas and their missions. This way, even if someone is caught, they can't leak intelligence about others. So our losses won't suddenly become very high. Raza nodded and asked, any objections to it? No one said anything. Raza said, all right, we will be deploying ninjas individually to target the nobles in the Land of Fire. In addition, send a message to our current spies to dig for more information on Suzuki Fujin. If possible, keep track of his movements too, but don't do that if it risks their cover. And, ask Seijo to stop looking for the copy ninja and instead focus entirely on rebuilding the citizens' faith into Sunagakure. Everyone nodded and left the room, leaving Raza alone in the room. Raza stayed seated with his hands on the desk while in deep contemplation. After a few minutes, he let out a sigh and thought, Konoha ended the Third Great Ninja War in a very strong position, leaving the rest of the villages helpless against their might. Fortunately, they suffered multiple setbacks after the war ended. Though I wasn't able to take advantage when the Nine Tails attacked and killed the 4th Hokage or when Orochimaru betrayed them, the Uchiha massacre provided us with a good opportunity. I began taking steps to break our alliance with Konoha and began preparing for a war against them in secret. Though I expected Konoha to catch wind of my intentions and retaliate, I didn't expect it to be so strong. It's almost as if the Uchiha massacre didn't weaken them and instead strengthened them. And despite such extreme actions, they don't seem to be worried about us starting a war. The important question is... Raza became very serious as he contemplated, is Hiruzen thinking that I won't dare to start a war? Or is he so confident in Konoha's younger generation that he doesn't mind a war? Thinking about the younger generation, Raza began getting a headache. He thought, ever since the First Great Ninja War, Konoha always had excellent youngsters who quickly filled the shoes left by their predecessors. In fact, they have had the next generation step up even when their previous generation was still at its peak. Other nations are lucky to have 1 or 2 S-rank ninjas in every generation. In fact, IWA hasn't had a non-Jinchuriki S-rank ninja since Inoki. But Konoha produces S-ranks every decade. If Hiruzen's actions are due to his confidence in his younger generation, then should I even be launching a war? Raza had been thinking of starting a short war with Konoha for more than a couple of years. However, the recent losses Suna suffered against Konoha made him rethink his plan. After all, he had already lost one big war in the past. In order to ensure that he maintained his position, he even got rid of the only other rank S ninja in Suna's ranks from his generation. After thinking for a long time, he concluded, no, right now is the best time. The Saiyans barely stay in the village. All that leaves is an old Hiruzen and an injured Danzo. Though Hatake Kakashi's fame exceeds even the Saiyans at his age, in terms of accomplishments, he is lacking. And if I compare it to Minato or his father, then it's not even comparable. He probably needs another 6 to 8 years to reach my level. As for this new kid, he is still at the elite Jounin level. he will need even longer. As long as I make a move within the next 5 years, I will have a good chance. But the attack will have to be a sneak attack. And it needs to be done at an accurate time. If I attack directly, then the Konoha armies will crush us just like the last war. And if I attack when the Saiyans are nearby, I will have to face 2 or more S-rank ninjas by myself. The best time would be to attack Hiruzen when the Saiyans aren't in the village. Once I kill him, we can cause some damage to Konoha and retreat. Then even if the 2 Saiyans return to Konoha, they will be helpless to do anything to me. They won't dare to march in the desert and would need to keep an eye on Kumo. And the Wind Daimyo will be helpless as well. That war will leave him no choice but to give us all the missions. But there are 2 main issues. Can I kill Hiruzen with a sneak attack? And what if the Saiyans hide waiting for me to make a move? Raza analyzed the answers to both of his questions. Finally, he decided, as long as I catch him by surprise, I can kill Hiruzen. After all, he is far past his prime. But the main issue is Jiraiya and Tsunade. I need someone to keep them in check. An S-rank ally. Raza thought for some time, but couldn't think of anyone suitable. He thought, the only one that comes to mind is Chiyo. But she is way past her prime. She lost to Tsunade in the last war. This time, she might not be able to even put up a challenge. He thought of the remaining Kages but immediately removed that thought. In the end, he decided, I need to find a proper ally for the sneak attack. I will wait till I find one. If I don't find any, then I will do my sneak attack after 5 years. I will have to depend on Shikaku to divert the Saiyans or other strong fighters. In the meantime, I need to strengthen a few subordinates that are loyal to me. I will need a few elite Jounins to block the clan leaders in Konoha. Unlike the rest of the council, Raza had given up on the hopes of achieving any success in their current campaign against Konoha. Instead, he directly began preparing for a war against a village that had 3 times more S-rank ninjas. Chapter 324, the 4 Anbu squads dispatched by Hiruzen reached the base created by Tsunagakure and took over the command from Kakashi. Kakashi and the rest began returning to Konoha. By noon, they were back in the village, returning in exactly 24 hours. They met Hiruzen, handed him the scroll of the dead bodies and informed him about the poison. Hiruzen let out a sigh and thought, other than elimination, this mission has failed on all parameters. Oh well, I'm sure that Shikaku has considered this situation as well. Understanding the importance of the mental health of a Kage, Hiruzen didn't bother planning for even a second before tossing another headache over to Shikaku. He said, all right, you did a good job in eliminating the infiltrators. I miscalculated their strength and didn't think they would fight back so vigorously. Fujin, stay back. Others can leave. Other than Fujin, the rest left. Hiruzen tossed a scroll at Fujin and said, this scroll has the Jinjutsu that you requested. I'll let you take a week off to master them. On the 8th day, come to my office at dawn. We will be having a couple more diplomatic missions. Burn the scroll after you are done and don't use them lightly. Fujin nodded. He understood that Hiruzen wanted to keep the Anbu guards in the dark regarding the exact matter. He said, thank you, Grandpa. I'll begin working on them right away. Hiruzen nodded. Fujin kept the scroll and walked out while thinking, it took so long for them to read Susumu's memories? Normally the memories get checked within a day. Did Hiruzen keep them until today? But I don't see any reason for him to do that. I guess reading memories to extract jutsus is a more difficult task. Or perhaps he wanted to check each and every memory before giving me the scroll in order to remove any issues or dangers in the jutsus or that might arise while learning them. While Fujin headed to his home, Hiruzen entered Shikaku's office and closed the door. Shikaku looked at Hiruzen and had a bad feeling. He muttered to himself, this look. He is going to dump another troublesome task on my head. Hiruzen said, Kakashi's group returned. Their enemy used poison to ruin the neural network and dead people. The only one who wasn't poisoned by it had his head destroyed by Earth spikes. So we can't read any memories from them. Shikaku raised his eyebrow and said, I can understand a message being sent and someone escaping, but how did they fail so badly? Who did you send? Hiruzen replied, Kakashi, Fujin, Ibiki, Genma, Yugao and Ken. A look of annoyance appeared on Shikaku's face. He muttered, why did you send such a weak squad? I recommended sending at least 4 elite Jounins and 2 who are close to that level. Hiruzen shrugged and said, I know, but you didn't arrange to have that many elite Jounins available. I could just make do with the ones available. Shikaku was stunned by the reply. He thought, since when is arranging ninjas my job? It's your job as the Hokage to assign missions and move the ninjas around. Before he could reply, Hiruzen said, Suna will soon start sending ninjas one by one in our country. Make plans to eliminate them. He turned around and sighed, I have a few meetings to attend. So I will leave this matter in your capable hands. Shikaku watched as Hiruzen disappeared from his office without a hint of apology. His body slumped on his desk as he muttered, what a troublesome old man. If he had informed me earlier, I'd have made Inoichi and Choza go instead of Ken and Yugao. Now I have to deal with another troublesome mess. While Shikaku was sulking, Fujin reached his home. He entered the basement and began reading the information in the scroll. In a few minutes, a look of admiration appeared on Fujin's face. He thought, this Susumu guy was a genius. Such precise, delicate but stealthy use of wind chakra. He would first hide his chakra from being sensed so that no one would realize the extremely minute amounts of chakra he emitted from his body. The chakra would turn into harmless winds and slowly enter his target's body as they breathe the air. Right when the target is about to use a jutsu, he uses his chakra in his opponent's body to influence the opponent's chakra and make him fall into a jinjutsu. And this jinjutsu has only 2 effects. 1, it will cause the jutsu to fail. And secondly, it will make the opponent think that he has successfully used the jutsu. But other than this, there is nothing that this technique does. The winds pose no threat and the chakra that infiltrates the opponent's body also doesn't pose any threat apart from being able to cast a low-level jinjutsu. This is the ingenious part. Most experienced ninjas have a keen sense of danger. But since this jutsu doesn't pose any threat, the ninja won't feel any danger. The real danger comes from the jutsu that are aimed at the opponent. For instance, if I hadn't sensed my chakra being influenced and used body flicker against Gaara, I'd have thought that I moved away when I hadn't. His sand would have killed or at least gravely injured me. And the jutsu is so stealthy that even an experienced sensor would have difficulty sensing it unless he is actively looking for it. And the fact that it doesn't need any hand signs adds to the stealth part. If I wasn't on extreme alert due to being so deep in enemy territory and being heavily outnumbered, even I might have trouble detecting it. Fujin was extremely impressed by Susumu's ingenuity. However, he was more pleased with another aspect. While most other ninjas might struggle on the very first step, this technique was much simpler to learn for someone like him, who spent the majority of his time training wind jutsus and improving his chakra control. Fujin closed his eyes. A blue aura appeared around him. He controlled the chakra and began slowly emitting it in the air. As the chakra left his body, it transformed into wind and mixed with the air in the basement. Fujin realized, I see. This is also excellent for sensing. Though the range is low, the accuracy is remarkable. I doubt anyone would be able to hide when I use this technique. I guess killing him without Gaara's distraction wouldn't have been possible. Fujin turned his attention back towards the technique and analyzed, regardless, I am using a lot of chakra. I have to emit the chakra into the air without exerting any externally. The chakra emitted should be so low that no one should grow suspicious. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. 4 shadow clones appeared around Fujin. All 4 began practicing the art of emitting chakra into the air and converting it into wind while suppressing their chakra as low as possible. In the next hour, all 5 made rapid progress. Finally, an hour later, Fujin dismissed his shadow clones. He got a slight headache due to the memories he received. As all the memories and experiences mixed together, a smile formed on Fujin's face. One of his clones had managed to successfully learn the jutsu. Fujin began emitting chakra into the air. Slowly, his chakra spread in the entire basement. And the density of the chakra was so low that other ninjas wouldn't be able to feel it unless they activated their chakra field or other abilities that could sense chakra. Fujin thought, first step achieved. And since the amount of chakra that I had to emit was so low, I still have most of my chakra. The next step is to send this chakra into the opponent's chakra network. He created one shadow clone and sat on the ground. His clone nodded and emitted his chakra into the air. It engulfed Fujin's position and entered him as he breathed in the air. However, a frown formed on Fujin's face. He said, "I can feel the chakra entering my system." The clone thought for a bit and said, "I see. Though I emitted the chakra in the right way, I tried forcing it into your body. I'll try it again." Fujin nodded. His chakra suddenly flared and absorbed the chakra that his clone had inserted into his chakra network. Since the chakra of the clone belonged to him, he had no issue in doing it. The clone began emitting chakra once again. This time, he didn't bother focusing it around Fujin and instead, just let the winds flow. As Fujin continued breathing, chakra slowly entered his chakra network. Over the next minute, Fujin continued inhaling the chakra. His clone observed Fujin and thought, this should be enough. Double vision jutsu. Suddenly, Fujin began seeing two clones in front of him. He disrupted his chakra and said, "That worked. The last part is stopping me from using my jutsus." The clone nodded and said, "Let's fight." Chapter 325, Fujin nodded and stood up as his clone continued emitting chakra in the air. Fujin thought, the process is still quite slow. Susumu was able to influence my chakra almost instantaneously. But considering that he was waiting to ambush me, he might have set up the battlefield before I encountered his group. Fujin's clone said, "I am ready." Almost instantly, Fujin began kneading his chakra. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. He exhaled a small fireball at his clone. His clone immediately moved backwards and raised two fingers. Wind began flowing around them. Wind release, Blade of Wind Jutsu. Multiple blades of wind cut apart the fireball and dispersed the heat in the basement. He let out a sigh and dispelled himself. Fujin received his clone's memories and began analyzing. "I see. His Jinjutsu failed because he had too little chakra in my body." No, a more precise way of saying it would be that he couldn't cast the Jinjutsu with such less chakra. I guess I first need to learn how to cast this Jinjutsu properly and then slowly decrease the amount of chakra I need to cast this Jinjutsu. Once it reaches the required level, I will integrate it into this technique. Now, who should I experiment the Jinjutsu on? Fujin thought for a bit. His first thought was Goro. But he shook his head and thought, no. The flying saber-tooths are too sensitive to wind and chakra. They will easily detect my attempts. And influencing nature chakra with normal chakra is difficult. Normal Jinjutsus don't even work on them. And since Hiruzen asked me to keep this technique a secret, I can't ask for any other Konoha ninja to aid me. I guess I'll have to keep having my clones use the Jinjutsu on me. Oh well, it should be good training to improve my alertness against any foreign chakra entering my body. Fujin created a shadow clone and continued his training. In 3 days, he mastered the Jinjutsu and integrated it with the remaining technique. His clone kept casting the Jinjutsu on him until he had 100% accuracy. Of course, this was when Fujin didn't try to disrupt his chakra. A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he muttered, "Another deadly technique down. This combined with vacuum bullets or my sword is a deadly combination." Apart from Jinchurikis and Dojutsu users, very few might be able to withstand this combination. And it still has some scope for improvement. For instance, Susumu only used it to stop opponents from using jutsu. But, I should improve it to stop opponents from even moving. I will just have to induce a Jinjutsu that would make my opponent think that he has moved when he hasn't. But, though this jutsu is strong, its effectiveness would depend on whether my opponent knows that I can do this or not. If they do, then they will be on alert. And I don't expect that an alert rank S ninja will fall to this. They might even be able to use jutsus by frequently disrupting their chakra. Fujin thought for a bit about how to use this jutsu effectively against rank S ninjas, but he couldn't come up with an idea. He shook his head and thought, leave it. I have just learned this technique. I'll get ideas to improve as I use it in real combat. Regardless, this jutsu gave me a few good ideas. Until now, the wind jutsus I use take effect instantaneously. Apart from Wind Clone, Wind Dragon and Wind Gale Wolf jutsus, which can last for a longer time and are more versatile. But this technique has got me thinking. Fujin focused his chakra once again. A blue aura appeared around him and a vast amount of chakra was emitted into the air, transforming into winds. Fujin raised his hand and pointed his palm at the wind. He exerted control over the wind. However, he couldn't exert much control over them. A frown appeared on his face as he exerted more chakra. Soon, he diverted the winds towards a nearby tree. The winds passed the tree like a gentle breeze. Fujin sighed and muttered, "This is difficult." He thought, using the same concept, I want to emit my chakra into the air, transform it into the wind and then use that to attack my enemies. But to do that, I'll need three things. The first is that I need to have the ability to make these winds sharp. Otherwise, it's completely useless. Next, I need to be able to control the direction of the wind so that I can accurately hit my target. And thirdly, I need the ability to speed up the sharp winds at will. But, I am not able to do the first at all. And the other two are at a very low level. Fujin analyzed his situation. After all, he knew a lot of wind jutsus. The things they could do were several times more complicated and devastating. So he didn't understand why he couldn't create what he envisioned. But soon, it clicked. He realized, I see. It's because my jutsu doesn't have any hand seals. For a jutsu to be effective, chakra had to be manipulated in a very precise method. Hand seals were the guide to aid in that process. But Fujin's idea was all over the place. Creating hand seals for it would be a very difficult and time-consuming process. He shook his head and thought, I can't take the traditional route. It will need years to figure out the correct hand seals and their order. And the number of hand seals will be ridiculously high due to how complex the jutsu is. And for the jutsu to be effective, stealth is essential. So I will have to reduce the hand seals to 0 after creating the jutsu. That alone will need several months. The time I don't have and can't afford to spend on just one jutsu with limited uses. More than the jutsu, what excites me is its potential. As my chakra grows and my control over the wind improves, this method could become my main method of fighting. In the future, this style of combat might be what I am identified with. But that won't happen if it is limited to a single jutsu. I will have to come up with an unconventional way to train this jutsu. Kinda like the 3 steps needed to learn the Rasengan. Rasengan after learning to just pop the balloon is very weak. After popping the rubber ball, it becomes more potent but has limited usability. And at stage 3, it is a rank A jutsu which can be a signature jutsu for rank S ninjas. My jutsu will have to go through some similar stages. Fujin made up his mind. However, he soon fell into another dilemma. He muttered, I can't work on this jutsu and learn Fuinjutsu at the same time. Fujin had to choose between the two. After a long struggle, Fujin let out a sigh and decided, I'll stick to Fuinjutsu for now. Though this idea is cool, I can still make do with infinite breakthrough and vacuum attacks. But Fuinjutsu is my hope to stand out even among the S ranks. Besides, I doubt Flying Thunder God can be learnt quickly. I can train for this jutsu when I reach a roadblock on Flying Thunder God training. He decided to go out for dinner. En route, he couldn't help but think, it sucks that I don't have as much chakra as Naruto. I could have achieved so much with that amount of chakra and recovery speed. Though his chakra reserves were exceptional, they weren't even comparable to the weakest Jinchuriki. Unfortunately, there was nothing Fujin could do regarding it. It wasn't as if Tailed Beast would fall from the sky, let itself be sealed in him and obediently provide him chakra. Fujin rested for the day and began focusing on Fuinjutsu the day after. On the appointed day, Fujin arrived at Hiruzen's office. After interacting with him for a bit, Fujin sat quietly as he observed how Hiruzen interacted with the diplomats and a few clan leaders on what should be negotiated with the Land of River and the Land of Grass. After a few hours of discussion, Hiruzen, his Umbu guards, Fujin, Aburame Shibi and Kurama Illumi left the village on the negotiating mission. The negotiations with the two countries went very similar to the negotiations Fujin had seen earlier. Just the resources traded were changed. Of course, Hiruzen did ask for elemental crystals. To Fujin's surprise, despite Konoha's relationship with them not being as good as with the land of tea or noodles, they provided Hiruzen with more crystals than those countries. However, after thinking for a bit, the reason was obvious. Fujin realized, ever since my promotion mission, Sunin ninjas must be moving around erratically. They even dared to create a base in the Land of Fire. The Land of Rivers should be nervous about these movements. As for the Land of Grass, that's even more obvious. Iwa's Jinchuriki entered the country and used a tailed beast bomb very close to a town. This old fox is very good at extracting benefits. He waited until the right moment to visit these two countries and extracted the maximum benefit from them. Unlike the time before, they didn't encounter any attacks and returned back to the village after a 3-day-long trip. Following the trip, Fujin got busy with his Umbu duties. Eagle assigned his team missions at regular intervals. Fortunately, none of their missions went awry. 3 months passed by in this manner. Though the villages were tense, no major issues flared up until one fateful day. The Land of Water. Renjiro stood while looking in a direction with a solemn face. He sighed softly. I bit off more than I could chew. A wave of lava was heading straight to his team. Chapter 326, a few minutes ago. On one of the numerous small islands in the Land of Water, an inconspicuous house stood. In the house were 11 children and 3 adults. Suddenly, a person began knocking on the door impatiently. A man got up and opened the door. The person quickly entered the house. Panic and fear could be seen on his face. He said, Renjiro-san, I sense multiple ninjas heading towards this island. I think the rebel faction is heading towards this island. A frown formed on Renjiro's face. He asked, How many did you sense, Makoto? Yamanaka Makoto shook his head and said, I saw 4 ships heading towards this island from the west. And I felt multiple chakra fluctuations from each ship. I didn't dare to sense them or stare for too long. Renjiro nodded, Good work. They might be just passing by here. Change your transformation jutsu to another appearance and keep the kids quiet. It's best to not attract any attention. Makoto nodded. He dispelled his transformation jutsu and then transformed into a young lady and went into the room where the kids were and put them to sleep. The other 2 Konoha ninjas got serious as well. All 4 suppressed their chakra to civilian levels and waited. In the sea, on one of the ships, a lady was standing on the bow while looking towards the island. She had long, ankle-length, auburn hair. She asked with a serious face, Is your information accurate, Ao? Ao nodded and replied, Yes. I have received information that a group of people are kidnapping young children. Though I am not sure if they have evil intentions, as all the children whose information I received were orphans and in a very bad state. But there were many other similar orphans. Since only these kids were kidnapped, I'm afraid that it is one of the major villages trying to rescue and recruit young talent and probably kids with bloodlines. Mei nodded. She agreed with Ao's speculation. After all, over the last decade, her family had done the same in the Land of Water. The kids she rescued were completely loyal to her and had a reason to get stronger. Ao added, But if it is one of the 4 major villages, we need to proceed with caution. Though I doubt anyone would want to enter into our mess. If they do and decide to support the Mizukage faction, we will be in deep trouble. May nodded and said, let's decide after seeing who it is. If we can kill them all, then we will do so and dispose of their bodies. The news can be blocked as well. For now, create a perimeter and send 20 ninjas to attack them. Ao nodded and flickered onto other ships to pass the instructions. Soon, all 4 ships reached and docked on the island. The Konoha ninjas were alarmed. But Renjiro said, they might be here to restock supplies. Stay calm and don't leak any chakra. But be prepared to run. If any issues occur, then we may have to fight or even kill our way out. Renjiro's teammates had solemn faces. They were aware that the number of Kiri ninjas would be at least 10 times their number. However, all of them were Jounins. And everyone had water affinity and could travel rapidly in the sea. They believed in their abilities to escape from an enemy that would be composed of a mix of Genins, Chunins, and Jounins. Akimichi Itaru asked, but what about the kids? Renjiro replied, we will leave them here. The rebels are known to take young kids and provide them with proper care and training. So they won't suffer. Renjiro's teammates nodded. After landing, Ao activated his Byakugan. He immediately noticed the 11 children in the house where the Konoha ninjas were. He whispered commands to the Jounin leaders. Half the Kiri ninjas moved normally towards the market on the island while the other half stayed near the ship. Ao and Mei waited on the coast. All of a sudden, 20 ninjas got in action and surrounded the house. 40 more ninjas moved and established a perimeter to prevent their targets from running away. Inside the house, a ninja sighed. Nara Kazuki said, they are onto us. Renjiro nodded. And said, break out towards the east. Avoid killing to leave some room for negotiations later. Also, don't use your secret techniques unless there is no choice. Outside the house, one ninja said loudly, we know that you have kidnapped young children and are hiding inside the house. Surrender yourself and give the children to us if you want to live. He waited to hear any responses. But he received none. His expression became serious as he thought, I can't blow up the house. It might harm the children. But if we attack, then there might be some traps. Without any other option, he commanded half of his ninjas to attack the house and while the other half prepared themselves to provide backup. Meanwhile, Mei and Ao kept an eye from a distance. As the 10 ninjas reached the house and were about to break in, the walls suddenly broke apart on their own. And hundreds of small spherical stones were launched on the ninjas. The sudden attack caught them off guard. They were hit by the pebbles and immediately retreated back. The ninjas at the back immediately weaved hand signs. Water release, water wall jutsu. A water wall appeared on all 4 sides of the house. The Kiri ninjas retreated through the water wall while the pebbles were stopped. However, instead of trapping the Konoha ninjas, they received an opportunity. They immediately broke out of the house and through the water wall on their east, that is, in the opposite direction of the ships. The Kiri ninjas were taken by surprise. Renjiro and Akimichi punched their opponents in the stomach, knocking them out. Nara Kazuki analyzed, good, they are just Chunin levels. They immediately broke through and began running. Renjiro observed the situation, 5 ninjas in front of us, 2 Jounins and 3 Chunins. 3 coming in from both directions. They will reach us. As for the rest, they are behind us. He instructed, Itaru, stop any attacks coming from the rear. Kazuki, Makoto, slow down the ones on our flanks. He immediately sped up towards the ninjas in front of him. Itaru weaved hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground. A gigantic wall appeared behind them. A bunch of water jutsus crashed into the wall and were halted. At the same time, multiple kunais with explosive tags appeared in the hands of Kazuki and Makoto. Both threw them at the ninjas running towards them from the sides, forcing them to dodge and slow down. Meanwhile, the 5 ninjas saw Renjiro rushing towards them. A few of them threw shurikens while others weaved hand seals. Renjiro used the snake hand sign. Earth release, Iron Skin Jutsu. His skin turned into black and at the same time chakra appeared on his body. The shurikens hit his body and harmlessly bounced off. The two Jounins finally completed their hand signs. Water Release, Great Waterfall Jutsu. Lightning Release, False Darkness Jutsu. The two jutsu merged together and rushed like a broken dam towards Konoha ninjas. Chakra appeared on Renjiro's palms as he slammed his hands on the ground. The ground in front of him rose diagonally. The electrified water hit it and was diverted harmlessly away from the Konoha ninjas. Instead, it moved towards the ninjas chasing them from the rear. A frown formed on Mei's face as she watched the clash. She muttered, "They are strong." Ao nodded in agreement. The two Jounins frowned. The one who used the lightning jutsu began weaving hand signs again. He wanted to destroy the ground that Renjiro had raised. However, before he could complete his hand seals, he and the remaining Kiri ninjas jumped and retreated. The ground under their feet transformed and spikes were launched at them. Each of the three Chunins had 4 to 6 spikes pierced into their body while the Jounin who was weaving hand signs took a couple of hits. However, none of the injuries were mortal. But, before they could regroup, Renjiro flicked behind one of the Chunins. With a strike to the back of his neck, he was knocked out cold. In the next couple of seconds, the other two Chunins suffered the same fate. He flickered and appeared in front of the two Jounins. They grabbed their kunai and attacked Renjiro from both sides. Renjiro's body was already covered with the iron skin jutsu. He punched at one Jounin and kicked at the other, forcing them to block. Using the opening, Kazuki and Makoto appeared next to Renjiro and attacked the two Kiri ninjas, forcing them to retreat. Renjiro quickly flickered behind Kazuki's opponent and kicked his back. The chakra-enhanced kick cracked numerous bones in his back and sent him flying. Being outnumbered by these times and seeing how easily his fellow ninjas were overwhelmed, the last Jounin immediately retreated. The Konoha ninjas ignored him and began running away while defending themselves from the attacks coming from their rear. To their relief, they reached the other end of the island. Renjiro instructed, "Dive into the water and create 3 shadow clones. We will travel underwater in 4 directions." Everyone nodded. Unfortunately, before they could reach the shore, they noticed a silhouette standing on the water. She weaved her hand signs. Lava Release, Melting Apparition Jutsu. She spat out a massive amount of lava that headed towards the Konoha ninjas like a flood. It cut off their escape route and forced them to stop while the ninjas behind them closed the distance rapidly. Chapter 327, Makoto looked at the incoming lava wave and gulped. He muttered, "The rebel forces have someone who can do this." Renjiro became serious as well. He thought, Terumi Mei. It looks like the old man's information was accurate. Still, this isn't enough to stop me. Unfortunately, I can't ensure the safety of these 3. Renjiro fell into a dilemma. He was confident in running away by himself. But his teammates didn't share his skill or stamina in the body flicker jutsu. After thinking for a bit, he let out a sigh and made up his mind. He weaved a hand sign and said, "Don't fight. I will negotiate. They shouldn't dare to kill us." Nara Kazuki sighed in relief. He thought, "Good. I was afraid that he would try to leave. Renjiro might have managed to escape, but we wouldn't have managed to do the same." He looked at the lava wave and realized, we made an error. We should have escaped when Makoto returned. Renjiro slammed his hands on the ground. A deep, circular trench, with him as the center, appeared around the Konoha ninjas. A large, inclined wall raised up from the ground along the inside part of the trench. The lava wave hit the wall and fell into the trench. Once again, another large-scale attack was directed away successfully by Renjiro. Mei was surprised. She wondered, so strong? His wall successfully blocked my attack and even diverted it. Who is this guy? Before she could think further, her eyes widened. Thousands of spikes appeared on the surface of the inclined wall. Due to her lava, the spikes looked red and extremely hot. Her expression became grim as she shouted, take cover. The other Kiri ninjas didn't need to be told twice. They could see the spikes as well. Immediately numerous water and earth walls were raised. However, no spike was fired. Instead, a voice was heard, "Terumi Mei, we aren't here to create trouble for you." Mei asked, "So, why are you here? And who are you?" Ao appeared next to Mei as a part of the inclined wall crumbled, showing the 4 Konoha ninjas who had stopped using transformation jutsu. Ao became serious as he said, "Senju Renjiro, the commander of Konoha's forces that faced us in the last war." Renjiro became serious as well. He analyzed 2 elite jounins, one with a stolen Byakugan and another speculated to have 2 Kekkei Genkai. I could take on any of them in a one-on-one fight. But I can't win against both of them in a head-on fight. Especially in water where I won't be able to use my earth jutsus effectively. Though Renjiro was an expert at water jutsus as well, so were most of the Kiri ninjas. Without earth jutsus, he would get overwhelmed. Since the spikes weren't fired, but still in position, Mei asked her remaining forces to stop attacking and asked, "What is an elite jounin from Konoha doing so deep into my country?" Renjiro replied, "Lord Hokage was concerned over the state of affairs in this country. He was worried for the children and sent me here to ensure their safety." Mei instantly knew that he was bullshitting her. She chuckled and asked, "To ensure their safety? Or to bring talented kids to Konoha?" Renjiro ignored her chuckle and replied, "The kids I rescued are at the house I was staying in. Lord Hokage's orders were to wait here until the civil war ended and to hand over the kids to the winners if I think that they would be well cared for. If the civil war continued for a long time or if there was a danger, then I would have no choice but to take them to Konoha with me for their safety." Renjiro's words were loud. All the Kiri ninjas were circling the wall he had raised. Hearing his words made them reluctant to attack him. After all, they had seen what atrocities common people had to go through due to Mizuki's actions. Some of them had suffered in a similar situation until they were rescued by the rebels. Of course, Mei and Ao didn't believe him. Mei said, "I don't believe you." She let out a chuckle and said, "Give me one good reason why I shouldn't kill all of you right here." Renjiro let out a chuckle as well and asked, "Do you want the Konoha armies to enter the land of water and support the Mizuki?" Mei squinted her eyes. She riled her chakra up and asked, "How would they even know who killed you?" Renjiro maintained his smirk and riled his own chakra up. The chakra he displayed was equivalent to Mei's chakra, shocking the Kiri ninjas who hadn't been a part of the Third Great Ninja War. He said, "You won't be able to keep me here. Unfortunately, I can't say the same about my teammates. So why don't we come up with a result which is acceptable to both of us?" Mei looked at Ao, who nodded in response. She looked back at Renjiro and said, "All right. But I will have to ask you to stay as my guest. And I will be taking the kids that you have rescued. In addition, Lord Hokage will have to send me a formal letter explaining your presence in the country and compensation for the same." Renjiro nodded and replied, "All right. We will be staying in the same house. But I will need a messenger bird to contact Lord Hokage. As for the kids, as long as you promise to take good care of them and ensure their safety, you can have them." Mei nodded. The Konoha ninjas were secretly relieved. But no one showed it on their face. Mei and Ao followed Renjiro to the house while the other Kiri ninjas began taking care of the injured. To their surprise, no one was dead and only one had major injuries. Mei and Ao knew it and hence had agreed to a truce. After the fighting stopped, the people on the island were relieved. They were afraid that they would be impacted by the fight. Fortunately, the fighting happened far away from civilian areas. Konoha ninjas were afraid that some Kiri ninjas might be hidden there for an ambush while the Kiri ninjas didn't want any harm to befall them. So both stayed clear of them. After entering the house, Makoto woke up the kids while using a transformation jutsu and handed them over to Mei after consoling them a bit. At the same time, Renjiro and Mei negotiated an amount for compensation. Ao took the kids and analyzed 11 kids. I had received information for just 5 missing kids. But I calculated that at least over 30 would be missing. After sending the kids away, he asked, Renjiro, I have received information about 18 missing kids. Where did you keep the rest? A frown appeared on Renjiro's face. He said, These are all we rescued. Feel free to search the house or anywhere else on this island. Ao asked, If they aren't with you, who took them? Renjiro shrugged and replied, We are the only ones from Konoha here. If not us, then there might be someone else who is rescuing or abducting the kids. I'd recommend that you look elsewhere for them just like you found me. Ao looked at Renjiro but couldn't find anything on his face. He thought, looks like there are other forces active here as well. I guess Kumo also sent someone. The fourth Raikage is always looking to kidnap kids with Kekkei Genkai. That said, he is most likely lying. While Renjiro thought, I have already sent 35 promising kids to Konoha. Even if he suspects me, there isn't a thing he can do about it. Besides, I'm sure Kumo and perhaps even IWA are doing similar operations here. So if they look in deeply, they will find and suspect them. After completing the negotiations, Mei said, I will ask the four of you to stay inside this house. If you need food or water, I can arrange them. Renjiro replied, All right. As for food and water, we have it. For obvious reasons, Renjiro wouldn't consume any food or water they provided. In fact, he was worried about them releasing poisons or chemicals into the air. Mei realized his concerns. She nodded and left. She arranged for 16 Jounins and 12 Chunins to keep an eye on the Konoha ninjas all the time. Chapter 328. After leaving the house, Ao said, Lady Mei, I am afraid that he has abducted more kids. Mei nodded and said, Yeah. But seeing his confidence, they shouldn't be here. He must have already sent them to Konoha. Unfortunately, there isn't much we can do. If we ask, they will deny it. Until the civil war ends, such cases will keep happening. What we need to do is end this war as soon as we can. Ao looked at Mei. He could see the seriousness on her face. However, he knew that Mei couldn't end the war. He thought, unfortunately, that isn't possible. The Terumi clan leader is too old, while the Sakai clan leader got injured in the Third Great Ninja War. The other clan leaders can't take on rank S ninjas. So we don't have anyone who can take on the fourth Mizukage. At least until Mei becomes a rank S ninja. Renjiro wrote a letter and sent it to Hiruzen. His teammates approached him. Itaru said, Sorry, Renjiro-san. Because of us, you got captured as well. Renjiro replied, I can't just leave my teammates behind to die. Besides, we will be fine. Don't worry. His teammates nodded. Despite his statement, they knew that they were under a lot of risk. Kazuki thought, if another elite Jounin from the rebel faction arrives, then even Renjiro would have difficulty escaping. Renjiro was aware of the risks as well. He didn't want his teammates to let down their guard and warn them, though I am sure that they won't try anything funny, be on your guard. Mei's mother was from the Sakai clan. And there are rumors that she can use the vapor release. His words surprised his teammates. Kazuki asked, She can use 2 Kekkei Genkai? Renjiro nodded and replied, Most likely. Vapor release jutsus can harm us while we are inside the house, while lava jutsus can submerge the entire house in an instant. Luckily, we can avoid both by entering the ground. So stay on guard. His teammates nodded. They consumed soldier pills to stay awake. Around 16 hours later, a messenger bird reached Konoha. As soon as the message was received, the ninja immediately rushed to Hiruzen and handed him the scroll. As soon as Hiruzen opened it, his eyes widened. He looked at the ninja and said, Call Shikaku here immediately. The ninja nodded and left while Hiruzen continued reading the scroll. In a few minutes, Shikaku appeared in the room. Hiruzen tossed him the scroll. Shikaku's expression became serious as he started reading. After he read the entire scroll, he sighed in relief and said, Renjiro did well. Hiruzen nodded. Shikaku added, Still, what bad luck to have. They didn't encounter any Kiri ninja for months and then directly attracted one of their strongest units. But for Kiri to extort so much money from us. Hiruzen said, 40 million ryo for the life of 3 Jounins and the safety of 1 elite Jounin is fine. Even though Renjiro could have escaped, it's difficult to say whether he would have managed to do that without any injury. Besides, we do have a lot of funds lying around. Shikaku nodded. Their excess money is why Hiruzen had sent Renjiro to pick up promising kids in the first place. He realized that Hiruzen had disregarded the costs the rebel faction would have had to pay to achieve that. But knowing Hiruzen, he didn't bother mentioning it. Hiruzen said, if everything went as in the scroll, then it won't be an issue. But what are the chances of the rebel faction attacking Renjiro and his team and setting up an ambush for the squad we send? Hiruzen's words made Shikaku fall into thought. For a few minutes, he properly analyzed all the information. Finally, he shook his head and said, that is very unlikely. Doing that would force us to support the Mizukichi faction. Even though we can't send many ninjas, we can provide them with substantial financial aid. Considering that they have requested our aid several times in the past, they won't do something so reckless. Hiruzen nodded. He had reached the same conclusion but wanted Shikaku to analyze it too. Shikaku added, the only question is, who do we send? The first names they thought of were Kakashi, Eagle, and the other 2 elite Jounins from the Senju clan. But after some discussion, Shikaku said, the Senju clan was very active on the Kiri front in the last war. If there is still some hate against them, the rebels might try to kill all of them. So sending them is risky. As for Kakashi and Guy, the mission is too risky. They already have someone who has stolen a Byakugan. They might get greedy for Kakashi's Sharingan to gain both of Konoha's Dojutsu. As for Guy, they should still remember the humiliation his father inflicted on them. Not to mention, the way Kakashi and Guy are growing, both will reach rank S in the future. Risking them on the same mission isn't wise. As for Eagle, he knows too many of our secrets to send him on a mission where things can go very badly. After all, even though chances of them making a move are minuscule, if they do, then they can easily assemble more than 500 ninjas there. Hiruzen agreed with his analysis. Due to the history of each village, it was easy to set off a conflict between their ninjas. He said, then Fujin? He is Renjiro's student after all. And he has no history with Kiri. Shikaku analyzed for a bit and nodded. He said, he would work. He was able to escape from Rashi despite Rashi being able to use the tailed beast bomb. So he shouldn't have an issue in escaping if things go wrong. Though his team might face their demise. But he can't go as Fujin and instead should go as the Spectral Swordsman. Unlike Kakashi, the Spectral Swordsman is still covered in mystery, be it his identity or strength. The mystery can be a good deterrence, especially when combined with his high chakra reserves. And he did kill numerous Kiri ninjas from the Mizukichi faction who pretended to be bounty hunters. In addition to the money, we can also give them the information we gained from Higashi Renzo. The information will make them think twice before getting any funny ideas. And will make them indebted to us at the same time. N. Higashi Renzo appeared in chapter 242. Hiruzen nodded and said, all right. I'll dispatch his Umbu squad there. Shikaku nodded and left while Hiruzen called for Fujin. Fujin's team had just returned from a mission and were about to leave for their home when they were summoned. All immediately left towards the Hokage's office. Hiruzen looked at them and said, a squad led by Senju Renjiro was active in the Land of Water on a humanitarian mission when they were intercepted and captured by rebels. Fujin's eyes widened. Hiruzen noticed it and said, don't worry, they are safe. Renjiro could have escaped but stayed behind as his team couldn't. They have reached a deal with one of the rebel leaders. Your mission is to complete the deal and bring them back to Konoha safely. He gave Fujin the scroll that Renjiro sent and said, this scroll has the information regarding the deal. See and memorize it. He handed Yugao and Fumito a scroll each and said, these scrolls have information on Mei and Ao, the 2 strongest Kiri ninjas there. Memorize their abilities. Everyone began reading. Fujin let out a sigh and thought, looks like he will be fine. He handed the scroll back to Hiruzen and read up the information on Mei and Ao. It was quite similar to what he recalled in addition to some more information that wasn't very important. After everyone was done, Hiruzen handed Fujin a couple of scrolls and said, "This scroll contains 40 million ryo. Keep it properly. And the other scroll contains information we gained from the fake bounty hunter who targeted you. Read up. Provide this scroll to Terumi Mei. You can use this information to get an advantage over her or a favor from her." Fujin nodded. Hiruzen's expression became serious. He said, "Though I believe there wouldn't be any conflict, there is a chance it might be a trap. If it is, then focus on surviving. Disperse in different directions and make your way back here somehow. I will have ninjas deployed along our coast with Kiri." Fujin and his team nodded with solemn expressions behind their masks. They understood how bad the odds were if a conflict were to break out. Meanwhile, Hiruzen thought, if Renjiro ends up falling because of being held back by his teammates, then it will be sad. If his student were to fall due to the same reason, then it would be a tragedy. Only by dispersing can they guarantee Fujin's safety. He said, "Fujin, you will inspect Renjiro properly. If he is placed under Jinjutsu or some other means of mind control, or if they are tortured, then I will give you the full autonomy to decide on how to proceed." Fujin nodded, though he hoped that situation didn't reach that stage. For one, he didn't want anything bad to happen to Renjiro. And secondly, he had no confidence in defeating Mei. After explaining all the details, Hiruzen said, "Fujin, use your hawk mask for this mission." Fujin realized what Hiruzen's plan was. He nodded and asked, "Does Kiri have anyone who can fly?" Hiruzen shook his head and said, "Not that I know. But their Mizukage is a perfect Jinchuriki. Flying against him won't be much help." Fujin nodded. His team left immediately. Chapter 329. As they traveled, Fujin thought, facing a rank S. Sigh. I hope that no combat happens. But if it does and they kill or mutilate Renjiro before I reach, what should I do? Noticing Fujin being lost in thoughts and recalling his reaction earlier, Bunjiro asked, "Captain, who is Senju Renjiro?" Fujin answered, "He was my Jounin sensei after I graduated." Yugao already knew it, while Fumito and Bunjiro were surprised. Bunjiro said, "Don't worry, Captain, he should be alright." Lord Hokage said that the chances of it being a trap are very low. Fujin nodded and replied, "Don't worry, I am fine. It's best if the situation is peaceful. But if something goes wrong, prepare to run away. I might not be able to help you guys much considering their numbers. But I'll slow them down enough to give you an opportunity. Don't miss it." Yugao immediately said, "You can't risk your life for us, Captain. Your speed with the body flicker jutsu is very high. We don't want to slow you down." Bunjiro nodded. However, Fujin said, "You don't need to worry about me. They won't be able to hurt or capture me. Just focus on escaping." The determination in his voice made his team unable to respond. They just nodded and traveled without speaking more. Despite speaking with determination, Fujin wasn't very confident. After all, Mei was a rank S ninja. Someone who'd become a Kage not long after. And unlike Gaara, who was still a kid, she was in her mid-20s. Fujin thought, "I knew that Mieko would eventually die. As for Hoka, his life and death are controlled by the main family of the Hyuga clan. Which is why I tried to keep a sufficient distance from them. Only Renjiro was someone who I knew wouldn't die for sure. But this world is too dangerous. One wrong mission or bad choice is all that is needed to be at risk of losing your life." Fujin was very close with Renjiro. Of all the people he had spent time with in this world, he had spent the highest with Renjiro. Though he wouldn't give up his life for Renjiro, he didn't want to see Renjiro die. Fujin sighed secretly and thought, "Let's put my emotions away. They won't help me. If conflict breaks out, can I take on Mei?" He recalled her performance from the Fourth Great Ninja War and thought, if I were to rank the 5 Kages in that war from strongest to weakest, Mei would probably be the weakest. Though having 2 Kekkei Genkai is cool and sounds strong, her jutsus aren't very effective on an open battlefield. Her lava jutsus are too slow and I can easily dodge them. Same for the vapor jutsus. They are only effective in a closed space. As long as I don't get trapped inside a formation, I should be fine. But there are still some issues. For one, it's the 70 other ninjas with her. I can't take on them while fighting with her. Any distraction could be deadly. Secondly, if her speed is as fast as Hiruzen, then I will be in trouble. And thirdly, the sea. I have no expertise in water jutsus. I can barely perform a few rank E and D jutsus. But they should all be able to manipulate water and make the fight ridiculously difficult for me. In addition, even though I am confident in dodging her attacks and making them harmless, it doesn't mean that I can harm her. To dodge her 2 Kekkei Genkai jutsus will force me to maintain distance, which would give her enough time to dodge my vacuum jutsus. So the best result I can hope for is a stalemate, which won't be of any help to me in this particular situation. Fortunately, I have 2 means of dealing with the situation. The first is obviously running away. But I don't want to do it. I couldn't do anything during Mieko's death. After all, Itachi and Obito were just too damn strong. And I had no confidence in facing Danzo's and Hiruzen's schemes or Mieko's threat if she became unstable. But now, even though I'm not strong enough to face stronger rank S ninjas like Hiruzen, I or Inoki, facing someone like Mei and making her regret should be possible. I'll just summon Kurigan and make them experience hell. After all, how will they fight me when I'm so high in the air? Having thought about all possibilities, Fujin made his decision. If a conflict breaks out, he would engage them in aerial guerrilla warfare. Land of Water. Not everything was merry in Mei's camp. Though Renjiro's words had gained the support of a good number of her ninjas, a few were still skeptical. There were many whose family was harmed by Renjiro or his subordinates in the previous war. Many ninjas still hated Konoha. A few banded together and approached Mei. Since they were her subordinates, Mei couldn't dismiss them casually. She sighed and said, I understand your emotions, but keep the bigger picture in mind. Right now, we are in a stalemate against the Mizukage faction. If we push Konoha towards them, we will be at a bigger disadvantage. If the censors from Konoha were to join them, then our allies, who are hiding and building their strength, will be affected. Her words made them quiet down. They wanted revenge but understood what terrible cost it would have. One girl among them sighed and said in a sad tone, Aunt Cho had entered the Land of Fire a few years ago while she was being chased by a squad from the Mizukage faction. But both the squads completely disappeared after that. They should have encountered Konoha ninjas. I just hope that we could ask Konoha what exactly happened to her and to return her body. Hearing her request, Mei replied, It's been 3 years since then, Yumi. But alright, I will ask Konoha to send any information they have regarding her. Though I don't expect them to say much. Does anyone else have such requests? No one else said anything. After all, their family members were mostly killed in the Third Great Ninja War. It had been a long time. And after Sakaicho went missing in the Land of Fire, the rebel faction avoided entering the country and instead preferred the weaker countries around it. So no similar issues occurred. Land of Fire. After Fujin gathered his thoughts and made a decision, he thought, traveling there even if we go at full speed will need around 2.5 to 3 days. But going at full speed will exhaust us. It'll be stupid to do so when the enemy is fully rested. But if we take a ship, then it might take over a week to reach. And the longer it takes, the more the chances of something going wrong. Oh well, no other choice. Fujin suddenly stopped. His teammates stopped as well. All 3 activated their chakra fields but didn't sense anything and were confused. Yugao asked, What's the matter, Captain? Fujin answered, Nothing. Not many people know about this. So keep quiet. A small blade of wind cut his thumb as he began reading signs and slammed his hand on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. A majestic 9-meter-tall saber-tooth appeared in front of them, shocking Fujin's teammates. Due to having their chakra fields activated, they could sense the vast amount of chakra in him. He turned his eyes to the strangers, who immediately stepped back. Fujin chuckled and said, "He is my summon. You can call him Kaido." He looked at Kaido and said, "Kaido, we need a lift to the land of water." Kaido grumbled, "I don't mind flying you, but don't treat me like a free transport service." Fujin jumped on his back and chuckled, "Sorry buddy. It's an emergency this time. I might even need some aerial support from you later. Though I hope the situation doesn't deteriorate to that state." Though Fujin chuckled, Kaido could hear the seriousness in his voice. He asked, "Is it that serious?" Fujin nodded and replied, "I might have to summon Kurogane." Kaido replied, "Big brother has been itching for a fight for a long time. I'm sure he'll be delighted. But don't count much on me though. Fighting isn't my forte." Fujin nodded. Though Kaido said that he wasn't strong, Fujin knew that he was numerous times stronger than Goro. He looked at his teammates and said, "Hop on." Seeing that he was friendly, they jumped on his back. Bunjiro asked, "Is Kaido gonna run all the way to the shore? It would help us save a lot of stamina." Fujin didn't reply. In the next moment, Kaido spread his wings. Bunjiro, Fumito, and Yugao were surprised. With one flap of his wings, he took off the ground and broke through the clouds. Bunjiro was stunned by that sight. So were the other two. Despite being a ninja for over a decade, neither of them had seen such a sight. Chapter 330, Bunjiro said, "Summons are cool. I want one as well." Fujin replied, "Good luck. You can find the summoning seals in the library. But be careful. It's very dangerous. I almost died. Preferably discuss with your sensei or the Anbu commander. They might help you reduce the risk." Bunjiro nodded. Fujin said, "Kaido will carry us close to the target. Use this time to rest. Eat a soldier pill. Your chakra and readiness need to be at the highest levels." Everyone nodded. Kaido flew straight towards the target for 8 hours straight. They finally reached close to the island. The island was surrounded by water for tens of kilometers. Fujin asked Kaido to stop around 7 kilometers away from the island so that they would be out of reach of all sensors. The group landed on the water. Fujin said, "Be on your guard. We will be heading straight to the island. Kaido, hide above the clouds. If a conflict happens, then sneak attack their strongest fighters from above with your wind breath. If that fails, clear out their weaker ninjas. Also, one of them can spit lava and blow extremely hot steam. Both will be very harmful to you if they hit. So stay on guard against them and sudden changes in the temperature." Kaido replied, "All right. Good luck to you." He took off and disappeared above the clouds. The Konoha ninjas ran straight to the island. When they were around 2.5 kilometers from the shore, a sensor sensed them. Everyone in Fujin's squad felt it and prepared themselves. 1 Jounin and 3 Chunin from Mei's forces moved towards Fujin's squad while a ninja went to inform Mei and Ao. The Kiri squad running towards Fujin noticed that they weren't slowing down. They were alarmed by seeing the Anbu outfits. Around 1 kilometer from the shore, the two squads met. The Kiri Jounin waved hand signs while shouting, "Stay where you are and state your purpose." Water release, water wall jutsu. A wall of water appeared in the path of the Konoha ninjas. However, blades of wind suddenly appeared out of nowhere and hit the water wall, causing it to crumble down. The Kiri ninjas were surprised by the result. Fujin said, "I'm here to meet Terumi Mei. Lead me where she is." The Jounin frowned and asked, "Are you from Konoha?" Fujin nodded. The Jounin replied, "I will have to ask you to wait here." Fujin sneered, "Wait on the water to meet with Kiri ninjas?" He exerted a bit of his chakra and killing intent and said, get out of the way. I'll wait for her on the beach. The Jounin frowned. He understood that conflict there would result in unnecessary casualties. He thought, if we fight on the island, then they will be outnumbered heavily and at a greater disadvantage. The chances of escape would be 0. What a fool! He replied, all right, follow me. They began rushing towards the island. Mei and Ao were informed about the intruders. Ao activated his Byakugan and observed, there are 4 ninjas. They clash with one of our squads, but they are much stronger. Mei frowned. She got out of her tent and asked, are they in danger? Ao shook his head and said, fortunately not. They are coming to the beach. Mei nodded and moved towards the beach. She wondered, are they from Konoha? But how did they send a squad in just around a day? Did Renjiro send a message to Konoha, or is he scheming against us? Meanwhile, Renjiro noticed, Mei and Ao stopped keeping an eye on us? Did they encounter trouble? He looked at his teammates and said, there seems to be an unusual movement. Sense what is happening, Makoto. Makoto nodded and activated his chakra field. His chakra field covered the entire island and went a kilometer into the sea. He said, I sense 4 additional chakras. 3 at the Jounin level and 1 at the Chunin level. Most of the Kiri ninjas are reacting to them. His words confused them. Itaru asked, could Lord Hokage have sent a squad to rescue us? Kazuki shook his head and replied, it's just been a day since we sent a message. They can't reach so quickly. I'm afraid that it might be a squad from the Mizukage faction or someone who isn't allied with the rebel faction as of now. The others agreed with his analysis. While being just a couple of 100 meters away from the sea, Fujin felt 7 sensors scanning him. He thought, well, since everyone is scanning so liberally. He activated and spread his chakra field as well. It covered the entire island. He immediately focused on 3 chakra signatures. 2 were rushing towards him and were clearly far stronger than the other Kiri ninjas on the island. And the last one was a familiar one. A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he realized, looks like he is safe. At least there is nothing wrong with his chakra. And the number of Kiri ninjas is the same as reported. Though a few could still be hiding. Inside the house, a smile appeared on Renjiro's face as well. He had felt such a chakra field scanning him several times in the past. He muttered, sending my student on a mission to rescue me. The old man still loves to make everyone feel embarrassed. His voice was very low. Kazuki asked, did you say something, Renjiro-san? Renjiro stood up and said, they are allies. Get ready. We will break out as soon as there is a clash. Renjiro's words surprised them. But no one questioned him and prepared for a fight. Though Mei and Ao had left, there were still 16 Jounins and 12 Chunins keeping an eye on them. Breaking through them would likely lead to a clash. Since Renjiro wasn't sure who the rest of the ninjas with Fujin were and because they were still heavily outnumbered, he decided to be patient. On the other side of the island, Mei and Ao reached the beach and saw Fujin and his squad. Fujin observed Mei and Ao. In addition to them, there were 20 other Kiri ninjas. 7 were Jounins while the rest were Chunins. Fujin analyzed, their numbers are divided into 4 groups. One is keeping an eye on the ships, another is in the village, the third is keeping an eye on Renjiro, and finally these guys here. The odds are a bit better than I anticipated. Though winning is still impossible. At the same time, Mei also took a measure of Fujin's group. She wondered, who are they? And how did Konoha send a squad so quickly? And why didn't the Hokage send an elite Jounin to ensure the safety of the captured ninjas? She thought a bit and concluded, did Konoha send a weaker squad to reduce their losses in case this was a trap? Seeing that she wasn't speaking, Fujin said, Lord Hokage received Senju Renjiro's message and asked me to take him from here. A scroll appeared in his hand. He added, this scroll has the negotiated 40 million ryo. So bring the Konoha ninjas here and we will complete the deal. Mei asked, how did you come here so quickly? Fujin replied in a neutral tone, I'm afraid that isn't your concern. His tone surprised Mei and Ao. They thought, despite being outnumbered and outmatched, he isn't afraid. Does he have something up his sleeve? Or is he not afraid of death? Mei said, I am afraid it is. How do I know that you are from Konoha? Fujin replied, just release them and they will confirm. That sentence eliminated the doubt of their identity. However, Mei didn't want to appear in a weaker position against a nobody. She asked, how do I know that the scroll has the money? Give me the scroll first and let me check. Fujin answered with a question, why would we bother traveling so far with so few people if we didn't bring the money? Ao and Mei's expressions became serious. Fujin's rhetorical question was both a compromise and a threat. It implied that they couldn't win a fight, but at the same time, it also threatened Mei that Konoha could crush them on a whim. Fujin knew that they would be smart enough to understand the hidden message. The serious expression on Mei's face faded away as a seductive smile appeared. She giggled, what an interesting young man. Unfortunately, you have no power here. Hand over the scroll or I will capture you as well. She suddenly riled her chakra. Massive pressure was exerted on the Konoha ninjas. A look of surprise appeared behind Fujin's mask. As for the rest, they were completely shocked. In fact, Bunjiro was terrified. Despite having met with Hiruzen numerous times, none of them had seen him exert his chakra. So they had never sensed such a massive chakra from anyone other than Rashi. But Rashi hadn't focused on them, so they never experienced such a domineering chakra. All three of them instinctively grabbed their weapons. Unlike his teammates, the surprise on Fujin's face was due to an entirely different reason. Chapter 331. Unlike his teammates, the surprise on Fujin's face was due to an entirely different reason. He thought, that's it? Her chakra is barely higher than Renjiro's. But why is it so low? I thought that it'd be higher than Hiruzen at the very least. Suddenly, it clicked. He realized, I see. She hasn't reached the S rank yet. There are still 6 years until the start of the war. She should have reached that level during this time. Now that I think about it, the scroll with her information said nothing about her being an S-rank ninja. And if she was rank S, then the rebels wouldn't be hiding so much. Maybe even the Jinjutsu on the Mizukage would have been figured out by now. During the last 8 hours, Fujin was under a lot of stress. Taking on S-rank ninjas was not a matter he could take lightly. Even more so when they were holding hostages. But since Mei wasn't at that level, all the stress was released. A smirk appeared on Mei's face seeing the state of Konoha's ninja. The Kiri ninjas were also smirking. They saw that the leader of Konoha ninjas was looking dumbfoundedly at Mei while his subordinates were under heavy pressure. Unknown to them, a smile appeared behind Fujin's mask. The scroll in his hand disappeared. He said softly, unfortunately, you won't be able to afford the cost. To everyone's surprise, Fujin riled his chakra as well. And to the horror of Kiri ninjas, his chakra was at the same level as Mei. In fact, it could even be said to be barely higher. His chakra lifted the pressure from his teammates and put the Kiri ninjas under pressure. At the same time, 2 swords appeared on the left side of his waist. Their sheaths had intricate designs carved on them. Ao's eyes widened as soon as they landed on the swords. He looked at Fujin again and realized, Hawk Mask. Those 2 swords. And those patterns. He immediately whispered, he is the spectral swordsman. Mei was already surprised to see another Konoha ninja match her chakra. However, after learning about his identity, she felt that it was normal. The name Spectral Swordsman was very well known throughout the Land of Water. The reason for that was the insane number of rogue Kiri ninjas that fell to his blade. Over 80% of the rogue Kiri ninjas were estimated to have been killed by him. On the other side of the island, a look of surprise appeared on Renjiro's face as he felt Fujin's chakra. He looked in the direction of Fujin and thought, he has already reached this level? Soon, the look of surprise was replaced with a prideful smile. He said, let's move. They appeared on top of their houses as Renjiro riled his chakra as well. Both Fujin and Mei sensed his chakra. Fujin chuckled and asked, "Do you still refuse to accept my terms? If you do, I'm afraid that the losses you will experience, even in victory, will far exceed what's in the scroll." Mei wasn't offended. She said, "I never thought that Konoha would show that the spectral swordsman is from your village. But, if the Hokage sent you, I doubt he'd lie about the money." She stopped exerting her chakra and said, "Ao, bring Renjiro and his squad here." Ao nodded and immediately flickered. Mei looked at Fujin. Though she was confident in taking him on, she knew that the circumstances weren't in her favor. A conflict would result in a large number of casualties on her side. And even if she managed to kill all Konoha ninjas, she wouldn't gain anything apart from a new and strong enemy. Renjiro's squad was surrounded by 28 ninjas. They were extremely tense. But since no conflict had started on the opposite side of the island, they didn't start the fight either. Their actions would depend on what Mei and Fujin decided. Soon, Ao appeared and said, "Renjiro, come with me. You guys follow too." Renjiro and the Kiri ninjas nodded. Everyone left towards Fujin and Mei. Though no one showed it on their faces, everyone was secretly relieved. None of them wanted meaningless casualties. Meanwhile, Mei looked at Fujin and said, "If it weren't for the circumstances, I'd have liked to fight the one who killed so many of our rogue ninjas. I wonder who you are behind the mask." Mei thought, "Though I have information on all the top Konoha ninjas and have a few guesses, I have a feeling that none of them are right." She focused on Fujin to memorize his chakra. Unfortunately, Fujin's chakra kept fluctuating the entire time. So Mei realized that Fujin could disguise his chakra. But, the frequent changes gave her more information. She analyzed, to be able to change his chakra fluctuations so rapidly, he should be a very good sensor. Fujin chuckled and replied, "Why would I bother wearing a mask if I'd be willing to reveal my identity so easily? Besides, even if I show you a face, would you trust me?" Mei replied, "I guess not. Still, I do have a bone to pick with you. You killed too many of our rogue ninjas. I was planning to recruit them after this civil war ended to recover our strength." Fujin replied in a deep voice, "I would suggest you focus on winning the war first." Mei frowned. She analyzed, "What does he mean by that? Does he know something that I don't?" She had a bad feeling. Before she could ask, Ao and Renjiro arrived along with the rest. Fujin's eyes glowed as he observed the 4 Konoha ninjas. He and Renjiro exchanged glances. Renjiro nodded in acknowledgement to say that everything was fine. Fujin thought, "Good. No injuries or signs of torture. And their chakra flow is steady as well." He looked at Fumito, who nodded in response. Fujin said, "I'm glad you honored your part of the deal, Terumi Mei." He tossed the scroll with 40 million ryo to Mei. Mei grabbed it and checked the contents inside the scroll. She nodded and said with a smirk, "It's been a pleasure doing business with you." Fujin knew that it was a taunt. After all, Mei had received 40 million ryo without giving anything in return. She didn't even risk the lives of her subordinates. However, the money didn't belong to Fujin. So he wasn't bothered. He thought, if that was my money, I'd definitely steal it back. But, Hiruzen is too loaded. Just the trade deals he did with those 4 countries would bring over 100 million ryo on a monthly basis. And that is without considering the cost of elemental crystals. 40 million ryo is probably just pocket money for Konoha. Though it might be a small sum for Konoha, for Mei, whose finances were tight, this was like a boon from the heavens. Fujin looked at Renjiro and asked, "Ready to leave?" Renjiro nodded. The Konoha ninjas were about to leave, when Mei said, "Wait, I have 2 things to clear up." From their exchange so far, Fujin knew that she wouldn't abruptly begin attacking. He said, "Speak." Mei said, "Around 3 years ago, one squad from my faction was chased into the Land of Fire by a squad from Mizuki's faction. However, both squads disappeared. I want to know what happened to the squad from my faction. I hope the Hokage can provide me with the truth. Fujin thought, just cause he gave you money, you expect him to speak the truth? He was about to agree, when Renjiro asked, who were in the squad? And who were the ones chasing? Before Mei could answer, a young girl said, the leader of the squad was Sakai Cho. She was chased by a squad led by Karatachi Kazuki. Fujin looked at the girl and thought, she looks a bit familiar. After a few seconds, he recognized her and thought, Sakai Yumi. I didn't expect to see her here. Regardless, it looks like Mei is nurturing her. Or at least has some hopes from her. Fujin didn't pay any more attention to her. He was stronger than her during the Chunin exams. And right now, the difference in their power was even larger. Renjiro said, I don't know anyone by the name of Sakai Cho, but the mission to deal with infiltrators back then was taken by me. I remember encountering a squad of 5 led by Karatachi Kazuki. Unfortunately, we didn't see anyone else. We managed to find him because we found 2 corpses that were brutally mutilated and blown up into pieces. After defeating him and searching the forests, we found another body that was destroyed and blown into bits. I don't remember the exact number, but the blood on their weapons was tested to be from more than 15 people. But we never managed to find any other bodies. So they might have been eaten by wild beasts or killed before entering the Land of Fire. Chapter 332, Renjiro's words shocked the rebels. To be killed and then blown up to pieces was extremely cruel. However, most Kiri ninjas didn't doubt his words. They had seen the horrendous acts committed by the Mizukage faction. They had no doubts that they would do something as heinous as that. Mei was a bit doubtful of the accuracy of Renjiro's words, but she knew that nothing good would happen by pursuing such an old matter. Even if Konoha were the one to kill her, she wouldn't be able to get justice for Cho. Instead, her followers might pressurize her to make a new enemy and reduce their chances of victory in the war. After all, it was unreasonable to expect everyone to see the bigger picture. She let out a sigh and said, what a tragedy. She looked at Fujin and asked in a serious tone, I hope you can tell me what you meant by that statement. Her first question was just to satisfy the people who believed in and followed her. However, the answer to the second question was what she wanted to know. She had a feeling that it would have a significant impact on her campaign. Fujin replied, sure. He took out a scroll from his jacket and tossed it at Mei. Mei caught the scroll and opened it while Fujin said, you have underestimated the Mizukage faction. Your estimates regarding their finances are way off. I'd be very careful if I were in your position. Fujin's words confused the Kiri ninjas. Some thought, why would we hide from them if we had underestimated them? However, they became serious as they noticed the change in Mei's expression. Her face had a very grim expression. She thought, I thought they were all tired of the situation in the country and went rogue. But the majority of them were rogue only in name. They did bounty hunting and sent money back to the village. If that is indeed the case, we have heavily underestimated their finances. And their resolve as well. We thought that if we stayed hidden, their forces would begin disbanding in large numbers and our chances of victory would increase. In fact, we even tried to recruit them. Wait! Her eyes widened as she realized, no. We managed to recruit a few of them. But, with this information, there is a chance that they are spies that infiltrated our forces. Shit, we are in danger. The rebel camp was currently hiding and engaged in a guerrilla campaign. But if they had spies among their ranks, then it was only a matter of time before they encountered a trap or were assaulted by a massive force. Fujin studied her expressions. They were as per his expectations. He had already read the scroll and was waiting for an opportunity to hand it over to her. Mei looked at him and let out a sigh. She said, I don't know how to thank you for this information. Its value far exceeds the 40 million ryo we agreed upon. I'd have returned the money if my finances weren't so tight. Unfortunately, I have nothing of equivalent value that I can offer you right now. We owe you a favor. Fujin nodded and said, good luck with your campaign. Mei nodded. The Konoha ninjas finally took their leave. Fujin looked at the skies for a second before leaving. As soon as they left, Ao asked, "What information did he provide?" Mei rolled back the scroll and said, "We might have a problem. I'll need your help later. For now, let's leave." Mei didn't want to spread the news. It might cause unnecessary suspicions. The Kiri ninjas under her command quickly boarded the ships and left the island. While alone, Mei informed Ao of the information sent by Konoha. Ao was stunned as well. They decided to properly inspect every rogue ninja they took into their forces in the last 3 years and to limit their participation in critical activities. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas ran rapidly across the seas. After creating some distance, Renjiro asked, "How did you come so quickly?" Fujin replied, "We had some aid. I'll tell you later." Renjiro was puzzled. But he understood that Fujin didn't want that information to spread. So he didn't push him for an answer. As for Kaido, he had seen Fujin look up at him. After they left, he ended the summoning jutsu and returned to Mount Mitiki. Fujin asked, "Did they do anything after capturing you?" Renjiro shook his head and said, "No. She didn't want to get into a conflict with us. Besides, she profited heavily from our encounter." Fujin nodded. Mei received 11 talented kids, 40 million Ryo and a critical piece of information that could save the lives of hundreds of her allies. Her gains were too high. And the only cost she had to pay was the time she used. By comparison, Konoha didn't get much. Fujin thought, it's rare to see Hiruzen suffer a loss in diplomacy. I guess he wants the rebels to win and use this as an opportunity to provide them some assistance. It should also create goodwill between the two villages when Mei wins in the future and could provide an opportunity to ally in the next Great War. Considering how brittle the ties between Konoha and Suna are, this could provide more breathing space for Konoha. After all, Konoha doesn't have the same domineering power as it did during the previous Great Wars. Thinking about it from this point of view, he didn't exactly suffer a loss. After all, 40 million Ryo isn't much. And the information was useless in our hands. And the kids originally belonged to Kiri too. So getting 3 capable Jounins and a prospective ally for the next war is more than enough gain for such a small cost. That said, I wonder if Hiruzen would have taken the same steps if he had known how strong Naruto would be during the next Great War or that the next war wouldn't be fought between the villages. Unlike Fujin, Hiruzen didn't know what the future generation would accomplish. Though he was hopeful about their futures, he had to make his calculations based on the ninjas that were active currently. And he didn't know that the next Great War would be fought between the alliance of shinobi villages and Akatsuki. So his calculations were very appropriate. As they moved, Narakazuki asked, "Did you bring any means of transportation?" Fujin replied, "Nope." "Did you guys consume any soldier pills?" Kazuki replied, "Yes, around a day ago." Fujin said, "All right, let's just run all the way back to the Land of Fire then. We will rest in a patrol camp." Fujin's casual reply stunned the Nara. He muttered softly, "Run for 2 days straight." "Great!" Makoto and Itaru chuckled at his sorrow. As for the others, they were already used to the laziness of the Nara clan ninjas. They quickly formed a basic plan on how to travel, which places to avoid and how to use their sensors to avoid any more confrontations. The group traveled for half a day straight and reached close to the outer ring of islands in the Land of Water. Once they exited it, they would leave the area officially controlled by Kirigakure. However, Makoto sensed something. He turned his attention towards a small island to their right. Smoke could be seen coming from the island. He said, "Something horrible is happening there. It's as if death is spreading across the island." His words surprised the rest. Fujin extended his chakra field as well and said, "There are no ninjas there. But I can feel numerous people dying by the minute." Renjiro said, "Let's check it out." The Konoha ninjas changed their directions and entered the island. They headed straight to the village on the island. But, as soon as they got close to it, they slowed down. Everyone's eyes widened. The scene in front of their eyes was straight from a horror story. The houses in the village were all damaged. Some had a few cracks, others had crumbled. However, that wasn't the worst sight. The entire village was dyed in blood. Corpses, that were sliced open, littered the streets. Among these corpses were a few people that hadn't died yet, but were not too far away from it. Fujin frowned. He walked into the village and asked softly, "Who did this?" Renjiro let out a sigh and said, "It is likely the Mizukage faction. Over a dozen villages and towns in the Land of Water have been eliminated by them in this manner. Mostly due to suspecting some people with bloodlines among them or if their village had any dealings with the rebels." Chapter 333, Renjiro's words surprised Fujin's team. Unlike Renjiro's teammates, who had spent almost 4 months in the Land of Water, they hadn't heard of these atrocities happening in the Land of Water. To know that a village was committing such atrocities on their citizens was shocking. Even Fujin, who had some ideas regarding the civil war, was shocked. He thought, no wonder such a massive rebellion is happening here. I initially thought that it was just the clans with Kekkei Jinkai against normal clans. But this is disturbing. Fujin let out a sigh and wondered, is this the act of some lunatics in the Mizukage faction, or has Obito made the Mizukage commit such atrocities? Renjiro said, "Makoto, check who all are alive and can be saved. Heal them." Fujin objected, "This place just had a conflict. If we spend time here, we could once again be attacked." Fujin was opposed to Renjiro's decision. After all, Renjiro's squad was captured not long ago. And seeing the horrendous state, he doubted whether any of them would be able to live a normal life after experiencing such a horrifying incident. Renjiro shook his head and said, "The situation is different. If we see any ships coming, we will run away. If not, we will save as many here as we can." Fujin sighed and asked, would they even want to live after experiencing such an incident? Renjiro replied, "That isn't something we should decide." Fujin said, "All right. I'll help out Makoto. But keep an eye on your chakra levels, Makoto. Running away will be difficult if it is low." Makoto nodded. The group immediately began looking for survivors. The village had around 450 people. However, only 60 were alive when they arrived. And among those 60, 20 were in a very critical state and couldn't be rescued without complicated medical treatments. Makoto healed most of them while Fujin healed their external wounds. Among the survivors, 24 had lost one or more limbs. Only 16 were well physically. However, their mental health was a complete mess. It wasn't a surprise though. Not only did they undergo tremendous physical pain, but they also lost their loved ones. And the streets were still covered by their blood. The Konoha group spent half a day on the island. Fortunately, no one sailed to the island. After putting everyone to sleep using Jinjutsu, Fujin asked, "What are you planning to do with them? Leading them here wouldn't be wise." Renjiro nodded and replied, "Yeah, the trauma is too intense. I'll build a ship for them to sail away towards nearby islands. As for whether they survive or not, it's their fate." Fujin nodded. Though Konoha was doing well, they couldn't interfere anymore in this matter. Until then, no other country had interfered in the civil war happening in the Land of Water. But once Konoha stepped in, the remaining 3 villages would also have to step in. It would make the situation very complicated and could lead to an all-out war between the 5 villages with the Land of Water as the battlefield. During the night, the Konoha ninjas built a boat large enough to carry 40 people. The next day, they asked whether the people wanted to stay on the island or leave. Knowing that the Mizukage forces could return, everyone chose to evacuate. However, one young boy, around 6 years old, approached Renjiro. He was very skinny, had pale skin and white hair. He looked into Renjiro's eyes and asked, "Can you train me to become a ninja?" His voice was surprisingly calm and steady. Renjiro bent down to his level and asked with a kind smile on his face, "What is your name, brave child?" The kid answered, I am Kyushu Hayami. Renjiro asked, Hayami-kun, why do you want to become a ninja? Fujin noticed as the boy struggled to control his emotions. He clenched his fists and said, they made my mother and sister scream in pain for a long time before killing them. I don't want to be helpless while my loved ones are harmed. Fujin and the other ninjas sighed on hearing his words. Renjiro let out a sigh as well. He said, it's unfortunate what happened here. But, to become a capable ninja, you will have to train extremely hard for years. Are you willing to do that? The boy answered, I will train as hard as you want me to. Renjiro placed his hand on his head gently and said, all right. I will train you to be a ninja. He looked at the survivors and asked, are any of your relatives alive? The boy shook his head. An old man approached and said, Hayami-kun never talked much with anyone. But he was very close with his mother and sister. Please take good care of him and take him away from this country. The people already knew that Renjiro and the rest were from Konoha. They wanted to evacuate to the Land of Fire, but Renjiro declined their request as he wasn't able to guarantee their safety. Renjiro said, all right. I'll take good care of him. At the same time, he thought, the boy's chakra is a bit dark. He might become an expert in Yin release. The Konoha ninjas saw the survivors sailing away in the boat. After they left their sight, the group began running towards the Land of Fire once again. Renjiro carried Hayami as they ran across the seas. Seeing people run on the water was a first for Hayami. However, despite his young age, he didn't seem interested in it. His mind was still affected by what had happened to his family. Due to the break, Renjiro's squad had to eat another soldier pill to continue moving. After traveling for over a day, the group finally reached the shores of the Land of Fire. The group took a break at a patrol camp before continuing their journey to Konoha. During this time, Fujin interacted a bit with Hayami. Though the kid was polite, he wasn't very responsive. Fujin thought, recruiting talented kids not from the village. It leaves a threat of young kids being sent as spies by enemy villages. Even if that isn't the case, the loyalty of such ninjas can also be questioned. But, I guess Hiruzen doesn't even consider this issue. The Will of Fire. What a convenient tool. I need to come up with a similar ideology to ensure the loyalty of my members. But, though it seems simple, it is very difficult. After all, what fuels this ideology is the sacrifice of the previous generations. If the older generations don't sacrifice themselves for the next generation, then this ideology will collapse in no time. Sigh, I hope I can come up with something good enough to influence a few people. Otherwise, the only way would be a cursed seal. A few hours later, the group reached Konoha and arrived at Hiruzen's office. Hiruzen looked at Renjiro and said, it's good to see you all unharmed. At the same time, he looked at Fujin meaningfully and thought, for them to have returned so quickly, Fujin should have used his summons to fly over. It was the right decision to send him over. Renjiro nodded and replied, thank you. Unfortunately, our mission was interrupted. Hiruzen looked at Hayami and asked, so, who is this young friend? Renjiro let out a sigh and said, on our way back, we encountered a village in the Land of Water that was destroyed by Kirigakure ninjas from the Mizukage faction. We rescued and healed a few survivors. Kyushu Hayami was one of them. He wants to become a ninja, so I brought him with me. Hiruzen observed the boy carefully. With a smile, he said, all right. We will take good care of you, Hayami. I have a lot of hopes for you. He looked at Renjiro and asked, should I make living arrangements for him, or will you be taking him to the Senju clan compounds? Renjiro looked at Hayami. Hayami also looked back at him with eyes full of hope. Renjiro said, I'll make arrangements for him in the Senju clan compound. Hiruzen wasn't surprised. Over the last few decades, especially since the start of the Second Great Ninja War, the Senju clan frequently took in orphans. Hiruzen nodded and said, all right. I will leave it to you then. He looked at Hayami and said kindly, Hayami-kun, can you wait outside the room for a while? We have some matters to discuss. Hayami obediently said, I can. He walked out of the room. Hiruzen asked, so, how did the mission go? Fujin replied, it went well. I had a small confrontation with Mei, but no conflict happened. Since everything went well, I created some curiosity in her and handed her the scroll. She was grateful and said she owes us a favor. Hiruzen nodded and said, good. The mission can be considered a complete success. Though your mission was cut in half, it can be considered a success as well, Renjiro. I have already moved the kids you sent over into the academy. Renjiro nodded. They discussed some more details. Finally, Renjiro said, I'll be needing some time off. It's been a while since I returned home. Hiruzen nodded and replied, you can leave. Send me a mission report later. The group left the office. Renjiro looked at Fujin and said, meet me tomorrow at noon in Yakiniku with Hoka. It's been a long time since we have been together. Fujin replied, yeah, it's been a while. Alright, I'll call him. Renjiro nodded. He took Hayami with him and the group went their separate ways. Chapter 334, Renjiro took Hayami to his home and introduced him to his family. His wife and children entertained Hayami and made him feel at home while Renjiro arranged for Hayami to stay in the Senju clan compounds. After making arrangements, Renjiro took him to the TI department where Hayami was put to sleep using a Jinjutsu and the authorities did a thorough checkup on him. They inspected his body for any possible seals. After confirming there were none, they had a Yamanaka ninja read his memories. Once again, he was cleared and they confirmed he wasn't a spy. After confirming, Ibiki let Renjiro take him back. The procedure wasn't created especially for Hayami. All the 35 children Renjiro had sent before were subjected to the same. Of course, none of the kids remembered any of this. The next afternoon, Fujin walked into Yakiniku. He heard, Fujin, here. Fujin turned his head in the direction of the voice to see Hoka. He joined him and said, it's been a long time. Fujin had gone to Hoka's residence the day before. Unfortunately, he wasn't at home. So he just dropped a message for him and left. Hoka replied, yeah. It's been over a year since we last met up. Time flies so quickly. Seems like the Umbu life is very hectic. Fujin nodded and said, yeah. Some missions need me to stay out for months. He let out a sigh and added, and for some reason, Lord Hokage seems to like giving me a lot of missions. You are lucky to not be in it. Hoka nodded and replied, yeah, it gives me a lot of time to train. Fujin chuckled and teased, so, why aren't you a jounin yet? Hoka immediately became dejected. He said in a depressed tone, Lord Hokage is so strict when it comes to promoting. I can already fight against jounins from other major villages and even in my clan. But he promoted me to just special jounin. Father said that I'll probably need another couple of years to be officially promoted to the jounin rank. He looked at Fujin and asked, what about you? Do you remember the promise we made 2.5 years ago? You only have 6 months left. Fujin replied, I got promoted to Umbu captain a few months back. That rank is equivalent to jounin. I'll be jounin when I retire. Hoka quickly caught on to the information. He asked, you are planning to quit the Umbu? Fujin nodded and answered, I don't get much time to train. But I still have some work to do in the Umbu. It should be completed in around 6 to 8 months. Hoka replied, all right. Let's compete when you are done with your work then. A grin formed on his face as he said, I can't wait to fight against you again. Is fighting all you two can think about? Fujin and Hoka turned their heads to see Renjiro approaching them. Fujin chuckled and replied, well, we can only do what our sensei taught us. Hoka nodded, yup. Feel free to blame our sensei. Both laughed at Renjiro's expense. Renjiro sighed at their antics and joined the table. It had been just over 3 years since Fujin and Hoka were jounins under his tutelage. However, now Hoka was a special jounin while Fujin was an Umbu captain. In terms of strength, Hoka was at the Jounin level while Fujin was as strong as Renjiro. Though he lacked in terms of overall capabilities and experience, in terms of speed and lethality, he had already surpassed Renjiro. In a fight, Renjiro would need to be very careful against Fujin. Renjiro was very proud of his students. However, he couldn't help but think, it's a shame that Mieko got caught in the Uchiha mess. She would have been at the Jounin level as well if she had been alive. A server delivered the meat as the three of them caught up and shared some of their experiences. Of course, no one spoke about any missions that had to be kept a secret. So Hoka and Renjiro were unaware of the stunts Fujin pulled in the Land of Wind and his fight against Rashi. After having lunch and talking for a couple of hours, Renjiro asked Fujin, "So, how did you make it to the Land of Water so quickly?" Fujin replied, "I signed a summoning contract. My summons can fly quite fast." Hoka was surprised. He said, "Summons that can fly you? That's very rare. Congrats, Fujin." Renjiro added, "No, summons that can fly 4 people and probably fly at twice the speeds of messenger birds. That's even more impressive." Hoka was surprised. "That good?" "Wait!" He squinted his eyes and stared at Fujin. Fujin realized his thoughts and chuckled. Hoka let out a sigh and cursed, "Bastard. It's already annoying to fight you when you keep running away. For the last 2 years, I kept working on strategies to combat your style of combat. But now you can fly? How the heck am I supposed to fight you if you fly and keep attacking from above?" Fujin didn't reply and just grinned. Unknown to Hoka, his summons had great control over wind chakra and were just as lethal as him if vacuum jutsus weren't considered. Hoka sighed and said, "No summons and no running and hiding during our fight." "Wait, no clones either?" Fujin tilted his head and asked, "Are you gonna tell your enemy that?" Hoka replied, "It's a spar, that's different." Renjiro chuckled and said, "So much talk about sparring. Do you two want to spar against me?" Both Fujin and Hoka looked at him. Hoka replied, "Sensei, I know that you could take 3 of us at the same time back when we were Jounins. But do you think that you can take the 2 of us at the same time right now as well?" Over the last few years, Hoka's taijutsu improved a lot. It didn't have any flaws and he was confident in going up against Renjiro when it came to taijutsu. With Fujin supporting him with ninjutsu, he didn't think that Renjiro would have an easy time against them. Renjiro shrugged and said, "It's not necessary to win in a spar." Fujin said in an uncertain tone, "Sparring? I'm kinda against doing much of that now." Fujin's words surprised Renjiro and Hoka. Hoka asked, "Why so?" Fujin replied, "The last time I sparred with my team, I had a hard time controlling myself. The missions in Umbu have honed my killing instincts to an extreme. It gets difficult to control myself when I see openings. And it is very dangerous considering that I use wind jutsus primarily. One bad attack could end up killing a friend." Fujin's words surprised Hoka. Unlike Fujin, Hoka went on missions that were tailored to his growth. The Hyuga clan had a proper system in place for anyone who worked hard to get stronger. So Hoka benefited from it. And unlike Fujin, his missions didn't involve as much killing. Renjiro said, "Yeah, that happens when you spend a lot of time in Umbu. Even after leaving the Umbu, it stays for many years. That said, losing control over your actions is not good. It may seem advantageous in battle, but you'll end up making a lethal mistake at some point. You should find a sparring partner to learn and control those instincts." Fujin nodded and said, "Yeah. I guess Lord Hokage feels the same. My missions over the last few months don't involve much fighting." After his clash with Rashi, Hiruzen realized that Fujin's tactics and thoughts had developed to become extremely lethal. He realized that Fujin's actions in the Land of Wind wouldn't be a one-off event. So to tone down his aggression, Hiruzen had assigned him missions that dealt more with diplomacy and protection rather than elimination. Though the mission to rescue Renjiro's squad had a chance of high-level combat, it too fell under diplomacy as Fujin had to avoid conflict to ensure the complete success of the mission. So as such, Fujin hadn't killed a lot after his mission to eliminate the base that Suna had created in the Land of Fire. After talking for a bit, the group decided against sparring. Renjiro was concerned that an all-out spar between them would wreck an entire training ground. Though the village generally disregarded such destruction, he had a feeling that the scale might surpass what the village could ignore. As for Hoka, he wanted to keep his improvements a secret from Fujin. So he didn't push for a spar either. Fujin changed the topic by asking, "How many kids did you rescue from the Land of Water?" Renjiro replied, "Including Hayami, 36. Fujin was surprised. He said, "That's quite a lot. Do any of them have Kekkei Jinkai?" Renjiro shook his head and replied, "They are too young. So it hasn't manifested in anyone. But some of them do have the bloodline. Hopefully, a few of them will unlock their Kekkei Jinkai. Though even if they don't, it's fine. At some point in the future, one of their descendants will unlock it." Fujin nodded. Establishing a new bloodline clan in the village was a long-term project. It would take a few decades to show results. And the frequent wars and deaths during the missions would be a huge obstacle towards that goal. But Fujin wasn't very interested in the long-term aspect. He hoped that a few of the kids would unlock their Kekkei Jinkai very soon. He was planning to start fusing his own elements soon to learn a Kekkei Jinkai. Having a reference would be a huge help for him. He thought, "I'll need to keep an eye on those kids." Seeing how much time had passed, Renjiro said, "I lost track of time. I have some work to do at home. It was good meeting both of you again." Hoka nodded, "Yeah. We should do this more often in the future." Fujin and Renjiro nodded. They said farewells and went their separate ways. Chapter 335. After a few days off, Fujin once again became busy with his Umbu duties. Hiruzen was quite busy as well. He made arrangements for Hayami to join the first year in the academy. Though the kids Renjiro brought from Kiri were talented enough to be placed in elite batches, Hiruzen didn't do that and instead distributed them in the normal batches that had 100 students. His goal was to ensure that they made good friends in Konoha. Combined with his frequent motivational speeches, the unsuspecting kids were quickly assimilated into Konoha. Once the assimilation was complete, Hiruzen analyzed 36 good kids. Their circumstances will make them train harder than most. And they might even motivate others to train hard. Once their strength grows beyond the normal students, I'll expand the elite batches to include the ones that stand out. Seeing how good they were, Hiruzen thought it'd be good if we could recruit such kids frequently from there. Unfortunately, it will be very difficult and risky. Both sides should have noticed these events. They'll be on the lookout for such operations done by other villages. Not to mention, there will be competition from other villages. He began analyzing to check if he could continue the operations in the Land of Water somehow. However, he could only think of one solution. He wondered, should I ask Danzo to make a move there? Hiruzen was in a dilemma when it came to Danzo. Though he was a comrade, he had been very extreme in the past few years. The Uchiha's loss was a big blow for Konoha. In addition, unlike others, Danzo won't obediently do what Hiruzen wanted. He thought, the only way Danzo would agree is if I let him induct the kids into Root. No, he will agree even if I decline and would instead secretly induct the most talented kids he finds into the Root. But, I have already disbanded the Root. Though he still has a few dozen Root ninjas under his command, it is a far cry from what he controlled before the Uchiha massacre. If I let him recruit kids from here, then he will begin rebuilding the Root again. Hiruzen began analyzing the advantages and disadvantages of such an action. After around 10 minutes, he decided, though the rebels aren't lunatics like the Mizukage faction, at the end of the day, they are still a different village. I can't guarantee that they would ally with us. Even though Danzo is extreme, at the end of the day, he is still loyal to Konoha. I'll let him take over this operation. Even if he recruits talented children now, he will need around 10 years to raise a large number of Jounins from their ranks. He will be too old by then to have any more ambitions towards the Hokage seat. Besides, A glint appeared in Hiruzen's eyes as he decided, in around 6 years, I'll pass my seat to Kakashi or Fujin. And I'll make the other the commander of Root and force Danzo to retire along with me. That would be the best outcome for Konoha. Though there were a lot of reasons for Hiruzen to be upset with Danzo, it was undeniable that Konoha had benefited heavily due to him. Of all the villages, Konoha was the only village where a rank S ninja willingly took over the role of darkness and stayed away from the limelight. One rank S ninja leading in the light and another hiding in the dark was a deadly combination. Even if Konoha didn't have any other rank S ninjas, Hiruzen was confident in defending Konoha during the second and third Great Ninja Wars despite being surrounded by enemies on all sides. So if Hiruzen could see any opportunity to create such a combination in the future, he would make a move towards it. He let out a sigh and thought, I was hoping that the ones who replaced us would be Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Back then, my relationship with Danzo was very good. If Jiraiya had accepted the Hokage position and Orochimaru succeeded Danzo, we would have been in a stable position for another couple of generations. Unfortunately, Jiraiya didn't take my seat. And Orochimaru wanted to become the Hokage instead of letting Minato be the one. After Minato's death, everything became a mess. I had given up any hopes of recreating this arrangement. To think that such an opportunity would present itself once again. And unlike the ones before, Kakashi and Fujin can take the roles of both, light and darkness. It would provide a lot of flexibility to the village. After dissolving the root, Hiruzen initially didn't intend to revive it again. There were two main obstacles to reviving the root. The first was a capable leader to succeed Danzo. And the second was the manpower. Fujin's performance in the Land of Wind provided Hiruzen with a second possible future leader. And the orphans in the war-torn Land of Water provided him with the required manpower. Though there were some risks, the advantages far outweighed them in Hiruzen's opinion. Having concluded his thoughts, Hiruzen decided on going forward with his plans. He disappeared from his office. A few seconds later, he appeared in a secret underground chamber. Danzo, who was sitting in a chair and handling some work, suddenly looked up. To his surprise, Hiruzen had shown up unannounced. He asked, "What do you want?" Hiruzen replied with a question, "Are you aware of Renjiro's mission in the Land of Water?" Danzo looked at Hiruzen without speaking, but there was no change in his expression. He replied, "The one to rescue orphans from the Land of Water?" Hiruzen nodded and said, "He ended up confronting the rebel faction. So I had to stop the mission. But it's a waste if we don't act on such an opportunity. I want you to deploy your forces and rescue such orphans." Danzo squinted his eye. He asked, "My forces? Did you forget that you disbanded Root?" Hiruzen sighed and asked, "Do you think I'm oblivious to everything you do?" Danzo didn't reply. He knew that Hiruzen knew about the forces still under his control. But he didn't expect Hiruzen to confront him about it. Hiruzen said, "So, will you?" Danzo replied, "I want my former Root ninjas back under my command." Hiruzen shook his head and replied, "That's not negotiable. Root won't be officially started either." Chapter 336, Fujin sat in his basement, carefully reading the information in the scrolls. It wasn't the first time he had read it. In fact, it was the first seal he studied after getting promoted to the Umbu captain rank. But the last time he read, he realized that he wasn't ready to learn the seal. After reading all the information once again, Fujin summarized, "For symbols seal. A seal made of just 4 symbols. Sounds so simple. Unfortunately, that isn't the case. The truth is that this seal contains thousands of symbols arranged in a very complicated manner. In terms of complexity, this is the most complex seal I have seen. The thousands of symbols are arranged in such a way that they take the shape of 4 symbols, giving the seal its name. The 4 symbols themselves have a particular function. The first symbol is to make the seal adaptable. It allows certain changes to be made to the seal such that every 4-symbol seal is different from each other, sort of like a signature or a fingerprint. And once the seal is created, this symbol allows the seal to be further modified. Due to this, the ones who know this seal and are aware of the details in this symbol can make it stronger or weaker if the host doesn't resist or considers them a threat. In addition, the seal can also be influenced by other seals to make the sealing much stronger. The second symbol is to suppress what is sealed inside this seal. It restricts the amount of power the tailed beast controls. In fact, it can pretty much shut down all power of a tailed beast and forcefully put it to sleep. The third symbol is to make the seal resilient. If the tailed beast somehow overcomes the suppression of the second symbol, then the resilience granted by this symbol is enough to temporarily stop a tailed beast from breaking out and provide the host with an opportunity to resist and fight back. It would also provide defenses to prevent someone from forcefully changing the seal. Though if the difference in power between the two ninjas is high, it won't be much help. The last symbol's effect is a bit vague and variable. It uses the willpower and determination of the host to increase or decrease the effects and strengths of the other three symbols. Though it isn't a fixed boost, it is a good addition. After all, the willpower of any person will be the highest when death is right in front of them. So at the moment when the tailed beast is about to break out forcefully, this symbol would provide a huge help to the host. In addition, if the host faces an external threat, such as a situation where his friends are being killed while he helplessly watched, the determination to live or resist the tailed beast can decrease, lowering the power of the seal and allowing the tailed beast to break out and rampage against a superior enemy force. N. Very little of the above is stated in canon. I tried looking a lot for information on this seal, but there really wasn't much theory on how the seal works and most information just says what the seal does. The recent Minato one-shot did give some insights, like giving Love a major role to strengthen the power of the seal and using a seal carved in the village to make Kushina's seal stronger. I changed Love to Determination for this fanfic as the effect should be somewhat similar, like by having someone you love, and someone to live for, your determination for resisting the tailed beast and keep living a normal life will be very high. Anyways, let me know your thoughts on the above theory. Fujin stayed in silence for a few minutes to digest all the information. After around 7 minutes, he analyzed, if the purpose is to only seal a tailed beast or something similar, then this seal is good enough. But there are some major flaws. The first major flaw is that it doesn't steal chakra from what is sealed inside. So if a tailed beast is sealed inside a ninja, then that Jinchuriki can only act as a nuke. He won't be able to access any chakra of the tailed beast unless the tailed beast breaks the seal and kills him before rampaging on the battlefield. And the other major flaw is that, unlike Naruto's seal, this seal doesn't allow anyone else to enter the seal and help them fight the tailed beast. So these effects should be from the 8 trigram divination seal, which is created by overlapping 2 4-symbol seals. Unfortunately, the library doesn't have the 8 trigram divination seal. And asking Hiruzen for it will raise a lot of questions, starting from how I even know about that seal or what I plan to do with it. Fortunately, I do have some ideas. The 4-symbol seals have to be overlapped in such a way that they don't completely overlap with each other. I can try learning using the trial and error method. If I can't, then I can only think of a way to ask for it from Hiruzen without arousing suspicions. After all, for me to implement any of those plans I created, the 8 trigram divination seal is more important than even the Flying Thunder God. There was a reason why Fujin wanted to master this seal. It was due to an idea he had long ago when he was in the academy. Over the years, he introspected the idea several times. Though he became more and more aware of how difficult it would be to make that idea a reality, he never found anything that would completely rule out the feasibility of his idea. Finally, he was about to take a major step towards it. Without wasting any time, Fujin created 80 shadow clones and began learning the seal. The complexity of the seal meant that even with numerous clones, Fujin would still need a long time to learn and master the 4-symbol seal. For 13 days straight, Fujin kept working on the seal until he was called for another mission. After dressing up in his Umbu attire, Fujin flickered towards the Umbu headquarters. He appeared inside Eagle's office and asked, "Another escort mission?" Eagle shook his head and said, "No." He placed a map on the desk between them, pointed at a location and said, the Ito family in the Land of Waterfalls has recently been experiencing strange incidents. There have been a lot of murders happening in the villages in their territory. In some cases, the entire population inside the villages have disappeared. And there have been no signs of struggle. Tanagakure sent some of their ninjas to investigate but came empty-handed. I sent another Umbu squad to investigate but they didn't find anything either. They stayed in their territory for 1 month during which no incident occurred. However, a few days after they returned, the incidents began happening again. For some reason, whoever is doing this is only targeting the civilians. And they have managed to hide from any ninjas investigating. The previous squad I sent specialized in tracking and investigation but was unsuccessful as well. So I'm guessing that a Sealmaster or Grandmaster might be involved. Fujin listened carefully. Eagle added, "Your mission is to inspect who is causing this. If you find the culprit, you can decide whether to kill or capture them or even let them go if you have a good reason. If you don't find anyone, then make a decision on when to stop and return back to the village." Fujin nodded and replied, "All right. We will move out soon." He took the map that had all the markings of where the incidents had happened. He went into his team's assigned room and analyzed the information while his clones moved to call his teammates. Fujin analyzed, "This case is weird. The targets are all over the Ito family's territory and no one area has a higher number of attacks. Still, attacking civilians and possible Fuinjutsu mastery. Is it the Jashin? They were active in the Land of Grass last time. And this area isn't too far off from them. But the Land of Earth is also close to this place. So there could be a possible Iwagakure involvement. I need to be careful in case the Jinchurikis or Inoki are involved." In around half an hour, his team assembled, ready to move. Fujin explained the mission parameters and left the village. Though Fujin's squad didn't have anyone who specialized in tracking or picking up small clues like scent or hidden footprints, every one of them was a sensor. Though Yugao and Bunjiro's sensor skills were very good, they were still quite handy. Both had improved considerably during the last 7 months. Within a day and a half, Fujin's team reached the town in the Land of Waterfall where the Ito family lived. Chapter 337, Fujin's squad went straight into the Ito family's mansion. Seeing that another Umbu squad from Konoha had arrived, they were quickly welcomed into the mansion. Ito Yuya immediately appeared and said, "I am glad that Konoha sent another squad so quickly. Come with me. I'll update you on the recent incidents." He began walking inside the mansion while the Konoha ninjas followed him. As he walked, Fujin looked to his left and right. Numerous servants were staring at them. On seeing his gaze, they quickly averted eye contact and continued their work. A frown formed on Fujin's face behind his mask. He thought, "That's weird." Not all of those gazes were filled with curiosity. Though no one showed it on their faces, it felt like someone was excited to see us. There is a problem in this mansion. He remembered their faces and continued following Yuya. They soon entered a large room with a lot of maps. The room had several ninjas and people from the Ito family who were trying to come up with a solution. As soon as they entered, all eyes landed on them. A look of relief appeared on their faces. While Fujin identified several faces, one stood out. He looked at one person and thought, "Hara Yudo." As expected, he is here as well. Hara Yudo was a capable jounin from Takigakure. In terms of strength, he was about the same level as Fumito. Around a year ago, Fujin's previous Umbu squad had taken a mission to eliminate the ninjas from the Kawaguchi family who wanted to kill Ito Yuya and Kara Yudo. So Fujin had some impression of them. Fujin walked towards a circular table that had a large map. The map was of the territory they controlled. He asked, "So, what's the current status?" Yudo answered, "This is the most detailed map we have. The villages crossed out in black are villages where the entire population disappeared." He pointed towards one village and said, "This village faced their fate 5 days ago. The remaining 3 happened before your previous Umbu squad had arrived. As for the other villages, The numbers next to them state how many people have gone missing. We have tried searching for them continuously but have had no luck until now. There is no pattern to their activities. The people kidnapped are of both genders, all ages and all professions. The attacks are also at completely random places. We have tried forming a pattern to deduce what they will attack next, but have never succeeded. He took a pause and looked at the Konoha ninjas. He continued, however, there is one thing. Not a single ninja has gone missing. The villages where we sent a ninja squad didn't experience such incidents. But if we withdraw the squad, then such attacks resume. In addition, when the Konoha Umbu squad was here, not a single attack took place. But after they left, it resumed. Everyone in the room was completely helpless. They had tried all they could but couldn't do anything to resolve the situation. Previously, they had specifically asked for a squad that specialized in tracking. But that didn't help them either. Yuto concluded, so our analysis is that the culprit is someone who specializes in stealth but either isn't strong enough to face our ninjas or doesn't want to risk facing us. Fujin's subordinates also fell into thought while Fujin focused on the map, trying to find any attack patterns. Bunjiro asked, why don't you deploy a ninja squad to every village? Wouldn't that solve the issue? Bunjiro's analysis was on point. Though they won't find the culprits, they would avoid taking any more losses. However, Yuya helplessly replied, unfortunately, we don't have that many ninjas. We tried asking our village for it, but the request was refused because they were afraid that these attacks would spread to other territories. Yuto nodded and replied, in addition, if we do that, then the defenses of Takigakure will be weakened. We have to shield against the possibility of this being an attempt to launch an attack on our ninja village. Their explanations made Bunjiro's solution unimplementable. He didn't say anything else. However, Fujin muttered while staring at the map, yeah. But you might not have a country if you don't stop this. Fujin's words caused a few frowns to appear in the room. However, no one said anything. They were concerned about it as well. And since Fujin was staring at the map, they didn't want to disturb him. Fujin continued observing as he thought, random incidents. Nothing is random. Even if they used a chance-based system, patterns will appear. If they tried avoiding that by having a human decide, even then the patterns will appear due to that person's mentality. He stared at the map for 5 minutes before concluding, unfortunately, it is too complicated. I should have brought a Naro with me. Finally, Fujin stopped looking at the map. Yuya looked with a hopeful expression and asked, did you notice anything? Fujin shook his head and asked, no. Can I kill some of your servants? A frown appeared on his face. He couldn't decide what to say. Seeing him struggle, an old man said, you can, but we need a proper explanation. You can't kill anyone on a whim. Fujin thought, all right. They don't seem to be complete scumbags. So it shouldn't be done by them. The Ito family was one of Fujin's suspects. After all, every incident occurred in their territory. And wherever their ninjas went, the incidents didn't happen. So all the helpless people in their territory would begin looking at them as their protectors from the mysterious enemy that keeps kidnapping ordinary citizens. However, Fujin had no proof for the same. And from their previous record, such behavior was unlikely. So, he decided to move ahead with the lead he had. Fujin replied, all right, summon all your servants. Attempting to calculate the pattern and predict the next attack was a helpless proposition. Not to mention, they could stop attacking like they did when the previous squad was here. Fujin had no intention of wasting a month in that town. So he could only solve it through a different approach. In around 15 minutes, all the servants in the mansion were gathered in a large hall. They were confused as no information was provided. Ito Yuya asked everyone to maintain silence and stand in discipline. Fujin looked at Yuya and asked, are they all? Yuya nodded. 4 shadow clones appeared next to Fujin. They walked towards the servants and carefully observed them. After seeing a servant, the clone said, you can leave. The other clones acted similarly. They took their sweet time in dismissing the servants. Due to the time and since they didn't know what was happening, every servant who hadn't been sent away was getting more and more tense as time passed. Half an hour later, only 16 servants stood in the room. Fujin observed them and thought, these were the 16 staring at me in the corridor. Fujin's clones dispelled themselves as Fujin said, lock down the doors. You 16, stand next to each other. The ninjas from the Ito family closed all exits while the servants nervously stood next to each other, while Fujin continued staring at them. Finally, one couldn't bear the tension. He asked, can you say what this is about? Fujin gazed at him and observed for a minute. He concluded, not him. He said, we have come here to investigate the recent incidents happening around this town. After looking for a long time, we realize that a servant working in the mansion has turned traitor. Fujin's words surprised the servants and the Ito family. The Ito family ninjas looked at Fujin with skepticism. After all, they had already investigated each of their servants and hadn't found anyone suspicious. The servants quickly began defending themselves. One said, we will never betray the hands that feed us. Another said, Lord, please recheck your information. We will never do that. Others complained as well. Fujin said, my information is accurate. He made a hand seal and said, I will give the traitor an opportunity. Confess. If you do, then I will let the Ito family handle your punishment. He released some killing intent and stated very coldly, but if you don't, then not only will I kill all of you, I will also slaughter each and every member of your families. Bufura no Akiri Jutsu. The Ito family frowned again. Once again, Fujin had done something that they didn't approve of. However, since he hadn't acted yet, they controlled themselves. After all, they had already talked with him. Only Yuto noticed what Fujin did. He thought, a genjutsu? But which one? Since Fujin used only one hand seal, Yuto couldn't identify what he did. The servants began arguing and pleading hysterically. They didn't want their families to suffer. However, as they shouted, they suddenly felt a pain in their stomach. They all held their stomach and fell to the ground while screaming in pain. The Ito family finally had enough, but Yuto said, it's fine. Stay back and watch. Meanwhile, a frown appeared behind Fujin's mask as well. He thought, that's strange. None of them are ninjas. And I didn't sense anyone speaking lies. Was what I felt wrong? Or is there such a good civilian spy? The pain soon turned into panic as the servants noticed maggots drilling through their abdomen and crawling out. They pleaded with Fujin to spare their lives. Fujin looked at them and said emotionlessly, for one last time, have you done anything to betray the Ito family or passed information to someone else? All 16 servants replied negatively. However, Fujin's and Fumito's eyes landed on one servant. Both detected that he was lying. A few seconds later, all the servants lost consciousness. Fujin looked at Fumito, who nodded in response. Chapter 338, Fujin created a shadow clone who walked towards the servant who had lied and picked him up. Fujin said, give me a small room. I want to interrogate him. Yuya asked, what about the remaining 15? And what did you do to them? Fujin replied, they were placed under a genjutsu. They will wake up in a day or so. Keep them in the same room and have a doctor monitor their health. And they won't remember much of what happened. So make up a story for them. Yuya replied, all right. Soon, a closed room was arranged for the Konoha ninjas. Fujin placed a few privacy seals in the room and said, go ahead Fumito. Check what he is hiding. Fumito nodded and walked towards the unconscious servant and placed his hand on his head. In chakra entered the servant's brain as Fumito began reading his memories. Fujin observed him carefully. He thought, it was a boon to have a Yamanaka on my squad. In the last 6 months, I have seen him read memories several times. Thanks to that, I have gained valuable insights into the technique. I used some bandits to experiment on and I can finally read some memories. But my method is still too crude. I have only a 25% success rate and I can't read all the memories as the brain gets destroyed after a few minutes. Still, this is good. In a few years, I will be able to use this technique properly. For 30 minutes, Fumito kept reading his memories. Finally, he let him go and took a deep breath. Fujin asked, "So, what did you find?" Fumito replied, "He isn't a traitor. Or at least, he doesn't consider himself as one. That is why we couldn't detect any lies earlier. He lives alone as his family died around a year ago. He knew who the killer was but had no proof and couldn't do anything as the killer held a lot of influence in the Ito family. He could only bottle it up in himself and continued living bitterly. However, a few months ago, a man approached him. He knew about his situation and promised to get justice for his family if he passed information about any foreign ninjas coming into this mansion. His words generated complicated emotions in the Konoha ninjas. Bunjiro sighed and said, "No wonder he didn't consider himself a traitor." Yugao asked, "Did he pass the information?" Fumito nodded. He said, he agreed but added that he will only do it once. The man agreed and eliminated the person who had killed his family. In return, he informed the man when our previous squad arrived here. After passing on the information, the man gave him another deal. If he passed them information for the second time, he would eliminate the ones who supported the killer and allow him to live in peace without any consequences for his actions. He agreed once again. When we were analyzing the map and the situation, he went out to report our arrival to that man. A frown formed on the faces of the Konoha ninjas. Yugao said, "That means that our arrival is likely known to the enemy." Fujin nodded. He asked, "Did he know anything about the man?" Fumito replied, "Nothing apart from his appearance." Fujin replied, "All right, draw his sketch. It might help if that person wasn't a ninja. Otherwise, this is a dead end as well." Fumito nodded. Though he got a lot of information from the servant, it wasn't very useful for their mission. The only person who mattered was that man, and the servant knew almost nothing about him. Fumito began drawing a detailed sketch while Fujin analyzed. No wonder it took me so long to find this guy. If he was just a spy, then it would have been much easier. The excitement I felt earlier should have been from this guy seeing an opportunity to get rid of the ones that helped the killer. And until I asked whether they passed any information, he hadn't told any lies. And my threat of killing their family was useless against him as well. Regardless, this route will lead to a dead end as well. What should I do next? Fujin began thinking of a plan. By the time Fumito was done, Fujin strategized, the next step will be waiting patiently. I can make a decision based on whether such incidents occur again. If they do, then I'll need to use the clues to track and hunt them. If not, then I will have to make an arrangement for us to stay here for a long time. Fumito handed Fujin a paper and said, "This is how he looked." Fujin observed the sketch. He didn't identify the man. He said, "Let's leave it to the Ito family to find this guy." His team nodded. Searching an entire town would be too tedious and time-consuming with just 4 people. Fujin deactivated and collected the privacy seals he had attached and exited the room with his team. Yuya immediately asked, "Did you find anything?" Fujin nodded, handed him the sketch and asked, "Do any of you know this man?" Everyone observed the sketch but couldn't identify him. Fujin said, "He is the one who bribed this servant to inform him about the movement of foreign ninjas. So the knowledge of our arrival is already known to the enemies. Put the town under lockdown and find this man. He could be the key to helping us understand what is happening in your territory." Fujin's words enraged the Ito family members. Yuya asked, "He took bribes to betray us?" Fujin looked at Fumito, who explained what the bribe was. The explanation doused their anger. Yuya sighed and said, "I can understand his thought process. But this is still a betrayal of our trust. He won't be able to escape punishment." Fujin replied, "While I don't care what you do with your people, I'd advise you against it. Like others, he won't know what happened. So we can use him to pass false information to the enemies. If you can't find that man, you can keep an eye on him to find that man later on. In addition, you can also grant secret protection to his targets to trap and capture any attackers. Once the issue is resolved, feel free to do what you want to with him. Yuya thought about Fujin's words and immediately agreed. He quickly dispatched his ninjas to investigate the town. At the same time, he made living arrangements for the Konoha Anbu in the mansion. The Konoha ninjas made themselves comfortable. Sensing the opportunity, Fujin called Yuya and Yuto into their room. Yuya asked, "What did you want to discuss? And why did you tell us to come alone?" Fujin looked straight into his eyes and said, "I have a doubt. I'm wondering if you could provide me with a satisfactory answer." Yuya replied kindly, "Just say. We will do our best to fulfill any of your requests." Fujin didn't break eye contact and asked, "Is the Ito family behind these events?" Fujin's question shocked everyone in the room. Yuto quickly looked at Yuya, who looked angry. Yuya controlled his temper and asked in an unpleasant tone, "What do you mean?" From his reply, Fujin could see that Yuya wasn't a part of it. He said, "Stop being emotional and think rationally. Such a large incident without the support of someone from inside is difficult. Do you suspect anyone from your family is behind this? Or perhaps providing them with information that could assist them in some way?" Yuya thought for a minute before shaking his head. He said, "I can't think of anyone doing something like this. There is nothing for our family to gain. Some rival families may have a hand, but even after investigating, we didn't find any proof." Fujin replied, "All right. Keep an eye out. Though I don't have any proof either, this being an inside job has a high possibility. For that reason, I will only be informing you two about the next step of my plan." Yuya got serious. Yuto asked, "What plan did you come up with?" Fujin replied, "If the attacks continue happening, we will begin the hunt depending on the situation. But, if the attacks stop like last time, then we will stay here for a week. You will take that opportunity to see how we act here. And you will arrange for 4 ninjas you trust to disguise as us. We will sneak out during the night without alerting anyone, and those 4 ninjas will continue disguising as us to deter any future incidents." Yuya and Yuto fell silent and began analyzing. Finally, Yuya let out a sigh and said, "Looks like that is the only feasible action." Fujin nodded and said, "If the incidents continue happening in the future, then we can meet someplace outside the town secretly and create a plan to stop them. But if they keep hiding, there isn't much we can do." Yuto nodded. They discussed some more details before leaving. While walking back, Yuya sighed and said, "Looks like this is our only way. The village won't send us more ninjas, and Konoha doesn't want to station a squad here permanently." Yuto nodded and replied, "Yeah. But this is better than nothing. It could buy a few months of peace until they realize that something is wrong. We can use that time to investigate further." Yuya nodded. Since the information was leaked, they didn't have any hopes of catching the culprits and could just wish for temporary peace. Unknown to them, their prediction would turn out to be completely wrong. Chapter 339, Yuya and Yuto began overseeing the task of searching for the man. They showed the sketch around the town. However, not a single person similar to the sketch was seen by anyone in the town. Yuya went to Fujin and reported to him the state of investigation. Fujin said, "Looks like that man is a ninja. He should have used the transformation jutsu when the servant saw him." Yuya asked, "What do we do now?" Fujin instructed, "It's fine. Continue the search until everyone is asked. Once it is completed, inform me. Inform me as soon as the ninjas stop the search." Yuya was surprised by the weird command. But he nodded. His ninjas investigated until the evening before giving up. Yuya informed Fujin that the search had stopped and the ninjas would return in a couple of minutes. Fujin nodded and dismissed him. Around 10 minutes after the ninjas returned, a chakra field covered the entire town. It was activated by Fujin, who sat at the top of the mansion. He thought, I can't sense any other ninja. It looks like he is still being careful. That sucks. I was hoping that he'd drop his guard after the ninjas returned. Anyways, time to mess with him. In what ordinary house in the town, a man began sweating. He held his breath and didn't dare to even move a muscle. After 2 minutes, when the chakra field disappeared, he finally relaxed. He thought, what a crazy bastard. Did he cover the entire town with his chakra field? Fortunately, I kept my chakra suppressed. If I had relaxed because those annoying ninjas gave up, I'd be dead now. He collected himself and decided, it's best to not use my chakra for a while. I might not get lucky every time. But as long as I don't use my chakra, I will be safe. After consoling himself, he calmed down. However, his night wasn't peaceful. Throughout the night, Fujin and Fumito kept activating their chakra fields alternately. The first started to do them at an interval of 10 minutes. But then they suddenly changed the interval to 1 minute. They followed it up by going completely random. At some point, both stopped and didn't sense anymore before suddenly sensing after 3 hours. The man didn't dare to sleep in case he accidentally released some chakra during his sleep. And he didn't dare to consume a soldier pill to stay awake, as that would make it difficult for him to hide his chakra. So he had a sleepless night followed by a sleepless day and another sleepless night. However, he didn't blow up his cover. Fujin finally decided to stop as he had to leave after 6 days and the Ito family wouldn't be able to replicate such sensing skills. During these 2 days, reports of missing people were sent continuously to the Ito family. However, Fujin didn't move out as those incidents took place before they arrived or just after they had arrived. So there wasn't much point in moving out. The Ito family could only send their own squads out. After 2 days passed, the reports stopped coming. As they had predicted, the incidents had all stopped. For 3 days straight, not a single incident happened. Knowing Fujin's plan, Yuya began spreading the news that the incidents had stopped because the culprits were afraid of Konoha ninjas. Within a day, everyone in the town and neighboring villages knew that the Konoha ninjas were responsible for their peace. He also said that the Konoha squad will be staying in their territory until the culprits are found. That lifted the morale of the common people. However, out of everyone's expectations, a day later, a report arrived that shocked the Ito family and everyone living in their territory. Every single person from another village had suddenly gone missing. In addition, over 25 reports of missing people were filed from all around their territory. The entire mansion was in chaos. Fujin and his team were immediately summoned to the meeting room. Fujin analyzed the information and said, "It looks like they have decided to confront us." Everyone nodded. Fujin asked, "Do you have any plans?" Yuya replied, "Our initial plan was to attack one spot with all our forces. However, the sudden attack has caused a lot of panic in the population. We will have to split up to restore calm in the public." He pointed at the map and continued, "You guys go to the village with missing people. I have already gone to 4 of them and haven't found any clues. I will go to this village which had 5 incidents. The rest will investigate the other cases." Fujin nodded and replied, "All right. We will take our leave then." Fujin didn't mind the plan. He wanted to move just with his squad in either case. The Taki ninjas would only get in their way. Yuto was the only Taki ninja with decent capabilities. The rest could barely be considered chunins. Yuto replied, "Good luck. I hope that you can resolve this issue in one go." Fujin nodded and his squad left the town and began moving towards their target. Around the same time, a couple of dozen more ninjas left the town. Yuto moved in a direction opposite Fujin's squad while the others were dispersed in all directions. Though the village where Fujin was heading wasn't close, it wasn't too far away from the town either. After 30 minutes of continuous running at the optimal speed, Fujin's squad reached the village. The squad stayed a sufficient distance from the village and hid among the trees while observing the village. Fujin's eyes stopped glowing as he muttered, "That's strange. I'm not seeing anyone's chakra. But the village is giving me strange creeps. Bunjiro replied, maybe it is because the village is empty. Fujin replied, no. That's not it. Be on your guard. Fumito, let's investigate the village. Fumito nodded. Both he and Fujin activated their chakra fields. However, neither sensed anyone or anything strange. But Fujin had a frown on his face. He said, let's go. Everyone keep your chakra field active. Be on your guard and stay behind me. Retreat when I say so without any questions. Is that understood? His team nodded. They began walking towards the village. All four were actively sensing. In a minute, they appeared at the entrance of the village. Fujin stopped walking as he stared into the village with hesitation in his eyes. His team also stopped behind him and wondered whether he discovered anything. Fujin stood for 2 minutes but still couldn't make sense of anything. He thought, my first thought is Fuinjutsu. But this doesn't feel like it. I normally understand it very well when something is hidden with the help of seals. What is TH? As he was thinking, his instincts warned him. Suddenly, a wide grin appeared behind his mask as he thought, not bad at all. You almost had me. A sword appeared in his right hand and he swung it forward with all his strength as he said, retreat. In the next moment, Fujin's sword met with a hardened black fist. Yugao, Fumito, and Bunjiro immediately jumped backwards. The sword cut into the fist for a few millimeters but couldn't pierce any deeper. Instead, the force of the punch overwhelmed Fujin's sword. But Fujin wasn't bothered and instead used the force of the punch to be sent flying backwards. He laughed loudly and shouted in excitement, very impressive. Consider me impressed. Though Fujin laughed and said those words, they were only a taunt to provoke the ones hiding inside the barrier and make them come outside. He didn't want to fight on a battlefield created by the enemy. Unfortunately, no one fell for his taunt. Fujin continued moving backwards as he built up a large amount of chakra. Hundreds of shurikens, explosion tags, kunais, spikes, earth spears and a few jutsus appeared out of thin air and came rushing at the Konoha ninjas. Wind release, infinite breakthrough jutsu. Fujin released a supercharged infinite breakthrough jutsu at a massive speed and with dozens of wind blades and a couple of vacuum waves in it. The jutsu clashed with the incoming attacks. Chapter 340, the incoming weapons and jutsus clash with Fujin's attack. Without any suspense, all were knocked back towards the village. In fact, the wind current was so strong that it looked like it would uproot the entire village. However, a massive invisible barrier appeared around the village. The winds hit the barrier and couldn't penetrate through it. Fujin observed the barrier and thought, fortunately I learned those new seals. Looks like this is the work of a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster. I almost fell into a deadly trap. While it was easy to become a seal master, Fuinjutsu Grandmasters were very rare. The only one with whom Fujin interacted during missions was Uchiha Sora. Apart from him, Jiraiya, Hiruzen, Tsunade and Danzo were the only ones he knew in Konoha that were Grandmasters for sure. Apart from them, there was one Fuinjutsu Grandmaster who made inscribed seals for the Umbu, but Fujin never found his identity. Fujin did speculate there to be a few more in Konoha, but the knowledge wasn't publicly known. It was the same for the other villages. No information was available on who reached this level of Fuinjutsu due to how easy it was to hide. Though Fujin had come across seals inscribed by Grandmaster previously, they were in places where he had expected them to be and without anyone actively managing them. This was the first time for him to be ambushed on the battlefield by one. So he had never experienced how the advanced seals placed by them would be perceived by his senses. Fortunately, his long training in Fuinjutsu prevented him from walking into a trap. Fujin thought, it'd be great if I can see who this person is. Once the identity is leaked, he or she will be forced to stay hidden. But for now, I need to draw them out. While the barrier blocked the attack, Fujin and his teammates immediately retreated away from the village. Though they didn't sense anyone, they realized that many ninjas were hiding in the village. Inside the barrier, a frown formed on the face of the ninja who punched Fujin's sword. Seeing no way to lure the Konoha ninjas in, he shouted, "Chase and kill them." Immediately, dozens of ninjas rushed out of the barrier. In addition, 3 squads of ninjas appeared on the flanks and behind the Konoha ninjas. As soon as they appeared, the Konoha ninjas became very serious. Fujin wondered, Iwabikure ninjas? What is Iwabikure planning by kidnapping so many people? This isn't their style of action. And Fujin looked at the large man that had punched his sword and thought, what is so important that they sent Kitsuchi on this mission? Shit, this guy is considered S rank. Though he is probably among the weaker S rank ninjas, he will still be a very difficult opponent. We need to retreat. Fujin's teammates also saw Kitsuchi and had a grim expression. One S rank ninja along with 96 IWA ninjas was too much for them to handle. And they didn't know if anyone else was still hidden in the village. At the same time, Kitsuchi looked at Fujin and thought, Suzuki Fujin. South close. Had he stepped in, I could have killed him. But such alertness. An old man stepped next to him and said, this young man has a good grasp of Fuinjutsu. It's possible that he is a grandmaster as well. Don't take him lightly. Kitsuchi nodded and said, he has a lot of other annoying capabilities as well. This will be a costly battle. If Fujin was aware that Kitsuchi was aware of his identity, he would be surprised. In addition, he would also smell something fishy. Unfortunately, he couldn't read Kitsuchi's thoughts. And he had already stepped into their trap. He appeared next to his team and said, Formation 77, rear. His squad immediately understood the command. They stood in a triangle formation with Fujin at the center. All 3 grabbed a scroll and opened it while facing outwards and made the confrontation hand seal. Immediately, 33 kunai with explosive tags attached were launched from each scroll. Seeing the attack, a few of the IWA ninjas slammed their hands on the ground. Earth release, Earth Wall Jutsu. Multiple layers of walls appeared in front of them, surrounding the Konoha ninjas from all sides. The kunais hit the wall and exploded. One layer of the walls was destroyed by the explosion, but the layers behind it stood. However, this was just the start of Fujin's tactic. For shadow clones of Fujin appeared around them. Without wasting any time, all flickered in front of the walls. Wind release, vacuum serial wave jutsu. At the same time, Fujin's squad moved towards the enemy squad at their rear. Fumato rapidly weaved hand seals. Lightning release, false darkness jutsu. Fujin's clones launched dozens of vacuum blades at the walls. All pierced through the walls with ease and moved towards the IWA ninjas. A smile formed on the faces of Fujin's clones. Hitting enemies who thought that they were safe was a tactic that had yielded him too many kills. At the same time, the lightning spears launched by Fumato broke through the walls and moved towards the ninjas behind them. However, something happened that shocked Fujin's clones. As the vacuum blades approached the IWA ninjas, every one of them got out of their way. And they didn't do it by just marginally avoiding them. Instead, they dodged, leaving sufficient distance to not be harmed by any suction force. It was almost as if they were waiting in anticipation to dodge the incoming attacks. The 4 IWA ninjas dodged Fumato's lightning spears as well. But the Konoha ninjas had anticipated that. Fujin followed up by shooting 8 vacuum bullets, 2 for each ninja, from a very close range. However, as soon as the vacuum bullets were shot, the IWA ninjas immediately jumped out of the way, almost as if they knew that Fujin would attack them in this manner. All the bullets were dodged safely. Fujin's eyes widened. He thought, what the hell? They dodged at such close range? Wait, I don't sense any chakra disappearing from my clones' attacks either. Did they all dodge? Fujin didn't understand. If he used the vacuum bullets at such close range, only elite Jounins would be able to dodge in such a convincing manner. But the chakra levels of the 4 ninjas were much lower. In addition, his clones' attacks were dodged as well. But there was no way that all the dozens of IWA ninjas were elite Jounins. Unfortunately, he didn't have any time to make sense of the situation. The 4 IWA Jounins facing them counterattacked. Though the Konoha ninjas managed to deal with the attacks, it provided enough time for the remaining IWA ninjas to come swarming towards them. He thought, this is bad. My tactic's success depends on killing a few enemies quickly and demotivating the rest to chase us due to the costs they would have to incur. But since neither vacuum waves nor bullets manage to kill anyone, we will be swarmed by them. Fujin had a bad feeling. He properly observed the IWA ninjas. They didn't come flooding towards the Konoha ninjas to abuse their numerical superiority. Instead, only 7 additional squads rushed at them. The others quickly began establishing a perimeter to stop any escape. But they were very close as well and could jump into the battle at any moment. It was as if the IWA ninjas wanted them dead at all costs. Seeing the situation, 2 of Fujin's clones moved towards a couple of incoming squads and stalled them. The remaining 2 clones got together and faced the direction which had the maximum number of IWA ninjas. Fire Release, Searing Migraine Jutsu. Wind Release, Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu. The 2 jutsus combined seamlessly and a massive firestorm was launched at the incoming IWA ninjas. However, before they could be hit, Kitsuchi slammed his hands on the ground. A massive earth wall appeared in front of the IWA ninjas. The fire and wind combination jutsu hit the wall and was about to move around and over it, but the size of the wall kept increasing and surprisingly kept up with the expanding firestorm. The wall curved to properly protect all the IWA ninjas so that the firestorm would harmlessly pass by. Though the attack was stopped to the clones' dismay, it stopped the IWA ninjas behind the wall temporarily, allowing Fujin and his remaining clones a breather. One of the clones flickered in front of the incoming squad and shot a dozen air bullets. Once again, all the bullets were dodged. The clones stopped their counterattack while analyzing, they know about my skills. They move as soon as I attack. The same should have happened with vacuum waves. But why would everyone be aware of my skills? Suddenly, the clone flickered again and appeared behind them. The IWA ninjas quickly dispersed in 4 different directions immediately. Surprisingly, a cut appeared on the back of each of their necks. Before it could cut through, 2 of the ninjas hardened their bodies using iron skin jutsu and stopped the attack. The remaining 2 dropped dead. The clone analyzed, looks like they don't know all my tricks. Air bullets, infinite breakthrough and vacuum jutsus were anticipated. But Blade of Wind caught them off guard. As soon as the 2 ninjas died, a squad from the perimeter moved and attacked the clone, keeping him busy. So despite the killing, the situation of the Konoha ninjas didn't improve. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 8.